In 1991, Liz first ventured into the magical realm, where she befriended numerous young wizards, and Draco fell for her at first sight. In 1992, Liz acquired Voldemort's diary, awakening the consciousness of the 16-year-old Tom, who was no longer content to remain merely a Horcrux. In 1993, the little star escaped from Azkaban, and Harry discovered that his companion, the large black dog who had been by his side for over a year, was in fact his godfather. In 1994, Liz witnessed Voldemort's resurrection firsthand, and the Christmas gift she had prepared for Tom could never be delivered. In 1995, the entire magical community was shrouded in darkness, as the war between the Savior and the Dark Lord erupted in full force. Chapter 1. The Letter from Hogwarts. Harry, come down quickly and see what delightful things I've made for you. The cheerful voice of the girl floated up from downstairs, prompting Harry to hurriedly gather his holiday homework and dash down the stairs. Liz, were you calling me? Harry entered the kitchen, unable to restrain himself from inquiring as he watched Liz's busy silhouette. Sit down at the dining table. Harry, it will be ready shortly, Liz replied without turning her head, merely waving the spoon in her hand. Harry sat in his chair, gazing foolishly at the bowl of noodles set before him. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and make a wish, Harry, Liz urged, unable to resist prodding at Harry's dazed expression. Make a wish? Harry asked, in confusion. Liz slapped her forehead and exclaimed, Ah, I forgot you didn't know. This is longevity noodles, a custom among the Chinese during birthdays, symbolizing health and long life. Harry blinked in surprise and exclaimed, Did you make this especially for me? Of course, today you are the only birthday star, Liz replied gently, her heart overflowing with compassion and gratitude as she gazed at the boy across from her. In her past life, Liz was a teacher and also an orphan. In the rapidly developing 21st century China, life was quite challenging for children emerging from orphanages. Such hardships were not merely material. The greater anguish stemmed from the realm of the spirit. Young Liz, like the other children in the orphanage, constantly sought to excel, as a single approving glance from the matron could bring them immense joy. Competition and internal struggle had pervaded Liz's brief previous existence. To those around her, Liz was universally regarded as an optimist. However, the persistent anxiety of her life had engendered some psychological issues. Thus, upon encountering Harry, who was also an orphan, she felt an incessant urge to care for and assist him, much like her former self. She had longed for a true family, rather than the need to desperately exhibit her worth to receive attention. Liz, thank you. I am incredibly happy today, Harry said, his voice slightly choked, his emerald green eyes shimmering with a veil of moisture. All right, my dear cousin, after making your wish, savor your lunch to the fullest. Liz prepared a bowl of noodles for herself as well. This morning, Penny took Dolly to purchase rugby equipment, and Fei Nong is on a business trip. Before leaving, he entrusted them with money for lunch. However, Liz reminisced about the grand birthday celebrations she and Dolly used to have, where a magnificent cake and a sumptuous dinner were always prepared. The melancholy and forced smile on Harry's face stirred a deep sense of compassion within Liz. Seizing the opportunity while Harry's prejudiced family was absent, she decided to surprise him with a special gift. After finishing her noodles, Harry instinctively took up the dishes for two to wash them. Liz rummaged through her pocket and rose to follow him. I'm washing the dishes, Liz. You should take a moment to rest now. A smile adorned Liz's face as she waved her hand in front of Harry, saying, Here, this is your birthday gift. Happy birthday, cousin. Harry quickly wiped his hands on his clothing and cautiously accepted the gift from Liz's hands. This is a talisman I embroidered myself. It features the character for blessing. You must carry it close to you. It will bestow protection upon you. Is this yet another treasure from the ancient land of Hogwarts? Harry gazed intently at the delicate talisman, his eyes brimming with curiosity and delight. He truly did not expect Liz to create a birthday gift for him with her own hands. Indeed, I've always yearned for Hogwarts. One day, I shall visit there, Liz replied. Harry, I adore this talisman. I shall thread a cord through it and wear it around my neck. I swear this is the finest birthday gift I have ever received. Upon hearing this, Liz chuckled knowingly and teased. I recall you said something similar when I gifted you a globe for your birthday last year. This is different. This one was crafted by you. I shall cherish it dearly. Harry hastily defended himself, his face flushed with urgency. He had never intended to give Liz the impression of misunderstanding. "All right, Harry, I was merely jesting. However, I have a small request. Please do not let Dolly know about this, for he would undoubtedly pester me to create one for him as well." This little trinket took me quite some time to finish. Hearing this, Harry nodded enthusiastically, realizing that this talisman was a unique gift meant solely for him. With Harry's assurance, Liz returned to her bedroom with a sense of ease. Before she could even settle onto her bed for rest, she noticed a long-eared owl incessantly pecking at her window, clutching a letter in its beak. Liz opened the window, and the owl flew onto the windowsill, causing the letter to drop onto her desk. The owl tilted its little head, gazing at Liz, occasionally raising its paws as if urging her to acknowledge the letter it had brought. Liz was utterly charmed by this delightful sight and retrieved a biscuit from her drawer, exclaiming, "Hey, would you like a treat?" The owl looked at the biscuit in Liz's hand, its eyes filled with yearning, yet it persistently raised its paw towards the letter instead. "Is this a letter meant for me?" Liz inquired softly, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. To her surprise, the owl seemed to understand, nodding its head. Liz picked up the envelope and nudged the biscuit toward the owl before she began to read the letter, waiting for it to finish eating. There were 2 envelopes, each sealed tightly with wax. The most eye-catching features, aside from the flamboyant lettering, were the 4 small animals depicted on the front: a badger, an eagle, a lion, and a serpent. "Harry, come to my bedroom. There's a letter for you." Liz felt perplexed upon seeing Harry's letter and called him up. "Coming right away," Harry shouted from downstairs, hastening his dishwashing. When Harry arrived, he found Liz leaning against the window, looking dazed, with an unfolded letter in her hand. "What's wrong, Liz? Why don't you take a look at your letter first?" Liz's tone was somewhat ethereal. Good heavens, Wizards, a magical school. Liz felt as though her worldview had been shattered. Was this truly a reality? Wow, so we are indeed wizards. Harry accepted the news rather swiftly. Could this not be some sort of prank? Liz murmured. "Do you not recall, Liz? When Daniel pushed me into the swimming pool at school? I cannot swim, yet I floated to the surface. Although many called me a freak afterward, I believe I now understand the truth. It was my magic that saved me that day." "I'm so sorry, Harry. I truly never expected Daniel would do that, even though I did give him a good thrashing." Daniel was a year older than Liz, and during her early elementary school days, he attracted a considerable number of admirers due to his striking appearance. Although Derry and Liz are twins, they bear no resemblance to one another. Derry possesses dark hair and blue eyes, while Liz boasts a cascade of rose-red curls and emerald-green eyes akin to Harry's, complemented by delicate features reminiscent of a mermaid princess from a fairy tale. Among Liz's suitors, Daniel is the most persistent. Having continually faced rejection from Liz, he set his sights on Harry, threatening him to deliver love letters to Liz. When Harry refused, Daniel pushed him into the water during their first swimming lesson together. At that moment, Harry had yet to learn how to swim and flailed helplessly in the water. Miraculously, not only did he not choke, but the water gently cradled him and guided him to the edge of the pool. This incident caused quite a stir at school, with classmates often casting peculiar glances at Harry, even labeling him a freak. Liz, too, felt a lingering guilt over the incident, as it was her fault that Harry found himself friendless at school. Meanwhile, Derry reveled in the situation. In his mind, his beloved little sister Liz clearly favored Harry, which only fueled his jealousy. "Liz, this is not your fault. You know I will never blame you," Harry reassured her. "Once we arrive at Hogwarts, no one will refer to me in such a manner. For all the students, there are wizards. But I have never felt any magic within me," Liz replied. She had memories from birth, yet she could not recall any extraordinary events occurring in her life. "Since we have received our acceptance letters, it signifies that we are both qualified to attend this school." Harry was still speaking when an owl swooped in and lightly pecked his arm. "What is it, little mail carrier?" Liz inquired, offering a piece of cookie. A reply, "Liz, it is awaiting our response. However, you might want to discuss this matter with Aunt Petunia," Harry suggested. "Let us reply first. I am quite intrigued by magic, and I am sure Mother will agree," Liz said cheerfully, feeling confident in her ability to persuade Petunia and Vernon, as she was the favored child in the household. Soon, the two had composed their response, with Harry's handwriting being crooked enough to make Liz doubt whether the receiving professor could decipher it. After sealing the letter, Harry stroked the owl's ear, marveling at how its ears differed from those of any owl he had previously encountered. "This is a long-eared owl. Quite rare, isn't it?" Harry remarked, wistfully watching the owl as it gradually flew away. "It seems you are quite knowledgeable about owls, Liz," he said in astonishment. In her previous life, Liz had wished to keep such an adorable creature, but at that time, owls were a nationally protected species in Hogwarts, and owning one would have been quite burdensome. The letter mentioned we could bring a pet to school. "Do you like owls?" "I shall gift you one," Liz offered generously. No need, Liz. I believe that once we are at Hogwarts, no one will write to me anymore." "No, Harry, do not think that way. Once we reach the new school, you will make new friends. When holidays come, you can write to them and exchange Christmas gifts. Everything will turn out well," she encouraged. Harry gazed into those eyes, nearly identical to his own, filled with trust and encouragement. Indeed, Liz was truly remarkable. No matter the adversity she faced, she seemed to greet every misfortune with unwavering optimism. Chapter 2. The Decision. A witch? Witches are often depicted as haggard crones adorned with pointed hats, shrouded in black robes, avoiding the gaze of others. My sister, so enchanting in her beauty, could never embody such malevolence. Upon hearing Liz's words, Dudley became utterly unhinged, shouting, "Mother, you must absolutely refuse to let Liz attend that accursed Hogwarts. Who knows what that school would turn her into? My sister belongs on the cheerleading squad, rallying for her brother's team. I must tell father." With that, Dudley stormed off, slamming the door with such force that it startled Liz. In contrast to Dudley's overt rage, Petunia's expression was inscrutable, a complex mix of fear and evasion. "Mother, Harry and I have already penned our reply. We are merely awaiting the professor to escort us to procure our school supplies," Liz ventured tentatively. Indeed, it was all Harry's fault, by adopting him. The magic he possessed over the past decade had inevitably seeped into her daughter. Petunia thought bitterly. "You are forbidden to go," Petunia retorted angrily. "Why not, mother? I am genuinely fascinated by the magical realm, and you know well of Harry's peculiarities. We must attend school to learn." "Liz, heed my words. The magical world is exceedingly perilous. Their powers are formidable," Petunia cautioned, yet was interrupted by Liz's fervent interjection. "Mother, I yearn to witness it. I had no idea our family harbored wizarding blood. It is simply astonishing." As Liz's face radiated with wonder, Petunia's anxiety intensified. "I have made it abundantly clear. I will not permit you to venture into such a treacherous domain," Petunia declared with finality. "Aunt, are you well versed in the magical world?" Harry inquired unexpectedly. "Indeed, mother. Why do you persist in claiming it is so dangerous?" Liz questioned, her curiosity piqued. "Do you know any wizards?" Gazing into two identical pairs of green eyes, Petunia could no longer suppress the secret she had concealed for a decade. "Lily, my sister, was once a witch." "My mother?" "My aunt." Harry and Liz exchanged glances, speaking in unison. "I previously claimed she perished in a car accident. That was a deception. The truth is, she and her husband were slain by a powerful dark wizard, which is why I insist the magical world is unsafe. You had no right to deceive me. I only just discovered the truth about my parents' demise," Harry exclaimed. "Because I do not want you to enter that wretched magical world. You would be putting your lives at risk." Petunia retorted defiantly. "Mother, is that dark wizard still alive?" "I am uncertain," Petunia replied tersely. "If that dark wizard yet lives, we must go to Hogwarts. Otherwise, when he seeks Harry, we will lack the means to defend ourselves." "What an astute little girl," a sudden voice startled the three. As an elderly gentleman clad in a purple robe, sporting a long beard tied with a matching bow, appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The trio was momentarily blinded by his flamboyant attire. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts." Dumbledore winked at Liz after finishing his introduction. "Good day, sir. Have you come for?" Liz inquired. "Petunia, do you remember me?" Dumbledore did not respond to Liz, instead offering her a reassuring smile before turning his attention to Petunia, who remained silent. "It seems I still linger in your memory." Dumbledore, undeterred by Petunia's reticence, continued cheerfully. "How could you forget? It was I who brought Harry to your doorstep, and out of guilt towards Lily, I entrusted him to your care, leading to our current predicament." Petunia mused inwardly. Dumbledore's wand flickered gently, rendering Harry and Liz unable to hear the conversation between him and Petunia. "Petunia, I understand your long-standing bias against the magical world due to Lily's circumstances, but now that your biological daughter is involved, can you truly bear the thought of her losing her life prematurely?" Dumbledore's tone turned grave. "What do you mean by that?" Petunia asked, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Every young witch is born with magic. At the age of 11, this magic begins to develop. If no one guides them in channeling their powers, It could lead to perilous consequences. At best, it results in a mere magical outburst. At worst, it could threaten their very lives. No, Liz has never experienced a magical outburst. Petunia countered vehemently. Precisely, which indicates she has the makings of an exceptional witch, Dumbledore praised. Then there is even less reason for her to go. What if the dark wizard who killed Lily comes after her? Petunia was at a loss for words. Petunia, I trust you will make the right decision. The fates of these two children rest in your hands, Dumbledore said gently, seemingly confident that Petunia would arrive at the decision he desired. With a flick of his wand, the silencing charm dissipated, and he approached Harry and Liz, who were whispering in the corner, gently caressing their faces. I shall await your arrival at the school. Harry and Liz turned to Petunia in unison, as if seeking her approval. With great difficulty, Petunia nodded. Oh, long live Mother! Liz exclaimed. Headmaster, when will a professor come to take us to buy our school supplies? Harry inquired. Tomorrow, I assure you. Good night. With that, Dumbledore vanished. Cool, Liz exclaimed loudly. Harry wished to inquire about what Petunia and Dumbledore had discussed. But seeing Liz's persistent signals, he abandoned the thought. Well, Mother, we shall head upstairs. Harry, you stay behind, Petunia instructed. Liz glanced back multiple times, feeling uneasy about leaving Harry alone with Petunia, knowing that besides herself, Petunia, Vernon, and Dudley had all shown some degree of aversion towards Harry. Until today, Liz had been oblivious to the reason, but hearing about Aunt Lily for the first time perhaps shed light on it. You must promise, once at Hogwarts. To ensure Liz's safety, Petunia admonished sternly. Indeed, I promise. I will protect her with my very life, Harry replied without hesitation. In his heart, only Liz was his true kin. They had grown up together, sharing secrets and sorrows. In the 10 years spent at the Dursleys, Liz had seamlessly woven herself into the fabric of Harry's life. They crafted together, played pranks on those who bullied Harry, and cheered for Dudley's team at football games. Their bond was filled with cherished memories. Despite Dudley often causing disruptions, Harry felt a profound sense of happiness and support with Liz by his side. He would not be disheartened by the scornful gazes of others at school, for Liz would always stand up for him. He would never feel inferior for wearing Dudley's oversized hand-me-downs, as Liz would gift him a proper pair of glasses. And he would never feel disappointed on his birthday for lacking well wishes, for Liz would meticulously prepare a gift for him each year. Such a wonderful Liz. How could he allow anyone to harm her? Remember your words, boy. Should you betray your promise, you shall lose Liz forever, Petunia warned. Perhaps it was the unwavering determination etched upon Harry's face that compelled Petunia to add, if you wish to inquire about your mother, you shall naturally discover the truth upon your arrival at school. She has excelled at Hogwarts. With that, Petunia turned and ascended the stairs. In the south-facing bedroom on the second floor, Liz had already succumbed to slumber, the dim glow of the bedside lamp casting a warm ambience within the room. Petunia gently twisted the doorknob and stepped inside, gazing affectionately at Liz's sleeping visage. Liz bore an uncanny resemblance to Lily, with the same rose-tinted curls and eyes as clear as azure springs. Petunia's feelings towards Lily were profoundly complex. In her youth, she had harbored jealousy towards Lily's magical prowess. Later, when Lily brought home various potion ingredients, the sight of those sticky and repugnant substances strangely balanced Petunia's emotions, leading her to regard the magical realm with a wary distance, and even to slowly cultivate a sympathy for Lily. However, as Lily approached her graduation, their communication dwindled, nearly fading into oblivion, until the dreadful news of her demise reached them. From that moment onward, Petunia harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lily, loathing her silence and the way her death plunged their parents into despair. Even upon discovering the reasons behind Lily's choices nearly a decade later, how could such bitterness be easily assuaged? Petunia tenderly caressed Liz's hair, letting out a sigh, pondering that her own daughter was soon to venture into that perilous magical world. Vernon's whereabouts remained unknown. Dudley had been unable to reach him by phone. It was only through the news that they learned of a landslide at his work location, severing communications, leaving him trapped there, though fortunately, no injuries had been reported. Chapter 3. A Journey to Diagon Alley. The following morning, Liz inquired, Dudley, has Dad not sent word yet? As she enjoyed a heart-shaped fried egg crafted by Harry. Do not worry, sister. He is quite safe. It's merely a transportation issue. He shall return shortly, Dudley replied with a smile. He then turned to Harry, who was busy in the kitchen, and imperiously commanded, Hey, lad, whip up 2 more fried eggs for me. Despite Dudley's harsh tone, Liz refrained from intervention. He was her brother after all, and considering she and Harry would soon be departing for Hogwarts, they would only see each other every few months. Thus, she decided to let it slide. Harry, ever the peacemaker, continued his culinary endeavors without a word. Today, a professor will come to escort us to Diagon Alley. Dudley, would you like to join us? Mother will be at work, and you would be rather bored alone at home, Liz suggested enticingly. She yearned for Dudley to experience the magical world. And despite his antagonism toward Harry, he had always been kind to her, eagerly sharing new toys and delights. Absolutely not. I've made plans with Leonard and the others. We intend to practice our ball skills during the summer holiday and utterly crush those fools from Brown Elementary at the upcoming sports meet, Dudley declared with ambition. He seemed lost in his grand visions, completely oblivious to the plate of fried eggs Harry had just brought to the table. Liz, however, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the unrecognizable mess on her plate, glancing up at Harry just in time to catch a mischievous grin on his face. Focus. Dudley, Liz exclaimed, waving her hand in front of him and pointing to his plate, cheerfully adding, your fried eggs. Dudley looked down at the mangled eggs in distaste, retorting, Harry, if you can't even fry an egg properly, how can I trust you to look after Liz at Hogwarts? It was evident that in his quest for attention, Dudley had mastered the art of passive-aggressive remarks. Dudley, have you forgotten? We are several months older than Harry, Liz interjected, casting a reassuring glance at Harry. He had endured nearly a decade of scorn in this household, yet he remained sensitive, particularly when it came to matters concerning Liz, making him prone to impulsive reactions. You always side with him. I am your real brother, Dudley protested, stabbing his fork into the egg with fervor. All right, my elder brother by a mere 28 minutes. I shall forever adore you and cheer for you when I return from school, Liz replied with a bright smile, affectionately smoothing his hair. Dudley beamed with delight before muttering, I must keep a close eye on you. The boys from Brown Elementary have their eyes on you. I would love nothing more than to smash their teeth in with a ball. At this, both Liz and Harry shook their heads in resignation. Are you dissatisfied with my sentiments, lad? Or do you find Liz unappealing? Dudley threatened. Harry's face flushed crimson, his eyes betraying a hint of shyness as he murmured, Liz is very pretty, and stole a furtive glance at her. Satisfied, Dudley turned to Liz and earnestly advised, at school, you must absolutely avoid romance. I know all too well that boys your age are utterly unreliable. Liz rolled her eyes internally but felt a warmth at Dudley's concern. After finishing breakfast, Dudley left for training while Harry and Liz patiently awaited the professor's arrival. Fortunately, their wait was not prolonged. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the air. Hello there, I'm Hagrid, boomed a robust voice as Harry opened the door, momentarily stunned. Oh, you must be Harry. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father, even down to the hairstyle. Liz, standing nearby, observed intently as Hagrid, resembling a giant, towered over them. They were barely as tall as his waist. His feet were particularly noteworthy, clad in oversized leather boots that bulged like two dolphins, round and cumbersome. Hagrid endeavored to appear amiable, yet his bushy beard and slightly disheveled hair only added to his comical appearance, and Liz stifled a laugh. Hagrid's large hand, akin to a paddle, clapped down on Harry's shoulder, nearly causing him to stumble. Poor Harry, you'll need to eat more at Hogwarts, Hagrid remarked, then turned his gaze to Liz. And you must be Miss Dursley, resembling Lily's child even more than Harry. Liz offered an awkward yet polite smile, saying, Professor, please just call me Liz. Hagrid grinned broadly. No need for formalities. I'm merely the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I simply couldn't wait to see Harry, so I took it upon myself to guide you to Diagon Alley. Harry and Liz nodded, somewhat bewildered by the notion of Hagrid missing Harry. Had they met before? If there are no further questions, let us proceed to Diagon Alley. You see, Dumbledore has entrusted me with a very important task. Diagon Alley. Hagrid, what shall we do if we lack currency for the magical world? Harry asked, perplexed. No need for concern. First, I shall take you to Gringotts, the place where you can exchange your currency. At that moment, Liz found herself utterly captivated by the wonders of Diagon Alley. Initially, she thought it miraculous when Hagrid knocked on a wall to reveal an entrance, but stepping inside was truly breathtaking. Hagrid led them to Gringotts, where the goblin staff were impeccably attired. Though Liz had always been intrigued by goblins, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain at their somewhat menacing demeanor. To her astonishment, she experienced the thrill of a roller coaster for the first time, albeit in the magical world. Do not fear, Liz, Harry whispered reassuringly, his palms slightly sweaty. This was his first encounter with the magical realm, and he was equally astonished. I'm afraid of heights, Liz trembled. She buried her head into Harry's embrace, never expecting that retrieving money could be such a daunting task, requiring them to navigate through cavernous tunnels. We've arrived, Liz. Harry gently patted Liz's back, feeling a small surge of delight within. Usually, Liz presented herself as a mature child, but now it was finally his turn to care for her. As Liz descended, her legs feeling weak, she was met with a sight of towering heaps of gold. Look, Harry, all of this is what your parents left for you. Now, I have something important to attend to. Shall we meet at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor later? Harry and Liz nodded, both preoccupied with stuffing gold galleons into their bags. With a flourish of his small hand, Harry gallantly declared that he would treat for the day, to which Liz smiled in agreement. Their little cousin, mustering courage, decided to support him wholeheartedly. Upon exiting Gringotts, Liz sighed in relief, stating, "I never want to come here again. I fail to understand why the goblins built a bank in such a perilous and gloomy location. But Liz, I had no idea you were afraid of heights." Harry teased, elongating his tone. Liz's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. "Let us go. I need to buy a wand." She turned and ran off, while Harry's voice trailed behind, assuring her, "I will keep this secret." Inside Ollivander's wand shop, Harry had made his selection, an 11-inch wand made of holly with a phoenix feather core. However, Liz found herself in a bit of a predicament. Watching the silver-eyed wizard deep in thought, she felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that her wand testing had caused quite a ruckus, leaving the shop in disarray. "Try this one, my dear," Ollivander suggested, pulling out another small box. With a flick of her wrist, Liz's wand emitted a beam of brilliant golden light, filling her with warmth and a sense of power. "Yes, this one, you, with a dragon heartstring." Quite a paradoxical combination, Ollivander muttered to himself. After completing their purchases, they hurried to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to acquire wizard robes. The plump lady was as astounded as the other wizards to see Harry, the boy who lived, finally make his appearance in the magical world. "Harry, do you need help covering that scar?" he asked, to which Harry, bewildered, inquired, "How would I cover it?" "By discreetly using your mother's makeup, of course." Observing Liz's dismissive expression, Harry politely declined her suggestion, thinking that if his aunt found out, it would surely lead to chaos at home. "Never mind, I'm not particularly bothered. If they want to see it, let them." "Young man, your attitude is commendable. Now, let us visit the pet shop." I can hardly contain my excitement. The Magical Menagerie, a pet shop in Diagon Alley, offered a plethora of magical creatures, agile black cats, roaring puffskeins, and bumbling bowtruckles. Upon entering, Liz was instantly captivated by a sleek, glistening puffskein, its small, bean-like eyes blinking eagerly at the gold galleons in her hand. Its flat mouth gave it a charmingly awkward appearance, and Liz found herself utterly unable to resist such temptation. Puffskeins were harmless creatures, permissible in Hogwarts. Liz named hers Bubu, while Harry named his owl Hedwig. Hedwig, a pure white owl, was a beautiful lady, embodying elegance and wisdom, perfectly aligning with Harry's aesthetic. Having lingered too long at the wand shop, Liz decided to split up from Harry. He volunteered to procure their first-year textbooks while Liz went in search of a cauldron for potion making. Approaching the Potage's cauldron shop, she was greeted by a sign boasting brass cauldrons, tin-plated cauldrons, and silver large pots, all of various models, some even boasting automatic stirring features and foldability. Liz was taken aback. The acceptance letter hadn't specified which type of cauldron was required. With so many options, how was she to choose? "New student?" A melodious boy's voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning around, she found a boy clad in a pristine black robe, exuding an air of sophistication. His pale complexion and gray eyes gave him a somewhat aloof demeanor, yet his platinum blonde hair shimmered like spun gold. Liz instinctively restrained Bubu in her pocket. Hesitating as she asked, "And you are?" "Draco Malfoy." "Hello, I'm Liz Dursley. Are you a new student at Hogwarts as well?" Draco nodded, suggesting, "I recommend the tin-plated cauldron. It's ideal for potion novices." "Oh, thank you," Liz replied, turning to enter the shop. Draco awkwardly glanced around, ensuring no one witnessed him slightly raise his right hand as if to extend it in greeting. After clearing his throat, he followed her inside. "Thank you so much, Malfoy. My family is waiting for me. Goodbye." After completing her purchase, Liz hurriedly exited, clutching her cauldron. Poor Draco hadn't even had the chance to strike up another conversation with her before she dashed away. In truth, Draco had noticed Liz wandering since he entered Diagon Alley. Though she was clad in a muggle outfit that pure-blood wizards might scoff at, she effortlessly captured his attention. Her rose-red curls and delicate features reminded him of Candace, the protagonist in his favorite childhood book, The Adventures of Miss Witch. Liz's appearance was akin to a character stepping straight out of the pages into reality. Left behind, Draco felt a pang of disappointment. He had tried to be amicable, but had only managed to exchange a few words with her. As for Liz, upon reaching Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, she found Hagrid and Harry already indulging in ice cream, each with a cone in hand. "Here you go. I've cast a cooling charm. It won't melt at all," Harry offered. "All right, children, we should prepare to head back. Here are 2 tickets. Keep them safe. With these, you can board the Hogwarts Express." Harry casually stuffed the ticket into his pocket, oblivious to the inscription reading Platform 9. Chapter 4. The Start of Term and Sorting. September 1st, 1991, within a compartment of the Hogwarts Express. How marvelous. We actually passed through a wall. But Harry, you mustn't be so careless once we arrive at school. If it weren't for your mother accompanying Aunt Lily, we might have missed this train altogether. Upon hearing this, Harry sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging his oversight. It had been a month since their return from Diagon Alley, and he had hardly glanced at the tickets. Yet, to be fair, wasn't Liz also at fault? She had been waving her wand about and mumbling incantations without considering what the tickets looked like. However, Harry dared not voice this thought. Despite Liz's adorable, flustered demeanor, he preferred to uphold her dignity as a caring cousin. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, revealing a boy with bright red hair. "Hi, all the other compartments are full. May I join you?" Liz, disregarding the opportunity to chastise Harry, promptly replied, "Of course. Please come in. I'm Ron Weasley. You can call me Ron." "Hello, I'm Liz Dudley." "I'm Harry Potter." Ron gasped, initially captivated by Liz's beauty, but quickly shifting focus to the legendary boy in front of him. You really have that scar?" he stammered, reaching up to touch his own forehead. Harry and Liz exchanged a resigned glance, bracing themselves for the inevitable. Nevertheless, Harry generously lifted his fringe, revealing the lightning-shaped scar for Ron to see. This scar not only marked Harry as the boy who lived, but also signified the loss of his parents. Liz could bet that Harry would much prefer to have his parents by his side than be a celebrated savior. "I never imagined it to be true, Harry. You have no idea how famous you are in the wizarding world. Every witch and wizard knows your name," Ron exclaimed. "I've already realized that. Especially after receiving the attention of so many wizards when we visited Diagon Alley," Harry joked. Ron's face broke into an awkward smile at this remark. He rummaged through his pocket for a moment before producing a lunchbox. "Would you like some? My mum made it. Her cooking is superb," Ron offered. By the time they boarded the train, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and Harry and Liz were now famished. "Is this enough for us?" Liz questioned, glancing at the small portion. "I'll go buy some snacks. I just saw a trolley attendant passing by." With that, Liz opened the door and stepped out. "I'll take 3 of those little cakes and some of these candies," she declared, circling the trolley, which was laden with various sweets and confections, leaving little room for choice. 12 sickles, came the reply. As Liz returned, arms laden with goodies, she encountered a disheveled little witch emerging from their compartment. "Come, it's time to eat," Liz said, dumping her haul onto the table and popping a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into her mouth. "Spicy," she exclaimed, wrinkling her nose as the heat surged to her head. "Have some soup. It's my mum's creamy mushroom soup." Ron hurriedly handed her a cup. Liz gulped down nearly half of it before recovering. "I distinctly bought candy. Why does this taste like mustard?" she asked, perplexed. Harry picked up the packaging and read aloud. "Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I once had one that tasted like earwax," Ron added. Liz and Harry stared in disbelief. Indeed, they had no desire to try those again. Just as Harry and Liz were engrossed in Ron's tales of the wizarding world, the compartment door swung open once more. "It's true. I hear Harry Potter is also attending Hogwarts, Miss Dudley." Draco Malfoy swallowed his words, his pale face flushing with a hint of crimson. "It's you, Mr. Malfoy," Liz waved. "Are you here to see the illustrious Harry Potter? You know each other?" Harry inquired, while even Ron cast a curious glance at Liz. "I met him while buying a cauldron in Diagon Alley. He recommended the one I purchased," Liz replied, offering Draco a piece of cake. "Sit down. Our compartment isn't full yet." Draco hesitantly took a seat, avoiding eye contact as he accepted the cake. "Ron, please continue sharing your tales of Hogwarts." "I haven't had my fill yet," Liz urged. As a diligent student, she had already read through the first-year textbooks, yet there was scant description of Hogwarts within. Ron cleared his throat. "Hogwarts is divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, each named after their respective founders. The best house is Gryffindor. The current headmaster, Dumbledore, is from Gryffindor and is renowned as the greatest white wizard in the present magical world." Just as Ron was passionately recounting Dumbledore's achievements, a scoff interrupted him. Ron scowled. "What? Am I wrong?" "Slytherin is the superior house," Draco countered. "Slytherin is the breeding ground for Death Eaters. Hasn't your father been interrogated enough?" Ron retorted sharply. Draco's throat constricted, and after a few seconds of silence, he shot back. "We'll see. You poor Weasley." He then promptly rose, turning to Harry and Liz with a courteous demeanor. "We'll be arriving at school soon. You should change into your robes. And thank you for the cake, Miss Dudley. I'll see you at school." With that, Draco departed like a gust of wind. Harry and Liz exchanged glances, each recognizing the awkwardness etched on the other's face. Liz then looked at a similarly frustrated Ron and cautiously inquired, "What are Death Eaters?" "They are followers of the Dark Lord." "Harry, you ought to know that it was the Dark Lord who killed your parents." At the mention of the Dark Lord, a flicker of fear crossed Ron's face. Harry touched the scar on his forehead and asked, "Are all Slytherins Death Eaters?" "Slytherin values power and is inclined to study dark magic. Many of them are indeed Death Eaters. But what about Gryffindor?" Liz pressed. "Gryffindor is the finest house, synonymous with bravery and justice. By the way, Harry's parents were both Gryffindors." My whole family is Gryffindor as well, and I will undoubtedly be sorted into Gryffindor. As Ron spoke, a mixture of longing and pride lit up his face. He took great pride in the prospect of joining Gryffindor. The carriage fell into a brief silence. Liz gently leaned her head against the window, while Harry and Ron also began to feel the fatigue of the long journey. Although Ron occasionally digressed, Liz emerged from the conversation with a preliminary understanding of the wizarding world and the current state of Hogwarts. The magical realm was far from peaceful. The Dark Lord could return at any moment, and Harry's identity was perilously sensitive. With this thought, Liz felt a sense of urgency wash over her. She recalled the spells she had previewed over the summer, realizing they were merely trivialities that would not be sufficient for self-defense. Suddenly, the train screeched to a halt. "We've arrived." The trio hastily donned their robes and joined the throng disembarking. Upon spotting Hagrid, both Liz and Harry beamed with joy, each giving him a warm embrace. "Come aboard, children," Hagrid said, kindly illuminating the path ahead. The sky had plunged into darkness, and the Black Lake shimmered eerily under the moonlight. Liz glanced down but quickly averted her gaze, as if she sensed monstrous creatures lurking beneath the surface, silently observing the passengers. After a challenging crossing of the lake, they faced a steep path, leaving Liz breathless and disgruntled. This is the magical world? The transport system is utterly inconvenient, far worse than the Muggle world. Finally, nestled among the mountains, Liz caught sight of the magnificent Hogwarts in its entirety. The octagonal structure was a quintessential example of European architecture, with spires reaching skyward. Imposing yet solemn. Upon closer inspection, she noticed some walls were already weathered, the weight of history palpable. Liz inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of rain-soaked earth mingled with the fresh aroma of grass. She adored this fragrance, having lived in England for 11 years. Her favorite weather was undoubtedly rainy days. "This is simply breathtaking. Wow, how spectacular." Liz heard her classmates' exclamations around her, and she too felt her heart swell with admiration for this place, destined to be her home for the next 7 years. Hagrid opened the door to reveal a stern-looking witch awaiting their arrival. Hagrid addressed her as Professor McGonagall. She wore a dark green robe, her hair neatly arranged in a bun. Should she don a pointed hat, she would epitomize Liz's ideal image of a witch. The young witches and wizards followed Professor McGonagall in unison, heading toward the sorting ceremony. A group of small sorcerers stood at the base of the platform, each displaying curiosity, while Ron's face bore a hint of anxiety and fear, as his twin brothers had teased him about battling a troll to be sorted into Gryffindor. Though Gryffindor was known for its courage, facing a troll was too cruel a challenge for an 11-year-old wizard. Professor McGonagall produced a tattered pointed hat, its creases forming features akin to a human face. Soon, the sorting hat began to sing, albeit a bit gratingly. Liz murmured softly to Harry, "That singing is truly dreadful." Harry nodded in empathetic agreement. Liz cast her gaze around, noting the expressions of disdain on the faces of the surrounding young wizards. The sorting ceremony finally commenced, and Liz sat anxiously in the audience. Suddenly, she felt a piercing gaze upon her. Following its source, she spotted a man at the staff table. He had a pallid complexion, sharp eyes, a prominent nose, and an expression that was both cold and world-weary. He certainly appeared to be a formidable figure. Liz offered him a sweet smile, quickly averting her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, the fleeting glimmer of nostalgia and complexity in the man's eyes was gone in an instant. "Liz Dursley," Professor McGonagall called out. It was her turn. She sat upon the rickety wooden stool as the sorting hat began to mutter within her mind. "Another pretty young lady, kind, clever, brave, and eager to learn. Where shall I place you?" The sorting hat hesitated for a moment before proclaiming, "Gryffindor. Off you go. You shall become an exceptional young witch." Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table, who wouldn't want a beautiful young witch in their house. Seated at the Gryffindor table, Liz rested her chin on her hand, observing the others being sorted. Draco was placed in Slytherin, with the sorting hat calling out the result even before it touched his hair, and he glanced at Liz as he descended. Then came Ron, who joyfully landed in Gryffindor, followed by the little witch Liz had met on the train, who was also sorted into Gryffindor. As she settled next to Liz learned her name was Hermione Granger. When it was Harry's turn, the moment the sorting hat declared Gryffindor, the table erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Excitement beamed from every face. Harry Potter, the undisputed star of the wizarding world. After the sorting concluded, Dumbledore took to the stage to deliver a few words. But Liz was too famished to pay any attention. She was eagerly anticipating the meal. After tonight, Liz's journey as a witch would officially begin. Chapter 5, Friends. Hermione. "Wake up. It's time to rise," Liz whispered gently. Hermione rubbed her eyes and yawned. "Liz, what time is it?" "There are 20 minutes until our first class begins. We can't be late on our first day. It's all my fault for getting so engrossed in my reading yesterday." With that, Hermione leaped from her bed and dashed toward the washroom. Watching Hermione in her flurry, Liz burst into laughter, although they had only just become roommates. A single night was sufficient for Liz to grasp Hermione's character, an intelligent, albeit somewhat arrogant young witch. Perhaps such traits rendered her less popular among her peers. But to Liz, Hermione's pretentious maturity was utterly charming. The staircases at Hogwarts are known to move. On an unfortunate day, a journey that typically takes mere minutes could stretch into an agonizingly long ordeal. Regrettably, Liz and Hermione encountered a mischievous staircase on their first day of classes. By the time they arrived breathless at the classroom, Professor Flitwick had already begun the lesson. They were relieved to find him amiable and not deducting any points from Gryffindor for their tardiness. Now, everyone, take out your wands and follow my lead as we learn to cast the levitation charm. The incantation must be spoken accurately. Only then will the feather before you float. Professor Flitwick, who possessed a touch of fairy blood, stood atop his tall lectern, patiently guiding Liz. Your pronunciation is impeccable, Miss Dursley. Now, please wave your wand. Liz obediently raised her wand, feeling a warm current flow from her palm into the wand. Soon, the tip of her wand emitted a soft white glow, and the feather began to levitate. Although invisible, Liz sensed a connection to the feather through a powerful force, which she gently directed toward Harry. Excellent work, Miss Dursley. 5 points for Gryffindor. Professor Flitwick exclaimed in admiration. Harry caught the feather with ease, and, mimicking Liz, waved his wand while murmuring the incantation. However, something went awry. Instead of the feather, it was Professor Flitwick who took flight. With a loud thud, Harry was startled, and in his shock, he inadvertently sent Professor Flitwick tumbling to the ground. Despite the comical chaos, the professor assured everyone, "I'm fine." Liz turned to locate the source of the commotion. It was Seamus Finnegan, who had once again failed at casting his spell. The feather had exploded into a cloud of blackened remnants. Just the night before at the feast, he had boasted about mastering a spell to turn water into wine. And the outcome was all too predictable. His face was now covered in soot, and even his hair had suffered the consequences. After this lesson, Liz gained notoriety. Everyone recognized her as a remarkably gifted young witch. Seamus also became known, earning the title of the Exploding Prince. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ron had established a rivalry, though Hermione seemed oblivious to the fact that her actions had wounded a young boy's pride. "I'm so fed up." Liz's first successful spell didn't make her as arrogant as Hermione. "It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Such a person will inevitably end up friendless." Ron grumbled loudly to Harry, unaware that Liz and Hermione were just behind him. "Hermione, listen to me. I know you meant well. I would have done the same in your position. You have a sense of honor." But before Liz could finish, Hermione had dashed away clutching her book. Ron seemed to realize his misstep, lowering his head under the reproachful gazes of Liz and Harry. Their next class was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson, which Liz found exceedingly intriguing. Mastering Transfiguration would undoubtedly simplify her future endeavors. Upon entering the classroom, Liz spotted Hermione sitting alone in the front row, her oversized robe accentuating her petite frame. "Hermione, I didn't expect you to find the classroom so quickly," Liz said as she took a seat beside her. "Are you all right? I imagine Ron has come to terms with his mistake." "I'm fine, Liz, truly. I've grown accustomed to it over the years. I can be a bit arrogant, and I'm not particularly pretty, which doesn't endear me to my peers. I've learned to accept it." "It isn't all that bad," Hermione replied, striving to appear strong, yet with a maturity beyond her years. Liz could not help but notice the disappointment etched on Hermione's face. As more students entered the classroom, Liz, being considerate, chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, she pointed to the lectern and asked, "Was that tabby cat there when you arrived?" "Yes, she arrived even before I did." "Is she a professor's pet?" "She looks so spirited," Liz remarked, genuinely admiring the cat. She intended to inquire with Professor McGonagall about the cat when she arrived, if unclaimed. She would gladly take it home to keep company with her own pet, though she wondered if her little creature and a cat could coexist harmoniously. Just as Liz fell into contemplation, an exclamation rippled through the classroom. The tabby cat had transformed into Professor McGonagall. What a marvelous world of magic, where humans and animals could interchange forms. It seemed this was Professor McGonagall's subtle way of intimidating the first-year students. Liz was utterly astounded. In class, Professor McGonagall instructed them to transfigure a matchstick into a needle. Liz and Hermione effortlessly accomplished the task, while their classmates struggled, perspiring in desperation. As a result, the two of them added another 10 points to Gryffindor's score. What brought Liz even greater joy was Professor McGonagall's permission for her and Hermione to leave class early. What could possibly be more delightful for a student than this? Hogwarts, with its air of mystery, promised them ample time to explore the school. However, it was evident that Liz was mindful of the looming dangers threatening her cousin Harry's life. She had no inclination to wander aimlessly around the school. She urgently needed to master more spells, while Hermione, the diligent scholar, was eager to absorb more magical knowledge. Ultimately, the two like-minded individuals ventured to the library together. Liz selected a book entitled A Detailed Discourse on Magic, her curiosity piqued by the origins of magical power. The more potent the spell, the deeper the reservoir of magical energy required. Thus, what factors contributed to the enhancement of one's magical abilities? Magic, an invisible force born within a wizard, typically necessitated a wand for its manifestation, with only a rare few possessing the innate ability to perform wandless magic. Naturally, the more powerful a wizard, the greater the likelihood of wielding magic without a wand. Young witches and wizards, due to their incomplete physical development, were prone to magical surges, which only stabilized as they approached adulthood. Frustrated, Liz slammed the book shut, dismayed by its insipid content that failed to address the enhancement of magical prowess. "Why are you reading that book?" Someone seated beside her inquired. Liz turned to see Draco. "Hey, Draco, is that you? Aren't you supposed to be in class? What brings you to the library?" Draco's breath quickened at her use of his given name. "I'm just gathering materials for my homework," he replied, maintaining a composed facade. It was a lie. He had entered the library merely upon spotting Liz. Few boys of 11 found solace in libraries. For them, frolicking on the grassy fields outside was far more enticing. "Why are you reading that book?" Draco repeated. "You know, I grew up in the Muggle world. I need to read and learn about things that wizarding children take for granted." Liz sighed, resigned. "What do you want to know?" "I can tell you," Draco offered eagerly. Taken aback by his enthusiasm, Liz hesitated. "I want to know how to improve my magical abilities," she thought, realizing that it was rather inappropriate to ask a boy her age such a question. Noticing Liz's silence, Draco felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he was reluctant to squander the opportunity to converse with her. "Isn't Potter with you? I mean, you two are so close," he asked, a hint of envy lacing his tone. "He's still figuring out how to turn a matchstick into a needle," Liz replied, implying that his skills were not quite commensurate with his reputation. She shot a displeased glance at Draco. "Harry is great." Draco's feelings of embarrassment intensified at her words. Any lingering thoughts he had of befriending the renowned savior were now completely discarded. As the heir of the Malfoy family, he had always been the favored one. But Harry's presence had once again thwarted his endeavors in front of the girl he admired. Draco longed to storm away, yet he didn't wish to leave a negative impression on Liz. Thus, he awkwardly expressed his apologies regarding Harry, and as he observed her smile, he found it somewhat jarring. He could only feign politeness as he bid her farewell. Once outside the library, Draco's smile vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. From the moment he could remember, he had been the one receiving praise and being chosen, until he met Liz. Even a mere disparaging remark about Harry would be met with her unwavering defense. He was consumed by jealousy towards Harry, a fervent envy, despite their familial bond. "Harry Potter, we shall see. I will ensure that Liz realizes you are nothing more than a figurehead," he vowed silently. Liz returned to the dormitory only after the library had closed, finding Hermione sulking on her bed, a book resting untouched on her pillow. Reflecting on Ron's comments from earlier and the idle gossip she had overheard in the Gryffindor common room, Liz began to piece together the situation. Both Liz and Hermione, exceptional young witches from the Muggle world, shared similar talents and intelligence. However, Liz possessed a distinct advantage. She was Harry's cousin, not just any cousin, but one of considerable importance to him. This connection afforded her a level of leniency from their peers. Hermione, on the other hand, was merely a regular witch without a savior for a relative, and her personality was not as charming as Liz's. "Do you want to talk, Hermione?" "Actually, I'm quite jealous of you, Liz," Hermione blurted out unexpectedly. Liz was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such forthrightness from Hermione. "But I know it's not your fault. They mock my unruly hair, they ridicule my buck teeth, and they even deride my eagerness to stand out and my lack of friends." Hearing Hermione's words, Liz recalled her past life, where she had once been the subject of ridicule as an orphan. "You're a wild child. Let her do our homework. It's fine. The teachers want to defend her. No one cares about her." She had endured such taunts countless times, growing numb to them. Life wouldn't pause for the mockery of others. They could only run faster, leaving those vile words behind. "Very few 11-year-old girls can be as candid as you are," Hermione remarked, a hint of bashfulness in her smile. "What is wrong with enjoying answering questions in class or reading? Those are merely your hobbies, and they are indeed commendable pursuits. Meanwhile, what do those others accomplish? They can't even earn points for Gryffindor. Their interests are of no value," Liz reassured her. Hermione's eyes sparkled with hope. "Do you really think so?" "Of course. They say you have no friends, but Neville is your friend. At least I've never seen anyone go door to door in the common room just to find a pet for someone else," Liz teased. "Yes, Neville and I are friends. We met in Diagon Alley," Hermione replied cheerfully. I have a friend. I thought we were friends too, Hermione. Would you like to be my friend, Liz? I mean, you're exceptional, and many want to be your friend. I heard it in the library. Not just from our house, but also from the Ravenclaw students who attended class with us today. Perhaps even Slytherin and Hufflepuff. If I'm not mistaken about their house badges, Hermione murmured, her voice growing softer and her confidence waning. Why would I abandon the equally remarkable Miss Granger to befriend a group of strangers? Liz jested, but I've been jealous of you. You won't hold that against me, will you? I said you're very candid. I'll never worry that you might hurt me by being friends with you. Indeed, I will be your most loyal friend, Hermione promised. It is my honor, my friend. Seeing the smile that graced Hermione's face, Liz felt a wave of relief wash over her. As she turned off the lights, she reminded herself once more to forget the unhappy memories of her past life. What was there to be unhappy about now? She had a brand new life awaiting her. Chapter 6. The Turmoil of Flying Lessons. In October, Hogwarts was graced by an unusually bright day. The azure sky and verdant grass should have uplifted one's spirits, yet Liz was staring despondently at her class schedule. After more than a month of the new term, the first flying lesson for the first-year students had finally arrived. While many young wizards were bubbling with excitement, Liz was not among them. She harbored a fear of heights. Liz, trust me, you possess a natural talent for flying, Hermione asserted earnestly. Liz cast a bewildered glance in her direction, pondering the meaning of such a statement, especially since she was unaware of any such aptitude within herself. In the House of Honors, James and Lily Potter excelled in Quidditch, and Harry undoubtedly has talent. You will not be any different, Hermione continued, as if it were self-evident. However, Liz found no comfort in her words. The last experience at Gringotts had terrified her, and the thought of merely sitting atop a barren broom with no safety measures was enough to send shivers down her spine. Come on. Harry has looked back at you several times, Hermione urged. Oh, poor Harry. I hope he performs well in flying class and earns some points for Gryffindor, Liz teased. Is that to make up for the points Professor Snape deducted in potions? Hermione chuckled. Haha, Hermione, you've finally learned to joke. I feel quite accomplished. It's strange why Professor Snape treats Harry this way, knowing he can't answer him. Who knows? But from what I've observed, you're the only one in Gryffindor who hasn't had points deducted by Professor Snape. Should I strive to earn some points in potions then? Trust me, if you succeed, you shall be our hero, Hermione replied with a sly smile. Professor Madame Hooch, who taught the first-year flying class, sported a neat head of gray hair and warm brown eyes that, despite their intended warmth, bore a sharpness perhaps due to her role as a Quidditch referee. She needed a hawk's eye to ensure fairness during matches. Now, extend your hands and command your brooms to rise, and they shall come to you. Liz observed her surroundings. Harry succeeded effortlessly, and Draco managed to do so as well, even offering her a smile. Up, Liz summoned her broom with all her might, but it merely wobbled on the ground, leaving her feeling embarrassed. Hermione and Ron also succeeded, and Liz felt a pang of humiliation. She shouted at her broom once more. And thankfully, it obeyed this time. Otherwise, her pride would have been thoroughly crushed. Very well, when I say take off, you may prepare, Madame Hooch instructed. Professor, Neville has taken to the sky. Dean Thomas exclaimed in alarm. Mr. Longbottom, I have not instructed you to take off. Madame Hooch exclaimed, exasperated, yet she brandished her wand, attempting to save Neville. However, his broom seemed cursed, careening wildly through the air, making it difficult for her wand to aim accurately. Madame Hooch, my broom has also taken flight, Ron shouted, pointing at Liz, who was swaying precariously in midair, a look of panic on his face. Liz was even more frantic. She had not been prepared to ascend. This wretched broom was surprisingly swift, soaring higher than the tower in an instant. The wind howled past her ears, making it difficult for Liz to keep her eyes open. To make matters worse, Neville was hurtling toward her on his broom. Many first-year students below shut their eyes in fear. In a moment of desperation, Liz retrieved her wand from her sleeve and cast a levitation spell, gently guiding Neville downward. Her gaze remained fixed on him, not daring to look down. Just as Neville was about to land safely, Liz's broom began to act erratically, suddenly darting far away. In her panic, her wand slipped from her grasp. Fortunately, Madame Hooch managed to save Neville in time. Liz, however, was not as fortunate. Her broom spiraled around the astronomy tower, her robes torn in several places. Internally, Liz chanted for calm, yet fear gripped her as her palms grew slick with cold sweat. Against her will, she glanced down, and dizziness washed over her, her limbs growing weak, gradually losing her grip on the broom. In the Hogwarts infirmary, Liz awoke as if startled. You're awake, Liz, Hermione inquired with concern. Liz attempted to respond but found her throat dry, rendering her speechless. Have some water, dear. Professor Snape has gone to fetch a calming draught, Madame Pomfrey said, handing her a cup. I'll feed you, Harry volunteered, taking the cup. Did I faint? Liz murmured. You nearly frightened us to death, falling from such a height. Thankfully, Madam Hooch saved you in time. I don't know what was wrong with your broom. It was terrifying, Hermione recalled, her voice tinged with relief. Liz nodded slightly, feeling some pain. It seemed she had sustained a few scrapes. Madame Pomfrey assured her that the scrapes were nothing to worry about and would heal in a few days, albeit with some discomfort. Harry gently touched the scars on Liz's hand, his expression one of concern. Harry, what happened to your forehead? Did you get hurt in flying class as well? Liz noticed. Upon closer inspection, that Harry's forehead was swollen and red. Harry, blushing, refused to answer and averted his gaze. Ron stifled a laugh, but Liz caught him in the act. Ron, you tell? Ron glanced at Harry, who glared back at him in embarrassment, and then looked at Hermione, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Ron inwardly lamented his misfortune, realizing he would have to offend this friend in front of Harry. However, Liz would find out sooner or later. When you fell from your broom, both Harry and Malfoy tried to save you, but they collided. One hit his forehead, and the other his nose. Liz was surprised to learn that Malfoy had shown such camaraderie. Understanding that Harry had tried to rescue her gave Liz a sense of warmth. But she couldn't fathom why Draco would do the same. Nevertheless, she resolved to express her gratitude to him the next time they met. Professor Snape, Liz called out. Granger, Potter, Weasley, as far as I'm aware, you should be in class. Due to your truancy, Gryffindor loses 30 points. Each of you. It's history of magic. Harry retorted, his voice dwindling under Snape's piercing gaze. He truly did not wish to incur further deductions. The trio dispersed in haste. As for you, Dursley, drink this potion and quickly bid farewell to your friends. Liz swallowed the potion, savoring its sweetness, murmuring to herself, is this the taste of the calming draught? In her hazy state, Liz failed to notice a flicker of discomfort cross Snape's face. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore greeted, Severus, you've arrived. Would you care for some lemon sherbet? Snape remained silent, his dark eyes gazing into the void, hollow and devoid of emotion. As if he had ensnared himself in an eternal darkness, impenetrable to others. This place is quite safe. There is no need for you to keep your mind so closed off, Dumbledore spoke with complexity. I have grown accustomed to it over the years. How is the child? A surge of magic, Snape replied, incredulity lacing his tone. That is rare. Typically, young witches and wizards past the age of 11 do not experience such surges, do they? She was in grave danger, her life at risk. Yet she is quite clever. Her timely control allowed Madame Hooch to rescue her. Dumbledore lapsed into silence for a moment before continuing. Severus, we must safeguard her. Sybil's prophecy has elucidated everything. The prophecy solely mentioned Potter. You are mistaken, Severus. From the instant Liz entered the magical realm, Sybil prophesied anew. The Dark Lord shall return, the Savior has arrived. As kin of the Chosen One, they will fight together. Besides Harry, you will protect Liz as well, will you not? Indeed, I shall, Severus affirmed resolutely. I will protect her with my very life. She bears a striking resemblance to our dear friend Lily, brave, intelligent, and imbued with a sense of justice. Trust me, this time you shall not let her down. Severus remained silent, yet a flicker of emotion rippled through his eyes at the mention of Lily, his buried love and estranged friend. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, alone in his office, unconsciously reiterated the prophecy, now with an additional 4 words at its conclusion. The Dark Lord shall return, the Savior has arrived, as kin of the Chosen One. They will fight together, until death do them part. Chapter 7. A visit and a midnight stroll in the vast infirmary. Liz lay solitary upon her bed, the only occupant. Earlier that afternoon, several upperclassmen had been admitted after sustaining injuries during their care of magical creatures lesson, yet they had swiftly returned to class after consuming a potion. Liz, gazing longingly at Madame Pomfrey, had hoped for her own release. But the matron merely stated that her condition had yet to stabilize and that she would need to remain for observation for 2 more days. The curfew had long since passed, leaving Hogwarts ensconced in silence. The lights dimmed. Liz found herself idly toying with her wand. Suddenly, she heard a commotion at the door, causing her to shut her eyes and feign sleep, as the sound of hurried footsteps indicated that more than one person was approaching. Filch will surely catch us. The hushed whispers confirmed they were students out for a nocturnal escapade, and their voices were somewhat familiar. When they reached Liz's bedside, they were startled to find her wide awake, prompting Ron to nearly scream. Be quiet, we mustn't get caught. Hermione quickly covered Ron's mouth. Let go, Hermione, or I'll suffocate. Liz stifled a laugh, pointing at Ron's flushed face. Are you feeling better, Liz? Harry inquired with concern. Nothing serious. Madame Pomfrey said I just need to be observed for 2 more days. What about you all? We came to see you, but by the time we finished our detention, it was already quite late, Hermione hurriedly explained. Why were you all in detention? I'm sorry, Liz, it's my fault. My cauldron exploded during potions class, and I inadvertently caused their detention. Also, Thank you for saving me in flying class today. Neville, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. It's all right, Neville. If I hadn't saved you, I might have fallen harder myself. I'm just glad you're okay, Liz reassured him. Yes, I'm fine, Neville echoed her words. Gratitude evident in his eyes. Harry, how's your forehead? You have no idea, Liz. Not only is his forehead fine, but he also made the Gryffindor Quidditch team as the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history, Ron said, his face brimming with envy. Every cloud has a silver lining. Congratulations, Harry. I would have preferred that you hadn't gotten hurt, though. Get well soon. Despite the dim light, Liz could clearly see the deep concern etched on each of their faces. If she had initially regarded them as mere children, in this moment, she truly perceived them as friends. Honestly, I'm perfectly fine. Do you still not believe Madame Pomfrey? Hurry back before you get caught by the patrolling professors. Otherwise, I might have to help you with your chores, Liz jested. All right, I'll go organize my notes. When you're discharged, I'll have them ready for you. We learned a new potion for treating boils today. Count on you, Miss Know-It-All. Just as Harry and the others were about to sneak away, another noise echoed from the infirmary door. What do? We can't get caught. Neville was visibly anxious. He had always been a model student, and the thought of breaking curfew was foreign to him. Had he not overheard Ron and the others plotting during detention, he would never have ventured out at this hour. Don't worry, you all go to the bed across from mine. I'll cast an invisibility charm over you, and no one will notice. Once he leaves, you must make your exit immediately. Liz reclined once more, shutting her eyes, sensing that only one person had arrived. Draco cautiously pulled up a chair and sat, gazing intently at Liz. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Liz's rose-red hair, cascading over the pillow. He recalled the moment earlier that day when Liz had fallen from her broom, her eyes tightly shut, her robes in disarray, and one shoe missing. A sense of panic washed over him, and instinctively, he had mounted his broom to catch her, only to collide foolishly with Potter. Draco touched his nose, musing. Potter's forehead is remarkably hard. Yet, his thoughts swiftly returned to Liz. He genuinely wished to like her, much like how he had adored Candace. The clever and brave little witch from the adventures of Miss Witch, who overcame countless obstacles to rescue her friends. However, he did not wish to remain the one being rescued. He longed for adventures alongside Candace. As a child, Draco had once asked Narcissa, Mother, why does Candace always save Hassel? It's so dangerous. Because Candace loves Hassel. What does love mean? When you are unafraid of difficulties and dangers, willing to exert effort or even sacrifice your life to save a little witch, that is what love signifies. Perhaps, when you enter Hogwarts, you will encounter it. Indeed, I like Liz. I have found my own Hassel, Draco affirmed. Meanwhile, Liz, feigning sleep, felt distressed. Who was this person, and why wouldn't he leave? Her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, pretending to rub them. She could no longer maintain the charade. Draco, is that you? Liz exclaimed, surprise flashing across her face. Liz. Draco, who had just grasped the situation, blushed. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. I heard you hurt your nose while saving me. Are you feeling better now? Liz pointed to her own nose. Of course, it's perfectly fine now. The headmaster cast a mending charm on it. After that, a brief silence enveloped them. Liz felt anxious. Harry and the others were still hiding nearby, and the longer they lingered, the greater the risk of discovery. Draco. Liz reminded him. Draco, as if awakening from a dream, retrieved a small box from his pocket. I brought you some sweets. They arrived from my mother today. Would you like to try some? From Honeydukes? The box contained an array of colorful candies, their sugary allure undeniable. Yet, Liz didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. So she unwrapped one. Are they good? Draco asked cautiously. It's a mint. It feels quite refreshing. Liz's gaze unconsciously drifted towards Draco's crown. Captivated by the sheer beauty of his platinum blonde hair, which shimmered under the flickering fluorescent light. If Bubu were present, it would undoubtedly clamber onto Draco's head. Drawn to anything that sparkled, as was its nature. The image of Bubu frolicking atop Draco's head brought an involuntary chuckle to Liz's lips. What's the matter? Draco inquired, his expression slightly perplexed as he met her eyes. With genuine sincerity, she remarked, Your hair is simply exquisite. May I touch it? Upon hearing Liz's teasing request, Draco felt his ears flush crimson, and a smile froze upon his face. Is that all right? Liz reiterated. Who could resist Liz's plea? Draco mused to himself. Obediently bowing his head, Liz seized the opportunity to caress the silky strands of his platinum hair, even playfully tousling it. Finding it just as soft and smooth as she had imagined, a delightful tactile experience. Meanwhile, Draco, on the receiving end of her touch, found the blush on his cheeks stubbornly refusing to fade. Her hands were indeed as delicate and soft as he had envisioned. A sudden creaking sound jolted Liz back to reality. Harry and the others were still present. What was that noise? Draco asked impatiently, glancing towards the opposite bed. only to find it empty. Perhaps the bed is simply too old, Liz chuckled, her mind racing to concoct a plan to extricate Draco from the situation. Yet, he appeared unfazed by the possibility of being caught by patrolling professors. Would you like to explore the night at Hogwarts? Liz blurted out, initially intending to refuse, but then reconsidered. If she accompanied Draco, it would ensure Harry and the others' safety. All right, she replied cheerfully. I mean, you must be terribly bored after lying in the infirmary all day. You actually agreed. Seeing Draco's wide-eyed surprise, Liz merely nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 in the infirmary were perplexed. What is Malfoy up to? Is he really tempting Liz to wander at night? Doesn't he know that Hogwarts prohibits such escapades? Ron exclaimed with indignation. Then what are we doing? Neville asked, bewildered. We are here to visit Liz. For the sake of friendship, Ron retorted. And what about Malfoy? Come on, you two fools. Didn't you notice Liz signaling us before she left? She asked with Malfoy to help us escape. We should hurry. Hermione exclaimed, exasperated. Harry, stop dawdling. What were you doing just now? We nearly exposed ourselves, thankfully. Liz covered for us. I need to ask her how she learned the disillusionment charm, which is typically taught in higher years. My legs were a bit cramped from squatting. Harry explained. Lies, I lied. When I heard Liz compliment Malfoy's hair, I couldn't help myself. His platinum hair is hardly appealing, neither yellow nor white. The most beautiful hair should be rose red, and then there's my own black, Harry thought to himself. You actually know about the secret passage? Liz remarked, surprised. We entered Hogwarts at the same time, yet you seem so familiar with this place. My father told me before school started. He said that students from each house often ventured out at night, and they even had special maps, Draco replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Liz fell silent, reflecting on the reality that wizards from the Muggle world were indeed not as steeped in tradition as those from long-established wizarding families. It was akin to a saying from her past life. No amount of diligent study could compare to the advantages of a family with generations of business acumen. We're almost there. We just need to traverse a short corridor. Be cautious. Do not awaken the portraits on the walls, or they will make a ruckus and alert all of Hogwarts. In the hushed stillness of the night, Hogwarts appeared even more enigmatic. Liz sat atop the astronomy tower, gazing up as Draco regaled her with tales of each star. Which is the brightest star? Sirius. And the second brightest? Procyon. A gust of wind swept through, causing Liz to shiver. We should head back. It's getting a bit chilly. My apologies. I nearly forgot that you're still recovering. It's quite all right, Liz replied, conjuring warming charms for both herself and Draco. But it is getting rather late. May I come to see you tomorrow? Draco asked hesitantly. Just be sure not to arrive after curfew. Even though you know the secret passage, I would still worry about you getting caught. I want tea, Draco assured hastily. In fact, I intentionally stayed past curfew to visit you today. I didn't want you to find out. Why? Liz inquired, genuinely puzzled. I thought you were still upset with me. Why would I be upset with you? Liz's voice rose involuntarily, questioning whether she had indeed knocked her head when she fell off her broom, as she struggled to comprehend Draco's words. During our last encounter in the library, when I spoke about Potter, I assumed you were angry. Draco spoke hesitantly. How could I be? I simply dislike hearing anyone speak ill of Harry. He is my family and my friend. And what about me? Draco paused. Of course, we are friends too. Draco gazed intently at Liz, his tone uncertain yet tinged with a touch of melancholy. They hailed from opposing houses, Gryffindor and Slytherin, and on the first day of school, Weasley had accurately noted that many from Slytherin joined the Death Eaters. So, would you still wish to be my friend? Are you a Death Eater then? Liz countered. Certainly not. Will you become one? Absolutely not. Then hurry and catch up, little Draco. Friends, a splendid beginning, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 8. Harry's Concerns, Bad News. At the Gryffindor table, Liz had just finished a sandwich, sipping her pumpkin juice. Every little wizard passing by greeted her warmly, indeed. She had finally been granted permission to leave the infirmary by Madame Pomfrey. Joyful news. Liz glanced towards the door and couldn't help but ask Neville across from her. Where are Harry and Ron? Why haven't they come to eat yet? When I left, they were still in the washroom, washing their hair, Neville whispered. They will surely come. They must have stayed out too late to rise on time, Hermione muttered. What night escapade? Liz inquired, suddenly leaning forward, startling Hermione, who had been engrossed in her book. She had promised to keep it a secret, but had inadvertently let it slip. Yet, since it was Liz asking, she had every right to know. Thus, she leaned in closer, whispering to Liz, You remember what Professor Dumbledore emphasized at the start of the term? The corridor on the right side of the third floor is forbidden, and students are not allowed there. Liz blinked, entirely unaware, her thoughts only on the impending meal. On our first visit to see you, we encountered Filch on the way back. To evade him, we carelessly took a staircase, which ended up leading us there. Hermione nodded emphatically, as if to bolster her own courage, affirming that they had not intentionally broken any school rules. And then, Liz pressed, What does this have to do with night wandering? What's so significant about the forbidden area? At the end of the corridor, there is a three-headed dog. Hermione's voice still held a trace of fear even now. A three-headed dog. Could it be that Harry and Ron are sneaking off every night to visit the three-headed dog? This is perilous. Liz seethed. Well, that's merely my conjecture. Perhaps they've stumbled upon some magical curiosity within the castle. Hermione cast a furtive glance at Liz's face, which was flushed with unusual fury. It seemed Harry and Ron were in for a rough time. Wonderful, Harry. We haven't missed dinner. I'm nearly famished. Ron's voice echoed as he approached, brimming with exuberance. Good morning, Liz. Good morning, Hermione. Harry trailed behind Ron, arriving a tad late. Liz scrutinized Harry with a hint of suspicion. He appeared much the same as usual, yet there was an indefinable oddity about him. Sitting beside Liz, Harry felt the weight of her gaze and felt his ears flush crimson. Why are you both so late? If you don't hurry, the house elves in the kitchen will start banging their heads against the walls. Liz maintained a facade of indifference. She couldn't let the two know that it was Hermione who had spilled the beans, especially since their relationship had only just begun to thaw. With a mouthful of sandwich, Ron mumbled, "It's all Harry's fault. He spent ages taming his hair, and we almost missed dinner." Ah, the hair. Harry's hair, typically untamed, appeared remarkably neat today. The boy who usually eschewed grooming seemed to be taking an interest in his appearance. Perhaps he had developed a crush on someone at Hogwarts? It was no wonder Liz's imagination ran wild. Her experiences had taught her that children in England often became aware of love's elusive nature at an early age. And even their parents tended to be supportive, unlike East Asian parents who viewed early romantic entanglements with trepidation. If Harry knew what Liz was pondering at that moment, he would undoubtedly protest in indignation. However, he felt somewhat uneasy at Liz's compliments regarding Draco's hair. Yet, he would not voice his discomfort to Liz. After all, it was more advantageous for her to perceive him as the kind-hearted, upright, and somewhat pitiable Harry. I'm about to commence Quidditch training today. Harry masked his feelings. Professor McGonagall recommended I try out for Seeker. I thought if my hair looked tidier, my visibility would improve. Upon hearing Harry's explanation, Liz felt a flicker of disdain for herself. After all, Harry was still just a child. But who decreed that childhood must be synonymous with innocence? Children's jealousy can be quite intense as well. Look, an owl is delivering a message. I can't wait to see what my mother has sent me. My subscription to the Daily Prophet has arrived. At this moment, the long tables of the four houses erupted into excited chatter as students animatedly discussed among themselves. With a thud, an unfamiliar owl dropped a lengthy package before Harry, and Liz realized they did not recognize this particular owl. Hurry, open it. It looks like a broomstick. The surrounding students urged Harry. Good heavens, it's a Firebolt 2000. Ron exclaimed. What is a Firebolt 2000? Forgive Harry, only days ago. He had just learned to ride a broomstick and was utterly clueless. This is the fastest broomstick available, mate. You must let me try it. Ron gushed, caressing the broom with a look of adoration. But who had sent this gift to Harry? Hermione inquired. Liz scanned the room. It could not have been any of their classmates, for they surely lacked the funds for such an extravagant gift. Could it have been a professor? Liz's gaze drifted to the staff table, where her eyes met Professor McGonagall's, and the truth dawned upon her. The Firebolt 2000 was indeed a gift from Professor McGonagall, who evidently held high hopes for Harry's Quidditch prowess. After breakfast, Harry, broom in hand, made his way to the Quidditch pitch, basking in the envious glances of his peers. Greeted by Oliver Wood, a fifth-year student, and the captain and keeper of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. It was said that his grandfather and father had long aspired to join the Quidditch team during their school years, yet due to their lack of talent, could only cheer from the stands. With Oliver's generation, however, he not only succeeded in joining the team, but also ascended to the captaincy, thus bringing honor to his family. A crowd of young wizards, free from classes, gathered in the stands. It appeared there were few entertainment options in the wizarding world, for even a simple game of seeking was met with such enthusiasm. Liz mingled within the crowd, as Harry had earnestly invited her to watch the training. Observing Harry skillfully soaring through the sky on his broomstick, Liz felt a twinge of envy. It was swifter than the fastest Muggle aircraft, and there were no time constraints. Liz, the headmaster is looking for you. Cassiopeia, the Gryffindor prefect, easily spotted Liz among the throng of young wizards, for there were few who could outshine her in the halls of Hogwarts. The headmaster is looking for me? Yes, the password is lemon sorbet. Hurry along. With that, she hurried away, clutching a pile of books, her mind consumed by the impending OWL examinations. A sense of trepidation washed over Liz. Her years in school had taught her that being summoned privately by a teacher rarely boded well. Sure enough, Dumbledore informed Liz that she lacked the aptitude for flying class and suggested she consider enrolling in a different course. Liz was taken aback, feeling a wave of indignation. She had always been an academic overachiever and was unaccustomed to such a humiliating predicament. Then what course can I select, headmaster? I fear you only have one option available. Seek Madame Pants. She will provide you with the textbooks. Exiting Dumbledore's office, Liz could no longer contain her tears. She was at a loss for what she felt. Hurt, shame, embarrassment. In any case, the sting of being unacknowledged was unbearable. Although she had little fondness for flying class, she had resolved to apply herself diligently. Liz wandered aimlessly through the corridors. She was not yet inclined to seek out Madame Pants, at least not until her emotions had settled. She stepped into an empty classroom. Standing by the window, watching students gather below in cheerful clusters, youthful and carefree. Panic and despair enveloped Liz. She had always struggled with her mental health. Just as Harry was sensitive, so too was she, compounded by her deep-seated insecurities, fearing that if she became mediocre, she would be cast aside by the wizarding world and her friends within it. Liz's gaze began to drift, the walls of the room seemingly conjuring the harsh and grotesque visages of her past life. Each person she encountered at every stage had, in their own way, belittled her, suppressed her, even when there was no vested interest between them. Ultimately, Liz could no longer maintain her facade of optimism. She had lifted the drowning boy, yet she herself sank beneath the surface. Draco had been standing at the classroom door for some time, observing Liz being called away from Quidditch practice, and then witnessing her emerge from the headmaster's office, tears streaming down her face. He contemplated approaching her to inquire about her distress, but hesitated, fearing she might not wish for others to see her tears. Suddenly, he heard a commotion from within the classroom. Fearing for Liz's safety, he rushed in without knocking. Desks floated in midair, and Liz lay semi-conscious on the ground. It's a magical surge. Draco quickly scooped Liz up, intending to seek out a professor, but she stopped him. I'm fine, just let me down. Liz's voice was faint. Draco hesitated momentarily, but upon observing the gradually awakening Liz and the fallen desk, he obediently set her down. Are you all right? Draco's voice trembled slightly as he reached out to caress the girl's somewhat pallid cheek. I just need to rest for a moment, Liz replied quietly, leaning against Draco's shoulder. He took out a handkerchief and gently wiped away the tears from her face, a few droplets still clinging to her long eyelashes, rendering her a picture of vulnerability. After a brief pause, Liz slowly straightened up, appearing to regain a measure of her vitality. How did you end up here, Draco? She inquired. I heard some noises as I passed by, and decided to come in for a look. I knew this classroom was empty. Draco pursed his lips, refraining from revealing the truth, as he did not wish for Liz to perceive him as a stalker. What caused your sudden surge of magical energy? He asked. Was that what you call a magical surge? Liz responded. Have you never experienced a magical surge before? If what you mean by a magical surge is what just occurred, then indeed, I have never encountered such a phenomenon before, Liz stated earnestly. Fortunately, this time it wasn't severe, otherwise, I would have had to take you to St. Mungo's for an examination, Draco admitted, genuinely relieved. As a staunch supporter of pure-blood ideals, convincing the Malfoy family to accept a Muggle-born, which was already a daunting task. If Liz were to become mute due to a magical surge, Draco would have no choice but to elope with her. Yet that would be too much of a burden for Liz. The headmaster informed me that I lack aptitude for flying, and he suggested I switch to another subject. Facing her own shortcomings, Liz felt a tinge of shame. Upon hearing her words, Draco was indeed taken aback, though not as profoundly as Liz had anticipated. Do you not think I am terrible for failing to master a broomstick? She lamented. No, many young witches and wizards are in the same boat as you. They either lack talent or harbor psychological barriers regarding flying. You are not the only one, and there is no need to fret over such a trivial matter. Draco discerned the melancholy in Liz's eyes, and despite his usual disregard for others' feelings, he racked his brain to console her. Can you promise to keep today's events a secret? Liz requested. Her cheeks tinged with red as she felt a bit embarrassed for needing comfort from a boy younger than herself. Of course, this shall remain our little secret. Then I will head to Madame Pants' to retrieve the alchemy textbooks, Draco replied with a smile, assisting Liz to her feet. As they approached the door, Liz suddenly turned back and said, Actually, I would still like to ride a broomstick again. I can take you when you feel like flying, Draco hastily offered. Watching Liz exit and close the door behind her, Draco found himself alone in the empty classroom. After carefully stowing away the handkerchief, he too departed. Chapter 9, Alchemy and Giants. Alchemy was a course originally offered to sixth-year students at Hogwarts, but it was considered niche and rigorous, not even included in the OWL examination syllabus. Unless one was profoundly passionate about the subject, few students opted to study it. Consequently, alchemy consistently faced challenges in enrollment. Students lacking aptitude in other subjects were often assigned to alchemy classes simply to accumulate credits. Should there be a rare gem among them, perhaps, with proper guidance, they could transform into the next Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel, the most renowned alchemist and magical item creator in the wizarding world, was credited with the creation of the only Philosopher's Stone and was rumored to have achieved immortality. This situation led to peculiar scenes in the alchemy classroom, where the number of students was few, yet spanned a wide range of year groups, from first-year novices to seventh-year students preparing for graduation, all seated together in this classroom. Professor Sidro, who taught the course, stood at the podium, speaking animatedly. He appeared somewhat disheveled, with a mop of gray hair flopping over his forehead, a balding crown, and a beard that seemed to have gone unkempt for quite some time, all complemented by ill-fitting attire that made him resemble a destitute vagrant. I once met Mr. Flammel. He and his wife were living in seclusion in a small town in France at the time, and he was nearly 600 years old. They had long ceased to follow the happenings of the wizarding world and maintained little contact, known only to a few close friends. I had the fortune of visiting him through Dumbledore's introduction. As he spoke, Professor Sidro's face lit up with fervor and nostalgia, recalling events that had transpired over 50 years ago, still brimming with excitement. He even produced a framed photograph featuring himself with Nicholas Flamel. Liz glanced at the handsome man in the photo, with gray hair and dark eyes, clad in a black cloak that accentuated his tall and stately figure. His double-breasted Italian trousers adding an air of mature charm. Is this Professor Sidro? Liz thought incredulously. The transformation from dashing gentleman to vagrant was quite remarkable. Could it be that the study of alchemy, akin to Muggle physics, required a trade-off of looks for intellect? Undoubtedly. He is a remarkable figure and a mentor to many alchemists, myself included, he continued. I understand that many of you chose this course out of necessity. So I must inform you that alchemy is not as you might envision. While many believe that the ultimate goal of an alchemist is the philosopher's stone, which I prefer to call the sorcerer's stone, what can it truly achieve? Turning stone to gold? How mundane. Pursuing immortality? That is hardly realistic. In my classroom, all you need to do is comprehend the material in your textbooks. If any of you possess talent, you may even begin preparing for your final projects now. Put your minds to work and present me with a small item of your own creation, be it a mirror, a pen, or a book. At this moment, a hand shot up. Liz noticed the student's badge. It belonged to a Hufflepuff. Mr. Cross, please share, Professor Sidro encouraged. Professor, what does the Philosopher's Stone look like? Have you ever seen it? Inquired Christian Cross, filled with curiosity. My dear child, I can only tell you that aside from Mr. Flammel and his wife, no more than 5 individuals have ever laid eyes upon that miraculous stone, Professor Sidro replied, a hint of regret flickering across his face. In Gryffindor's common room, Liz reclined on the sofa, allowing her thoughts to drift. Some of Professor Sidro's remarks had sparked a new idea within her. Nicholas Flamel was not only an alchemist, but also a creator of magical items. As for her, having self-studied the lower year spells nearly to completion, could she attempt to create some magical items to ensure Harry's safety? When Liz approached Professor Sidro after class to discuss this matter, he appeared quite surprised. Child, I did not expect you to realize this so quickly. Whether in alchemy or magical item creation, the ultimate aim is to benefit us witches and wizards. Rather than chasing the elusive philosopher's stone, it is far more practical to create magical items that you find interesting and that can assist you. Professor, do you believe that alchemy and magical item creation are the same? Liz inquired. Professor Sidro responded succinctly, different paths, same destination. Just then, a voice at the door interrupted Liz's musings. She recognized it as Harry and his friends returning from their flying lesson. Liz, I have a fantastic piece of news to share with you, Harry exclaimed, eagerly taking a seat beside her. Liz gestured for him to continue. The Quidditch match is about to begin, Harry declared with excitement. Perhaps sensing the disinterest in Liz's eyes, Harry anxiously pressed, You will attend the match, won't you? Oh, of course. This is your first official game. I shall certainly be there. Hearing the answer he longed for, Harry eagerly resumed his discussion with Ron and the others about the upcoming Quidditch match. Is the alchemy class interesting? Hermione suddenly appeared before Liz, holding a comb. Liz nodded and briefly recounted the day's lessons, emphasizing her astonishment at Professor Sidro's transformation from a dapper wizard into his current disheveled state. You don't know? Hermione exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. Know what? A somewhat mysterious and gossipy smile spread across Hermione's face, a rare sight indeed. When Professor Sidro first began teaching at Hogwarts, there was a third-year girl who was utterly infatuated with him. She sent love letters, brought flowers, and even used a love potion. Liz's eyes widened in shock, and she hurriedly asked, what happened next? Did Professor Sidro fall for her? Of course not. He thought that snack was prepared by a house elf. However, the potions professor at the time swiftly concocted an antidote. Otherwise, we might have had a new Mrs. Sidro by now. After that incident, Professor Sidro began to appear increasingly unkempt, leaving many of his admirers heartbroken. Was he single at the time? Liz inquired. Yes, but student-teacher relationships are forbidden at Hogwarts. And he didn't want to jeopardize his position. Being a professor at Hogwarts is quite a respectable job. Why does that sound so familiar? How do you know all this? Liz asked, Considering both of you love spending time in the library, how does Hermione know so much? Mary told me. Oh, my hair. I need to tidy it up in the restroom first. Please save me a portion of dinner. With that, Hermione hurried away. Liz hardly had the chance to inquire which Mary she meant, but later she learned it was Mary Anderson, a first-year Ravenclaw, who had slipped the love potion to Professor Sidro. Just like her grandmother, Mary had shown courage in her third year when she administered a love potion to Harry, though it was another poor soul who ended up affected. In the Hogwarts hall, everyone was dining when Professor Quirrell burst through the door, his face pale and unsteady. He collapsed heavily to the floor, his large purple turban quaking, and in a state of terror, proclaimed, "There's a troll in the restroom." With that, he rolled his eyes and fainted. The students erupted into chaos, prompting Dumbledore to instruct the heads of houses to escort the students back to their common rooms. In the confusion, a student inadvertently stepped on the prostrate Professor Quirrell, leaving footprints all over him, and the once tight turban was now somewhat disheveled. Professor Quirrell muttered, "I was only pretending to faint, now I truly am." Liz suddenly remembered Hermione was still in the restroom and urgently turned to Harry and Ron, saying, "Hermione is in danger. She's still in the restroom without her wand. You two must find a professor and inform them of this. I will go locate Hermione." "No, that's too dangerous. We can't face a troll," Harry insisted, his tone serious. Cornered in the crowd, Liz felt anxious. "So you must act quickly." After advising Harry and Ron, she seized the opportunity to slip away. When Liz reached the third-floor restroom, she discovered Hermione had already fainted. The restroom was in disarray. A clumsy and grotesque troll was dragging a large wooden club toward Hermione. Witnessing this scene, Liz's heart raced, and she swiftly drew her wand. Petrificus Totalis. Perhaps due to nerves from her first real confrontation, Liz's spell went awry. The troll, distracted by Liz, turned slowly toward her. Expelliarmus. Petrificus Totalis. Liz shouted two spells in quick succession, watching as the troll was petrified and crashed to the ground, creating a large dent in the floor. She quickly ran to Hermione. Thankfully, it seemed Hermione had only sustained minor injuries and had fainted from shock. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed. It was Professor McGonagall. Upon seeing the troll on the ground, she sighed in relief. "Miss DeWitt, in situations like this, you must promptly inform a professor. However, I must commend your bravery." Liz smiled at the compliment. "Professor McGonagall, how could there be a troll at Hogwarts?" Ron asked. "The school will investigate this matter. For now, you three should escort Miss Granger to the infirmary." Chapter 10, The Quidditch Match. The Quidditch pitch was bustling with excitement today, filled to the brim with young witches and wizards. Each house's students donned their finest robes, adorned with scarves representing their respective houses. The annual Hogwarts Quidditch Cup was about to commence, and the VIP box was filled with professors and members of the board. The only notable absence being the unfortunate Professor Quirrell. That night of the troll attack, he had suffered 2 broken ribs and seemed to be experiencing memory loss, having been transferred to St. Mungo's for treatment. Liz felt sympathy for him, missing out on such a grand sporting event. It was said he had graduated from Durmstrang and was teaching at Hogwarts for the first time this year. As the defense against the dark arts professor, he was quite competent, though he carried a distinct odor of garlic and spoke with a stutter. Despite his handsome appearance, he was not particularly liked by the students. He explained that he used garlic to ward off vampires, but those in the know mocked him for being frightened by the vampires of Albania. Cheers erupted from the stands as the 14 players took to the field, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The Gryffindor players donned golden-red robes, while the Slytherin team was clad in dark green. None of the players appeared nervous. Instead, they exuded eagerness and vigor. The match has begun. The commentary was provided by Gryffindor's Lee Jordan, who was a rather competent commentator, unleashing a torrent of invectives each time Slytherin scored. After a while, Liz began to grasp the rules herself, even joining Lee in glaring at the Slytherin players with disdain. Their play was excessively foul. Had it been a Muggle football match, Slytherin would have racked up at least a dozen red cards. Is this a game? It's a brawl. Poor Oliver would have been knocked unconscious by a bludger and had to exit the match, while the culprit reveled in the chaos. As the score gap widened, Slytherin took a commanding lead, leaving many young witches and wizards in Gryffindor looking disheartened, as if yet again the Quidditch Cup was slipping from their grasp. Harry faced peril as well. Slytherin's seeker, Terence Higgs, was fixated on him, seemingly more intent on capturing the golden snitch than on Harry himself, while bludgers occasionally whizzed perilously close to him. Suddenly, Harry spotted the golden snitch and dove down on his broom with fervor, while Terence, unwilling to relent, barreled toward him, clearly intent on using his superior size to knock Harry off his broom. The continuous fouls from Slytherin finally provoked Madam Hooch, who ejected Terence from the match. Harry clung tightly to his broom, swaying precariously. Witnessing this, Liz rushed to the railing, cheering loudly for Harry, while Ron and Hermione hurried over, their eyes filled with hope. Harry struggled for quite some time before finally mounting his broom once more. He drew ever closer to the golden snitch. Yet this elusive little orb skimmed almost perilously close to the ground. Harry could only slowly rise on his broom, ever so close, yet still just shy. In a flash, he lunged forward, tumbling from his broom, but he managed to pin the golden snitch beneath him. A deafening cheer erupted from the Gryffindor stands, each little wizard brimming with elation. Rising to his feet, Harry found himself smeared with dirt, yet he triumphantly raised the golden snitch in his hand. Eager for all to see, countless young wizards rushed towards him, enveloping him in embraces, showering him with kisses, and clamoring for his autograph. Liz, however, remained leaning against the railing, refraining from moving. It was time for the hero to bask in his well-deserved moment. She adored the current version of Harry. Not that the previous Harry was lacking, but he had once been solitary, with only Liz by his side, orbiting around her. Now, however, the Harry who stood before her radiated the aura of a savior, endowed with Quidditch talent that had garnered him numerous new friends, and Liz felt genuine happiness for him. After the match, Harry and the other team members visited Wood, who lay in the infirmary. Under Madame Pomfrey's care, he had regained consciousness, albeit still slightly dizzy. He carefully accepted the golden snitch that Harry handed him, his face betraying his excitement. "You did it, Harry, you did it." Harry nodded, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. His eyes a mixture of shyness and exhilaration. This day was undoubtedly monumental for Harry. He had never received such praise and validation from so many. A feeling so novel that he could hardly help but revel in it. "I know you are the best. Take good care of that golden snitch. It is your trophy." Wood continued to praise Harry. "Get well soon, Oliver. The upcoming Ravenclaw match will be a formidable challenge. Are you planning to lie down and face them?" The other team members jested. "All right, children, visiting hours are over. Let him rest." Madame Pomfrey began to usher them out. As he watched his teammates depart, Wood's expression was tinged with both disappointment and joy. Now a fifth-year student, he knew that despite his love for Quidditch, he must temporarily set it aside to prepare for the OWL exams. Yet this year's Hogwarts Quidditch Cup was certainly something to look forward to, was it not? Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Harry found no sign of Liz. He asked a fellow classmate, Layla, to check the girls' dormitory for her. Liz had yet to offer him her congratulations in person. In the corridor, Harry and Liz strolled side by side, the atmosphere particularly warm. Harry's earlier excitement had begun to settle. "Congratulations," Harry, Liz said. "But I didn't receive your congratulations right away," Harry replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. "With so many little wizards surrounding you, wasn't he that enough?" Liz chuckled. "None of them are as important as you," Harry countered, causing Liz's heart to soften like melted butter. Harry was not one to utter sweet words. He was competitive and sensitive, preferring to prove himself through actions. "All right, my fault. Will you forgive me?" he asked softly. "I will always forgive you," Liz replied. "Would you like to discuss your late-night escapades?" Harry's expression froze at the abrupt change of topic, a look of guilt washing over him. "It seems you have yet to realize your error." "No, Liz, Harry stammered, struggling to articulate a complete thought. "I understand your curiosity, but please take care of yourself. Promise me?" Sensing Liz's concern, Harry nodded obediently. In stark contrast to the jubilance within the Gryffindor common room, the Slytherin common room was shrouded in gloom. They could accept defeat, but never to their arch-nemesis, Gryffindor. Terence became the target of their scorn, everyone blaming him for the foul, though it seemed they had forgotten that Slytherin's tactics rarely adhered to the rules. Draco reclined on the couch, leisurely observing the farce unfold, glancing at Crabbe and Goyle beside him, who were smeared with cream. With a slight grimace, he departed from the scene. Yet, as he lay in bed that night, he couldn't help but ponder if he joined the Quidditch team, would Liz cheer for him? Would she worry for him? But he could only join Slytherin's ranks. Would that put her in a difficult position? Conflicted, Draco tossed and turned in his bed until drowsiness finally took him. Chapter 11. Christmas. Unlike the usual bustling atmosphere, the Great Hall of Hogwarts felt somewhat desolate today. With only a few small wizards scattered at the various house tables, some engrossed in books, others in homework. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were engaged in a game of wizard's chess. Clearly, Ron was a chess prodigy, having already defeated Harry thrice in quick succession. Harry, however, was undeterred, becoming increasingly flustered. It was then that Liz entered the hall, dressed in muggle attire and carrying a suitcase. "Hi, Liz, are you heading home today?" Ron, seated opposite Harry, was the first to notice her. Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry set aside the chess pieces and turned to face Liz. Liz nodded to Ron before asking Harry, "Are you sure you want to come home with me?" After receiving a definitive answer, she playfully chided, "I really don't understand why you think that. We are family. What is there to disturb?" "All right, Liz, don't be mad at me. I'm not lonely at school. I have Ron with me," Harry said softly. At this, Liz shot Harry an annoyed glance. Indeed, this year, Harry had resolved to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas, stating that it was a family holiday and that Liz should celebrate with her real family. He did not wish to intrude. After expressing this sentiment to Liz, he was met with a barrage of her objections, yet he remained steadfast. It was only after learning that Ron was also staying at Hogwarts that Liz relented. "I've prepared Christmas gifts for both of you, which Bubu will deliver on the holiday," she said, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks before departing. As she turned, she transformed the chandelier above their heads into Santa Claus, enhancing the festive atmosphere. Left behind, Ron was spellbound, touching the spot where Liz had kissed him. "She is the most talented little witch I have ever met, aside from flying lessons." Upon hearing this, Harry shot Ron a glare, noticing that Ron's face had turned a deeper shade of red than his hair. Back at home, Liz was warmly welcomed by the Dursleys, who seemed indifferent to whether Harry had returned, leaving Liz feeling a pang of sympathy for him. If only his parents were alive, he would surely be a happy child. No wonder he was reluctant to return. He felt like a ghost in this house, devoid of care or blessings. On Christmas Day, Liz received numerous gifts. Petunia and Vernon presented her with a green hat that matched her eyes perfectly. Dudley gifted her a beautiful backpack, which seemed perfect for use at Hogwarts. After finishing her meal, Liz returned to her bedroom, eagerly awaiting Hedwig's arrival. She was certain that Harry would send her a gift, but this was a matter best kept from Petunia and the others, lest they erupt into their usual raucousness. Liz opened the window, shivering slightly as the cold breeze swept in, and soon enough, Hedwig flew in, clutching a package in her beak. Gently stroking Hedwig's feathers, Liz reflected on the convenience of having an owl. The gifts she had prepared for her classmates would not reach them until after the Christmas holidays when they returned to Hogwarts. However, Bubo was quite clever and always found a way to deliver those Christmas presents right to their bedside. As Liz unwrapped the package, she was somewhat taken aback to find the golden snitch inside. She picked up the note that had been weighed down by the snitch, which bore a brief message. "This is my one-of-a-kind possession, gifted to Liz." It was signed by Harry. Liz cradled the golden snitch in her palm, watching it spin incessantly. Just then, a series of knocks sounded at the window, and another owl appeared. This one was unfamiliar to Liz. It was large with sharp eyes, and after dropping off its package, it flew away without even glancing at the bread she had offered, displaying a rather haughty demeanor. "A Miss Witch's adventure? What is this? A book?" Liz murmured to herself. The note attached read, "To the Candace of my heart. Merry Christmas." Signed by Draco Malfoy. Flipping through the pages, she discovered that it was a popular children's bedtime story in the wizarding world. Does Draco think I am Candace? But how do we resemble each other? Liz pondered. Her curiosity piqued. Nevertheless, she swiftly set aside her thoughts as Aunt Maggie and her family arrived for a visit. Maggie and Vernon not only bore a striking resemblance to one another, but their figures were also quite similar, both portly. Liz couldn't help but worry about their health. Thankfully, Dudley, under his own motivation, was merely a robust little boy, not quite overweight. She had heard of a slimming potion and planned to consult Professor Snape about whether muggles could consume it. For students, the holiday always seemed fleeting, and Liz would soon be returning to Hogwarts. On the Hogwarts Express, Draco sat in his compartment with a scowl. He had not received a Christmas gift from Liz. He had even spent the entire day at home anxiously awaiting her present. Crabbe and Goyle were engrossed in their food, while Blaise and Pansy were discussing their respective Christmas gifts, which only added to Draco's irritation. "Are you two flaunting your popularity? And you too? Is the Christmas feast insufficient for your appetites? Why not bring along 2 turkeys?" Draco snapped, his tone sharp and caustic, his brow furrowed. The compartment fell silent, leaving the 4 of them puzzled by Draco's sudden outburst. To outsiders, he appeared the epitome of a gentleman, polite, and possessing a handsome visage that endeared him to many. However, prolonged exposure revealed that he was, in fact, a rather ill-tempered young boy. When Draco first arrived at Hogwarts, a fellow Slytherin named Jay had boasted in the common room, "I can't believe that filthy mud-blood, Liz Dursley, is so pretty. I'll teach her a lesson soon enough." At the time, Draco had remained largely indifferent, even commending Jay for his defense of purebloods. Yet the following day, Jay appeared before everyone with a pallid complexion, no longer daring to utter the word mudblood, nor did he mention teaching Liz a lesson again. That night, Draco had cast a curse upon him, causing Jay to vomit slugs throughout the night. Initially, the Slytherin students did not realize that Liz held a special place in Draco's heart. It was only after nearly all who had spoken ill of Liz had faced Draco's wrath, including several girls, that they began to understand his regard for the little witch. Growing increasingly agitated, Draco kicked Zabini's foot from the door, slamming it shut behind him as he stormed out. "I should at least inquire why she didn't prepare a Christmas gift for me, especially when she said she wanted to be friends," Draco thought, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "What is he on about now?" Pansy murmured in annoyance. The Parkinsons and Malfoys were family friends, and Pansy's first encounter with Draco had left her awestruck. It was at a gala, and she could not recall what he wore, only that he had radiated a brilliance that captivated her. Later, when Pansy moved to Germany with her mother, she often reminisced about the charming little boy, intending to rekindle their connection at Hogwarts, but was disheartened to hear of his curse on Jay the very next day. Merlin above, I admire the beautiful Draco, not the one who curses his classmates, she lamented. It's because of Dudley, Blaise asserted confidently. How do you know? Pansy replied skeptically. We share a dormitory. Pansy and Blaise exchanged knowing glances, their faces alight with mischief as they delighted in discussing Draco's little secret. Meanwhile, Crabbe and Goyle remained indifferent, content to eat and sleep. Draco wandered the corridor, taking his time as he passed each compartment, searching for a glimpse of Liz. At last, upon reaching the last carriage, he spotted her. She appeared a bit chilly, wrapped in a scarf, her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Draco halted, suppressing his urge to confront her, deciding it best not to disturb her rest. He settled into a seat near Liz, unable to resist wondering if she would like the book. How did the Dursleys celebrate Christmas? Did she receive the gifts she desired? If not, he would gladly part with all his pocket money for her. Liz had barely closed her eyes before the train's whistle jolted her awake. Rubbing her eyes, she thought she saw a platinum head in the opposite compartment, resembling Draco. She opened the compartment door, and sure enough, it was him. Hi, Draco, Merry Christmas, Liz exclaimed, tapping on the glass and flashing him a beaming smile. Let's go, we've arrived. Draco, momentarily lost in thought, turned to see Liz smiling radiantly at him. He feigned calm as he adjusted his attire before following her off the train. Did you receive the Christmas gift I sent you? Draco inquired cautiously, eager to confirm whether Liz had indeed neglected to prepare a present for him. I placed it. Oh no, did I forget to tell you? Liz's expression shifted slightly, a hint of anxiety creeping in. What? What did you forget? I don't have an owl, so your gift couldn't be delivered to your home. I had Bubo leave it in your dormitory. You should find it when you return to school, Liz hurriedly explained. You really prepared a gift for me? Draco asked, surprised and somewhat incredulous. It's my fault, Liz lamented. I was so busy preparing gifts for you all that I forgot to mention it. What did you send me? Draco's curiosity piqued. He was less concerned about the gift itself and more about Liz's thoughtfulness. You'll see when you get to the dormitory. But please don't complain if my gift seems inexpensive, Mr. Malfoy, Liz teased, keeping him in suspense. Truth be told, she felt somewhat embarrassed to reveal what she had prepared, feeling it awkward to say it aloud. What gifts have you prepared for others? I fashioned a snowman to resemble Harry and cast a spell to ensure it would never melt. For Ron, I gifted an entirely new set of wizard's chess. As for Hermione, I bestowed upon her a small mirror of my own creation, reminiscent of the enchanted mirror from Snow White. I also presented Hagrid with a bag of Muggle dog food, though I wonder if Fong will take to it. We could visit Fong together. You haven't met him yet, have you? Liz chattered away, and Draco felt his smile waning. He was mistaken. He cared not only for Liz's sentiments, but also for the gifts she had prepared for him. A twinge of jealousy stirred within him for Harry and Hermione, for it was evident that Liz had put great thought into their presence. Chapter 12. The first night back at school. Harry, who remained at Hogwarts for Christmas, felt a bit lonely. Although Ron's company was comforting, he yearned for Liz's presence. With her by his side, he felt complete and joyous. Fortunately, this Christmas, he received a most extraordinary gift, a cloak of invisibility from an anonymous benefactor, once owned by his father, James Potter. Harry longed to share this secret with Liz. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Liz was packing her belongings, awaiting Hermione's return. During the break, Hermione had written to inform Liz that her family was visiting relatives in France and would not be back for several days. However, before the holidays, they had exchanged Christmas gifts. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Harry pulled Liz aside, whispering mysteriously about meeting after curfew. Liz, unsure of Harry's intentions, agreed. Feeling a flutter of excitement, was a second nocturnal adventure about to commence? She had intended to be a model student. After curfew, the common room dimmed, and by the time Liz arrived, Harry was already seated on the sofa, awaiting her. What's going on? Can we speak now? Liz asked, lowering her voice and glancing around nervously, wary of being discovered. I received a Christmas gift, a cloak of invisibility. It belonged to my father, Harry said, donning the cloak. What did this scene look like to Liz? A bald head floated towards her, and had it not borne Harry's visage, she might have screamed. It was truly eerie. Harry, what are you doing? Liz exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Come, let me show you, Harry urged, draping the cloak over Liz as he grasped her hand tightly. Liz felt her heart race. Her palms grew clammy. Harry's earlier display had genuinely startled her. They made their way to the end of the 4th floor, where Harry stealthily opened the door to a classroom on the right. This is it. They removed the cloak, and Harry positioned himself before a mirror. The mirror of Ariste. Liz, read the inscription beside it. It does not show your reflection, but rather your heart's deepest desire. Harry smiled at his reflection, blissfully unaware of what he beheld. but his contentment radiated happiness. Liz mused inwardly that he must have seen something truly wonderful. "What do you see, Harry?" she inquired. Harry turned to Liz, his eyes filled with profound joy and affection. "My parents, and you." In Harry's eyes, the mirror revealed the figures of James, Lily, and Liz, each smiling at him, their expressions brimming with trust and pride. Gradually, his own image joined theirs, forming a genuine family of four, sharing in laughter. A fleeting sadness crossed Liz's face. Being as astute as she was, she understood how much Harry missed James and Lily. "Come see for yourself." After a prolonged silence, Harry pulled her to the mirror of Ariste. "What do you see?" he asked, curiosity piqued. "Nothing at all," Liz replied. Indeed, there was nothing. Only she and Harry stood before the mirror, mimicking their present expressions and gestures. Harry appeared somewhat taken aback, tinged with uncertainty. "I brought Ron here once." He said he saw himself as head boy and on the Quidditch team. With that, Harry returned his gaze to the mirror, captivated. Liz quietly observed him from behind, his silhouette exuding solitude and melancholy, akin to a wanderer who has finally discovered the path home. Though it should have been a heartwarming scene, the wanderer seemed all the more lost and pained. Liz felt her eyes welling with warmth and could not help but entwine her arm around Harry's. The warmth of her touch roused him from his reverie. He turned to meet her gaze, the dim light casting an ethereal glow upon his face. Liz refrained from asking how he found this classroom, but she understood that Harry could not remain ensnared in such longing. Some desires were destined to remain unfulfilled. "How many times have you been here?" "Every day since Christmas. I received an album from Hagrid, filled with pictures of my parents. I longed to see more in the trophy room, but when I encountered Filch on patrol, I hid in this classroom." Harry's demeanor remained calm as he continued to gaze at the mirror of Ariste. Liz struggled to find the right words. Should she strip Harry of his only semblance of hope? That seemed cruel. One must not squander time and forget to live. "Is that what you wish to convey, Liz?" Seeing the adorable surprise on Liz's face, Harry chuckled softly before explaining. "Once, I encountered Professor Dumbledore here, and that's what he told me." Liz had no desire to pry into what Dumbledore saw in the mirror. She wished only to echo the headmaster's wisdom and urge Harry to distance himself from it, for it could lead to losing oneself. Harry's voice carried a hint of despondency, his expression fragile. "This will be my last visit to this classroom. I have lost my parents. Will you, Liz, always be by my side?" As he asked this, Harry lowered his gaze, his thick lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. Fearful of the answer he did not want to hear. "Look at me, Harry. Who am I?" Liz gently lifted his chin, her tone tender yet insistent. "Liz. You are Liz. We have lived together for 10 years, and there will be many more to come. I will always be by your side, just as I am now, until you find your own home." Harry enveloped Liz in a gentle embrace, burying his face in her neck as he choked out, "My own home? One day, you will have a beloved wife and delightful children, perhaps even a pet. They will all be your family. And you? Where will you be?" "As long as you need me, I shall appear." Liz gradually raised her hand, soothingly patting Harry's back. "Your family loves you, your friends cherish you, your children will adore you, and I love you too." The Harry in this reality is happy. The tears that the chosen one had long suppressed finally fell. Harry's weeping was silent, tears trickling onto Liz's neck, sending a chill through her. Liz stroked his soft black hair, deepening their embrace. After what felt like an eternity, Harry finally calmed down. He took Liz's hand, and together they slipped beneath the cloak of invisibility, leaving the classroom behind. Upon returning to her dormitory, Liz donned her nightgown, only to discover a hard object nestled within the pocket of her discarded clothing. Upon retrieving it, she found it to be a striking red stone. Its edges sharp enough to inadvertently nick her hand, the droplets of blood instantly absorbed by the stone. Liz was perplexed as to how this stone had found its way into her pocket. However, enchanted by its crystalline beauty, she carelessly placed it in her drawer, even contemplating its potential as a decorative magical artifact. Unbeknownst to her, Bubu had already fixed his gaze upon the gleaming stone and, seizing the opportunity while Liz was distracted, secretly concealed it within his belly. Meanwhile, Draco lay in bed, restless with excitement, heedless of his roommate Blaze's complaints. As he once again switched on the bedside lamp to admire the Christmas gift Liz had bestowed upon him, a feather quill, his delight in this gift knew no bounds. Especially since Liz had thoughtfully noted on the card that it was crafted from a hummingbird's feather, which shimmered with iridescent hues under the sunlight, rendering it utterly exquisite. As he brandished the quill in the Slytherin common room, not only the girls, but even the boys marveled at its delicate finesse, with one older student even offering a handsome sum to acquire it as a gift for his fiancée. Draco, without a moment's hesitation, declined the offer. The Malfoy family had no need for money, and this was Liz's first official gift to him, one he intended to treasure and showcase proudly. While Draco was tenderly caressing the feather, a sudden thought struck him. Would Liz perceive his gift as insincere? "Blaze, wake up!" he urged. Blaze opened his eyes and glared at him. You better have a good reason for disturbing me. Hey, don't be angry. I'll just have my family send over some syrup cakes next time. Not for me. They're for Pansy, Blaze hastily denied. For Pansy? Everyone in Slytherin knows you're utterly smitten with her. At this, Blaze flushed with indignation. What exactly do you want? I wish to give Liz a present, but I'm at a loss for what to choose. You know about the featherquill she gifted me, right? I even named it the Pursuer. The hummingbird endlessly seeks the sun, and I will forever seek Liz. Observing Draco's incessant chatter, Blaze rubbed his temples in exasperation. Were it not for the fear of Draco's potential hexes, he would have been tempted to confess Liz's feelings on his behalf. In front of their peers, Draco maintained the proud demeanor of the Malfoy heir. Yet in the confines of their dormitory, he was merely a lovesick boy, endlessly murmuring, Liz. Liz, do you know what she likes? Blaze inquired. She enjoys studying spells. Blaze retorted seriously. What kind of 11-year-old which is interested in spells? Shouldn't she be more inclined to flaunt pretty robes at a feast? Does she need anything? Blaze pressed on. Thank you so much, Blaze. I'll surely speak highly of you in front of Pansy. Draco exclaimed, elated, realizing what he should gift Liz, a pet owl, as she was in need of a messenger. However, a regular owl would not suffice. He needed to prepare something special. Chapter 13. Norwegian Ridgeback. The winter in England was perpetually frigid, with overcast skies hinting at impending snowfall. Liz had just exited Professor Siedro's office after submitting her final project. The rather bald old man had been thoroughly impressed by her talent in magical artifact creation, enthusiastically recommending that she consider a position in the Department of Magical Artifacts after graduation, even offering to write her a letter of recommendation. Liz politely declined, recognizing that there was still ample time before her 7th-year graduation. It was at this moment that Hagrid appeared, still clad in his somewhat shabby brown coat. Liz greeted the half-giant with a warm smile. Hello, Hagrid. How's Fong? Does he enjoy the food I sent? Fong, a Neapolitan Mastiff, was Hagrid's pet. Like Bibu, he was endearingly awkward yet remarkably sensitive to impending danger. Though timid, he was fiercely loyal, executing any task assigned by Hagrid without hesitation. Liz had a deep fondness for loyal beings, whether human or magical creature. Can I say he's nearly finished? I had hidden it well. Yet he managed to find and devour most of it, Hagrid grumbled, though his tone was unmistakably affectionate. Liz's smile widened. Who wouldn't he appreciate their gift being cherished? I knew Fong was not only loyal but also quite clever. Please let him know I'll be sending other flavors as well. Hagrid's expression took on a hint of mystery. Perhaps today you'll have the chance to tell him yourself. Do you want to see Fong now? It's been ages since I last saw him. Fong resided with Hagrid near the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a restricted area for students. Hagrid hesitated before asking, Would you like to see a dragon? A dragon? Liz gasped, quickly covering her mouth as other students began to peer curiously at them. They found it peculiar that Liz was conversing so amiably with the giant, given the prevailing prejudices within the wizarding world regarding blood status. This dragon was won in a bet. It's still an egg, but it will hatch tonight. Would you and Harry like to come see? Hagrid's words were laden with temptation. A dragon, legendary creatures indeed, though they could not compare to the majestic 5-clawed dragons of the East. Dragons in the wizarding world were undeniably alluring. Liz now understood why Hagrid had hesitated. Visiting his hut tonight would be a violation of school rules, punishable by loss of points if caught. After wrestling with her thoughts, she ultimately found the allure of the dragon too enticing to resist. Moreover, Draco had mentioned that many students often sneaked out at night. Filch could hardly keep up with them. Yes, Draco. His name is a dragon, Liz mused, contemplating whether to invite him along. Can I invite others? She asked eagerly, looking at Hagrid. Of course, as long as you don't get caught, Hagrid replied, his face breaking into a relaxed smile. He adored magical creatures, yet many professors and students deemed them dangerous. Although Dumbledore had advocated for him to become the keeper of keys, Hagrid remained somewhat isolated, rarely receiving the respect he deserved. We won't miss it, Liz declared, dashing toward the library where Harry and the others were diligently working on their assignments. Indeed, who could remain calm upon hearing the word dragon? Witnessing the trio's astonished faces, Liz nodded affirmatively. Ron, having grown up in the magical world, was particularly thrilled, fully aware of the rarity of dragons. We absolutely must go, Ron exclaimed, eager to witness the moment of hatching. How many wizards could claim to have witnessed such an event? Harry and Hermione nodded in agreement at Ron's enthusiastic declaration. I also want to invite Draco, Liz said, glancing at the trio with some hesitation. They held little fondness for Draco, and he, too, typically avoided them when seeking Liz. However, Draco was undeniably a good friend. What do you think, Ron? Ron was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, as he was pleasantly surprised that Liz had chosen to seek his opinion first. I concur, he remarked. After all, she hasn't offended me. After voicing his thoughts, Ron cast a sidelong glance at Harry, well aware of Harry's lingering frustration regarding Liz's compliments about Draco's hair. I agree as well, I chimed in, indifferent to the matter. Hermione and Harry also expressed their opinions, though their true sentiments remained a mystery. As Liz departed the library, she intended to inform Draco of this development, only to realize she had no idea how to locate him. After a considerable effort, she reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room, only to discover she didn't know the password. The constant scrutiny from the passing young wizards made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Perhaps I should ask Bubu for assistance. After all, he managed to deliver my Christmas gift to the Slytherin dormitory last time, Liz pondered. Meanwhile, Draco, separated from Liz by a mere wall, was engrossed in watching a farcical duel. Crabbe and Goyle had become embroiled in a quarrel over a slice of Madeira cake, which, spurred on by a gaggle of onlookers reveling in the chaos, escalated into a duel. However, both of them were still in a state of ineptitude, utterly incapable of casting any decent spells. Just as Draco was becoming fully absorbed in the spectacle, a young witch approached him, eager to share a tidbit. I spotted Dudley. She's just outside. Is she looking for you? The girl did not lower her voice, and Draco, along with those around him, heard her words. Although their attention remained on the scuffle between Crabbe and Goyle, it quickly shifted to Draco. As the heir of the pure-blood Malfoy family, Draco possessed considerable magical talent and had always been a figure of note in Slytherin. Thus, it was only natural that they would be intrigued by the latest gossip concerning him. After offering a perfunctory thank you to the little witch, Draco hastily made his exit, concern gnawing at him. Slytherin was rife with students who harbored animosity towards non-pure-blood wizards, taking pride in their lineage. Upon stepping outside, Draco caught sight of Liz's figure disappearing at the end of the corridor, prompting him to quicken his pace in pursuit. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Liz turned around, her face lighting up with surprise. Liz, Draco, they exclaimed in unison, laughter spilling forth. Are you here to find me? Draco inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Liz, though he feigned nonchalance. After curfew tonight, would you like to accompany me to see the dragons? Liz leaned closer, whispering in his ear. Draco felt her breath against him, their proximity causing an unusual flutter in his chest. His ears tingled, and his focus wavered, rendering him unable to fully comprehend her words. It seemed he was preoccupied with shyness. Shall we go? Liz prompted once more, noticing his silence. Go where? Draco snapped back to reality. To see the dragons at Hagrid's, along with Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Of course I want to go, he replied eagerly, though he had previously viewed dragons from a distance with his parents. This invitation from Liz was irresistible. All right, you come find us in Gryffindor Tower, and then we can head to Hagrid's together. As Liz turned to leave, Draco pulled her down to sit on a nearby stone step, hesitantly asking, what made you want to take me to see the dragons? In his mind, Draco had already romanticized the outing as a date. Your name means dragon in Latin, doesn't it? I thought you might enjoy it, Liz stated plainly. Draco felt his anxieties dissipate. Yet he quickly regained his composure, pulling Liz closer to the stone step, where the towering stone pillars provided a shield from prying eyes. Liz, perplexed by his actions, gazed at him with a look of confusion. Will Harry be upset about this? I sense he may not like me, Draco remarked playfully. Liz understood then. Draco was apprehensive about being ostracized. Not at all. Harry is merely a bit shy. Just follow my lead when the time comes, she reassured him. And Draco's expression brightened at her words. Meanwhile, in Hagrid's hut, the atmosphere was palpably awkward. At a long table, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat on one side, while Draco occupied the opposite end. Liz felt a twinge of sympathy for Draco and chose to sit beside him, eliciting a faint smile of gratitude from him. Witnessing this, Harry felt a surge of discomfort, realizing that Liz seemed to prioritize Draco's feelings over his own. Hagrid was equally surprised by Draco's presence, his demeanor slightly flustered as he carefully lifted a dragon egg from the hearth. The weather was too cold to incubate the egg anywhere else. The dragon egg was placed on the long table, and each individual quickly became engrossed in watching the little dragon as it began to hatch, oblivious to their previous exchanges. It's a Norwegian Ridgeback, Ron suddenly declared. You can tell already? It's barely poked its head out, Liz replied, astonished. Ron's face was earnest as he explained. My brother Charlie studies dragons in Romania. He has told me about them. Hagrid nodded in agreement, recounting how a Greek man had lost a bet and, as a result, gifted him the Norwegian Ridgeback egg, insisting it was obtained from a mother dragon's lair. Liz and Hermione exchanged glances, their perception of Ron shifting. Typically, he did not stand out in class, frequently delayed in completing homework, and aside from his adeptness at wizard chess, had little else to commend him. They were surprised to discover this hidden facet of his character. Ron, sensing their scrutiny, felt his face flush. At that moment, the little dragon finally broke free from its shell. With large, innocent black eyes, it appeared utterly endearing, small in stature, and though it possessed wings, it resembled a reptilian creature from the Muggle world. Hagrid was ecstatic, proclaiming to the little dragon that he had hatched it himself and even naming it Norbert. Norbert, indeed. Delighted Hagrid, as it opened its mouth and breathed fire towards Hagrid's beard. The others gasped, their expressions frozen in surprise. Fortunately, it was Liz who swiftly cast a spell, summoning a stream of water to extinguish the flames. "Oh, thank you, Liz," Hagrid exclaimed gratefully, as Norbert's exuberance became overwhelming. Liz waved her hand dismissively, but Norbert stumbled toward her as if drawn by an invisible thread. Absolutely adorable and impressively powerful, able to breathe fire just moments after hatching. Hagrid beamed with pride. As everyone gathered around to observe Norbert, the door was suddenly flung open with a rough shove. It was Filch and Professor Snape. "I knew I heard something," Filch exclaimed triumphantly, turning to Snape. However, his expression faltered upon seeing Draco, his face paling noticeably. Snape, on the other hand, remained impassive, his gaze fixated on Liz and her companions. After a prolonged silence, he finally sneered, 50 points to Gryffindor, each. The absence of point deductions for Draco incensed Harry and the others, prompting them to erupt in indignation. "This is unjust. Why isn't Malfoy losing points?" Harry protested, visibly agitated. "Indeed, this must be a plot devised by Malfoy. You are merely shielding him." Ron and Hermione were equally unyielding. Their trio had never held a fondness for Draco, and Professor Snape's differential treatment only served to elevate Draco to the center of scrutiny. The timing of these events was rather uncanny, even leading Liz to entertain doubts about Draco's innocence. "Liz, trust me, I have not divulged anything to anyone," Draco hastily proclaimed, fervently defending his integrity, momentarily oblivious to the scowl of his head of house. Snape, with no other recourse, ground his teeth and added, "Slytherin loses 20 points, in addition to detention." Hagrid, faced with this situation, could only manage a sheepish smile, recognizing that they were indeed at fault. However, just as everyone thought the turmoil had subsided, representatives from the Ministry of Magic arrived, taking Norbert away to be returned to his homeland in Romania. Although Liz and her friends had anticipated that Norbert could not remain at Hogwarts, the moment of parting still brought a tinge of sadness. Hagrid, the burly man with the beard, was already dabbing at his tears, for Norbert was the child he had painstakingly hatched. Chapter 14, Draco's Gift and the Black Dog. In eager anticipation, Draco's gift for Liz finally arrived, a lovely blue-gray tit. He also owed his gratitude to Blaise for the epiphany. Since he could not procure something that Liz would particularly adore, gifting her a useful messenger bird was indeed an excellent choice. Draco glanced once more at the bird in its cage, convinced that this delightful gift would surely please Liz. During potions class, Draco discreetly passed Liz a note, inviting her to meet him by the Black Lake. Though his actions were subtle, Harry, seated behind Liz, caught sight of them. He harbored a disdain for Malfoy, feeling that the latter had monopolized too much of Liz's attention, a realization that stirred unease within him. Thus, when Liz ventured to the Black Lake, Harry pulled Ron along in her wake, determined to remain undetected as they trailed her, hidden beneath the invisibility cloak. The winter chill in England was rather biting, prompting Liz to tighten her robes and cast a stronger warming charm upon herself. She had initially hesitated to meet, thinking such weather was better suited for curling up with a book by the fire or snuggling with her plush toy, Biboo. Yet, Draco's incessant assurances that he would not take up too much of her time, coupled with his pitiful yet hopeful gaze, persuaded her otherwise. From a distance, Draco spotted Liz, her vibrant red hair standing out against the wintry backdrop. He hurried towards her, carrying the birdcage. "Do you like it?" he inquired, his gray eyes wide with anticipation, fearful of missing any fleeting expression on her face. "Wow, a little blue bird. How unique," Liz exclaimed, her face alight with surprise, which filled Draco with a sense of fulfillment. He opened the cage, and the little bird promptly perched upon his shoulder. "Is this for me? Is there a special occasion today?" Liz reached out to stroke the bird's feathers, its softness captivating her. This delicate gesture made Draco's heart skip a beat, as she nearly brushed against his cheek. "Thank you for taking me to see Norbert," she said. "Norbert? Oh, you mean that Norwegian Ridgeback. He has a new name now. A few days ago, Charlie sent a letter to Ron, revealing that it's a little female dragon, now named Norberta." Liz rummaged through her bag, producing a piece of bread, which she crumbled to feed the little bird. "Why isn't it eating?" she wondered aloud, attempting several times with no success. "It will forage for itself. It only eats insects," Draco replied, reaching out to stroke the little bird on his shoulder, resisting the urge to touch Liz's hand. "Let us give it a name, Liz." However, this scene enraged Harry and Ron, who were concealed not far away. Malfoy actually touched Liz's hand. Harry fumed, though he grappled with the reason behind his anger. He must have ulterior motives. We cannot allow him to continue his interactions with Liz. He'll lead her astray. Ron chimed in vehemently. But what can we do? Perhaps we could consult Hermione? Ron suggested hesitantly, acknowledging her intelligence but doubting whether she would assist them given her close rapport with Liz. While Ron and Harry debated, Liz had already followed Draco further away. They were heading to the Ollery to deliver the letter with the little blue bird named Yuli. Thank you, Draco. I never imagined you would gift me such an adorable bird. Liz expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Typically at Hogwarts, when she needed to send a letter, she borrowed the public owl's or Harry's Hedwig. She had contemplated visiting Diagon Alley to select one herself, but it was challenging for students to leave the school except on holidays. Draco feigned indifference, waving it off, yet his heart danced with joy. He relished Liz's smile directed at him, cherished hearing her call his name, and found himself inexplicably enamored with her. As they approached the Ollery, Liz cradled Yuli, gently kissing its head before watching it fly off on its own. Let us go. It's so cold, Liz remarked, causing Draco, who had been momentarily distracted by her affection for Yuli, to snap back to reality. He removed his scarf, preparing to drape it around her head. However, upon seeing the silver and green scarf, Liz declined. Wearing a Slytherin scarf back to Gryffindor would undoubtedly stir a commotion. Disappointed, Draco retracted his hand. But then he perked up. Liz, do you hear something? He glanced around, sensing a noise emanating from the Ollery. It seems to be coming from inside, Liz replied. As they cautiously entered, they discovered a gaunt black dog curled up within. It appeared to have been starving for quite some time, seeking refuge in the Ollery for warmth. The dog was softly whimpering, as if restless even in its slumber. Did it escape from the Forbidden Forest? Liz inquired. It must have, as far as I know. Aside from Hagrid's Fong, there are no wizard-owned dogs at Hogwarts. Liz cast a warming charm on the dog, noting its dire need for warmth. After a moment, the dog slowly opened its eyes, and Liz offered it the bread that Yuli had refused. It seems it's out of danger. Let us go, Liz, Draco said, frowning at the sight of the black dog, feeling an inexplicable aversion toward it, as if it would usurp something precious from him. Liz stood up, shaking her slightly numb feet. Wait a moment. I'll cast a cleaning charm. Look at its matted fur. Upon hearing this, the dog paused its meal, though neither Liz nor Draco noticed. All clean, she murmured as warm, white light radiated from her wand, illuminating the dog. Crouching down for a closer look, she mused. A bath would do it good. Leaving a bowl of water behind, she followed Draco out. Once they reached the Gryffindor Tower, the dog sprang up again, having stealthily followed them. What should we do? Should we take it inside? Draco asked, sensing Liz's wavering resolve and feeling a sense of foreboding. Yet, Liz's next words eased his worries. Of course not. Harry is still at school, and the Dark Lord's followers are constantly seeking to eliminate him. I cannot allow unknown individuals or creatures to roam freely within the school grounds. Upon hearing this, Draco felt a surge of indignation. Once again, it was Harry. His name loomed over him like a dark cloud. The large dog nearby, upon hearing Harry's name, became increasingly agitated, circling around Liz's feet and nudging her leg with its nose. All right, I will come out to see you when I have the time, but you truly cannot enter, Liz said, gently rubbing the large black dog's ears. Dogs in the Muggle world adore having their ears scratched. Surely, magical dogs share the same fondness. In her previous life, when Liz recognized her psychological struggles, she had once applied for a therapy dog, which would come to her side whenever she felt overwhelmed. This large black dog resembled that one remarkably, which endeared it to her. Yet, ultimately, she left it outside the tower. This large black dog was Sirius's animagus form, and Sirius, left behind, felt despondent. He had endured great hardships to escape from Azkaban, subsisting on rats and wild grass, all for the chance to see Harry. Harry was his godson, the son of his dearest friend, James. When he was wrongfully imprisoned, it was this child who weighed heavily on his mind. The lengthy journey had further weakened his already injured body, and he was encircled by hunger, cold, and pain. Just as he resigned himself to despair in the Ollery, awaiting death, it was this little witch named Liz who rescued him. Sirius swore that when he opened his eyes to see that strand of red hair, he momentarily believed he had returned to 20 years ago, a time devoid of war, death, and betrayal, as if 10 years of imprisonment had been nothing but a nightmare. Now awake, he was still a Gryffindor student, James was still around, and he was still desperately pursuing Lily, hoping to win her heart, while he occasionally conspired with Remus to assist him. Until he heard the voice of a young wizard nearby, he laboriously lifted his head to regard him. Gray eyes, platinum hair, and the gleaming Slytherin crest on his chest unmistakably identified him as a Malfoy. Surely, he must be the child of his cousin Narcissa before his incarceration. He had visited that child, even though by then he had long been disowned by the Black family. Noticing the two young wizards departing, he hastily took several sips of water and stealthily followed behind them. He truly did not want to miss this opportunity. Now, having heard news of Harry yet unable to see him, He could only vent his frustration with a long howl. Fortunately, there were no young wizards around. This little witch was far too vigilant, though it appeared she was quite familiar with Harry. As Sirius pondered, he scurried back to the Olary, where a few scraps of bread remained. He needed to hurry back, lest he be devoured by the greedy owls. The pangs of hunger were unbearable. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were also met with resistance from Hermione, the principled young witch, who refused to offer them assistance. Liz has the right to make her own choices. We should not interfere in her affairs under the guise of friendship, Hermione stated firmly. Ron's face flushed with indignation, but Malfoy is not a good person. He did not harm Liz, did he? In fact, he was more considerate than we were. He noticed that sending things was quite inconvenient for her. We spend every day with her, yet we remained oblivious to this. Hermione's voice bore a note of disappointment, feeling inadequate as a friend. Hearing this, Harry felt a surge of anger. He cherished the moments when Liz borrowed Hedwig, as those were some of the rare occasions they could be alone together. Since arriving at Hogwarts, their interactions had dwindled. During classes, Liz preferred Hermione's company, and after she opted for the alchemy elective, she became even busier, often wandering alone, leaving even Hermione sometimes unaware of her whereabouts. Suddenly, Harry felt selfish. He should not be this way. Liz would not appreciate this version of him. He ought to exercise restraint, even though he was currently eager to confront Draco in a duel. Why aren't you defending me? Ron complained, rendered speechless by Hermione's retorts. His face flushed. Perhaps she is right. At the lake, your eyes were blazing with fury. I thought you were going to rush out and duel Malfoy. Ron exclaimed. I feel that way now, Harry replied before departing, leaving Ron in a state of disarray in the wind. Chapter 15, Summer Vacation. For students, holidays are always fleeting. After the summer break, Liz would embark on her second year at school. This morning, the Dursleys rarely gathered at the dining table. In recent years, Vernon's business had been flourishing, necessitating frequent travel for work. During the nearly 2 months of summer vacation, this was the first time Liz had seen him at home. While Harry might view Vernon as a harsh uncle, Liz regarded him as a wonderful father. He would tell her bedtime stories, clumsily braid her hair, and prepare small gifts, fulfilling all of Liz's fantasies about a father. Dad, Liz shouted as she descended the stairs, spotting Vernon. Did you just return this morning? I've missed you so much. Vernon kissed Liz on the forehead. I came back too late yesterday. I didn't want to disturb your rest. You didn't come to pick us up from the station during the summer break. Only Petunia and Dudley did. Liz could not help but complain. That was my fault. Look at what Dad bought you as a new gift. Do you like it? Vernon beamed, presenting a plush dog over 1 meter tall. Before Liz could respond, Dudley began to shout. Why didn't I get one? Dad is biased. When you behave half as well as your sister, I'll consider getting you one. Vernon retorted. Dudley fell silent, knowing why Vernon was angry. He had gotten into a fight with a classmate, breaking that brat's arm. You, come here, you get one too. Vernon handed him a pair of shoes. Harry looked somewhat astonished. Typically, he was a mere observer in such scenarios and never imagined he would have a day in the spotlight. However, Vernon said little more, merely instructing him to take good care of Liz at school. Seeing that Harry also received a gift, Dudley seethed with anger, but under Petunia's watchful gaze, he managed to suppress it. At that moment, a letter flew in, carried by a blue bird. Upon seeing the little creature, Harry felt a pang in his heart, unable to suppress memories from before the break. You will take good care of it. One to you, Draco, Liz said anxiously, stroking the black dog at her feet. Over the course of a few months, under Liz's attentive care, the black dog had fully healed from its injuries, its coat shining with health. On one occasion, when Liz and Harry brought a bag of dog food to find Yaya, the black dog had bounded up to them. Initially, Liz thought it was attracted by the scent of the food, but to her surprise, it circled around Harry, nudging his leg with its nose and whimpering excitedly. It really likes you, Harry. Pet it. Liz felt a twinge of jealousy, thinking that today the dog was acting like an ungrateful wretch, hardly paying her any mind. Hearing Liz's words, Harry knelt down to pet its head. Whether it was his imagination or not, he fancied he saw the dog smiling. Does it have a name? Harry inquired. Not yet. I don't know where it came from, but since it adores you, why don't you name it? Me? Of course it's you. You know full well how lackluster my naming abilities are. What about Blake? Harry turned to Liz, seeking her opinion. Liz reached out to stroke its glossy black fur and replied teasingly, that name suits it well, perfectly matching its color. Harry erupted into laughter. Liz then recounted the tale of their first encounter with Blake. So, you didn't adopt it for my sake? Harry felt a surge of emotion. He had always known that Liz wanted a dog, but her plans were thwarted by Petunia's severe allergy to dog hair. I care deeply for you, Harry. I would never want you to be harmed. Harry enveloped Liz in an embrace, and the unease and jealousy that had lingered in his heart dissipated. This marked Harry's first meeting with Blake, and from that moment on, he frequently visited Blake with Liz, who resided near the Olary. However, As summer vacation approached, Blake's predicament became a troubling issue. During the holidays, no students or professors were permitted to remain at Hogwarts, and Liz worried that Blake would starve alone. She considered bringing him home, but Petunia's severe allergy made that idea impossible. Ron and Hermione had similar constraints, and ultimately, it was Draco who stepped forward, offering to foster the dog at his home until the start of the new school year. He assured Liz that he would write to her regularly to update her on Blake's well-being. As this memory faded, Harry fixated intently on Yulie. He knew it must be another letter from Malfoy. Is it another one of your classmates, Liz? Petunia inquired. Yes, Mom. He informs me of Blake's situation every couple of days. Liz remained absorbed in the letter, pleasantly surprised to find a photograph enclosed this time. A male classmate. Vernon's expression darkened. Sweetheart, promise your father you won't engage in any early romances. I am only 12. Liz replied. Her cheeks flushed as she handed the photograph to Harry. But since school started, your love letters have been unending. Dudley interjected. Daniel still pines for you, and you haven't seen him in a year. Dudley. Liz exclaimed in frustration, her patience wearing thin. Vernon interjected once more. Making friends is fine, but boyfriends are out of the question. You're still young. Petunia echoed his sentiment. Hey, Liz. Are you quite popular at Hogwarts? Dudley nudged Harry for an answer. Harry, feeling the weight of 4 pairs of eyes on him, responded quietly. Yes, she's always been well-liked. The boys in Gryffindor talk about her the most. She's talented and beautiful. Whenever a classmate who was even slightly familiar with Harry approached him, they would inquire about Liz's likes and hobbies. Harry found their curiosity bothersome, often revealing only the things Liz detested, like toads. Harry, stop talking. Liz exclaimed in embarrassment, snatching the photograph from his hands and darting upstairs. As Harry stared at his empty hands, a shadow of gloom crossed his eyes. He had resolved not to feel jealousy towards Malfoy, yet he found it hard to resist. This summer was particularly disheartening for Harry. He couldn't comprehend how Malfoy had so many letters to write, even sending Liz photos from his family vacation. Suddenly, he recalled Ron's letter, inviting him and Liz to visit his home, suggesting they could use the Flu network to procure their second-year textbooks. Initially, Harry had intended to decline, but Malfoy's overwhelming presence made him feel that diverting Liz's attention was quite necessary. With that thought in mind, Harry quietly followed Liz upstairs. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Ron wrote to invite us to his house. Do you want to go? Harry settled beside Liz, noticing she was busy writing a response to Malfoy. How do we get there? We don't even know where his house is, Liz inquired, genuinely curious about what a wizarding household might be like. He said he would come to fetch us. After a moment's reflection, Harry added, should we prepare our belongings? After all, school starts in just a few days. Perhaps we can travel to Hogwarts together. All right, once I finish this letter, I'll start packing. Did you notice the photograph? Blake looks very healthy and has grown quite a bit. Liz, you're not developing a crush, are you? Harry sighed with relief, finally broaching the subject. Liz felt her expression must look quite strange. Please answer me, Liz. Harry's gaze held a hint of pleading. Honestly, I would prefer to spend more time in the library than engage in early romance. Liz evaded the question directly, leaving Harry feeling increasingly uncertain. Do you have someone you like? Is it Malfoy? Harry suddenly stood up. This prompted Liz to sit up straight, playfully poking Harry's head and tousling his already messy hair. What exactly are you trying to say? Harry. Liz circled around him, scrutinizing him with a curious gaze. Are you asking on behalf of a friend? Does your friend have feelings for me? No, it's not that. Harry's face flushed, stumbling over his words. So, you are quite concerned about my romantic affairs then? This sounded like a reasonable excuse. And Harry nodded eagerly. No crush means no early romance. Does that satisfy you? And what about Malfoy? Harry pressed for clarification. Friends, our relationship is purely platonic, Liz replied with unwavering certainty. Hearing this, Harry's expression softened. He had suspected that Draco was not Liz's type. His attentiveness towards her would be in vain. A mischievous thought crossed Harry's mind as he pondered who would be a more suitable match for Liz. Among those he knew, only his good friend Ron seemed dependable. Yet, why did the mere thought of Liz possibly ending up with Ron evoke such resistance within him? Chapter 16, A Visit, Fong. The arrival of the Weasley brothers caught the Dursleys off guard. In the dead of night, a sudden blast of a horn jolted the sleeping family from their slumber. Vernon, donning his robe in a fit of anger, flung open the door, intending to berate the source of the noise, only to be startled by 3 fiery red heads at his doorstep. Hello, we're friends of Harry and Liz. We've come to take them to our home for a visit. Fred and George chimed in unison, their faces adorned with charming smiles. Observing Vernon's displeasure, Ron was about to speak when Liz's voice rang out. Dad, who is it? They say they're your classmates. Vernon shifted slightly to allow Liz a clearer view. Ron? Is that you? Liz squinted, slowly stepping forward. At that moment, The Weasley brothers caught sight of Liz. She stood at the top of the stairs in a nightgown, barefoot. Her tousled rose-red curls cascading over her shoulders, her vivid green eyes still drowsy with sleep, exuding a relaxed and languid charm, reminiscent of a plush cat. "And us too," Fred and George echoed in unison. Coming to his senses, Ron squeezed between his two brothers, shyly greeting Liz. "Let them in, Dad. I'll go get Harry." George and the Weasley brothers curiously surveyed the interior of the house, which was a stark contrast to their usual surroundings. Ron, however, felt somewhat restrained, his mind consumed by the recent memory of Liz, her voice sweet and gentle as she called his name, her presence akin to a delectable chestnut cake. The thought of wanting to take a bite of her startled him, causing his heart to race even faster. "What brings you here at this hour? Are you leaving now?" Vernon inquired, glancing at Ron, though he was more inclined to converse with the twins, whom he found somewhat indistinguishable. "Yes. We can still make it back in time for breakfast," he continued. "But how will you leave? Perhaps you need me to escort you?" Vernon's curiosity mingled with concern. "We drove here in my dad's flying car," Ron confessed, a hint of guilt flashing across his face, though Vernon failed to notice. "Hi, Ron," Harry greeted cheerfully, surprised by Ron's swift arrival, likely having just received his reply. At that moment, Liz descended the stairs, her luggage in hand. Amidst the commotion at home, Dudley was still lost in dreams in his bedroom, while Petunia and Vernon hurriedly gathered some muggle snacks to send Liz and the others on their way. Once Liz had awoken from her slumber, she turned to Fred and asked, "Do you have a driver's license?" "What is a driver's license?" Fred responded, perplexed, while George, fiddling with a toy car, cast a bewildered glance at Liz. Observing their identical puzzled expressions, Liz tightened her grip on the safety belt. The burrow occupied a vast area, boasting its own lawn and farm, surrounded by a large expanse of farmland, simple and rustic, reminiscent of an 18th century English country estate. George helped Liz with her luggage, while Ron stealthily opened the door at the front. Liz could not fathom why they appeared so guilty until she heard a woman-esque cough. "Ron Weasley, how dare you? Stealing your father's car and parading around the muggle world." Molly was furious, torn between concern for her child's safety and fear of her husband facing repercussions from the Ministry of Magic. "Why am I the only one being reprimanded?" "They went too," Ron retorted. "It's not their turn yet." Liz was taken aback, realizing they had sneaked out. After Molly had scolded Ron and the others in turn, she embraced Harry and Liz warmly, ushering them to the dining table where a pot of mushroom soup bubbled enticingly. Just as Liz sat down, a red-haired little girl dashed down the stairs, asking Molly if she had seen her slippers. This must be Ginny, the youngest child of the Weasley family and the only girl. She had beautiful long, fiery red hair and warm, captivating brown eyes. Liz greeted her kindly, and the little girl responded with a shy smile. But upon seeing Harry, she seemed frightened and rushed back upstairs, leaving Harry looking somewhat perplexed. Fred chimed in to reassure Harry. "Ginny grew up listening to your stories. She has always wanted to meet you." Clearly, Fred's attempt at comfort was misplaced, as Harry's expression only grew more awkward upon hearing those words. Although everyone referred to him as the chosen one capable of opposing Voldemort, he could hardly recall memories from when he was just over a year old. He preferred the title of Gryffindor Seeker over that of the Chosen One. "Little girls are often shy. They warm up with familiarity," Liz remarked casually. She sampled the mushroom soup, savoring its delightful flavor. Mushrooms were her favorite. Hogwarts only served pumpkin juice, which she found rather unpalatable. Before long, Arthur Weasley returned home, having worked late at the Ministry of Magic. Upon learning that Fred had driven Harry and Liz back, he enthusiastically asked for his opinion on the modified car, earning a swift elbow from Molly. To Liz, Arthur seemed to be a wonderful father, quite open-minded. After breakfast, Ron showed Liz their family portrait. "Who is that?" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pointed at a striking figure in the center. He had the Weasley trademark red hair, cold blue eyes gazing indifferently at the camera, his hair half tied back in a ponytail, adorned with a fan-shaped earring. "Tall and exceptionally charming. That's our oldest brother, Bill Weasley," the twins chimed in, having approached unnoticed. "He is still single, but he works in Egypt." As the twins teased, Liz felt a rare blush creep across her cheeks. Bill was indeed the most handsome man she had encountered since arriving in England. With his appearance, it was hard to imagine him frequently casting spells in ancient tombs. He resembled a rock guitarist from the Muggle world, and had he stepped onto a stage, countless fans would surely have swooned over him. "Our brother is still as captivating as ever," the twins teased, eliciting a sigh from poor Ron, who, noticing Liz's lack of reaction, angrily snapped the album shut and chased after his brothers, leaving Harry and Liz exchanging glances. Ultimately, it was Ginny who came to their rescue, cradling a mouse. "This is Scabbers, Percy's pet. He is not home today, so he belongs to me. Can I let him play with Crookshanks? I haven't seen him much." "Oh, certainly," Liz replied, lifting Crookshanks from his cage and placing him beside Scabbers. Little did anyone notice the glint of malice in Scabbers' eyes as he approached Crookshanks, confirming the ominous words of his master. The Philosopher's Stone was indeed hidden within Hogwarts. Scabbers has been with your family for over a decade. That's quite a long lifespan, Liz remarked, astonished. As the average lifespan of a mouse in the Muggle world is merely 3 years, yet Scabbers had lived for over 10. Is he a magical creature? Harry asked. Ginny hugged Crookshanks, echoing Liz's affection for the feline. Just an ordinary mouse, but everyone in the family loves him. Suddenly, Scabbers transformed into a man, grasping Ginny by the throat. This shocking turn of events left everyone in disbelief, especially since only the 3 of them were present in the burrow. Good girl. Hand over your cat and your wand. The man, short with protruding front teeth, appeared both sleazy and threatening. Ginny's eyes widened in fear as Scabbers leaped from her grasp, now perched on Liz's shoulder. Release Ginny. We can discuss this rationally, Liz urged the man, attempting to soothe him. I have no patience. He roared suddenly, losing control. Liz gently lowered Crookshanks from her shoulder, cautiously advancing while subtly signaling Harry to draw his wand. Preparing to defend. Just as the man reached for the wand, he was struck by a petrifying spell. Thank you, Harry. Ginny quickly darted to Harry's side, while Liz retrieved her wand and cast a few more stunning spells at the man lying on the ground. What on earth just happened? Liz exclaimed, her face pale with shock. The revelation that Scabbers was an animagus, having been cared for by the Weasley family for 12 years, was absurd and terrifying. Ginny, it's all right now. Shouldn't you inform your parents? Harry asked, glancing at Ginny, who looked pale and shaken, a surge of sympathy swelling within him. Arthur and Molly soon returned, initially concerned that their presence might inhibit the children, completely unprepared for the shocking events that had transpired. When they arrived home, Ginny's 3 unreliable brothers were taking turns comforting her, while Harry and Liz stood watch over the unconscious Padfoot. Arthur glanced at Padfoot and called out a name unknown to anyone present. Only Molly, releasing Ginny from her tight embrace, inquired, which Peter? Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew. Arthur replied in a grave tone, tinged with disbelief. Sir, who is Wormtail? Liz suddenly asked. A wizard who was supposed to be dead, Arthur remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Harry. Molly, you stay here and calm the children. I must take him to the Ministry of Magic. Subsequently, Liz learned from Molly about this long-standing tale. Sirius Black and James were friends, but after graduation, he joined the Death Eaters and became a notorious dark wizard. He betrayed James, leading to the tragic deaths of both him and Lily, and left their mutual friend, Wormtail, with only a finger remaining. Where's Sirius? Harry inquired with growing agitation, struggling to fathom that his parents' demise was intertwined with the betrayal of a friend. He has been imprisoned in Azkaban, Molly said with a touch of melancholy, yet he has always claimed his innocence. It's hard to believe things turned out this way, especially since he and James were the best of friends at Hogwarts. Seeing the tears well up in Harry's eyes, Liz grasped his hand, as if to offer him strength. Did you notice? Wormtail is missing a finger on his right hand, Ginny interjected. Oh my goodness, could it be that Sirius is truly innocent? Molly exclaimed, recalling that Sirius had shared a good rapport with them during his time in the Order of the Phoenix. Chapter 17. Nocturne Alley. It wasn't until the early hours of the following morning that Arthur returned home, appearing weary yet composed. The family gathered anxiously in the modest dwelling, awaiting Arthur's revelations. 2 pieces of news. Peter Pettigrew's crimes have been exposed. He has confessed to framing Sirius, and he is now imprisoned in Azkaban. At this point, Arthur paused, his gaze shifting to Harry. Any other news? What about Sirius? Molly pressed. He escaped from Azkaban months ago. Fudge has been covertly pursuing him to avoid public unrest. However, with Pettigrew's confession clearing Sirius's name, the Ministry has decided not to pursue the matter any further. Uncle Weasley, why do you keep looking at me? Harry voiced his confusion, having felt a simmering anger since learning the truth behind his parents' deaths. Harry, remember when I told you that Sirius was a good friend of your father's? Molly began, her expression nostalgic and sympathetic. Harry nodded, discreetly holding Liz's hand beneath the table. He joined the Order of the Phoenix alongside your parents, and since their school days, they were inseparable. I recall when you were just born. Sirius proudly proclaimed himself your godfather. I believe he loves you dearly, and perhaps soon, he will appear before you. The atmosphere around the dining table grew somber until Arthur steered the conversation elsewhere. Come now, children, let us eat. We still have to visit Diagon Alley. Today, you can try the Flynn Network. Arthur cheekily winked at Liz and Harry, who, having grown up in the Muggle world, were yet unfamiliar with this magical means of travel. Don't be nervous. Just grab a handful of Floo powder, step into the fireplace, and clearly say Diagon Alley. Make sure to pronounce it correctly. After Molly instructed Harry and Liz, Fred demonstrated how it was done. Ahem, Liz coughed as she was expelled from a fireplace, covered in soot, resembling a small, disheveled cat. As Liz stumbled to her feet, she realized she was in a shop, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings, filled with dark magical items that did not resemble the familiar Diagon Alley. Liz, came Draco's voice. Turning around, Liz saw Draco lowering his wand, accompanied by an adult wizard with long platinum hair cascading over his shoulders, holding a serpent-shaped staff in his right hand. Draco, what are you doing here? Liz exclaimed, pleasantly surprised to see him after 2 months, noting how much he had grown. I was about to ask you the same thing. Underage wizards shouldn't be here alone, Draco replied seriously, circling her. Draco, the adult wizard accompanying him, spoke. Draco seemed to suddenly realize, this is my father. Liz politely greeted Lucius with a nod, explaining her unexpected presence. This is Nocturne Alley, Miss Dudley. Your mispronunciation likely resulted in your being transported here. Lucius spoke with a deadpan expression, though his elongated tone made Liz somewhat uneasy. Father, I'll take Liz to find her friends, Draco said, pulling her away. Sensing her discomfort in Lucius's presence. Upon exiting, Liz observed numerous wizards clad in bizarre black robes, each emanating an aura of danger that warned against approaching them. She felt many scrutinizing eyes evaluating her with ill intent, and Draco wrapped an arm around her, protectively shielding her from their malice. Don't come here alone again. It's perilous, Draco whispered closely, almost as if murmuring in her ear. Liz felt a slight tickle in her ears and discreetly increased the distance between them. So, what are you here for? I'm accompanying my father to sell some items, and they are not pleasant ones, she replied, wisely refraining from further inquiries. All right. If you cross that alleyway, you'll arrive at Diagon Alley, Draco said, releasing her, his heart racing a little faster. Aren't you coming with me? Or have you already purchased your textbooks? I need to go back to find my father. Liz subtly pointed to some hooded wizards. Be careful on your way back alone. I think they're dangerous. A flicker of disdain crossed Draco's face, but was too swift for Liz to notice. His gray eyes fixed on her, he slowly replied. Don't worry. No wizard in the magical world is foolish enough to capture a Malfoy. Liz looked puzzled, but Draco did not elaborate. You will understand in time. Hearing this, Liz waved goodbye and turned to leave, but after just a few steps, Draco caught up with her. What's the matter? Without a word, Draco took out a handkerchief and wiped the soot from Liz's face. Observing Draco's earnest expression, Liz felt a sudden wave of shyness. As if she were capable of doing everything herself, but felt a bit embarrassed at being cared for. All right, I can manage, Liz asserted, snatching the handkerchief from him, which was now somewhat dirty. Feeling awkward, she rummaged through her pocket and said, This is a collar I made for Black. Could you please deliver it to him? Thank you. You've taken good care of him. A proud smile spread across Draco's face. Heaven knows how much opposition he faced when he first brought Black home. How could the noble Malfoys harbor a mud of unknown lineage? Yet, somehow, Narcissa had accepted Black, treating him well, while Lucius remained indifferent towards the creature. Draco extended his hand to receive a beautifully crafted collar, its chain fashioned from red leather. Liz had cast a spell on it, allowing it to expand and contract automatically. The pendant was intricately carved into the shape of a small dog, a remarkable likeness, created from a piece of black stone. The gem's benefactor was none other than Bubu. And Liz was unaware of when Bubu had acquired such a stone. It was exceedingly hard, and had required several enhanced severing spells to successfully carve. I had originally sculpted this little dog at school. I chose the chain only after returning home. It's exquisite. I shall wear it. Draco carefully tucked the collar into his pocket, a hint of jealousy stirring within him. See you at school, Draco. Only after Liz's figure vanished around the corner did Draco leisurely turn around. Father. Draco was startled, uncertain how long Lucius had been observing him. A mudblood. Lucius's voice was frigid, his eyes revealing unabashed disdain. Father. Draco's voice rose sharply, his face a mask of discontent. Lucius looked down at Draco, reminding him, remember, your future wife must be a noble pure-blood lady. Do not squander your energies on those unworthy. A flicker of humiliation crossed Draco's eyes, yet he reluctantly unclenched his fists, acutely aware of his current inability to defy his father. Nevertheless, he would not abandon Liz. Before graduation, he would undoubtedly present Liz openly at Malfoy Manor. In Diagon Alley. At the Leaky Cauldron, Harry and Ron anxiously awaited at the entrance. They had been lingering by the fireplace for quite some time, but Liz had yet to appear, leading them to realize that her transportation might have encountered an issue. Hi Ron, hi Harry. Hermione approached with her parents, here to purchase some school supplies. Hermione. Ron rushed over, greeted the Grangers, and immediately inquired if Hermione had seen Liz. Hermione looked incredulous. You've just been waiting here the whole time? Haven't you thought to look elsewhere? Harry nodded, then shook his head. We searched everywhere, but Molly said to wait at the Leaky Cauldron. This was the agreed meeting place. Then I shall wait with you. Before long, Hermione spotted Liz, flanked by George and Fred. Ron's face registered surprise. How did you end up with them? I was transported to Nocturne Alley and ran into George and Fred on my way here. Liz embraced each of them warmly, honestly. The experience in Nocturne Alley was rather dreadful. Everyone there is so ominous. Hermione's face lit up with excitement. All right, let us head inside. Have you heard? Our second-year defense against the dark arts professor, Mr. Lockhart, is hosting a signing event inside. He is a remarkable author, and I've purchased all his works. Have you read them? As they entered the leaky cauldron, Liz was astounded by the long queue inside. Good gracious, Lockhart is truly a friend to women. The line for autographs is filled with witches of all ages. At that moment, Lockhart noticed Liz and eagerly pulled Harry over, wrapping an arm around him while smiling at the cameras, continuously expressing gratitude for Harry's attendance at his signing event. Poor Harry, the unwitting pawn, appeared utterly bewildered, having never heard Lockhart's name before. Glancing around, he saw even Hermione wearing an expression of pride, gazing adoringly at Lockhart. As they departed Diagon Alley, Ron and Harry wore discontented expressions. Originally, Liz wouldn't admire Lockhart like the other young witches, yet within the brief span of a signing event, she had read some of Lockhart's works and began to sing his praises, calling him a courageous wizard. Observing Liz and Hermione chattering animatedly ahead, Harry and Ron exchanged resigned glances, already envisioning the scene that awaited them upon their return to school. Lockhart's classes would undoubtedly be a spectacle, rife with young witches vying for his attention. Chapter 18. An unconventional start to the school year. Once again at platform 9 3/4, Liz and Harry navigated the familiar setting with ease, this time accompanied by the Weasley family. Ginny was set to attend Hogwarts this year, and the twins had already dashed through the barrier, leaving Molly to remind Ron to take good care of Ginny as her older brother before she followed Ginny through the entrance. All right, let us go in now. Harry, you go first, Ron instructed, positioning himself behind Harry and gesturing for Liz to follow. However, to everyone's surprise, Harry dashed forward only to collide directly with the wall, and Ron, unable to react in time, stumbled after him. Liz hurried over to assist them, gathering their scattered belongings that had fallen in disarray. What happened? Liz touched the barrier, which had transformed from a passage easily traversable to a seemingly impenetrable wall. Harry and Ron shared bewildered expressions. It seemed they would miss the train. But besides this route, is there another way to Hogwarts? Harry and Liz looked expectantly at Ron, who had grown up in the magical world and should know. Ron appeared somewhat troubled, scratching his head, and after a lengthy pause, suggested, perhaps we could take my dad's flying car. Do you know the way? Harry asked. Ron shook his head. What now? Liz expressed her anxiety. We might try. There's only one train nearby, the one that takes us to Hogwarts. We just need to find it. Harry, did you hear that sound? Liz adjusted her ears, sensing what seemed to be the whistle of a train. Ah, Harry exclaimed. Ron, fly higher. The train is about to collide with us. After a flurry of frantic movements, Ron managed to evade the oncoming train. The three passengers began to relax upon spotting the Hogwarts Express, indicating they were on the right path. Do not panic, we just need to follow the train. Before Liz's words had fully settled, the car began to sway wildly, the doors flung open, and Liz was tossed out of the vehicle. Fortunately, Harry was quick enough to grasp her arm. The effort was evident on Harry's face as he grimaced. Harry, let go. I can jump onto the train. You must be careful. Resolutely, Liz shut her eyes and leaped. She braced for impact, expecting to land painfully, but instead found herself enveloped in a soft embrace, as if she had landed on a cushion of cotton. Trembling, Liz opened her eyes to find a smiling wizard before her, handsome with a mane of thick brown hair. You are safe now, miss. Liz, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped disaster, asked, May I ask who you are? Cedric Diggory. You may call me Ced. Thank you. Cedric, I am Liz Dursley. How did you manage to save me? It turned out Cedric had noticed their flying car long before, and upon seeing Liz being flung out, he had cast a transformation spell to conjure a cloud of cotton. You are even braver than I imagined, Miss Dursley. Few young witches would dare jump from such a height, Cedric complimented. Liz felt her cheeks flush slightly. That was the best plan I could devise. I wonder how Harry and Ron are faring now. The flying car had vanished from sight. They will be fine, Cedric remarked, raising an eyebrow. My divination lessons have been quite fruitful. Cedric led Liz to his private compartment. Though he was only in his 4th year, his exemplary performance had earned him the position of the male prefect of Hufflepuff, and all prefects had their own individual compartments. So, is it because you missed the Hogwarts Express that you find yourself in this situation? Liz nodded with a hint of melancholy. Her luggage remained in the flying car, and Harry and Ron were likely taking care of Bubu and Yuli. Let us take a moment to rest. It's quite peaceful here. I must go on my rounds. Perhaps you need me to summon your friends to keep you company? Liz felt a twinge of awkwardness, although Cedric was understanding. She did not wish to inconvenience him too much. No, it's all right. I prefer to be alone for a while. Cedric smiled reassuringly before turning to leave. Liz sat in a daze on the sofa. Her recent experiences had been nothing short of harrowing. First, Ginny's attack, then her inexplicable arrival in Nocturne Alley. And now Harry and Ron were missing. Unbeknownst to her, sleep overtook her. It was not until the train's whistle sounded that she opened her eyes. Awake? Let us go? Cedric had returned, seated across from her, engrossed in a book. In fact, he had noticed Liz when she first enrolled, initially captivated by her beauty. Her fame skyrocketed after the troll incident. Her badger housemaid in potions often extolled her virtues in the Hufflepuff common room, piquing Cedric's curiosity about her. However, they were in different houses and 2 years apart, compounded by Liz's elusive nature, so it was only today that their paths had crossed. This was Liz's first ride in a carriage to Hogwarts. The boats on the Black Lake were reserved for first years. Is that a thestral? Liz pointed at the gaunt creature before her, its entire body black, with the head of a dragon and enormous bat-like wings. Cedric's eyes widened in astonishment. Clearly, he was taken aback that Liz could see the thestrals, for legend held that only those who had witnessed death could perceive them. You can see them? Liz nodded, reaching out to touch the thestral's eyes, which appeared harmless. You must have had some extraordinary experiences, Cedric remarked dryly, for witnessing death was certainly not a joyous affair. Liz understood the implication. She had witnessed her own demise in a past life. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, Liz found Harry and Ron lounging on the common room sofa. Though both appeared somewhat dejected. Are you all right? Don't mention it, Liz. Ron drove the car straight into the Forbidden Forest. We nearly didn't make it out. Listening to Harry's complaints, Ron joined in, lamenting, that blasted car malfunctioned. Look at our arms. They're all bruised from the Whomping Willow. Oh, escaping from the Whomping Willow is a blessing in disguise, Liz thought as her anxious heart finally settled at the sight of them relatively unscathed. All right, I'll head back to tidy up, and we can go have dinner together. By the way, have you seen Hermione? She went back to the dormitory. Mocking us for not learning more spells to avoid such a predicament, Ron replied, his face a picture of despair. When Liz had fallen, his wand had been broken by the abruptly closing car door. Back at school, he and Harry had been caught by Filch and would face detention once classes officially commenced. If Ron had studied classical poetry, he might have expressed his feelings with the phrase when it rains, it pours, but limited to his sparse English. He could only bear his misfortunes in silence. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin dungeon, Draco was already irritated by not finding Liz on the train, and now he had to placate the increasingly agitated Sirius, who had also failed to see Harry and Liz. All right, if you keep circling around me, I'll lock you in the dormitory so you can't go anywhere. Draco glared down at the black dog at his feet. Were it not for his desire to gain favor with Liz, he would never have taken on such an unpleasant task. Hearing this, Sirius lay dejectedly on the floor, a sense of poignant longing washing over him. Thankfully, his cousin Narcissa took great care of him, offering refuge after his escape from Azkaban. I know you miss Liz. You'll see her tonight, Draco said, patting Black's head. I haven't neglected you. Just don't act all wronged in front of Liz. Sirius rolled his eyes internally. Having spent nearly 2 months with Draco, he had long deciphered his infatuation with Liz. It was not his intention to undermine Draco, but Liz seemed to regard him merely as a friend, without any romantic inclinations. Nevertheless, he relished the thought of Draco's suffering, as he bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, Lucius Malfoy, always holding his head high, looking down on others. Such people deserved to face hardships. Then, he watched as Draco hastily pinned a note to Liz after the sorting ceremony. Meet me at the astronomy tower at 9. Black misses you. Don't you want to see him wearing a collar? Sirius thought, so I'm just a pawn in your game? Chapter 19, A Return to the Astronomy Tower. The astronomy tower was the highest tower at Hogwarts. Since Draco had first brought Liz here in her first year, she had grown fond of the place. Whenever she had free time, she would often come here to sit, gazing out over the distant mountains and the Forbidden Forest, finding a sense of peace and relaxation. However, this was only her second time appearing here at night. To evade Filch, Liz climbed to the roof without pausing for breath. Having not exerted herself so vigorously in a long while, her throat felt as if it were on fire, dry and painful. Upon pushing open the arched door, she found Draco with Black waiting for her. Coughing, she greeted them. Draco turned, concern etched on his face. Why are you coughing like that? I climbed too quickly. Hi, Black. Did you miss me? I certainly missed you. Liz crouched down, cradling Black's head in her hands, rubbing its ears and kissing its forehead. Initially excited to see Liz, Black froze, unable to move as it simply endured her affectionate torment. Continuing her ministrations, Liz lifted her head to Draco and said, He has gained quite a bit of weight since the holidays. You've taken good care of him. Draco, who had felt a twinge of jealousy, blushed at Liz's compliment, his heart swelling with sweetness and pride. Black was quite large, and Liz settled cross-legged beside him, leaning against his body as she gazed up at the stars. Draco stood nearby, watching her intently. Suddenly, Liz raised her hand in excitement. That is Sirius. Thinking she had recognized him, Sirius was startled, only to realize she was referring to the star. Draco enthusiastically supported her, praising Liz's talents in astronomy and recommending that she continue studying it beyond her 5th year. Actually, I have an uncle named after Sirius, Draco remarked unexpectedly. Liz glanced at him and replied, his family must love him very much. Why do you say that? Both Draco and Sirius perked up, as he was the uncle Draco mentioned. Didn't you tell me? Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, was named as such by his parents, who must have harbored great hopes for him, wishing for a life as luminous as that of the dog star. Beneath the vast expanse of stars, Liz's eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance as she spoke these words in the most natural tone. Within Sirius, a bittersweet feeling brewed. Liz was indeed correct. As the eldest son of the Black family, his parents had high expectations of him, yet their ideologies clashed too profoundly, leading to their estrangement during his school years. Reflecting on the affection his parents once lavished upon him, Sirius felt a deep sense of melancholy. In contrast to Sirius's reflections, Draco expressed his sympathy, yet he was wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban, spending 11 years under the watchful gaze of Dementors. Liz replied, such a familiar ordeal. Your uncle is Sirius Black? Draco's handsome face was wrought with astonishment. How did you know? Liz sighed. The wizarding world is indeed small. She then recounted the incident of their attack at Grimmauld Place. My father mentioned that the Ministry of Magic will announce this matter as early as tomorrow. How will they announce it? 11 years of wrongful conviction. What could possibly compensate for that? Had Peter Pettigrew not exposed himself, little Sirius could have languished in prison for a lifetime. As she spoke, the sarcasm on Liz's face became increasingly pronounced, her expression growing colder. She felt a pang of compassion for the man known as Little Sirius, who had spent his most spirited years confined in a cell. Meanwhile, Sirius, who had transformed into a large black dog, was utterly taken aback. Peter had indeed been captured. Although he regretted not being the one to apprehend him, the thought of finally being able to appear before Harry brought him a burgeoning sense of joy. This was the godson he had longed for over a decade. And this time, he would ensure his protection. Liz gently caressed the chin of Black, saying, do you wish to return to Gryffindor with me? I can take you to find Harry. Upon hearing this, Draco's expression darkened. Would they have to part ways again? Black and I will leave first. We have an early class tomorrow. You should head back as well, Draco. With that, Liz cast an invisibility charm upon herself and Black and stealthily departed. Hey, Black. You're making too much noise. Walk quietly. Sirius replied, I am not a cat. Meow, came the sound of a cat. Madam Pants is coming. Filch cannot be far behind. Liz pulled Black against the wall, as Filch, the old squib, appeared nearby, his expression grim, eyes scanning every nook and cranny. Once they were out of earshot, Liz let out a relieved sigh and led Black toward the Hufflepuff common room, where the kitchen was located. This was Liz's first visit to the kitchen, as she had always found the appearance of house elves somewhat unsettling. If she weren't particularly hungry today, she would not have ventured there. The Hogwarts kitchen was opulent, yet currently empty, as the house elves who worked there were resting. Liz took a slice of cake for herself and, noticing Black's moist eyes, fetched him a chicken leg. Hurry and eat. We must return quickly. Before Liz could finish her cake, a spell shot toward her, and with a cupboard behind her. She had no time to evade it. Fortunately, Black reacted swiftly, shielding her, but another spell still struck Liz. Luckily, it was merely a stopping charm. Cedric stood there, wand raised, astonished. Liz, is that you? Liz gently patted Black's ear, her small cake tumbling to the floor as she slowly replied, Cedric, what is this? A routine patrol, he answered. Seeing a familiar face, Liz felt a wave of relief wash over her, but it quickly turned to apprehension. A patrol? That means you'll deduct points, right? If I pretend not to see, how will I repay you, Liz? To her surprise, Liz had unwittingly voiced her thoughts. The red-haired witch shook her head, uncertain of Cedric's intentions. Was it ignorance or reluctance? Cedric had already stowed his wand, a gentle smile gracing his face as he approached her. It is ignorance. Then promise me one thing. After saying this, Cedric reached out to wipe the cream from the corner of Liz's mouth. Startled by his sudden action, Liz blushed deeply as she processed the moment, feeling it was rather too intimate. Cedric stood before her, clearly able to see her flushed cheeks. After a moment, he spoke, let us head back. This is a one-time exception. Upon hearing this, Liz felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted, promptly tugging on the bearing Black, who was baring his teeth. Cedric watched with amusement as Liz hurried away, licking the cream from his thumb, savoring the taste that matched his expectations. Had Liz witnessed this gesture, her reaction would have transcended mere embarrassment. Only when Liz and Black entered the Gryffindor Tower did the blush on her cheeks begin to fade. She could not deny that Cedric was an exceptionally handsome young man. She recalled his warm brown eyes filled with laughter, and a ripple of emotion surged through her heart. Meanwhile, In the Gryffindor common room, George and Fred Weasley had just procured the Marauder's map from Philip's office. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Upon uttering this incantation, the seemingly mundane parchment transformed into a three-dimensional map of Hogwarts, revealing the whereabouts of every individual within the school. The twins, eager to witness the map's magic, suddenly noticed Liz's name drawing nearer, along with another name that closely resembled hers, Sirius Black, a name they were all too familiar with. George and Fred, concealing themselves behind a door, were keen to discover what was unfolding. As soon as Liz stepped through the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, someone pulled her into an embrace. Fred? George? Liz exclaimed in terror, unable to distinguish between the two, only to see one of the twins casting a petrifying charm on Black. Struggling to free herself from their grip, she exclaimed with a hint of ire. What are you doing? Fred brandished the Marauder's map, gesturing for Liz to see it. However, upon noticing her bewildered expression, he explained it again. But now, aside from Black, it's just the three of us here. An animagus, George hinted. Are you suggesting that Black is an animagus? Liz found it hard to believe. The large black dog she often kissed and embraced might actually be a grown wizard? If true, this was hardly news to delight her. A glint of mischief sparked in Fred's eyes as he said, we should verify this. He then cast a reversal charm on the rigid form of the large black dog. Merlin failed to heed Liz's silent prayers as she watched Black transform into a grown man before her eyes. Thanks to the careful nurturing of Liz and the Malfoy family, Sirius no longer resembled the gaunt figure he was upon his release. Now he appeared strikingly handsome, tall and lithe, with wavy black hair that shimmered with a classic elegance. In stark contrast to Liz's shock, the twins were positively exhilarated. The large black dog truly was Sirius Black's animagus form. Yet, they soon noticed Liz's unusual demeanor. What's wrong, sweetheart? Liz remained silent, her vacant gaze drifting over the twins and circling her, utterly at a loss as to how she would face Sirius in the future. What should we do now? It seems we have frightened our dear Liz. The twins chimed in unison. Indeed, what should we do now? Until the Ministry of Magic rescinds his conviction, Sirius Black remains a malevolent prisoner of Azkaban, and he cannot brazenly appear at Hogwarts. Liz pointed at Sirius, who had resumed his human form, and inquired, which of you can transform him back? The twins shook their heads in synchrony. Perhaps it would be best to let him revert himself? With that, they lifted the petrification spell. Sirius, now able to move, wore an expression of profound embarrassment, clearly recalling Liz's previous intimate gestures towards him. It was worth noting that although he had received an avalanche of love letters during his school days, he had never held a girl's hand until his incarceration in Azkaban. Reflecting upon this, the innocent young wizard felt even more bashful. Fortunately, the twins swiftly alleviated the increasingly awkward atmosphere. So, you two have decided not to reveal your identity for the time being? Sirius nodded, opting to wait until the ministry publicly acknowledges his innocence before appearing openly. Besides, being able to guard Harry at school and witness his growth as a mentee was more than satisfactory. Mother says you are a good person. We will help you keep your secret, the twins assured. Upon hearing their words, Sirius felt an even deeper gratitude towards Molly. Liz, feeling the weight of 3 pairs of eyes upon her and recalling Harry's circumstances over the years, nodded in agreement, pledging to safeguard Sirius's secret. Reflexively, Sirius transformed back into a dog and attempted to follow Liz. George, Fred, could you take him to Harry for me? The twins understood Liz's unspoken intent and readily agreed. There was no way a grown wizard could reside in the girls' dormitory. Chapter 20, Lockhart's Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. A month into the school year, Liz once again recognized the importance of refraining from hasty conclusions. Lockhart was nothing but a charlatan. Each class, he incessantly promoted his own books and occasionally compelled students to extol his smile, imparting naught of actual dark arts defense, even less competent than the previously stuttering Professor Quirrell. One could only wonder if Professor Quirrell had regained his memory. Observing Lockhart's somewhat foolish grin from the podium, Liz and Hermione both bowed their heads in silence, while the mocking expressions on Harry and Ron's faces were exceedingly glaring. How foolish they had been to defend him, claiming that Ron and Harry were merely envious of Lockhart's popularity. Students, you will soon encounter the most dangerous creatures in the magical realm, but fear not, for I, a recipient of the 3rd class Order of Merlin, shall protect you, Lockhart proclaimed, flashing his signature grin. Though his demeanor was both absurd and arrogant, his attractive appearance garnered the adoration of many young witches, who wore love-struck smiles. He approached a podium where a cage covered with a red cloth awaited, dramatically unveiling it to reveal a cacophony of piercing screams from the classroom. It's a Cornish pixie, shouted Seamus. Liz peered closer and saw dozens of Cornish pixies crammed into the cage, their purple skin glistening, their large eyes filled with malice, and their long, sharp claws exuding an air of aggression. Correct, Mr. Finnegan. Today's class assignment is to subdue them, Lockhart announced, flinging open the cage. The pixies erupted from their confines, zipping about the classroom with reckless abandon, their shrill cries echoing as they seized students by the ears and lifted them into the air. Chaos ensued, with some students fleeing, while others were caught and swung from the chandeliers. Only then did Lockhart realize the gravity of the situation. Trembling, he drew his wand, yet stumbled over the incantations, ultimately having his wand snatched by one of the pixies. In a state of utter panic, Lockhart sought to escape, even remembering to preserve his dignity as he bolted for the door. Amidst the turmoil, a pixie seized Hermione's hair, prompting Liz to grab a book from the desk and swing it, but her force was too great, sending the book and pixie crashing into Draco, rendering him unconscious with a thud. Witnessing this scene, Harry and Ron instinctively touched their foreheads, wincing at the sight. "Quick, draw your wands," Hermione cried out. As the reality of their identities as wizards dawned on them, they aimed their wands at the frenzied pixies and cast immobilization spells. With control finally regained, Liz rushed towards Draco, only to trip over the scattered desks and chairs. A sharp crack echoed through the room. "Liz, your wand is broken." Hermione pointed at the wand now severed in two on the floor, her expression one of exasperation. Ignoring the pain in her knee, Liz cradled her wand, tears brimming in her eyes. "Well, now Ron has a companion." Suddenly, a cry of pain erupted as Neville's robes could no longer support his weight, causing him to tumble to the ground. Professor McGonagall arrived late to the scene, swiftly ushering the injured students to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape had their hands full. Liz's knee only bore minor abrasions. Madame Pomfrey simply sprayed some pain relief on it and sent her on her way, while her broken wand remained a troublesome issue. During the school year, they were not permitted to roam freely within Hogwarts. Just look at Ron. His wand had snapped on the very first day of second year, and now he was stuck with one wrapped in layers of tape, which frequently malfunctioned. Once, a spell he cast even backfired, causing him to expel a veritable deluge of slugs. Liz shuddered to think of such a fate befalling her. Out of guilt, Liz hurried to the hospital wing after potions class to visit Draco. He lay in a bed, still unconscious. Madame Pomfrey informed her that due to his being knocked out, they could not use potions or spells to awaken him. They could only wait for him to regain consciousness on his own. "Draco, Draco, can you hear me?" Liz called softly. Draco remained silent, merely shifting his eyes, and it took a while for his gaze to clear. He recalled the moment before losing consciousness. He had intended to pull Liz away, only to find himself knocked out cold. The discomfort on Draco's face deepened. Would Liz think him particularly weak? Seeing Draco's continued silence, Liz grew anxious and gently called his name once more. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." Observing Draco's lethargic demeanor, Liz felt her guilt intensify. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Hearing her words, Draco perked up. "You know I made the Quidditch team, right?" Liz nodded, replying, "I heard that Terrence Higgs, the seeker from Slytherin, transferred out." "Yes, I took his place, but I heard his transfer was unavoidable." Draco shrugged indifferently after he lost to Potter last year. Some people in the house were quite displeased with him. The pressure on the Slytherin seeker is immense. Losing is simply not an option. "So, will you come to watch my match?" Liz wore a troubled expression, pondering what she would do if Slytherin were grouped with her own house. Draco, sensing a glimmer of hope, pressed on. "It's merely training, is it not? Surely, when the time for the competition arrives, you will support Gryffindor." Liz, feeling a mix of embarrassment and guilt, nodded hesitantly. After all, she genuinely wished to make amends with Draco, yet found herself wavering even at the prospect of acquiescing to a single request. At that moment, a series of rumbling sounds emanated from her stomach. A faint flush crept onto Draco's pale face, and he felt heat rising to his neck. "You must be hungry, Draco. I brought you some food, all of which I stealthily acquired from the kitchens," Liz declared, brandishing her wand to cast an enlargement charm on a box. Draco's attention was drawn to the tattered wand in Liz's hand, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow in inquiry. "What happened to your wand?" A wizard without a wand is akin to a student without a pen during an exam, or a soldier entering battle without a weapon. "I accidentally broke it today," Liz admitted, noticing the disbelief etched across Draco's features. She added softly, "You recall how I knocked you out in class? I hurried over to check on you, tripped, and ended up breaking my wand." Upon hearing this, Draco scrutinized Liz from head to toe, urgently asking, "Are you all right?" "I scraped my knee. It hurt quite a bit at the time," Liz replied, tenderly rubbing her knee. Draco's gaze fell upon the abrasion. Her fair skin rendered the injury starkly visible, and he felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. Sweet because Liz cared for him, and painful because she had been hurt. After a prolonged silence, Draco finally remarked, "At your age, still tripping over nothing." Liz retorted defiantly, "I was worried about you. Besides, the floor was a complete mess. I merely misstepped." Hearing this, Draco quickly softened his tone, and before long, he had Liz beaming with delight. But when will you go buy a new wand? During Christmas, I have plans with Ron. We will go together. I can accompany you, he offered. Liz looked at him, perplexed. But your wand is not broken. Noticing the sincerity in Liz's expression, Draco sighed internally. Why was she still not getting it? All right, I shall take my leave. Liz opened the box, rummaging for a while until she retrieved a green apple. Here. Remember to eat this. It will replenish your vitamins. Draco, gazing at the fruit presented before him, furrowed his brow in confusion. Replenish what? Liz paused, realizing that the magical world likely had no concept of vitamins. The differences between wizards and muggles were indeed vast. Fruit after meals, for nutritional balance. Do eat it. Draco took a bite, exclaiming, it's quite sweet. Once Liz departed, Draco rummaged through the large box of food, only to discover a black diary resting at the bottom. The diary appeared quite antiquated, yet was completely blank. He laid it aside, planning to return it to Liz the next time he encountered her. Chapter 21. The diary. Liz had possessed this diary for a while now. When Draco had delivered it, she felt a twinge of confusion, uncertain if the diary truly belonged to her. However, observing Draco's earnest demeanor, she ultimately decided to take it back to her dormitory. That evening, Liz found herself unable to count how many times she had taken the diary out. It seemed to possess an enchanting allure, continuously beckoning her to explore its contents. Yet the pages remained devoid of writing. Even the cover was the most mundane kind. She switched on her bedside lamp, dimming it to the lowest setting, and noticed that Hermione next door had already fallen asleep. As her fingers glided over the yellowed pages, Liz was astonished to see words gradually materializing on the previously blank sheets. Hello, I am Tom Riddle. This is my diary. Upon reading this line, Liz felt an undeniable sense of recognition. The diary was indeed extraordinary, for how else could it so frequently capture her thoughts? Could it be that this diary had developed a consciousness of its own, reminiscent of the mystical novels she had read in her past life? Birthing a spirit? Liz retrieved a quill, deciding to test the waters. Hello, my name is Liz Dudley. Where are you? From a very distant place. Are you communicating with me through this diary? I am merely a fragment of memory. A fragment of memory? This revelation piqued Liz's curiosity further. To her knowledge, certain wizards, fearing the loss of memories, would extract them to store in a pensieve. Could this diary be a sophisticated version of such a vessel? After a moment of waiting for Liz's response, the diary revealed another line. Which house do you belong to? Liz, taken aback, swiftly wrote. How do you know I am a witch? Only those of the same kind can perceive it. It, referring to the diary? I am a student of Gryffindor, currently in my second year. Then you must be a courageous and just little witch. The unexpected compliment warmed Liz's heart, prompting her to write casually. Are you also a student of Gryffindor? No, I hail from Slytherin. Then you must be a powerful wizard, Liz praised. I have a friend who is a Slytherin student. He is quite remarkable and has mastered many spells. I hope I might have the fortune to meet him. As she read this, Liz suddenly felt drowsy and hastily replied. Good night, Tom. I must sleep now. Will you come to find me again tomorrow? I feel very lonely. Liz scrawled a somewhat hasty okay before succumbing to sleep. When she awoke the following day, Liz felt unusually lethargic. During potions class, Professor Snape instructed everyone to independently concoct a dreamless sleep potion, typically quick and adept. Today Liz found herself making frequent errors, forgetting to stir at the right time or omitting ingredients, even neglecting to prepare the primary component, the dreamless vine. The mounting mistakes left Liz feeling increasingly anxious, especially with Professor Snape looming nearby, scrutinizing her every move, intensifying her mental pressure. Miss Dudley, do you require me to demonstrate the steps for you once more? Snape inquired, unable to contain his annoyance. This time, Liz felt her cheeks flush crimson. No need, Professor. Taking a deep breath, she desperately yearned to reclaim her former composure, yet her efforts only seemed to exacerbate her struggles. Finally, when she failed to switch the flame in time once again, an explosive bang resounded as her cauldron erupted. Professor Snape, who had just stepped away, barely had time to draw his wand. Fortunately, Harry, ever vigilant, swiftly erected a shield around her. Liz Dudley, due to your foolishness, report to my office after class. A bucket of horned toads awaits you. Had it not been for the fear of further punishment, Liz would have cried out in despair. Heaven knew how much she detested those slimy creatures. Meeting Snape's piercing gaze, Liz managed to muster a somewhat ingratiating smile. Perhaps it was because Professor Snape seldom directed his venom towards her. Unlike her peers, Liz did not fear him. In fact, she held a certain admiration for the potions master. Emerging from Snape's office, Liz felt a wave of nausea wash over her. No amount of hand-washing could erase the slimy sensation of toads from her mind. Eventually, Snape, unable to bear her distress, provided her with a bottle of his homemade cleaning solution. Upon receiving it, Liz uncorked the vial and inhaled its fragrance, her face lighting up with surprise as she exclaimed, "It smells like Lily." Unbeknownst to her, As she uttered those words, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossed Snape's face. As Liz made her way to Gryffindor Tower, she fortuitously encountered Harry, who had been summoned by Lockhart for autograph assistance. He appeared utterly exasperated by the dim-witted professor. Pondering how Hogwarts, the sole legitimate wizarding school in Britain, could possibly allow Lockhart to hold a position there, was it a case of nepotism? Many students were beginning to suspect that the tales in his books were fabrications. Clearly, some young witches and wizards possessed a keen sense of discernment. Lockhart was nothing but a fool, a charlatan whose thrilling escapades were mere appropriations of other wizards' experiences which the original wizards themselves were oblivious to, having been subjected to a memory-erasing charm. Obliviate was Lockhart's most proficient spell. In the hushed corridor, Harry deliberately slowed his pace to wait for Liz. Last year, he had to slightly rise on his toes to meet her gaze, but a year had passed, and he had now effortlessly surpassed her in height. "Have you seen Black lately?" Liz inquired, her brow furrowed with confusion. "Didn't T. Fred and the others take him to your dormitory?" "I haven't seen him in days." "I thought he might have come to find you," Harry replied nonchalantly. A silence enveloped Liz. Ever since she learned that Black was Sirius's animagus form, she had distanced herself from him, even consciously avoiding his presence. Sometimes, she was grateful that Sirius remained in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. Naturally, this left Liz with a significant psychological scar. Unless it was a very familiar creature, she could no longer bring herself to interact with them. Ultimately, Liz could only respond awkwardly. "Perhaps he has gone off to play somewhere, but he will return to you in due time." Upon returning to her dormitory, Liz was eager to collapse into bed, but she recalled her promise to Tom from the previous day. It would be ill-advised to break her word. Thus, she hastily retrieved her diary and wrote, "Good evening, Tom." The page quickly revealed Tom's reply. "You arrived quite late today. Did something happen?" "I was punished by Professor Snape for 2 hours, extracting a large bucket of toadstool essence. My hands are practically aching," she lamented. "Snape? The potions professor? Can you deduce that? I could even recount the process of crafting the draft of living death for you." Initially drowsy, Liz felt invigorated upon reading his words. "You can even guess the content of my class today. The potions curriculum at Hogwarts has remained unchanged for centuries." Upon reading this, Liz's mind began to churn with ideas. "Have you ever successfully brewed Felix Felicis?" After a considerable pause, Liz began to think Tom would not respond, just as she was about to close her diary. A beam of golden light emanated from the page. Instinctively, she glanced at Hermione, who remained completely unaffected, oblivious to the commotion. When Liz reopened her eyes, she found herself lying on the ground, a handsome dark-haired youth gazing at her. He donned the Hogwarts robes, tall and striking, with the most notable feature being the emblem on his chest, signifying that he was the male prefect of Slytherin. He must be exceptionally gifted, Liz thought. He extended his right hand, effortlessly pulling her to her feet. "Hello, Liz, I am Tom." Liz was rendered speechless with shock. What was happening? How had everything transformed in an instant? Although disoriented, she felt no fear, for she recognized the surroundings as reminiscent of Hogwarts. "Hello, Tom. You have entered my memory. You are as beautiful and talented as I envisioned." Liz, somewhat perplexed, did not fully grasp the meaning behind Tom's words. Yet she felt her cheeks flush at his unabashed praise. "Why am I here? Did you not wish to learn about Felix Felicis? Are you going to teach me?" Tom said nothing but simply extended his hand toward her. His fingers were long and strong, with distinct knuckles, clean and rounded nails, and a complex ring adorned with a dark stone on his index finger. The stone looked vaguely familiar, reminiscent of the pendant she had crafted for Black. "Come with me." Cautiously, Liz placed her hand in his, following Tom into an expansive classroom. This classroom was peculiar, with various types of cauldrons set upon the desks and countless potion ingredients stored in the cupboards lining the walls: dragon horns, backgrass, dragon scales, and murtlap essence. To Liz's astonishment, there was even a silver unicorn horn. "Welcome to my secret lair." Liz's excitement was palpable. "With so many precious potion ingredients, Tom, you must be a master of potions." Tom remained composed, though a subtle smile betrayed his pride. Indeed, many potion masters lacked the abundance he possessed. "Come closer. You haven't yet told me why you wish to brew Felix Felicis." At this prompt, Liz's gaze finally shifted from a silver bottle, intuition telling her that it contained precisely what she needed. "I feel rather unlucky ever since I entered my second year," she admitted, her expression darkening slightly. This year had truly brought her few joys. Observing Tom's attentive demeanor, Liz recounted her misadventures of the year, from missing the Hogwarts Express to breaking her wand, and finally being confined for a mistake. She poured out her troubles to Tom. "So I want to enhance my luck. After all, luck is a form of strength." After hearing Liz's words, Tom's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. He simply beckoned her closer. "Come, I will teach you to brew Felix Felicis." Watching Tom's skilled movements, Liz's resolve only strengthened. He was indeed extraordinary. Although she had distinguished herself in potions class, she sometimes needed to consult her textbooks to determine the next step. Whereas Tom appeared entirely at ease, his actions fluid and even pleasing to the eye. Chapter 22. Tom was an undeniably charismatic individual. As they approached the crucial step of brewing Felix Felicis, Tom finally unveiled the small silver vial. Seemingly sensing Liz's anticipation, he smiled slightly. Blood from a 3-month-old unicorn, an exceptionally rare potion ingredient. Liz marveled at this but refrained from voicing any impractical desires, despite her deep yearning for it. Before long, the potion was complete. The golden liquid resembled melted gold, beautiful and radiant. Tom held out a glassy vial to Liz. Take a whiff. Liz inhaled, detecting a scent akin to bitter oranges. Just one drop, and all your efforts will be rewarded. Tom's voice was enticing, his gaze focused and earnest. Would you like a drop, Liz? Liz was taken aback. But aren't we in your memory? This isn't real. Liz now resembled a wide-eyed kitten, both innocent and alert. In a swift motion, Tom pinched the soft flesh at the side of Liz's face, suppressing a laugh as he inquired, Can you feel it? What? Liz replied, bewildered, instinctively grasping Tom's hand with her right. My warmth. Upon hearing this, Liz moved her fingers, gently caressing Tom's arm for a moment before stating, It is warm. The sudden skin contact left Tom momentarily dazed, his gaze beginning to drift. He had lost track of how long it had been since he had last interacted with anyone. Since his soul had been severed, he had remained at the age of 16, and now, being near a powerfully magical young which filled him with exhilaration. Perhaps, when he was first created, he had felt a similar thrill, as it signified the first step towards immortality. Yet, nearly 50 years of solitude had rendered Tom dissatisfied with merely being a tool. He yearned for a life of his own. Liz's presence ignited hope for the realization of his ambitions. Thus, when he first conversed with Liz, he could not restrain himself and absorbed an excessive amount of her magic. Soon, Tom regained his composure, and he and Liz almost simultaneously released their entwined hands, a faint hint of ambiguity lingering between them. Gazing upon Tom's strikingly handsome face, reminiscent of Narcissus, Liz felt a twinge of shyness. At 16, Tom was caught between adolescence and manhood, embodying both naivete and maturity. While beneath his polished demeanor lay an air of authority. Clearing her throat, Liz broke the somewhat amorous atmosphere. So, do you mean to say that all of this truly exists? Tom nodded. Would you like a drop? Liz hesitated, questioning whether she genuinely needed the Felix Felicis or merely desired it. Moreover, the potion's ingredients had been provided by Tom, and he had single-handedly crafted it. What right did she have to claim it? Never mind, it's yours. Tom said nothing further, merely stowing away the vial of potion. The atmosphere grew suddenly heavy. Tom's expression remained unchanged, yet Liz sensed a hint of his discontent. But why? Was it due to her rejection? Anxiously, she fidgeted with her hands, contemplating her departure. Tom, should I return now? Why would you want to leave? Is my company not enjoyable? If you wish, I can teach you other things. Liz appeared troubled. It has been a long time. My roommate will notice my absence. She won't notice. Aside from you, no witch at Hogwarts can perceive any of this. Moreover, I dislike your tendency to lie to me. Liz was taken aback, but chose to speak candidly. You are upset. At this, Tom's eyes darkened further. It was surprising that someone could so easily perceive his emotions. He prided himself on maintaining a stoic facade. Am I to leave simply because you are angry? Tom asked, already aware of his own folly. He typically disregarded others' feelings and was inclined to resolve defiance through force. Yet, when faced with Liz, he found himself willing to listen. Isn't that the case? Liz queried, perplexed. When others were angry, she believed it prudent to distance herself and allow them space to vent. Tom, rarely silent, contemplated. If it were anyone else, such as his former followers, he would have cast a curse without hesitation. But this was Liz, and he found himself unwilling to act that way towards her. He did not wish for her to uncover his true nature. He endeavored to uphold his image as a powerful and knowledgeable gentleman. I will escort you back, Tom murmured. Upon returning to her dormitory, Liz was astonished to find herself still in the same position as before her departure. The clock clearly indicated that no time had passed, making the entire experience feel like a surreal dream. What extraordinary magic! Rubbing her eyes, an idea struck her. From her interactions with Tom, he undoubtedly appeared to be an exemplary student. Would he be willing to serve as her tutor? Thus, Liz frequently found herself drawn into Tom's memories. At her request, Tom patiently guided her in the casting of various spells. Compared to Professor Flitwick, Tom was a far more stringent instructor. Yet, it was through his strictness that Liz made remarkable progress in her spellcasting. Previously, she had relied solely on her own exploration. Now, under Tom's tutelage, she had mastered nearly all spells she regularly employed, save for the 3 unforgivable curses. You have once again proven yourself to be an exceptionally gifted witch. When Liz successfully executed the bone-breaking curse, Tom applauded beside her, a restrained smile gracing his face. Liz accepted his praise with grace. After more than 2 months of interaction, they had become quite familiar friends. If you were our professor, I believe no student would ever fail. At this, Liz felt a pang of guilt. Her arm, weary from waving her wand, ached nearly to the point of immobility. Yet, gazing at Tom's serious expression, she dared not entertain thoughts of slacking. With a flick of her sore arm, she caught Tom's attention. Are you fatigued? Liz jolted. Not at all. I can continue. Tom raised an eyebrow. Then resume your assault on the statue before you. Upon hearing this, Liz sighed, resignedly raising her wand. However, before she could utter the incantation, Tom grasped her hand. Noting his barely concealed amusement, Liz understood she had once again fallen prey to his teasing. How infuriating. You always do this, she exclaimed, her tone a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Tom playfully tapped her forehead. Is it not your own fault for being so naive? Feeling somewhat deflated, Liz casually sat cross-legged on the ground, weariness etched on her face. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she looked up at Tom, standing beside her, and asked, when will you teach me the defense against the dark arts? I have always wanted to try facing a boggart, but have never had the opportunity. And what about the Patronus charm? What do you think my Patronus would be? Tom observed as Liz transformed from fatigued to exuberant, and his own mood lightened in response. He could feel her influence over him growing ever stronger. If you are ready, you can witness a boggart now. Liz's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her eyes widening. You can conjure one right now? Tom chuckled. Have you forgotten where we are? The room of requirement can manifest anything you can imagine. Excitedly, Liz responded, but then hesitated. Will you protect me? Tom's expression shifted to one of complexity. It had been countless years since a young witch had doubted his abilities, presenting him with a novel experience. You may test it. Liz regarded Tom, silhouetted against the light, tall and composed, exuding a sense of security. After a moment's thought, she extended her right hand toward him. Help me up, my feet have gone numb. So, do you wish to learn? Tom's patience began to wane. Having recognized Liz's keen perception, he decided to abandon pretense and reveal his true emotions. It's almost Christmas, Tom. Liz suddenly blurted this out without context. What are you trying to imply, Miss Disley? Why would you isolate this most beautiful memory? Tom stood tall, leaving Liz to gaze up at him. Upon hearing her words, Tom lowered his head to regard Liz, seemingly perplexed by her mention of the most wonderful memory. Indeed, Hogwarts is the finest school of magic in the world. When I first set foot here at the age of 11, I was introduced to the enchantment of magic. I would study here for 7 years, and nothing could bring me greater joy. Tom's expression softened, his eyes glimmering with a hint of a smile as he reluctantly concurred, yes. Life at Hogwarts constitutes my most cherished memories. There is no hunger, no reprimand. Here, house elves prepare warm meals, and esteemed professors patiently impart their magical wisdom, along with an endless array of books to draw upon. With the support of magic, he grew powerful and wealthy, amassing countless followers. Yet, as an orphan, he yearned to find his parents. But what was the outcome? His father was merely an ordinary muggle, while his mother hailed from a pure-blood family that had long fallen into disarray, living in worse conditions than a vagabond. Tom could not fathom why Merlin bestowed upon him unparalleled talent, yet subjected him to endless suffering. Eventually, he uncovered the truth of his lineage. He was the greatest dark wizard, a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House. Armed with this revelation, he became increasingly obsessed, aspiring to dominate the world and even achieve immortality. Thus, he crafted Horcruxes, the secret to his quest for eternal life. Tom, Liz interrupted his reverie, her tone tinged with disappointment. Is it only at Hogwarts that I can access your memories? Perhaps so, he replied. What shall we do? The Christmas holidays are approaching, and I must return home to celebrate. You will be left here all alone. With a narrowed gaze, Tom asked, somewhat temptingly, so, Liz, will you assist me? Liz, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, how can I help you? I've nearly exhausted the library's collection. I even forged the professor's signature to access the restricted section. Yet I found no leads on you. Suddenly, Liz turned to Tom, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Do you have a solution? Tom indeed had a solution. To him, absorbing Liz's magical energy was the quickest and most effective method. He had always had the opportunity to do so. Liz not only harbored no defenses against him, but also placed her trust in him. In his eyes, Liz was a naive little witch, one whom he cared for in a peculiar way. Tom nodded, his expression becoming somewhat inscrutable. Tell me, I am more than willing to help you, Liz implored, her green eyes sparkling with sincerity. I need your magic, Tom stammered, finding the admission somewhat difficult. He felt a pang of fear that Liz might reject him. Liz tilted her head, puzzled. My magic? But how can I give it to you? As she observed Tom's outstretched hand, Liz hesitated but eventually placed her own in his. Suddenly, before she could finish her thoughts, the world spun around her. Had Tom not caught her in time, she surely would have collapsed to the ground. Liz felt someone whispering in her ear, their warm breath sending tingles down her spine, yet she lacked the strength to evade. When she finally opened her eyes again, Hermione was anxiously standing at her bedside. "Wake up, Liz. You're going to be late for History of Magic." History of Magic. Under Professor Binns. "Oh well, skipping class it is." Liz dismissed Hermione with a wave and closed her eyes again. However, it wasn't long before Bubu suddenly leaped onto her covers, the unexpected weight causing Liz to yelp in pain, fully awakening her mind. "Bubu, are you trying to crush me?" Liz exclaimed, swiftly scooping Bubu into her embrace, her voice playful yet stern. "You actually came back. If it weren't for the owner of the magical creature sanctuary assuring me that magical pets never go missing, I would have worried you had run away for good." Gazing into Bubu's big, watery eyes, Liz affectionately ruffled its fur a few more times before picking up her diary, eager to inquire about what had transpired with Tom the previous day. As she opened it, she found Tom's message. "Did I frighten you yesterday? A good sleep will remedy it." Liz patted her head and quickly took out a pen to reply. "I want to see you." Tom responded swiftly. The diary shimmered with golden light, and Liz found herself teleported directly to his side. "Hello, Liz," Tom greeted, leaning casually against the railing with a lazy demeanor, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Unable to contain her curiosity, Liz approached eagerly. "What happened yesterday? I seem to have lost my memory of that time." Tom paused, taking in Liz's expression, devoid of questioning or fear, simply intrigued. "You fainted," he stated, considering his words before adding, "because I absorbed your magic." Liz clutched Bubu tightly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Did I help you?" Tom nodded slightly, his feelings a tumultuous storm he could not articulate, choosing instead to remain silent. "Do you still need it today? I feel much better after my nap. Are you not afraid of what happened yesterday? Are you not afraid I might harm you?" Tom queried, perplexed. Liz flashed a sly smile, her voice ringing with confidence. "You wouldn't. I am your most talented and gifted junior riddle." Tom erupted into hearty laughter, the sound bright and joyous, for Liz always had a way of uplifting his spirits. "You are right. I will never harm you." This was Tom Riddle's solemn promise. Chapter 23. Tom and the Philosopher's Stone. Liz proudly presented Bubu to Tom, her face alight with joy. "Look, this is my pet Bubu. It went missing for 2 months and just returned today." Tom graciously patted Bubu's head, noticing the fleeting glimmer of fear in the creature's eyes, a truly perceptive little being. "Nifflers are drawn to all that glitters. You can use it to seek treasure." Liz wholeheartedly agreed, tugging on Bubu's hind leg to flip it over and scratching its belly. Soon, galleons and various unfamiliar jewels tumbled out, revealing that Bubu's belly seemed to have performed a spell of extension, holding far more than anticipated. Tom bent down to pick up a red stone, furrowing his brow as he examined it closely. Liz noticed this and remarked, "So, this stone was inside Bubu? I had nearly forgotten about it." Tom's gaze shifted to Liz. "How did you come by it?" "I don't know. I found it in my pocket just before I went to sleep," Liz replied, embarrassed. "Why? Do you recognize it?" Tom shook his head, saying not exactly. "But it feels somewhat familiar." He lied. He recognized it as the Philosopher's Stone. Years ago, he had coveted it, searching high and low for Nicholas Flamel, only to come up empty-handed. It was astonishing that fate had brought him back to it. "What if I were to request that you give me this stone?" With a flourish of her small hand, Liz generously responded, "Of course. I have no use for it. What if I told you it is quite precious?" Tom probed once more. "Then it's yours. If it is indeed valuable, make sure to utilize it to its fullest potential," Liz replied, casting a suspicious glance at Tom. "So you do recognize it?" Tom maintained his composure, stating, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Philosopher's Stone." "The Philosopher's Stone?" Liz gasped, astonished that she had possessed such a legendary item. "Our alchemy professor has never seen it. It is said that the Philosopher's Stone grants immortality. But why is it in my possession? I have no desire for immortality." Tom's eyes narrowed sharply at her words, prompting him to inquire, "Why do you not yearn for immortality? It is a pursuit coveted by many wizards." Liz replied with a sense of certainty, "Why would I desire eternal life? My friends, family, and even future lovers would inevitably depart from me, leaving me alone in this world, a solitary figure. How pitiful that would be. I would rather savor a finite existence than dwell on the past, in an interminable future." As her words concluded, Liz unleashed a thunderous crack, adding, "Moreover, I do not believe anyone can achieve immortality, be they wizard or muggle." Noticing Tom's intrigued demeanor, Liz continued, "At least, there is no record that suggests the possibility of immortality. Even the 4 founders of Hogwarts did not attain it." After a moment of silence, Tom spoke. "I once encountered a method for achieving immortality within the restricted section of the library." Liz, intrigued, pressed further, "What is it?" Tom replied succinctly, Horcrux. Horcrux? That sounds akin to dark magic, inherently perilous. Do you harbor disdain for dark magic? Tom questioned, gazing intently at Liz, as if attempting to pierce through her soul. After a moment's contemplation, Liz hesitantly responded, I cannot say I detest it. Some dark spells are essential to learn, at least to possess means of deterring our foes. With a playful shake of her head, she quoted a renowned figure, whether a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. Tom pondered this statement, nodding in agreement, appreciating its philosophical depth. Of course, that was uttered by a notable muggle, Liz added proudly. Muggle? Tom's tone took on a slightly hostile edge. Unfazed, Liz retorted, Tom, you wouldn't belittle muggles, would you? That would be a profoundly foolish stance. Even ants can topple elephants. And wizards and muggles are not so disparate. Tom extracted his wand from Liz's pocket and waved it casually, shattering stones beneath them, then turned to Liz with a look of disdain. See? A single spell could extinguish a muggle's life. To Tom's surprise, Liz did not condone his actions. Instead, she asked a seemingly unrelated question. Tom, how old are you? Her expression was earnest. Tom, for once, appeared awkward, taking a while to respond, 16. Liz seemed to anticipate his answer, inquiring further, what year were you born? 1926, he answered stiffly, and seeing the vibrant shift in Liz's demeanor upon hearing the date, he felt increasingly agitated. Liz circled around him, her expression akin to one observing a monkey at the zoo. You're nearly 70, Grandpa Riddle. Tom's face darkened further. Yet he stubbornly retorted, surely you know that wizards have long lifespans. 70 is merely middle-aged. So you are out of touch, old man, Liz teased. Tom, feeling somewhat challenged, flashed a charming smile at her. Liz erupted in laughter at his childlike behavior. All right, Tom, I believe you are 16. However, I must say, your knowledge of contemporary muggles is woefully inadequate. They are no longer defenseless. Today, they wield weapons of tremendous destructive power, if pushed to desperation. The world as we know it could be obliterated, leading to the extinction of not just muggles, but wizards, and all life on Earth. Observing Tom's dismissive expression, Liz chose not to elaborate further, knowing he would inevitably face grave consequences in this regard. They sat in silence on the stone steps, with Liz idly stroking the fur of her companion, Boo-Boo. After a considerable time, Tom broke the silence. What is your perspective on Horcruxes? Liz was momentarily taken aback, and only when Tom's face suddenly loomed close did she regain her composure. Startled, she replied, what do you mean? What is your view on Horcruxes? Tom's gaze remained fixed on her, as if deeply concerned with her opinion. I believe I have already answered that. It seems perilous, she responded, then jested. Or has Grandpa Riddle finally admitted to aging and losing his memory? Ignoring her jibe, Tom's face bore an unusual hint of uncertainty as he asked, do you think Horcruxes can grant immortality? Once again, Liz rolled her eyes internally at the repetition of the question. Who do you consider the greatest white wizard? Dumbledore. Tom replied reluctantly. And the greatest dark wizard? Slytherin. Did either of them achieve immortality? A flicker of confusion crossed Tom's face before he quickly realized. Perhaps they did not pursue immortality. Hearing this, Liz sighed in relief. You are correct. Perhaps they did not seek eternal life. Now, let us discuss the creation of Horcruxes. Are there any records of wizards who achieved immortality through their creation? Tom's eyes flickered with uncertainty, clearly dissatisfied with the answer to this inquiry. Thus, it follows that Horcruxes cannot grant immortality. To put it another way, those who have attempted to create them have failed. Tom abruptly laughed at this, though his laughter was chilling and grating, reverberating eerily in the empty classroom. Liz shivered, clutching Boo-Boo tightly, unable to suppress her voice. Please stop laughing, Tom. It's rather frightening. Tom stood, turning his back to Liz, and mused, what if someone has successfully created a Horcrux? Liz paused, exclaiming, then he must be a reckless and arrogant individual. Why do you say that? Shouldn't he be considered a genius? How could something that so many talented wizards failed to achieve be accomplished so easily? It would have to be an arrogant delusion of success. When it comes to the soul, one must tread with utmost caution. Tom fell silent, seemingly disinterested in continuing the discussion, while Liz felt a sense of relief, pondering why. As youthful individuals, they were contemplating such distant matters. I shall escort you home. Liz, puzzled, asked, aren't we studying? Consider it a surprise. Tom offered a smile tinged with mystery. In an instant, Liz found herself back in the real world, with Boo-Boo, startled, leaping from her arms. Observing that time was still early, Liz flung herself back onto her bed, intending to indulge in a short nap. A soft chuckle startled her awake, her senses jolting back to alertness as she hastily grasped her wand. Who is there? Though her voice was laced with vigilance, to Tom, it sounded sweet and delicate. Devoid of any intimidation, he gradually revealed himself, leisurely observing the young girl before him. Tom, Liz exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. Closing her eyes for a moment before reopening them, yet the dark-haired youth remained before her. In the next heartbeat, Liz exhaled in relief. Grateful that Hermione was not in the dormitory, for that would be an egregious breach of her friend's privacy. Tom felt a twinge of annoyance. Was Liz not supposed to rush over joyfully to embrace him? Why did her reaction differ from his expectations? Eventually, he approached her. What's the matter? Are you speechless? Is this the surprise you mentioned? What? You don't like it? And I must thank you for your assistance yesterday. Tom's voice was low, laced with a hint of amusement, yet his expression bore an unusual nervousness. This was his first attempt at surprising someone. The witches of Hogwarts must be fortunate, for yet another unattached wizard has arrived. This remark elicited a chuckle from Tom, who wouldn't relish the affirmation of their charm. At that moment, Liz and Tom were seated in the Quidditch pitch, she gnawing on a sandwich while casting furtive glances at Draco, who had just looked her way once more, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Liz playfully covered her mouth with her hand, subtly moving her lips, her face betraying a hint of guilt. Are you certain, Tom? No one can see you. Tom, sitting beside her, wore a look of exasperation, wondering how she had become so timid. She usually flaunted her bravado in front of him. This is the 15th time you've asked me that, he grumbled. Your classmates haven't greeted me at all. Liz managed a sheepish smile and inquired softly, how's your Quidditch playing? Like a fool, soaring through the skies on a broomstick. I'm not that foolish, Tom replied dismissively, casting a sharp glance at Draco, who had already gazed at them countless times in the mere 20 minutes they had been seated, oblivious even to the golden snitch darting past him. Idiot Malfoy. He recalled how astute his grandfather Abraxas had been. I'm not fond of Quidditch either. I fell during my first flying lesson and spent 2 days in the infirmary. However, my friends adore it. My cousin is a seeker for Gryffindor, and he is exceptionally talented. By the way, I haven't met your friends. Tom maintained his calm demeanor, yet upon hearing Liz's aversion to flying, he began to contemplate. Liz brightened. I'm heading to herbology class soon. I can introduce you to them. They are all incredibly gifted wizards. You will like them. Hearing this, Tom fell silent, knowing his current state couldn't last long. He would soon have to return to the diary. Draco, focus. The other Slytherin players were evidently exasperated by his frequent daydreaming. Hearing the shout, Draco felt a pang of dread. Liz had gone through such trouble to watch his practice, yet his performance was abysmal. Summoning his resolve, Draco squinted and leaned forward, racing after the golden snitch. Faster, faster, he silently urged himself, the elusive snitch now within his grasp. With a burst of speed, he seized the mischievous golden ball. Though its rapidly spinning wings grazed his palm, drawing blood, yet what did it matter? He had proven through skill that he was not merely a legacy in the Slytherin team, he was indeed worthy. Draco steered his broom toward Liz, a triumphant grin illuminating his face, his demeanor akin to a peacock displaying its plumage in search of praise. Liz responded with a thumbs up, yet this young wizard, having grown up in the magical world, clearly did not comprehend its meaning. It means I'm complimenting your prowess. Liz chuckled, finding it amusing how he sought validation before turning crimson at her praise. Beside them, Tom found the scene intolerable. He had anticipated Liz's popularity, but he hadn't realized the extent of it. In the brief time it took them to travel from the Gryffindor girls' dormitory to the Quidditch pitch, over a dozen individuals had greeted her, more than half of whom were boys. Initially, Tom had looked down upon anyone who approached Liz, but Draco was different. He had heard that name from Liz's lips countless times. Draco dismounted his broom, intent on sitting to Liz's right, but realizing Tom was glaring at them, she quickly pulled him to her left. New model? Liz pointed at the broom in his hand. A moment of confusion washed over Draco, but he quickly brightened. It's sponsored by my father, the Nimbus 2001. Observing Draco's wind-kissed cheeks, Liz casually cast a warming charm. Is that better? Aren't you supposed to be in class now? History of magic? Draco asked, curiosity dancing in his eyes. To him, Liz epitomized the model student, never skipping class, eagerly answering questions, and completing assignments on time. Liz replied somewhat bashfully, I wouldn't want to be a person of broken promises. History of magic pales in comparison to your significance. She then flashed him a smile. Tom, watching this exchange, felt a sharp pang of jealousy. Liz had never bestowed such a sweet smile upon him. If Liz knew what he was thinking, she would undoubtedly cry foul. It was merely a smile tinged with guilt. As she had been studying various magical subjects with Tom for the past 2 months, and had promised Draco that any introductions would be postponed until after the Christmas holidays. Draco, clearly entranced by Liz's smile and flattery, repeatedly waved his hands, insisting it was of no consequence. Chapter 24. Encountering Cedric again. Liz and Tom departed the Quidditch pitch. Though to Draco, it seemed Liz was the only one leaving, as he continued to wave goodbye enthusiastically. Observing Draco's exuberance, Tom inwardly cursed him as a fool. Unable to restrain his sarcasm, he remarked, It seems you are quite popular at school. Liz, taken aback, inquired, "Were you not popular during your school days?" She proceeded to enumerate reasons why Tom was undoubtedly well-liked. Firstly, you are a remarkably handsome wizard. Surely many girls admire you. Secondly, your magical prowess is exceptional, likely attracting many boys who admire or even emulate you. Lastly, you are a prefect with commendable grades. Your professors must also hold you in high regard. After a moment, Liz added, "Thus, you have no reason to envy me. You must have been quite the figure of prominence at Hogwarts." Tom donned a reserved smile, acknowledging that he was indeed a notable figure at Hogwarts, surrounded by loyal followers. However, this sentiment diverged from what he wished to convey. Did Liz truly not perceive that Malfoy harbored feelings for her? Calculating, Tom chose to remain taciturn. Suddenly, Liz halted and turned to the dark-haired youth beside her. "Tom, why have I never heard your name? You must be a renowned wizard, as I have discerned over these past 2 months that your magical abilities are formidable. Some of the spells you have taught me aren't even in the textbooks. Surely they must be of your own invention. You are far too exceptional to remain obscure." Upon uttering this, Liz seemed to recall something, her expression shifting to one of sadness and disbelief. "Could it be your name is an illusion? Have you been deceiving me all along?" The once serious Tom couldn't help but chuckle at her words. He reached out to tap her forehead, only to find his fingers passing through her. He had forgotten. This was not his memory, and he was unable to physically touch Liz, which left him feeling somewhat despondent. "How could I deceive you? Perhaps I have already failed," Liz murmured. "Failed?" A flicker of madness glinted in Tom's eyes, though his tone remained calm. "Indeed, I am engaged in a grand endeavor, yet I now find myself uncertain of its righteousness." Hearing such ambiguous words, Liz appeared unperturbed, merely excitedly stating, "We are nearing the greenhouse. Let's wait for them inside." However, Tom halted in his tracks, casting a lingering gaze around. His eyes filled with affection as they finally settled on Liz. "I can only accompany you this far," Liz replied dejectedly. "I wanted to introduce you to them. Back at the Quidditch pitch, I thought you would be willing to meet my friends, but it seems you completely misunderstood my hints. Knowing you has already brought me immense joy." Liz blinked, a pair of rosy blushes blooming on her cheeks. "With just 2 days until the holiday, I have prepared a Christmas gift for you, which I shall finish crafting tonight. When the time comes, I will present it to you. But you must promise not to disdain it." Tom nodded, expressing, "I am looking forward to it." Upon saying this, his figure became ethereal until it vanished, and Liz understood that he had returned to the pages of the diary. Liz sat alone in the greenhouse, her classmates still en route. The greenhouse was filled with an array of herbs, and the hollow long table at the center was already laden with the Dream Eater vines, the primary ingredient for concocting a dreamless sleeping potion. The Dream Eater is a stunning purple vine plant, and just as Liz was engrossed in its beauty, the door to the greenhouse swung open. Initially, she presumed it was Harry and the others arriving, but to her surprise, it was Cedric who entered. "Cedric?" Liz exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she gazed at him. In contrast to Liz's surprise, Cedric appeared far more expectant. After all, he hadn't seen Liz in nearly 2 months. Therefore, when Professor Sprout sought his assistance in substituting for her class, he readily agreed. Cedric beamed at Liz with a warm smile, stating, "It's been a while." At these words, Liz momentarily lost her focus, her mind drifting back to the scene in the kitchen when Cedric had wiped the cream from the corner of her lips with his finger. Each recollection flushed her cheeks to an embarrassing degree. Following that incident, Liz had deliberately avoided Cedric. However, amid her studies with Tom, she had managed to push the memory aside. Now, seeing him again, the long-forgotten shyness crept back onto her face. After a considerable pause, Liz snapped back to reality and offered Cedric an awkward smile. "What brings you here alone? Skipping class, perhaps?" Liz pondered how it seemed that every time she engaged in something less than honorable, Cedric was always there to catch her. "You know how it is. History of magic is dreadfully dull, and with Professor Bin's teaching style, I find myself dozing off in every class," Cedric replied. Liz shrugged, her tone tinged with resignation. Cedric concurred, believing that rather than listening to Professor Bin's monotonously read from the textbook, it would be more beneficial to allow students to study independently since the exam's focus is primarily on the text. However, Professor Binns was a rather obstinate ghost. Despite numerous complaints from students about the lack of engagement in his classes, his teaching methods had remained unchanged for centuries, and the successive headmasters had been notably lenient towards him, which was quite remarkable. "What brings you here, then?" Liz inquired curiously. "Are you here to gather herbs? After all, Gryffindor would soon have their class in this very greenhouse." Cedric smiled mysteriously. "I'm here for class as well." Before Liz could delve deeper, the corridor was suddenly filled with the chatter of students. The Gryffindor Lions were always so spirited. Liz waved to Harry and the others, offering Cedric an apologetic smile before stepping away from his side. "Professor Binns hasn't noticed, has he?" Liz whispered. Upon hearing this, Hermione's face flushed with embarrassment. and she quickly shot a glare at Harry and Ron beside her. It was all their fault. Not only had they arrived late, but they had also loudly inquired about Liz's absence, which Professor Binns had overheard, resulting in a deduction of 15 points from Gryffindor, an unprecedented occurrence for him. As expected, Harry and Ron appeared sheepish under Hermione's glare. Even Liz felt a sigh of exasperation. To be caught on her very first skipped class was truly unfortunate. She resolved to earn back Professor Sprout's favor to recover the lost points, but as class was about to start, she wondered why Professor Sprout had yet to appear. The Gryffindor students, equally perplexed, glanced around until they finally spotted the distinct figure of Cedric Diggory in the greenhouse. It was worth noting that Cedric was quite the sensation at Hogwarts. Handsome, gentle-natured, and undoubtedly a top student, he had become a prefect by 4th year. With a father working in the Ministry of Magic, he was the quintessential Hufflepuff heartthrob, garnering secret admiration from many young witches. As Cedric approached, he explained that Professor Sprout had family matters to attend to, thus he was substituting for the class. Being a favored pupil of the head of his house, and possessing considerable talent in herbology, it must be said that Cedric had a knack for teaching. His engaging and humorous approach had the class in fits of laughter, even captivating Liz, who typically held little interest in herbology. The only disappointment was the absence of opportunities for extra credit in this lesson. After class, Liz overheard several students extolling Cedric's virtues, speculating that if he taught more classes, he would undoubtedly earn the title of the most popular professor, as no student would refuse such an engaging instructor. Yet, Cedric felt a twinge of regret. He had intended to ask Liz to stay a moment after class, but he feared it might cause her discomfort, given that students her age were often drawn to gossip about their peers. Thus, he could only watch as Liz departed, the 12-year-old girl blossoming into a graceful young lady. Her gray robe could hardly conceal her tall stature, and her rose-red curls were swept into a ponytail, radiating youthfulness and vitality. As he gazed at her retreating figure, Cedric felt a surge of joy. Suddenly, Liz turned and waved goodbye, her smile dazzling enough to leave him momentarily speechless. He was unsure how to respond, and even the simplest acknowledgement eluded him. In the end, he managed to muster a somewhat stiff smile, but by then, Liz had already turned away. It was only when her silhouette had vanished completely that Cedric raised a hand to touch his heart, feeling its steady, robust beat. He could no longer deny that his interest in Liz had deepened into something more profound. He had fallen for her at first sight, and above all, he wished to protect the smile that graced her face. Chapter 25, Christmas Eve. In the Gryffindor common room, the fire in the hearth blazed warmly, providing a cozy refuge from the snowflakes that occasionally drifted outside. Harry and Ron were engaged in a game of wizard's chess, the set being a Christmas gift from Liz to Ron the previous year. He cherished it dearly and rarely revealed it, only bringing it out occasionally to play with Harry. Liz sat nearby, watching them, while Hermione, clearly uninterested in the chess game, was engrossed in one of the hefty tomes. In truth, Liz had little enthusiasm for wizard's chess herself. She believed it served little purpose beyond mere entertainment. She would prefer to devote her time to practicing spells. As a competent witch, especially one determined to protect her family, ought to master various incantations. Whether in this life or the last, Liz had always been a pragmatist. When Liz first praised Ron for his skill in wizard's chess, he had eagerly offered to teach her, but she had declined, waving her hand dismissively. This had left Ron rather dejected, for he had been excited to showcase something he excelled at, only to find Liz entirely uninterested. Yet today, Liz felt unusually keen. Upon entering the common room, she beheld Harry and Ron seated across from one another, Ron wearing a composed expression, as if strategizing with great foresight. Even Liz had to admit that Ron, focused on the chessboard, appeared exceptionally charming, his red hair seeming to shimmer with brilliance. As for Harry, seated across the table, while others learn wisdom from their failures, he seems to be perpetually ensnared in a cycle of defeat, relishing each loss with unwavering enthusiasm, seemingly unwilling to relent until he emerges victorious against Ron. Nonetheless, one could argue that such perseverance is a virtue in its own right. It was evident that both Harry and Ron had taken note of Liz, as they synchronously sought to expedite the conclusion of the chess match. Ultimately, it culminated in a disheartening defeat for Harry. Liz's seal-like applause brought joy to Ron, whose bashful demeanor transformed into a broad grin. He initially intended to maintain composure, but found it impossible to suppress his joy and laughed heartily instead. Liz had long recognized that Ron possessed considerable magical talent, embodying the various traits of Gryffindor. He was a remarkably dependable companion and friend, yet he often hesitated to voice his opinions, preferring to follow in the footsteps of his friends when it came to decisions. This tendency cast a shadow of insecurity over him. Liz speculated that this might stem from his family background. The Weasley household, with its 7 children, 6 boys and 1 girl, had longed for Ron to be a girl. and it was only with Ginny's birth that they welcomed their first daughter, with just a year separating Ron and Ginny. Perhaps the unintentional favoritism shown by their parents left young Ron feeling somewhat despondent, directly influencing his present disposition. Thus, upon realizing this, Liz frequently offered Ron compliments, believing it a splendid endeavor as a friend to guide him in her own way. However, Liz's elation was short-lived, quickly doused by Harry's words. "So, have you decided not to return home for Christmas this year?" Harry nodded resolutely in response to Liz's incredulous gaze. "Why?" Liz felt a pang of sadness. At that moment, she found herself resenting Hogwarts for its policy allowing students to spend Christmas at school. Petunia and the others were improving, and Harry ought to return home with her, just like a true family. Flustered, Harry explained, "I have to stay with Black. You forgot that Aunt Petunia is allergic to dog hair." Upon hearing this, Liz felt a sudden sense of regret, as if she had inadvertently struck herself with a stone. The bullet fired over 3 months ago had struck her squarely between the eyes. Suddenly, "I regret having so readily agreed to keep Sirius's secret for him. Now, it's truly difficult to speak." Just then, Black swaggered in from the boys' dormitory, initially intending to settle at Harry's feet, but noticing Liz's less than pleasant expression, he froze in place. Caught between two choices, Liz also noticed the mischievous culprit lurking, and as she opened her mouth, she found herself at a loss for words. Should she tell Harry that the large black dog he cuddles and plays with so affectionately is, in fact, his godfather, who has endured great hardships to escape Azkaban just to see him? After a while of being wrongfully imprisoned, Liz had assumed that Sirius would be eager to reclaim his identity, especially given the weight of his lineage as one of the 28 sacred pureblood families in the wizarding world, despite the fact that his direct lineage had dwindled. To this end, Liz had even enlisted the help of the Weasley twins to inquire about his thoughts. But how did Sirius respond? He expressed that being able to accompany Harry during his time at Hogwarts was a dream come true. He had already missed 10 years and did not wish to squander more time. How could Liz bear to betray Sirius's heartfelt intentions for Harry? Perhaps spending Christmas together was indeed the best option. At the very least, accompany me to Diagon Alley on the day of the holiday. Liz parted her lips and turned to Ron, seemingly awaiting his reply. Harry beckoned, and Black trudged over to him, his usual fierce countenance softened to one of endearing innocence. Harry reached out to stroke his thick fur, feeling a sense of relief, and nodded in agreement under Liz's expressionless gaze. Ron had already made his position clear, eagerly accepting Liz's invitation. After all, it was a plan they had concocted long before. He would receive a brand new wand as a joint gift from Harry and Liz to express their gratitude for the commencement of the school year. Liz reconfirmed the plan with Hermione, the understanding little witch who readily agreed. Afterward, Liz returned to the dormitory with a composed expression. After freshening up, she lay down on her bed, fiddling with the small tape recorder she had received that day. She had asked Fenton to send it over, intending to gift this compact recorder to Tom as a Christmas present, thanking him for his diligent instruction over the past 2 months. However, before presenting it, she needed to refine it. Perhaps recording a message of good wishes would be a splendid idea. As she rummaged under her pillow for her diary, she felt compelled to inquire about Tom's plans for the Christmas holiday. If he needed assistance, Liz believed she could help. Yet, when she finally glimpsed the diary in her hands, she was taken aback. The normally blank pages were now filled with densely packed notes, detailing various spells with clear explanations, techniques, and precautions. Had this been any other time, Liz would have been elated to possess such a treasure trove of knowledge. However, now she felt a sense of panic as if something uncontrollable had finally occurred. She turned to the front page, the only blank space remaining. Her hand trembled as she took up her pen and scrawled a hasty note. "Tom, are you still there?" The absence of the familiar golden light made Liz's heart sink. Could it be that Tom had encountered misfortune? She reminded herself to remain calm and to wait a little longer. Perhaps Tom had exhausted himself that day and had not yet seen her message. But after an interminable wait, the diary remained unresponsive. Her focus was so intense that Liz felt her eyes growing weary, and in a moment of distraction, a tear trickled down her cheek and fell onto the diary. She hurriedly reached to wipe it away, only to discover that words had begun to materialize on the page. Chapter 26. Departure. Good evening, Liz. You, being as astute as you are, should have guessed that I have already departed. This notebook is left for you. With its aid, you will eventually make a name for yourself in the magical world. However, there is one thing I must apologize for. The Patronus charm is the only spell I am not proficient in, and you will have to seek guidance elsewhere. This notebook is my first Christmas gift to you. Of course, I have prepared another. In the room of requirement, there lies the Felix Felicis you have been yearning for. It was a gift I intended to give you as soon as I perfected it. Remember to whisper 39 Tom Riddle and Liz Dursley's abode, 39, when you go. Lastly, I must once again apologize. We did not have a formal farewell, but you will forgive me. When we meet again, Remember to bring the Christmas gift you owe me. I await it with great anticipation. Liz gently traced the final signature with her fingers. Your faraway friend, Tom Riddle. After reading this message, Liz felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and sorrow. Just as Tom had stated, they had not had a proper goodbye, and would there be another opportunity to meet again? And the Felix Felicis, such a precious gift he had left for her. Liz weighed the diary in her hands. It too was a cherished present. She changed her clothes and left the dormitory. Passing through the common room, she found that Harry and Ron had already departed, while Hermione was chatting with another student. After exchanging pleasantries, Liz made her way directly to the 8th floor. The curfew hour had yet to arrive, thus the corridors were bustling with students coming and going. Liz moved cautiously, deliberately avoiding the gaze of others. After all, it was quite peculiar and unsettling to be seen entering a classroom that was typically out of sight. The room of requirement had reverted to its original state, reminiscent of Liz's first visit. The solitary cabinet leaned against the wall, and she approached it slowly, reaching out to open its door. The vial of Felix Felicis was prominently displayed, yet Liz's gaze did not linger on the small bottle. Instead, she turned her attention to a note affixed inside the cabinet, the handwriting strikingly familiar, though the arrangement of the letters eluded her comprehension. It dawned on her that this was yet another of Tom's clever tricks, for he often scrambled letters, challenging Liz to decipher them, only to restore them to coherence with a gentle flick of his wand. Mimicking Tom, Liz waved her wand and cast the sorting charm. The letters on the note began to dance one by one, soon forming a new message. Merry Christmas, I shall bless you from afar. Liz whispered the word softly, and the letters coalesced into a wisp of mist that penetrated her forehead. The sudden occurrence startled her, and she quickly scanned her body, finding nothing amiss, even feeling invigorated. With a sigh of relief, Liz retrieved the azure vial from the cabinet, murmuring, Thank you, Tom. Farewell, Tom. Yet you still owe me a spoken Merry Christmas. With the aid of the Philosopher's Stone, Tom had reshaped his body, and before his departure, he had awakened the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, a magical creature older than Salazar Slytherin himself, recognizing only the heirs of Slytherin as its master. Under Tom's command, the basilisk's massive form swiftly diminished, ultimately transforming into a serpent-shaped bracelet coiled around Tom's wrist, its head resting obediently upon the back of his hand. To the untrained eye, it appeared merely as an exquisite accessory. In a secluded corner, Tom touched his heart, where a fiery warmth surged, an indication that Liz had discovered his message. Had she not shed tears for him, she would have received merely the notebook as a gift. But now, aware of the sorrow his departure had caused the young girl he had spent 2 months with, he deemed her deserving of a second gift. Liz mused, Do you believe it to be mere coincidence? Beneath the night sky, footprints in the snow gradually faded, and Tom cast one last glance at the Gryffindor Tower, the direction where Liz resided, his gaze intent and lingering. Eventually, all settled into tranquility, and he turned away from Hogwarts. Tom sought to find the remaining Horcruxes, once arrogant. He had aimed for immortality through their creation, yet after his rebirth, he recognized the folly of such an endeavor. Each shard of his fractured soul would inevitably awaken its own consciousness at the opportune moment. Having savored the freedom of bodily existence, who among the Horcruxes would willingly remain a captive specter? Since the primary soul was indifferent, Tom resolved to consume the other Horcruxes to contend with the principal soul. Thus, he chose to depart. Meanwhile, after Tom's exit, in a corner of Hogwarts' kitchen, a house elf named Dobby was reprimanding another elf named Ella. Dobby's face was contorted with anger and urgency, his high-pitched voice deliberately lowered. What did you say? You lost that diary? Ella hung her head, fear evident in her demeanor as she nodded. Dobby pressed on. When did you lose it? About 2 months ago, came Ella's timid reply. Dobby's eyes widened in shock. The already large eyes of the house elf appeared almost fearsome in his incredulity. Dobby, a servant of the Malfoy family, had overheard his master, Lucius Malfoy, discussing the disposal of a diary, likely linked to dark magic, for Lucius had already dealt with various dark artifacts this year. The magical community did not outright reject such items. Privately, they often turned a blind eye, yet being discovered by the Ministry of Magic was far from honorable, as delving into dark magic was perilous, and one could always expect a visit to the ministry for a cup of tea. The discarded diary was a particularly unique dark artifact, and Lucius, uncertain about how to handle it, had summoned Dobby, hoping the elf could find a secure place for it. However, it was certain that keeping it at home was exceedingly unsafe. Dobby had even heard that Lucius intended to use it to frame Harry Potter, the Savior. This was intolerable. After the Savior vanquished the Dark Lord, not only wizards, but even house elves like Dobby had rejoiced. For the Dark Lord had cast a shadow over the magical realm, leaving all in trepidation of a world devoid of light. Consequently, Dobby had sealed the entrance to Platform 9, hoping Harry might remain in the Muggle world for his safety, but fate had other plans. As Harry had still arrived at Hogwarts, and even more alarmingly, the diary had gone missing there. Dobby glared at his cousin Ella, who had once believed Hogwarts to be the safest place, only to find it. Dobby huffed and puffed for a moment before regaining his composure. "How did you lose it?" Ella, quaking, responded, "I left it in the kitchen, you see, in that cupboard. I even cast a spell on it. Ordinary wizards wouldn't be able to see it." After speaking, Ella glanced up at Dobby, noticing his expression darkening further. Thus, it was highly probable that it had been taken by a student sneaking into the kitchen for a snack. Upon hearing this, Ella turned pale. With so many students raiding the kitchen, could it even be recovered? Dobby inquired, "Has anything unusual occurred at Hogwarts recently?" After pondering for a moment, Ella shook her head. "I didn't sense anything special about that diary. It certainly doesn't seem as alarming as you suggest." Dobby discerned her nonchalance. Indeed, even when he received this task, he had harbored doubts. The diary appeared unremarkable, lacking any magical fluctuation. Yet, recalling Lucius's cautious and wary expression, he solemnly warned, "It is mysterious, powerful, and perhaps even malevolent. If you uncover any clues, you must contact me immediately." With a snap of his fingers, Dobby vanished, leaving him uncertain of how to report this matter to Lucius. Chapter 27. Repair or Purchase. The Christmas holidays had finally arrived, and at Liz's suggestion, they first ventured into the Muggle world, intending to introduce Ron, who had grown up in the magical realm, to its wonders. Naturally, their first stop was a street renowned for its culinary delights, yet for Liz, there was little to explore, as the British menu was rather limited, consisting of little more than butter, bread, or fried fish and chips. This was a pedestrian thoroughfare familiar to Hermione, as it was close to her home, allowing them to accompany her directly to the bus during the holidays. The Christmas spirit permeated the street, with Santa Claus figurines and stickers adorning the surroundings, alongside various meticulously decorated Christmas trees. Ron's eyes widened in delight. Such amusing trinkets were absent from the magical world. Even Liz, Harry, and Hermione found joy in the outing, for since attending Hogwarts, they had seldom strolled through the Muggle world with friends. Due to the restrictions placed upon underage wizards regarding the use of spells in public, Liz shivered in the cold and pointed to a nearby cafe, suggesting, "Shall we step inside to warm up?" Once seated, Liz and Hermione ordered steaming mugs of hot cocoa, while Ron, spurred on by Harry, opted for a cup of the same bitter coffee as Harry himself. Liz, observing Harry stifling a laugh, sensed his mischievous intent. She could not comprehend why Harry favored such a harsh brew, devoid of sugar or cream, which seemed utterly unpalatable. Unbeknownst to him, Ron eagerly anticipated the drink, perhaps believing the bitter coffee would be as delightful as the fries he had previously savored. Hermione, on the other hand, chose to remain silent, wearing an expression that suggested she was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding scene. Liz often felt a sense of alienation from them, plagued by the notion that her honesty set her apart. As predicted, when the coffee arrived, Ron wrinkled his nose and exclaimed, "Why does it smell so strange?" Harry, maintaining a stoic demeanor, raised his cup to his lips, took a cautious sip, and urged, "Go on, Ron, you'll come to like it." Hesitant, Ron glanced at Harry, and under the watchful gazes of Hermione and Liz, took a tentative sip. The expressions of anticipation quickly morphed into hilarity as Ron emitted a comical noise, his face contorting as if he might retch. "What on earth is this?" His outburst drew the attention of nearby patrons, eliciting laughter from Liz and her companions. Harry, feigning ignorance, inquired, "It's coffee, of course. It's meant to be bitter. Don't you like it?" Realizing he had fallen victim to a playful prank, Ron's face flushed as he insisted vehemently that it was indeed horrendous. Liz, feeling sympathetic, ordered another cup, intending to share her untouched cocoa with Ron, as their earlier indulgence of fried fish and chips left little room in their stomachs. Blushing, Ron gratefully accepted the half cup of hot cocoa. The group made their way to the entrance of Diagon Alley, purposefully heading toward Ollivander's wand shop, where they were greeted by the familiar figure of Mr. Ollivander, whose striking silver eyes were unmistakable. Known for his sudden appearances, Mr. Ollivander often startled first-time wand buyers with his soft-spoken manner. Liz presented her wand, inquiring if it could be repaired, as it had always felt just right in her hand. Ron, meanwhile, selected a new wand, keen to upgrade from his previous second-hand one. "Child, simply return for it before Christmas term begins," Mr. Ollivander declared, assessing her wand with expert precision, much to Liz's delight. She vowed to treasure her old friend once it was restored. Next was Ron's turn, and like Liz during her first selection, he struggled to find a suitable wand. Ultimately, he was presented with a 14-inch willow wand, its core comprised of unicorn hair. Hermione, eyeing the wand, remarked, "The one who travels the farthest shall possess the fastest wand." "Ron, you are a wizard of great potential. Otherwise, this wand would not have chosen you. At this, Ron's expression brightened as he regarded the wand with newfound appreciation. Liz added, Willow is a rare wood known for its healing properties. Perhaps you will become the chief healer at St. Mungo's one day. Harry, astonished by Hermione and Liz's sudden expertise in wand lore, exclaimed, When did you both become such connoisseurs of wands? Are you planning to usurp Mr. Ollivander's position? Liz and Hermione exchanged amused glances, envisioning a future toast to each other's erudition once they reached the legal drinking age. With a fond glance at Harry, Liz playfully lifted his chin with a finger, saying, Calm down, Harry. You look like a great toad with your mouth agape, giving me the impression that I might be sent to Professor Snape for detention to clean toadstools. Amid the laughter of their friends, Harry's cheeks flushed, but he soon joined in the mirth. As the moment of parting approached, Harry would utilize the Flu network in Diagon Alley to transport directly to Hogwarts, leaving him to bid farewell to his friends alone. Farewells are often tinged with melancholy, and those who are solitary feel a deeper sense of loss. Though Liz had reached the street corner, she could not resist glancing back at Harry, the 12-year-old boy standing alone, thin and isolated amidst the festive atmosphere surrounding him. Witnessing this, Liz quickly said her goodbyes to Hermione and Ron, yearning to return to Harry's side for one last embrace. Without hesitation, she began to run, the wind catching her long hair, snowflakes cascading onto her shoulders as her face broke into a radiant, carefree smile, painting a picturesque scene in the frigid landscape. Harry, noticing Liz's movement, took a few steps forward, anticipating the warmth of a solid hug, infused with the chill of winter yet enveloped in Liz's warmth. Harry found himself at a loss for words, unable to discern whether it was his own heart or Liz's that raced so violently. He had always known his cousin to be beautiful, but the flutter in his chest was not solely due to her captivating visage. As she enveloped him in her embrace, he was reminded of the cherished sensation of being valued. Merry Christmas, Harry, Liz whispered, her warm breath flushing his earlobe. He tightened his hold on her and echoed the sentiment, Merry Christmas. Promise me you'll take care of yourself at Hogwarts. I will send you a Christmas gift, she urged. Harry nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Liz. Suddenly, she leaned closer, whispering in his ear, Next year, whether at Hogwarts or home, let us celebrate Christmas together. Shall we? Unable to contain his smile any longer, Harry agreed under Liz's hopeful gaze. As they parted once more, Harry felt no trace of the earlier sorrow. Instead, he returned to Hogwarts with a buoyant heart, finally understanding his feelings for Liz. Chapter 28, An Unexpected Encounter. Liz strolled leisurely away from Diagon Alley. But as she neared the intersection between Diagon Alley and Knockturn Alley, a familiar silhouette caught her eye, dressed in a voluminous black robe with a tightly drawn hood. The towering figure moved with an air of purpose. It was unmistakable, Professor Severus Snape, the potions master of Hogwarts and head of Slytherin House. Liz hesitated, contemplating whether to greet him, for Snape had always treated her reasonably well at school, despite the fact that last year she had given him a Christmas gift without any expectation of reciprocation. Draco had warned her against venturing alone into Knockturn Alley, so she pulled her scarf up to conceal her face, leaving only her green eyes exposed. As she approached the entrance to Knockturn Alley, doubt crept in. Perhaps by the time she arrived, Professor Snape would have departed. She reasoned that it was unwise to endanger herself over a mere greeting, especially since she currently bore no wand. Thus, Liz turned to leave without a backward glance, but in that very moment, she collided with a stranger, a wizard with a pale complexion, sunken eyes, and disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders, presenting the unmistakable appearance of an addict. Liz yearned to escape, yet he obstructed her path. The male sorcerer scrutinized Liz with a predatory gaze, his eyes roving over her as if appraising merchandise, even attempting to pierce through the scarf that concealed her face. Maintaining her composure, Liz retreated, with the overturned alley behind her and a wolf in front. Little sister, are you all alone? The sorcerer inquired, his face betraying a wicked grin. A sense of trepidation washed over Liz. My family is right here. The sorcerer chuckled with a sinister amusement, feigning indifference. But I witnessed the poignant embrace you shared with your friend just moments ago. Liz's heart jolted. Had he been aware of her presence all along? I don't understand what you're saying. My uncle is at the Boggins Bookshop in the overturned alley, and I must return to him, Liz declared, pivoting to flee towards the alley's entrance. The sorcerer swiftly pursued her, casting a handful of powder in her direction, though only a scant portion settled upon her. With a sudden collision, Liz bumped into someone, and fortunately, the individual caught her just in time. Otherwise, she would have been thrown back. Dursley? Upon hearing the name, Liz looked up sharply, her eyes meeting the hooded face of Professor Snape. Never before had she felt such elation at Snape's appearance. The unfamiliar sorcerer also closed in, wearing a smile that radiated determination. My friend, that little girl you have is mine by right. Should you require her, a handsome reward is expected. Snape's brow furrowed at the remark, his gaze turning menacingly towards the sorcerer. Liz further stoked the flames, exclaiming, "Uncle, it's him. He wants to capture me." Snape shielded Liz behind him, brandishing his wand at the sorcerer. The latter's expression shifted momentarily, realizing that Snape was not to be trifled with. This was unexpected. Could this young witch truly be so fortunate? He had noticed her the moment she entered Diagon Alley. Such a beautiful young witch was highly coveted by influential figures, particularly among some ancient wizarding families in France, who had a penchant for youthful witches. If he succeeded in his endeavor, the galleons he would gain would ensure his retirement. Indeed, this sorcerer was named Jack, a notorious trafficker in the magical realm. However, he was a natural animagus, which allowed him to evade capture. Initially, he had planned to act when Liz departed, but the little witch's foolish decision to head toward the overturned alley played right into his hands. What better place to strike than there? Yet, what was the current situation? The sorcerer sensed the formidable presence before him and the protective stance of the man guarding the young witch, indicating a challenging opponent. Jack's internal alarm bells rang, though his face wore a facade of feigned politeness as he remarked, "I may have mistaken you for someone else, my lord." With that, he disapparated away. Cautiously, Liz peered from behind Snape, her hands gripping the hem of his robe tightly. Snape noticed the gathering crowd and quickly led Liz to a secluded corner. "Now, you may explain to me what is occurring, Miss Dursley." Liz detected the bite in Snape's tone. She intended to clarify the situation, but the warmth radiating from his palm made her feel overwhelmed with emotion. Tears welled in her eyes, and Snape lowered his gaze to meet her glistening green orbs, occasionally hearing her stifled sobs, which struck a painful chord in his heart. Perhaps it was best to let it go. She must have been thoroughly frightened today. Clumsily, Snape raised a hand, intending to ruffle Liz's hair, but finding the gesture too intimate, he shifted his hand to gently pat her back, as if that might offer her some comfort. "It's all right. You're safe now. Let me escort you home." When Snape received no response, not even the sound of her sniffles, he felt a gentle impact against his chest. Liz had succumbed to unconsciousness. Anxiously, he checked her over and discovered traces of powder on her shoulder and hair. He delicately pinched the powder between his fingers and sniffed it. It bore the scent of sleeping draught. However, it seemed the creator of the draught lacked significant skill in potion making. Otherwise, even he might have fallen victim to it. Snape gazed down at Liz, pondering where to take her. Clearly, it was not appropriate to return her home in this state. A wizard affected by sleeping draught typically slumbers for 72 hours, and if Liz were left unchecked, she would spend Christmas Day in a dreamlike state. Ultimately, Snape resolved to take Liz back to his own residence. At least there, he could concoct an antidote to the draught and return her home once she awoke. Snape resided in Spinner's End, in a small 3-story house at the far end of the alley, its decor mirroring his own somber demeanor, furnishings, curtains, and flooring all adorned in dark hues. This would be Liz's first impression upon regaining consciousness. Slowly, she sat up and pushed open the door, stepping out into the empty living room, unaware of Snape's whereabouts. "Professor Snape? Professor Snape?" Liz softly called out a few times, but received no reply. Aware that, as a guest, she should not wander while the host was absent, she quietly settled on the sofa, patiently awaiting Snape's return. And where was Snape? He occupied the basement, a secure, enclosed space, blissfully unaware of Liz's calls and oblivious to her swift awakening. His potion had yet to finish brewing. As he ascended the stairs with the potion in hand, he found Liz inspecting a wooden block arrangement on the table, a lily, which also served as his unpresented apology gift. Chapter 29, Home. Liz heard footsteps and, feeling somewhat apprehensive, greeted Snape, her gaze shifting from the block arrangement to him. Snape's expression appeared somewhat stiff, apart from Lily. No such young witch had ever graced his home. "Since you are awake, I shall escort you home. Your family must be quite anxious." Liz turned to glance outside, a sense of urgency washing over her. "How shall we get there?" Snape paused, placing the prepared potion on the coffee table and extending his arm for her to take. "Apparate?" Liz inquired. Snape nodded, instructing, "Hold on tightly." This incantation was beyond Liz's current studies, yet it had always piqued her interest. Without a professor to guide her, she lacked the courage to practice privately. If she failed, the consequences could range from a broken limb to the loss of life. Gripping Snape's sleeve tightly, she nodded once she felt ready. They successfully apparat to a secluded corner of Privet Drive, devoid of people or surveillance, allowing them to avoid any exposure to the wizarding world. Ugh! Liz crouched down, unable to suppress her dry heaves, her face flushed from the experience. The sensation of apparition was overwhelmingly disorienting, akin to weightlessness, her spirit soaring while her feet remained grounded. Snape bent down, offering her a vial of potion. She accepted it, tilting her head in confusion as she looked up at him. "What is this?" Noticing her disheveled appearance, Snape frowned slightly and replied, a potion to quell nausea. Upon hearing the result, Liz swiftly removed the cork and poured the potion into her mouth. The concoction, crafted by Snape, was undoubtedly of the highest quality, with effects that were immediate and striking. As she regained her composure, Liz recalled the vial of potion that Snape had placed on the coffee table before their departure. Professor, was the potion you just left on the table also meant for me? Snape nodded in affirmation. Then why did I faint? You were affected by a sleeping draft. That was the antidote. After saying this, Snape appeared to reflect on their earlier encounter in Knockturn Alley, struggling to conceive what Liz might have faced had he not been there. That wizard had clearly been prepared. Remember, do not venture into Knockturn Alley alone in the future. It is rife with nefarious wizards and unsavory characters, including many desperate individuals. I trust you do not wish to lose your life under such chaotic circumstances. Under Snape's serious and cautionary gaze, Liz solemnly nodded. However, she could not help but murmur, I only wanted to find you when I saw your figure. Stealing a glance at Snape's expression, she found it relatively normal. Thus, she recounted her day's adventure in Diagon Alley, particularly the experience of repairing her wand, before adding, tinged with anxiety, Professor, I had no idea that wizard was following me. It was truly terrifying. I can hardly imagine what would have happened if he had captured me. Snape cast a sympathetic glance at Liz, her reddened eyes rendering her even more pitiable. Ultimately, he could only awkwardly offer, it is all well now. Let me escort you to your doorstep. The evening had darkened, and Liz and Snape walked along the deserted street. The sounds of laughter and merriment emanating from the houses on either side, as Christmas was a time for reunion. Liz slightly turned her head and saw Snape's elongated shadow beneath the street lamp behind her. A sudden pang of bittersweetness struck her heart. It seemed there were no signs of life at Snape's abode. Did this imply that Professor Snape had no family? Ahead lay her home, and she could already see Petunia peering out the door. Liz turned around, the dim light obscuring Snape's facial expression. Yet his dark attire and tall stature seemed to meld with the shadows, silently following her, both a protection and a concern. Professor, I have arrived home. You should return now. No sooner had she spoken than Snape vanished from sight, leaving Liz feeling a twinge of loss, lamenting that she had not even had the chance to wish him a Merry Christmas. Nevertheless, it mattered not. She still intended to send Snape a Christmas gift. Slowly, Liz made her way homeward, and Petunia stepped forward a few paces, clearly having waited outside, her worry prompting her to appear before the agreed time. Did you have fun, dear? Petunia embraced Liz and brushed the snowflakes off her. Liz smiled and nodded, sharing how delightful the fried fish had been that day, omitting any mention of her unsettling encounter in Knockturn Alley to spare her family further worry. Who brought you back? Petunia inquired, having noticed a man's silhouette, albeit not clearly. It was the potions professor from Hogwarts. Upon hearing the term potions, Petunia's interest was piqued, recalling the figure she had glimpsed earlier, which bore a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance. What is his name? Liz was somewhat puzzled, knowing that Petunia rarely showed interest in the magical realm. Yet she obediently answered, Severus Snape, a rather serious professor, yet immensely talented. He has invented and improved numerous potions, and is renowned in the wizarding world as a master of potions. Petunia's expression shifted to one of recognition, laced with a hint of nostalgia as she said, I know him. He was once your Aunt Lily's closest friend. Liz's ears perked up in surprise. She had not anticipated such a connection between her family and Professor Snape. That evening, Petunia was in high spirits, recounting tales from her childhood and even browsing through an album from over a decade ago. Liz's attention was drawn to a photograph capturing a little girl and a boy seated on a swing by a lake. The girl glancing at the camera while the boy's gaze remained fixed on her face. Petunia noted the photograph too, gently touching the image of the girl with a look of reminiscence. This is Lily and Severus. Your grandfather bought his first camera back then. He loved taking pictures of us. This shot was actually a candid while he was teaching me how to take photographs. But Lily was too perceptive and noticed the camera as soon as it was raised. So, Aunt Lily had known Professor Snape since childhood. Liz mused aloud and then pressed further. But why do they say they were once friends? Petunia pondered for a moment before hesitantly responding. Do you know what mudblood means? Liz's heart sank. Mudblood was certainly not a term of endearment, akin to a slur in the Muggle world. It referred to wizards whose parents were both Muggles, carrying a derogatory connotation, as many in the wizarding community prided themselves on their pure bloodlines. A wave of concern washed over Petunia's face as she urged, Did anyone bully you at school? There's nothing good about magical school. Your mother supports you if you ever want to drop out and return home. With your grades, you could have your pick of schools. Liz first reassured Petunia and then explained why wizards attended magical school. Mom, have you forgotten? You once promised to let Harry and me go to Hogwarts for our own protection. Later, I discovered that not only could I learn useful spells there, but more importantly, there are professors who specifically teach young wizards how to channel their magical energy. As she spoke, Liz's expression softened with compassion. Professor Hilly, who teaches our class, mentioned that many young wizards struggle with their magic due to childhood experiences that lead them to resist it. Suppressing their magic can result in the buildup of a substance known as Muggleborn, which, according to current records, does not allow its bearers to survive past the age of 10. Petunia's eyes widened in shock. She had never known this. Not even Lily had shared it with her. Yet she soon recalled that she had been in a one-sided Cold War with Lily because she was a witch, and now, hearing this, she felt regret for not having cared more for Lily back then. Petunia then remembered Liz mentioning the animosity that pure-blood wizards held towards Muggle-born wizards and earnestly cautioned, "If anyone bullies you at school, you must retaliate fiercely. Only then will they think twice." Liz nodded in agreement, though her school life had generally been quite peaceful. She was beautiful, excelled academically, was favored by the professors, and was distantly related to the renowned Harry in the magical community. Coupled with her mild and unassuming nature, Liz could be said to navigate Hogwarts with ease. So, did Aunt Lily sever ties with Professor Snape because of the term mudblood? Petunia confirmed with a nod. Yes. That day I received a letter from Lily. She was heartbroken to discover that a friend she had once been proud of could think of her in such a way. Could it have been a misunderstanding? Professor Snape is known to be quite biased. If Aunt Lily was his friend, he should have defended her. Liz pondered, perplexed. Were they merely ordinary friends? No, Lily was his only friend, Petunia stated emphatically. During the summer after their falling out, Snape came to our house looking for Lily. But she returned in tears shortly after, and at that time, I was too preoccupied with school preparations to pay attention, so I am not particularly clear on the details. Penny recounted the entire story in one breath, concluding with a sigh. In truth, Snape is rather pitiable. Liz's ears perked up, and she eagerly inquired, "Why do you say that, Mum? He has been a solitary and aloof character since childhood. Of course, this may be attributed to his familial circumstances. After all, enduring an alcoholic father and a frail mother is quite enough to bear. Moreover, just a few years into his time at Hogwarts, his parents passed away in succession." A heaviness settled in Liz's heart. Was Professor Snape's youth truly so tragic? She took the album, wishing to learn more about Aunt Lily. The girl in the photographs beamed with unrestrained joy, holding aloft a Hogwarts diploma, her face radiating dreams of a bright future. Liz found her hand instinctively caressing the hair and eyes of Lily in the picture, for they bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Was this the reason why Professor Snape was particularly lenient with her? Through her, was he reminiscing about the friend he had once hurt? Yet, if Aunt Lily was indeed his only friend, why had he hurled that slur, mudblood, at her? The proud friend had bowed his head. But why had Aunt Lily not forgiven him? Liz scratched her head, still perplexed. She decided to climb into bed, laden with worries as she drifted into slumber. The following morning, Liz picked up a photograph she had set aside on the table. It was a childhood picture of Lily and Snape together. In truth, she wished to gift this photo to Professor Snape, although many threads remained tangled in her mind. Her intuition told her that Aunt Lily was of great significance to Professor Snape. Yet, Liz hesitated, uncertain whether Aunt Lily had later come to embrace their friendship again. She strolled slowly to the window, basking in the warm winter sun. Suddenly, she noticed some words gradually appearing on the back of the photograph. "I forgive you, Severus. We shall remain friends. Lily Evans." A spark of joy illuminated Liz's face as she scrutinized the handwriting. The more intense the sunlight, the deeper the ink's hue. Though she did not comprehend the phenomenon, she felt no trepidation in presenting this photograph to Professor Snape. It would undoubtedly serve as a precious and unique Christmas gift for him, ensuring he bore no regrets regarding their friendship. Yet, Liz would never know that for Snape. His feelings for Lily transcended mere friendship. Yulie was a diligent postwoman. Liz quickly packaged the photograph and thoughtfully penned a note, advising Snape to view it in the sunlight for a delightful surprise. As she watched Yulie's figure fade into the horizon, Liz couldn't help but recall last night's scene, where Professor Snape stood protectively behind her. He was tall yet somewhat slender, exuding an aura of reliability. Had his demeanor been a touch warmer, he would surely be among the more favored professors at Hogwarts. Liz descended the stairs, her task for the day being to adorn the Christmas tree. Dudley had already begun, carefully hanging colorful lights and small stars upon the branches. Despite his robust physique, his fingers were surprisingly nimble, and under his efforts, the Christmas tree was taking shape. Liz generously showered him with praise, making no mention of her lack of assistance. As anticipated, Dudley beamed with delight. "Where are Mum and Dad?" Liz wondered aloud, glancing around the living room, but finding no sign of Penny or Vernon. Naturally, they had gone shopping. She was eagerly anticipating this year's Christmas feast, as her mother had mentioned attempting to make fried fish. At the thought, a knowing smile graced Liz's face. It seemed Penny was quite mindful of her daughter's compliments regarding others' culinary skills. In Spinner's End, Snape sat by the window, lost in thought as he observed the neighbors coming and going, all wearing smiles. seemingly looking forward to the upcoming Christmas. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, forming a somewhat sardonic grin. The joy of others only accentuated his solitude. He had lost his mother, lost Lily, and aside from potions, there was nothing left for him to lose. After all, everyone must pay the price for their choices. Snape bitterly closed his eyes, recalling the words he had uttered to Dumbledore. They were not merely a promise, but also an act of atonement. Suddenly, he heard a gentle tapping at the window. Opening his eyes, he beheld a slate-blue bird. He recognized it as Liz's messenger, for none of the owls at Hogwarts were as peculiar as this little bluebird. He reached out to open the window, and Yuli flew in, releasing the envelope she had clutched in her beak, her dark eyes fixed intently on Snape, as if urging him to read the letter quickly. Chapter 31. The routine of return to school. The Christmas holiday at Hogwarts was notably lengthy, spanning a full 50 days. Last year, when Dudley learned of this, he was utterly astonished, proclaiming that if he were a wizard, he would certainly attend that school. This, of course, garnered a reprimand from Penny and Vernon, for they would never allow Liz to go unless absolutely necessary. However, this year, Dudley would not need to envy Liz, for he had transferred to a boarding school that highly valued his talent in rugby. Though his parents were reluctant, they ultimately consented to the school's invitation for Dudley's better future. Upon receiving the news, Dudley's first reaction was to inquire about the duration of their Christmas break, and the figure provided by the staff made him beam with delight, as the 2-month holiday readily assuaged his initial resistance to boarding school. By the time Liz returned to Hogwarts, it was nearly the end of March. Yet it wasn't long before she encountered a minor vexation. It stemmed from the Quidditch situation. Traditionally, the Quidditch matches were scheduled before Christmas, but last year's had been postponed repeatedly. Many students approached Madame Hooch for clarification, but she professed ignorance. It wasn't until about a week into the new term that the school finally announced the rescheduled Quidditch match dates. And it seemed that not only the members of the school board would attend, but even the Minister of Magic would be present. Clearly, the delay of last year's matches was linked to these prominent figures. However, Liz could not fathom why a mere school match warranted such attention from high-ranking officials. Meanwhile, the Quidditch teams from each house were eagerly preparing, as they were always determined to claim the Quidditch Cup, and this year's fervent atmosphere only heightened their resolve. Even the 4 house heads were discreetly expressing hopes for their teams to win the championship and bring glory to their houses. Now, discussions of the upcoming match reverberated through the Great Hall, the common rooms, and even the library, with students buzzing about the competition set for April 10th. The professors turned a blind eye to some players who skipped classes to practice Quidditch, no longer imposing penalties. Yet, fate was unkind, and during the match, Gryffindor fell to Ravenclaw, while Slytherin was bested by Hufflepuff. After comforting Harry, Liz sought to console Draco. "I had the chance to seize the golden snitch," Draco exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. His father had been in the stands, presenting himself formally, leaning on his serpent-headed cane, his face brimming with pride as he watched Draco soar on his broomstick, only for Draco to disappoint him. Liz offered some half-hearted words of encouragement, her attention completely captivated by the Ravenclaw seeker. The girl, an Asian named Zhang Xiao, piqued her curiosity. Inquiring with Harry and Draco yielded no results, but eventually, the ever-informative Miss Hermione filled her in. Xiao hailed from Hong Kong and was currently in her 3rd year. Last year, she graduated as Ravenclaw seeker. Madame Hooch recommended her to the team captain, Simmons, owing to her exceptional talent in flying. Mounted on her broomstick, she was as agile as a crane, graceful in appearance, yet capable of soaring over the world's highest peaks, including Mount Everest. Spotting the familiar features of yellow skin and dark eyes filled Liz with joy, prompting her to abandon her neutral stance on the day of the final. She loudly cheered for Xiao from the stands, drawing curious glances from surrounding Gryffindor students, who had just fallen to Ravenclaw. Though the 2 houses were not sworn enemies, the sting of defeat lingered in their hearts. Liz's cheers were heartfelt and passionate, even catching Xiao's attention mid-flight. A quick glance revealed that Liz was a stranger, yet Xiao felt immense gratitude for her support. Knowing this match was also a chance to vindicate herself, many in the school were dissatisfied with her unorthodox entry into the team. Had it not been for the injured seeker, Antoine, she would not have had the opportunity to play. Thus, she focused intently, determined not to let the golden snitch escape her grasp. Ultimately, her speed proved superior, and the small ball quieted in her hand. Fudge, seated in the VIP section, laughed and applauded, sharing in the glory of Ravenclaw, of which he was also an alumnus. Blue flags fluttered in the Quidditch stadium, emblazoned with the image of a soaring eagle. Every Ravenclaw student celebrated, embracing those around them, and even their modest head of house, Professor Flitwick, accepted congratulations with a smile. Beside him stood Professor Sprout, typically clad in drab robes, but today adorned with a purple hat embellished with lace. Despite Hufflepuff's loss, she graciously congratulated Professor Flitwick. Joy was infectious, Apart from a few isolated wizards, nearly every face bore a light-hearted smile. Chio alighted from her broom, hesitated briefly, exchanged greetings with her friends, and approached Liz to express her gratitude. "You were amazing," Liz praised wholeheartedly, giving her a thumbs up. As a girl of Chinese descent, Chio understood the significance of the gesture, her face lighting up with a shy smile as she embraced Liz. Harry and Ron watched, astonished, while even Hermione found it puzzling why Liz was so fond of someone she had just met. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck Harry. He remembered the birthday gift Liz had given him when he turned 11, a protective charm that he had kept close ever since. He approached Chio and asked, "Are you from China?" Chio nodded, surprised that Harry would speak to her, though she grew up in the Muggle world. She had heard much about the boy who lived since starting school, especially since one of her roommates was a fervent admirer of Harry, boasting about all the books she had purchased regarding him. Surely, Harry didn't know her name. After all, how many young witches in the magical community were unaware of Harry's illustrious reputation? Understanding dawned on Harry. Liz had always been enamored with China, and encountering someone from there explained her enthusiasm. With this thought, he smiled kindly at Chio, contemplating the possibility of visiting China together in the future. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, Liz remained exuberantly animated. Chio even invited her to visit during the summer, mentioning that her grandmother would surely adore Liz, as it was rare for a young witch of her age to speak such fluent Chinese, especially since Chio herself had grown up in England and could barely utter a few phrases. Of course, her family was currently settled in London, not far away. Overjoyed, Liz eagerly accepted, feeling that such a serendipitous encounter with a kindred spirit was not to be missed. Observing Liz's anticipatory expression, Harry couldn't help but ask, "You're not really considering going to her house this summer, are you?" Liz shot him a sidelong glance, replying matter-of-factly, "Of course. I'll write to Chio first. And once we set a time, we'll go together." With that, she dashed off to catch up with Hermione, who had made plans for them to dine together. When they arrived at the Great Hall, the other three house tables were bustling with students, while Ravenclaw's table was sparsely populated. Inquiring revealed that most Ravenclaw students were still celebrating their championship in the common room, although they yearned to joyfully traverse Hogwarts, proclaiming their victory in the Quidditch Cup. They ultimately relinquished that idea, considering the appetites of students from the other three houses. The students from the other houses remarked, "You're quite polite, aren't you?" Chapter 32, Her Bookstore. The fervor of Quidditch had waned, and the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts found themselves once again ensnared in the monotony of academic life. First and second year students could only focus on their studies, oblivious to the world outside, while those in third year and above enjoyed more freedom, often visiting Hogsmeade on weekends, the only village in Britain comprised entirely of wizards. Calling it a village seemed somewhat inadequate. Hogsmeade boasted a bustling commercial street, pubs, inns, and sweet shops. Of course, Liz gleaned this information from the Weasley twins, who were particularly popular at school, drawing nearly every young witch and wizard to their ventures. Their ingenious ideas were nothing short of brilliant, and their charming personalities, coupled with their intellect, made them far more admired than their brother Percy, who was often viewed as a bookish bore. Yet, Percy wasn't as dreadful as everyone claimed. His aspirations were clear. He aimed to work in the Ministry of Magic. At that moment, in the Gryffindor common room, the Weasley twins animatedly recounted their adventures in Hogsmeade, surrounded by a circle of first and second year students. A young boy named Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor, caught Liz's attention. An unconventional little lion, he often wandered about with a camera, capturing thrilling moments. He was also an ardent admirer of Harry, having taken many splendid photographs of Harry and his friends at Harry's request. Suddenly, George mysteriously announced, "Something big has happened in Hogsmeade, did you know?" A chorus of shakes of the head followed, as Hogwarts, being a boarding school, lacked the conveniences of the Muggle world, such as television. Students had limited means of receiving news. Though there was an official newspaper, the Daily Prophet, it was rather dull, and generally, only students in third year and above subscribed to it. "A new bookstore has opened there," Fred added. A number of young wizards hailing from the magical realm began to exclaim in astonishment, while those from the Muggle world looked on in bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend the fervent reaction of their peers. After all, the opening of a new bookstore is a commonplace occurrence in the Muggle world, and even Liz found herself somewhat perplexed. Although she had perused numerous tomes regarding the magical universe, certain matters that seemed to be common knowledge to wizards from magical backgrounds eluded her understanding. George, too, wore an air of mystery that piqued the curiosity of those around him. To be precise, it was a library. It appeared that the layout of Hogsmeade had remained unchanged for over a century, and it seemed as though everyone had tacitly accepted that it ought to remain in its original state. The newly emerged bookstore was shrouded in enigma. No one had ever encountered its proprietor, and only a house elf managed the business. Even more astonishing was the revelation that any book borrowed from this establishment would vanish from the borrower's home if not returned within the stipulated time. Could it be true? It seemed the owner of the bookstore was an exceptionally powerful wizard. George, with an expression of eager curiosity, turned to the young wizard who had made the exclamation. When we visit Hogsmeade, all we hear are rumors about this mysterious wizard, and everyone is keenly intrigued by him. How can it be assumed that he is male? One young wizard detected a flaw in this assumption. Fred, with a carefree demeanor, replied, "Of course. Someone must have inquired with the house elf, who mentioned that his master hails from a very ancient lineage, and he may be addressed as Lord S. What is the name of the bookstore?" Liz inquired with keen interest. George quietly uttered 4 words, "Her bookstore." Surrounding young wizards erupted in chatter, exclaiming, "What a peculiar name." Indeed, it was an odd name. The proprietor was a man, yet the term used was feminine. Some romantic-minded young wizards began to fantasize whether Lord S had gifted it to a particular lady, suggesting that this woman must hold considerable significance to him. Thus, in the eyes of some young wizards, Lord S had already donned a lens of affection. "Have you visited that bookstore?" Hermione had just returned from the library and, upon entering the common room, noticed a gathering around the sofa, prompting her to join in, standing beside Liz. Hearing this question, Fred briefly wore an expression of awkwardness, but he quickly adopted a roguish grin akin to his brother George S. "That bookstore only permits adult wizards to enter. Then you must have failed." "Even if you consumed age potions," Ginny chimed in, her face alight with glee at the twins' misfortune. Fred's smile faltered as he earnestly looked at Ginny. "Sister, being so clever, surely you can devise a way to assist us." Truth be told, the twins were feeling quite dejected, despite having consumed age potions. They were caught at the entrance of the bookstore by a house elf named Reggie, who regarded them with disdain, pointing to the red light above their heads and condescendingly declaring, "No one can escape the master's scrutiny." Ultimately, the Weasley twins were unceremoniously expelled by Reggie, drawing a crowd of their classmates who gathered to witness the spectacle. Ginny, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter, seizing the opportunity to mercilessly mock her brothers, knowing full well that as the prankster kings, they often ambushed her and Ron. Though Ron bore the brunt of their antics, given that she was a girl. "Why not wait until you turn 18 to go?" suggested one young wizard. It was evident that had it been a candy shop or a toy store, they would have been far more eager to visit, but this was a bookstore, and now, in their eyes, Lord S himself was far more intriguing than the establishment itself. "A bookstore as extraordinary as this. Are you not curious?" We overheard wizards on the street discussing it, claiming that its collection even surpassed that of Hogwarts, containing many rare first editions. Everyone disperse. We have no business here for the time being. Ron seized the opportunity to take potshots at the twins, considering it a small measure of payback for their frequent teasing. As the younger wizards scattered, George, leveraging his height, swiftly ensnared Ron in a headlock, while Fred deftly seized his other arm, and Ron, under Harry's helpless gaze, was dragged away by the twins, with his cries echoing in the distance. Meanwhile, Liz committed this incident to memory, pondering which ancient family could possibly possess a collection richer than that of Hogwarts, igniting her own curiosity about Lord S. How splendid it would be if such a powerful lineage were to align with Harry's cause. Chapter 33, The Slimming Potion. Following yet another potions class, Liz intended to depart with her companions as usual, but Snape called her over. Puzzled, she looked at him, yet received no response. Ultimately, Liz offered a reassuring glance to Harry before following Snape away. Navigating the familiar corridors, Liz recognized the path to Snape's office. Truth be told, she seldom ventured into Slytherin's domain, and similarly, she rarely found herself in Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, let alone the Forbidden Forest or the Shrieking Shack, which other students deemed adventurous locales. Liz walked closely behind Snape, avoiding eye contact, even as students cast curious glances in his direction. Among the professors at Hogwarts, he was the one they least wished to engage with. Although he favored his own house students, he was unyieldingly strict in meting out punishment for their transgressions. Suddenly, Liz spotted Crabbe and Goyle. Her feelings towards these two were complex, yet certainly not fond, as she had witnessed them bully others on multiple occasions, snatching belongings. Colliding with passers-by, her overall impression of them was decidedly negative. However, they were often in the company of Draco, which left Liz concerned that Draco's association with them might lead to his moral decline. Clearly, her worries were somewhat unfounded. Crabbe and Goyle were utterly subservient to Draco, as long as their bullying did not extend to Liz. Upon reaching Snape's office, Liz was surprisingly offered a chair. Had it not been for Snape's perpetually inscrutable expression, she might have wondered if he sought something from her. Quietly seated, she watched as Snape retrieved a small silver vial from his drawer and pushed it towards her. A slimming potion. This was a potion unlike those in the magical realm. Typical slimming potions manifest immediate effects upon consumption. However, Liz had inquired about a potion suitable for muggles. For achieving such rapid weight loss within a matter of minutes would be astonishing even in the muggle world. Thus, this was a modified version that would ideally reach the desired weight within 2 months. Liz swiftly grasped the vial, her face alight with joy. "Thank you, Professor. Might this be a belated Christmas gift?" Snape's expression shifted slightly. "I received the photograph you sent. It means a great deal to me." Then, adopting a more serious demeanor, he added, "Thank you, Liz." Witnessing Snape's earnest gratitude made Liz feel a tad bashful, yet her heart swelled with delight. "Professor, do you realize the immense fortune you hold?" Liz's eyes sparkled with genuine admiration, for this was not flattery, but a veritable truth. Severus Snape appeared to be perplexed by the situation, his dark eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Liz, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Should you choose to sell it in the Muggle world, an inexhaustible stream of galleons would flow your way." Although Snape's expression remained inscrutable, a scheme began to take shape in his mind, aided by the presence of a friend nearby who was eager for wealth from the Muggle realm. Suddenly, Liz seemed to recall something. She produced a letter from her pocket, which contained several photographs of Aunt Lily, images that she had asked Petunia to procure, prompting Petunia to visit her childhood home before marriage. Today, she had received an album sent by Petunia. "Professor, how is your copying charm faring?" Liz's unexpected inquiry caught Snape off guard, and after a moment of stunned silence, he nodded stiffly. Liz extracted a photograph of Lily proudly holding her Hogwarts diploma and inquired, "Would you like a copy?" Yet, Snape did not respond immediately. His gaze was entirely captivated by the image of Lily. In the time that followed, aside from memories and dreams, he had not encountered Lily again, so vibrant, so radiant, and so untouched by death. Silently, Liz departed, while Snape, having replicated the photograph, fell into a trance, understanding that he was lost in fond reminiscence of the girl who had once warmed his heart. Although their ultimate fate was far from perfect, Lily had truly illuminated the dark, frigid passages of Snape's life like a brilliant sun. "Hello, Liz." A sudden voice startled her, and she turned to see Draco leaning casually against the wall, a beautiful orchid in hand, its delicate pink and white petals captivating. "What brings you here?" Liz approached him, seizing the orchid from his grasp and inhaling its subtle fragrance. Draco was momentarily taken aback. He had envisioned a scenario in which he presented the flower to Liz, gallantly inviting her for a stroll, yet reality diverged from his expectations. "It smells delightful. Did you get it for me?" Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Liz nonchalantly plucked a bloom from the stem and handed it back to Draco, instructing, "Pin this in my hair, but do it securely." Draco, momentarily dumbfounded, took the pale yellow orchid and fumbled for a suitable place in her hair, eventually placing it delicately by her ear. Liz retrieved her portable mirror, gazing at her reflection for a moment before commenting, "I didn't expect you to have such an eye for aesthetics. What is on your mind? You mentioned wanting to ride a broomstick again, remember? How about today? We both have the time, and the weather is quite pleasant." Draco's hopeful gaze bore into Liz. Anxious to avoid a rejection, Liz considered her previous words, recalling how she had stubbornly refused to admit her lack of flying talent out of spite. Nearly a year had passed since then, and she had come to accept this minor flaw. Moreover, Tom had left her a note containing a flying charm, which she had been practicing in secret with modest success. As Draco awaited her response, noticing no overt resistance on her face, he seized her wrist and led her toward the Quidditch pitch, summoning his broom with a summoning charm. "Hop on," he urged, already mounted on his broom. Observing Liz standing still, he offered an encouraging look, assuring her, "It's perfectly safe. I will protect you." After a moment of hesitation, Liz settled behind Draco. "Hold on tight," he exclaimed just before soaring into the sky, leaving Liz no choice but to cling tightly to his waist. The aerial view was breathtaking, particularly the panoramic vista beneath them. When Liz glanced down, dizziness struck her again, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze and bury her face into Draco's back. Frozen in place, however, the rush of wind against her ears brought a sense of relaxation. They soared above the black lake, now thawed, where the occasional fish leaped from the water's surface. Draco had initially intended to take Liz for a flight above the forbidden forest, but apprehensive of potential dangers, he opted to return directly to the Quidditch pitch. As they landed, they were greeted by the approaching Gryffindor team. Harry's expression was tense, yet he stepped forward to steady Liz, who appeared somewhat disoriented. In that moment, Harry found Draco utterly detestable, acutely aware of Draco's intentions toward Liz, recognizing them as rivals in this regard. To Harry's surprise, Draco was the first to greet him, his demeanor surprisingly mild, leaving Harry's intended jibe unvoiced. Caught in a stifling silence that left him pale with frustration, he did not wish Liz to perceive him as meddlesome or to interfere with her friendships. Draco, however, had no such reservations, Having resolved to pursue Liz, he deemed it essential to forge good relations with those around her, particularly since Potter was family. Ron and Hermione rushed over, visibly incensed. Malfoy, how could you take Liz flying on a broomstick? Ron shouted. Draco's gaze snapped to Ron, but before he could respond, Hermione's angry reprimand startled him. Do you not know that Liz has a fear of heights? How could you dare? Chapter 34, The Unfortunate Liz. Draco felt a pang of anxiety as he glanced at Liz, whose nose and eyes were slightly flushed, likely from the chilly wind at such heights. The orchid in her hair had been tossed about, leaving only bare stems. Most concerning was Liz's expression. She seemed to be in a daze, as if she had yet to recover from the flight. Faced with Hermione's accusatory tone, Draco found himself at a loss for words. Eventually, Liz composed herself and defended Draco, stating, "It's all right, I don't blame him. I insisted on finding him because I genuinely wanted to overcome this little quirk of mine." With that, Liz released Harry's hand and embraced Hermione enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Dear Granger, thank you for your concern. I adore you." She even stole a quick kiss from Hermione. The others were left in stunned silence, particularly Ron, who felt a surge of indignation. He too had expressed concern for Liz, yet she had shown him no such affection. Hermione, blushing furiously, chose to turn and flee, overwhelmed by Liz's affectionate embrace and kiss. Liz stood there, staring at her empty arms until Hermione's figure disappeared from view, then blinked back to reality, retracting her outstretched hands and racing after Hermione. Unfortunately, her haste led to a misstep, and she stumbled to the ground. In that moment, Liz felt as though she had embarrassingly crafted a miniature Hogwarts with her toes. She had never felt so humiliated, especially with the Quidditch pitch bustling with spectators eager to watch the teams practice. To make matters worse, Draco, Harry, and Ron stood there, dumbfounded, failing to react or extend a hand to help her. Liz lamented internally, "I have truly misplaced my affections." Finally, she sheepishly turned her gaze to Ron, nearest to her, and asked, "Could you lend me a hand, Ron?" The utterance not only jolted Ron from his reverie, but also drew the attention of Harry and Draco, prompting the three of them to rush over hastily. Of course, it was Ron, being the closest, who swiftly lifted Liz from the ground. Liz cast a bemused glance at the trio. They were typically quite astute, yet today they seemed rather foolish. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment from the unexpected fall, she initially contemplated leaving without a word. However, Ron grasped her sleeve and gently brushed off the dirt that had inadvertently clung to her. Observing this, Harry and Draco, unwilling to be outdone, approached to offer their assistance. Their actions startled Liz, causing her to instinctively step back, only to find her foot landing on her robe, which prompted her other foot to retreat as well, resulting in her tumbling down once again, landing squarely on the back of her head. Ron, unfortunately, was not spared from this misfortune. As he had been holding onto Liz's sleeve, her fall yanked him down as well. Tears welled in Liz's eyes as she cradled the back of her head, unable to sit up, while Ron clutched his nose and cried out. His cries grew louder when he spotted Draco and Harry rushing towards Liz. With their assistance, Liz was helped up, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her, for she had landed on the stone pavement, already feeling faint. She was further irritated by the two oblivious dolts incessantly inquiring about her condition and whether she was in pain. After a moment, she weakly inquired, "Ron, is Ron okay?" Liz felt a pang of guilt. He was truly the innocent victim in this scenario. At Liz's reminder, Harry seemed to recall his unfortunate friend, and with a steely resolve, he contemplated withdrawing his hands from supporting Liz. However, upon turning to see Ron had bravely risen, still pinching his nose in distress, Harry thought, "Excellent. It appears Ron's injuries are not severe. I shall console him later." Liz felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune today, while others learned from their mistakes. She seemed to befall one calamity after another. She feared she might develop PTSD from the Quidditch pitch, indicating for Harry and Draco to release her. She approached Ron with a look of remorse and said, "Come on, let us report to Madame Pomfrey." Ron nodded, while his nose seemed intact. Liz's head injury warranted a thorough examination. Suddenly, Draco, feeling a surge of urgency, interjected, "Let me escort you." Harry promptly chimed in, expressing his desire to accompany them as well. Liz first turned to Draco, saying, "You should return to Slytherin. I will head back to the dormitory directly afterward. And thank you for today. The view from above was quite delightful." Then, addressing Harry, she continued, "All right, Harry, you should return to practice. Your captain has been waiting for you for quite some time." Harry glanced at Wood from a distance, and indeed, he appeared primed for action. This was Wood's final year in Quidditch, having initially planned to retire the previous year, but his love for the game compelled him to stay on for another. By 7th year, he would need to prepare for the impending realities of graduation. Ultimately, Liz and Ron departed. It was only when their figures vanished from sight that Draco finally took up his broom to leave, but he was promptly halted by Harry's voice. "Care for a match?" Malfoy? Harry had donned a pair of black fingerless gloves and held onto the golden snitch with a firm grip. Upon hearing Harry's challenge, Draco raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of competitive spirit flashing in his eyes, and nodded in agreement. With a casual flick, Harry tossed the golden ball, which darted away in an instant. Both he and Draco hovered in midair, their expressions filled with determination. Suddenly, Draco spotted the golden snitch first, and with a whoosh, he soared after it, followed closely by Harry. At that moment, Harry had to concede that Draco was not the delicate flower others had claimed. His prowess in Quidditch rivaled his own. Meanwhile, Draco felt a surge of urgency as Harry closed the distance between them. Ahead lay a series of railings, and Draco swiftly ascended to narrowly avoid them, while Harry, opting for a different tactic, slipped through the gaps in the barriers, allowing him to seize the golden snitch with greater speed. A triumphant grin spread across Harry's face as he shot a provocative glance at Draco. In the sunlight, Draco's complexion appeared almost translucent. But what evoked Harry's envy the most was his platinum hair, which remained impeccably styled and shone brilliantly in the light, despite their prolonged flight. Fueled by jealousy, Harry darted alongside Draco, taunting, "What's this? Are you conceding, Malfoy?" To Harry's surprise, Draco did not react with anger. Instead, he replied, "Shall we address each other by our first names, Harry? After all, I am quite close friends with Liz." Yet, Harry dismissed his overture, retorting sarcastically, "Friends? Do you truly think I am unaware of your intentions? I have lived alongside Liz for 11 years, and I have encountered many who masquerade as friends merely to linger around her. Besides, doesn't Slytherin pride itself on pure blood?" Draco's expression turned frigid in an instant. His chin raised defiantly, eyes narrowed in indignation as he glared at Harry. "That is hardly your concern. Perhaps you should focus on your own hair. I would hate for my cousin to have a bird's nest for a hairstyle." Fuming, Harry spat through gritted teeth, "Liz would never like you. You might as well abandon your delusions." Draco, uninterested in engaging further, mounted his broom and took off, but as he passed Harry, he leaned in and whispered, "The one who laughs last is the true victor. Wouldn't you agree, cousin?" In truth, as Draco departed, he did not exude the nonchalance he attempted to portray. His grip on the broomstick was so tight that his knuckles turned white. He was acutely aware that the greatest obstacle standing between him and Liz was his own family. Yet, at that moment, he still failed to comprehend that as long as Liz did not reciprocate his feelings, all his efforts would be in vain. Chapter 35, Divination. Liz felt utterly deranged for attending Professor Trelawney's divination class as an auditor. Typically, Hogwarts students began this course in their third year, but Liz, feeling particularly unlucky lately, decided to join in. For this, she received a few jabs from Hermione, who suggested that instead of attending this class, Liz might be better off studying how to brew a Felix Felicis potion, considering that Hermione had been utterly captivated by the enigmatic Professor Trelawney, only to realize after half a month that she had been duped. However, Liz was not inclined to resort to Felix Felicis. She had a premonition that that potion would be her last resort. At this moment, in the divination classroom, Liz was scrutinizing a cup of tea leaves. Professor Trelawney had instructed the students to predict each other's fortunes, but as an auditor, Liz had no partner and was left to read her own. With a furrowed brow, Liz abruptly closed her eyes, lowering her gaze to find the chaotic, shapeless polygons that revealed nothing. As she furtively glanced around at her classmates, she caught a whiff of sherry, realizing that Professor Trelawney had unexpectedly approached her side. The professor was gaunt, draped in a tattered emerald robe, her disheveled hair cascading about her, and her large gray-blue eyes obscured by thick lenses. A long silver necklace adorned her neck. In summary, upon first laying eyes on Professor Trelawney, Liz sensed a certain eccentricity about her. Perhaps such quirks were essential for a true seer? Heard that her great-grandfather was the foremost prophet of the magical realm. Liz's trust in Professor Trelawney before her increased ever so slightly. "Child, tell me, what do you perceive within?" Professor Trelawney leaned on Liz's desk, her large eyes fixed intently upon her. Feeling a surge of pressure, Liz glanced down at the bottom of her cup and hesitantly began, "I see a towering mountain, which suggests that my life is encountering trials. I must strive to conquer it, for only then will my existence be illuminated." Swallowing hard, Liz found herself at a loss for words. She lifted her gaze to Professor Trelawney, only to find the professor's attention had shifted to the bottom of the cup, signaling Liz to hand it over. Eagerly, Liz presented her teacup before the professor, gazing at her with anticipation for any profound insights. After a moment of careful observation, Trelawney spoke softly, "This mountain is black. You must tread cautiously, lest you stumble and suffer grievous harm, or worse, lose your life." Liz sighed, thinking, well, who doesn't know that Professor Trelawney relishes prophesying others' demise? She resolved to abandon the notion of enrolling in her class when she reached third year, opting instead to consider Professor Sinistra's astronomy course. where at least she could indulge in daydreams about the familiar Pisces and Leo constellations. Upon the conclusion of class, Liz hastily departed, for she had a matter of utmost importance to attend to, the portrait of Aunt Lily. Her numerous photographs sent by Penny were all part of this plan. In the room of requirement, Liz was drenched in sweat, just a step away from completion, yet the creation of the portrait necessitated the subject's magical essence. With no other recourse, Liz attempted to infuse her own blood to see if it would suffice. A flash of white light enveloped the space, and Liz looked on with bated breath, witnessing the adult visage of Lily standing within the frame, smiling at her. A wave of exhilaration washed over Liz. Had she truly succeeded? Yet, her joy was short-lived as she realized the portrait bore flaws. Aunt Lily was unable to communicate or visit other portraits, existing merely as a dynamic photograph. Liz let out a disappointed sigh, recognizing that she had overestimated herself. She had believed that a mere affinity for crafting magical items would grant her the freedom to achieve whatever she desired, yet reality had delivered a harsh rebuke. Sorrowfully, Liz exited the room of requirement, clutching the portrait of Lily. She intended to find Harry and present him with the image, while also sharing the news she had learned over the summer. Calculating the time, she deduced that Harry should be in the dormitory. So she made her way directly to Gryffindor Tower, only to encounter Neville, who had been locked out for forgetting the password. Neville had undergone a remarkable transformation. Liz recalled their first meeting when he had been a chubby little bundle, and now, in his second year, he had grown significantly taller and slimmer, though he remained notably shy and introverted. "Hi, Neville." Liz approached the entrance, greeting him warmly, only to notice the redness around his eyes and the unmistakable expression of sorrow on his face. "Are you all right?" Neville shook his head, his voice trembling as he replied. "My parents are in a dire situation. Their condition has worsened significantly." Liz knew of the Longbottoms, renowned for their unwavering fight against Voldemort, yet their fate was equally tragic. After Voldemort's disappearance, the wizarding world experienced a long-awaited peace, but this tranquility was shattered by screams emanating from the Longbottom estate. Some Death Eaters, as vicious as their master, continued to sow chaos following his demise, often targeting the valiant Aurors, with the Longbottoms being prime victims. After all, they had caused considerable trouble for the Death Eaters, thwarting many of their schemes. The infamous Bellatrix Lestrange had subjected the Longbottoms to the Cruciatus curse multiple times, fleeing only when the Aurors finally arrived, leaving Neville's parents irrevocably damaged and confined to St. Mungo's for the remainder of their lives. If not for Neville and his grandmother's fortuitous visit to a friend, the Longbottom family's fate could have been even more tragic. Faced with Neville's profound despair, Liz found herself at a loss for words. His burdens were already heavy enough. Did she truly need to reopen his wounds? Searching her pocket, she retrieved a piece of candy, raising her arm to offer it to Neville. "This is a type of milk candy from the Muggle world. It's not overly sweet, but delightful in texture. Whenever you feel sorrowful, indulge in a piece. The future still holds promise." Neville quietly expressed his thanks, unwrapping the candy and savoring a piece, as the rich creaminess and sweetness enveloped his palate, seemingly reaching into his heart. Shortly thereafter, Neville summoned Harry, who was preoccupied with a potion essay. The treatment reserved for the savior of the wizarding world was evidently distinct. Harry's assignments exceeded his peers by 3 sheets of parchment. The heavy footsteps roused Liz from her musings, and she squinted to see Harry approaching, his expression one of deep distress. Liz stifled a laugh, as it was rare to see such a countenance on Harry. In most instances, he maintained a calm demeanor. Clearly, he was grappling with a particularly vexing dilemma. "What's with the long face?" Liz inquired, amusement in her tone. Harry adjusted his glasses and patted his cheeks, perplexed. "Is it that obvious?" Liz nodded emphatically, urging him to continue. "It's that old bat. My potions assignment is 3 sheets longer than everyone else's." Harry exclaimed indignantly. Hearing this, Liz pondered, "But I didn't hear anything about that in class." "It was a Slytherin student who approached me with this," Harry replied. "Did you not verify this with Professor Snape? He wouldn't bother you without cause, especially since you haven't done anything wrong." Harry grimaced. "As if I Haven Tea had enough trouble from him already." Liz paused, recalling that Professor Snape had been relatively normal over the past few months. Intrigued, she mused to herself, could it be that Professor Snape has finally acknowledged Harry as Lily's sole heir and softened his stance? Yet, why the sudden antagonism now? Harry seemed to recall something as well, exclaiming, "The student who approached me looked like a first year. I didn't even recognize him. He rushed off before I could ask anything further." At this, Liz understood. It was likely a Slytherin student orchestrating a prank against Harry. This unidentified classmate was probably of the same year and quite possibly had closer ties to Professor Snape, which would explain their knowledge of Snape's bias against Harry. "Have you had any conflicts with other students recently?" Harry shook his head, but then realization dawned upon him. "Malfoy. It must be Malfoy playing tricks on me." He scowled. "I knew he was up to no good. He is just a petty bully. While Harry feigned calmness, internally he was cursing Malfoy, relieved he hadn't lost his composure. He certainly didn't want Liz to know he had been outsmarted by Malfoy, as that would make him appear foolish. It seems this individual is quite astute. He even knew you wouldn't approach Professor Snape to verify, Liz remarked. Harry felt a twinge of discomfort at her words. Malfoy is not clever. He is just full of malice. As he pondered this, he swiftly changed the subject. Did you need something when you came looking for me? He stammered. Liz reached into her pocket and retrieved a handful of photographs, each one a treasured snapshot from Aunt Lily's childhood. Is this my mother? Harry inquired, searching for affirmation in Liz's gaze. Upon witnessing her nod, he averted his eyes, fixating intently on the images in his hands. This was a version of Lily he had never encountered before, appearing to be merely 6 or 7 years old, her face illuminated with a carefree, innocent smile, untouched by the burdens of the world. As he gazed upon the smiling Lily, a sense of relaxation washed over Harry, and a smile began to grace his lips as well. Before long, his attention was captured by a group photo, and he pointed at a little boy within it. Asking Liz, who is he? Liz remained ambiguous in her response, merely stating, a friend of Aunt Lily. Is he a wizard as well? Liz nodded, hinting. We know him too. Harry leaned in closer for a better look, yet he found himself utterly perplexed. He then turned to Liz with a pleading expression, hoping she would readily divulge the answer. It's Professor Snape. Harry's face turned pale. No way. How could that be? His sudden exclamation drew curious glances from those nearby, prompting Liz to quickly usher him to a quieter spot. Indeed, during the Christmas holidays, Petunia explicitly told me that they grew up together and were quite good friends. Harry still bore an expression of disbelief, and Liz added, moreover, I even confirmed this with Professor Snape. Under Harry's relentless questioning, Liz finally confessed the events that transpired after their last parting, but Harry's complexion only grew graver. Why are you telling me this only now? Thank goodness you're all right. Otherwise, I would have lost you too. Harry's voice quivered with a sense of panic. Liz attempted to employ her calming charm, yet this time it fell flat. Harry ignored her, lost in his own tumultuous thoughts. It's my fault. I should have taken you back sooner. You were in such danger then, without even a wand. You mean so much to me. Liz found herself ensnared in Harry's embrace, realizing the boy had grown unexpectedly strong. Let me go, Harry, she commanded. Sensing Harry's loosening grip, Liz swiftly extricated herself from his hold. Lower your head. Harry, bewildered, complied, his green eyes brimming with a sense of injustice, reminiscent of a once ferocious Burman cat, now feigning innocence and affection after being reprimanded by its owner. Liz sighed and fastened a pendant she had crafted around Harry's neck. There, no more sulking. Look, I'm perfectly fine. You are very important to me, Liz, but you just don't understand, Harry began, but his words were promptly silenced by Liz's hand over his mouth. We'll discuss this later. For now, focus on this pendant. This is a photograph taken during Aunt Lily's graduation year. I initially intended to create a portrait from these images, but since they were captured with a muggle camera, devoid of any magical essence, this is the best I could do. Keep it as a memento, Liz spoke softly. Harry gazed at the pendant, filled with nostalgia for his mother, contemplating his fortune. Thank you, Liz. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. I will cherish these photographs. Liz's eyes sparkled mischievously, reminiscent of a wolf enticing a sheep. Then you should study diligently. Petunia said Aunt Lily excelled at Hogwarts and was highly regarded by the professors. Harry grinned, somewhat defiant. Isn't my performance sufficient? Compared to Hermione and me, there's still a considerable gap, Liz teased. However, Harry's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he took Liz's right hand. Promise me, don't put yourself in danger again. Liz sighed. That was merely an accident, wasn't it? Regardless, I must ensure your safety. It's a promise I made to Dudley. Harry, earnest and sincere, felt doused with cold water by Liz's teasing. Yes, well, before I defeat you in a duel during defense against the dark arts class, I will certainly protect you. Harry's face flushed, his green eyes glistening yet resolute. Soon, I will master various spells and ensure your protection. You must trust me, Liz. Liz reached out, gently smoothing Harry's hair, her tone soothing. How could I not believe in you? After all, you have never let me down. However, I do not wish for you to shoulder my safety as an additional burden. The mantle of the chosen one is already heavy enough. I hope you can enjoy a few more years of ease. A touch of melancholy crossed Liz's face as she observed Harry, seeing in him a reflection of her past self, carrying a heavy load, traversing a lonely path for far too long. While she may not be able to save Harry, she could at least help alleviate a portion of his burden. Chapter 37. The eve before the second-year summer vacation. Summer quietly approached, but not before the tumult of final exams, during which not all professors provided study guides. In a corner of the library, Liz and Hermione sat across from one another, while Harry and Ron occupied seats beside them, each surrounded by towering tomes. More than half a month of studying had left Ron somewhat dispirited. Even his vibrant red hair appeared slightly dulled. Who could have imagined that just 2 weeks prior, he had been the happiest boy in Gryffindor? Due to her guilt over inadvertently hurting him, Liz made it a point to surprise him daily with small treats. A biscuit here, some candies sent by the Honeydukes there. And she even permitted him to occasionally copy her homework. Of course, that leniency was granted only once. Even Hermione, upon learning the backstory, felt Ron had been an unwitting victim and treated him with a degree of kindness. It was important to note that Hermione was a girl of considerable principles and stances. She often found Ron's laziness frustrating, but hesitated to lecture him as a friend. Yet, consider the other Weasley children. Percy was a prime example. Though many ridiculed him as a know-it-all, his grades were impressive, silencing his detractors. Then there were George and Fred, both exceptionally bright, inventing quirky gadgets while never causing Arthur and Molly concern regarding their studies. Lastly, the youngest, Ginny, with her radiant beauty and commendable grades, was already emerging as a leader among the new Gryffindor students. The Weasley genes were undeniably remarkable. Yet, Ron seemed indifferent, as he could easily soar to great heights with just a little effort. Hermione caught a glimpse of Ron gnawing on his quill and sighed inwardly, returning her focus to the demanding revision. Observing the three diligently scribbling away, Ron recalled the goals Liz had set for him and settled down to study earnestly. When mealtime arrived, the four of them hurried to the great hall together. Ron rubbed his hungry stomach and recalled the potion-making content they had just reviewed. Unable to suppress a lament, "I hope that old bat grants me some mercy this time and gives me a passing grade." Hermione quickly corrected him, "It's Professor Snape." Ron shrugged nonchalantly, "All right, Professor Snape." He then shot Harry a knowing glance. However, this time Harry regarded him disapprovingly, as if to suggest that calling him old bat was rather disrespectful. Ron momentarily paused, but quickly dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, Liz had indeed noted the subtle exchange between Harry and Ron, and she felt a twinge of emotion upon witnessing Harry's actions. Regardless of the circumstances, Harry and Professor Snape have indeed forged a normal and healthy student-teacher relationship. Liz did not wish to delve into the reasons behind this transformation. After all, adults are entitled to their own privacy and secrets. However, she harbored a nagging intuition that Snape's previous prejudices against Harry likely stemmed from James Potter. July in England is typically quite cool, and it was on an ordinary Tuesday in July that Liz and her peers finally faced their end-of-term examinations. After the exams concluded, they were required to remain at school for one more night, as they could not return home until their results were released. However, as each young wizard wearily exited the examination hall, they were met with the most dreadful news. Peter Pettigrew had escaped from prison. A notorious Death Eater and a convicted murderer had evaded the watch of the Dementors and escaped from Azkaban right under the Ministry of Magic's nose. A truly ironic turn of events. Meanwhile, in Dumbledore's office, Sirius, who had transformed back from his canine form, was vehemently cursing the Ministry of Magic. "I knew it. The Ministry is rife with incompetence. I clearly warned them that Dementors have little effect on animagi and that the traitor should have been watched more closely, yet they disregarded my warnings entirely. Just look at Fudge, that bloated buffoon. Dumbledore, you should never have supported his appointment as Minister of Magic." Sirius was in an unusually agitated state, his dark hair beginning to grow wild. Dumbledore, seated calmly behind his desk, occasionally offered soothing words to Sirius. "That traitor. He must be after Harry. He has always served Voldemort. I must protect Harry." At that moment, the door to the headmaster's office swung open, revealing Professor Snape, whose expression was equally grim. Faced with the perpetrator responsible for Lily's death, he felt a deep-seated loathing for Pettigrew. "Oh, look who it is, the sniveling coward daring to set foot in Gryffindor territory." Upon seeing Snape, Sirius instinctively began to unleash his pent-up frustration regarding Pettigrew's escape upon him, given their historical enmity during their school years. Snape, not one to back down, retorted, "Unlike you, whether in human or canine form, you remain perpetually blind to the true nature of others." This remark struck a chord with Sirius, who indeed had misplaced his trust in others, leading to Lily and James's demise. He fell silent, enveloped in profound sorrow. James had been his closest friend, his dearest companion, even allowing him to become Harry's godfather. Yet, through his carelessness, he had caused their deaths and had languished in Azkaban for over a decade, wrongfully accused and consumed by despair. Were it not for his longing for Harry, he might have long since sought solace in death, to atone before James and Lily. Snape noticed Sirius's distress, but felt no sympathy. He too had lost his best friend in that attack. "I must take Harry back to the Black family home. It is an ancient house fortified with many protective spells." Sirius suddenly turned to Dumbledore, a strange urgency in his demeanor, eager to be at Harry's side to protect him. Dumbledore stroked his beard, pouring a cup of honeyed water for both Sirius and Snape before awakening the slumbering phoenix. "Fawkes, go, "Fox, bring Harry to my office." Fox emitted a soft trill, as if in acknowledgement, before spreading his wings and departing the room. Snape, evidently disinterested in the forthcoming reunion, merely moved his lips slightly. Upon receiving a nod of affirmation from Dumbledore, he exited the office, fully aware that Dumbledore was a man of discretion who would keep his secrets safe. Chapter 38. I want to give you a home. An air of anxiety permeated the school, despite Dumbledore's presence at Hogwarts. Worry and fear swept over everyone. As Harry and Liz stepped out of the examination room, they were greeted by Fawkes, the Phoenix guiding them to the headmaster's office. However, on their way, every student they encountered cast doubtful and pitying glances at Harry, as if anticipating his imminent demise. Such scrutiny left Liz feeling profoundly uncomfortable. She clutched Harry's hand tightly, hoping to offer him comfort and encouragement. Beside them, Ron and Hermione wore serious expressions, fiercely returning glares to those casting ill will toward Harry. Professor McGonagall hastily caught up with them, clearly possessing more detailed information. Peter Pettigrew's escape had not occurred today. Some wizards in the magical community had been advocating for the transfer of dangerous criminals, and it was during a head count prior to the transfer that his absence was discovered. Initially, the Ministry had attempted to cover up the incident, only issuing a warrant for Pettigrew's capture after it was leaked by insiders. After relaying this information, McGonagall hurried away, feeling a responsibility to inform Harry, but recognizing that she must depart as relying solely on the prefects to calm the students amidst their current turmoil and fear was untenable. Watching McGonagall's hurried retreat, Hermione could not help but exclaim, "The Ministry is becoming increasingly corrupt. I suspect that before Voldemort even returns, the Ministry will have led wizards to ruin." Ron cautiously tugged at Hermione's sleeve, urging her to temper her words, but received an indignant glare in return. Harry's expression darkened. He deeply regretted having handed Pettigrew over to the Ministry during their time at Grimmauld Place. They were utterly untrustworthy. Upon reaching the door to the headmaster's office, Liz hesitated, wondering whether they should join Harry inside, when suddenly Dumbledore's voice called out, "Come in, children." The four friends entered in single file, intending to look toward Dumbledore. But their attention was immediately drawn to the large black dog seated by the bookshelf. "Why is Black here?" This was a shared question among the four young wizards. Dumbledore, however, said little, simply addressing Sirius kindly. "Sirius, transform back." Upon hearing this, Liz understood. It seemed Dumbledore had long been aware that the large black dog was Sirius's animagus form and had tacitly allowed him to remain at Hogwarts. However, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were oblivious to this. They watched in astonishment as the familiar black dog transformed into a tall, handsome wizard. Sirius, with an air of nervousness, approached Harry slowly, bending slightly at the waist, and earnestly stated, "Good evening, Harry. This marks my first formal introduction. I am Sirius Black, your father James's best friend and your godfather." Harry's expression reflected shock. This revelation was utterly unexpected. By Merlin's beard, the once vanished Sirius had been hiding in Hogwarts, even accompanying his godson in his animagus form for over a year without Harry's knowledge. Sirius opened his arms wide and embraced the still-dazed Harry. His hands gently stroked Harry's dark hair as he choked out, "By Merlin, I have longed to do this." Silent tears streamed down Harry's cheeks. He had yearned for a family, and now, his godfather stood before him, having quietly watched over him for more than a year. His hands finally encircled Sirius Black's back, and he gently uttered the word godfather. As soon as the sound left his lips, Harry felt himself embraced even tighter, with the hands behind him trembling ever so slightly. Overjoyed by Harry's acceptance, Sirius gazed affectionately at Harry's face and, with a tone brimming with nostalgia, remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to your father, though your eyes are remarkably like your mother's." Harry lowered his head slightly, as if believing that everything unfolding before him was merely a dream. He quickly glanced at Liz, hoping to seek confirmation from her. Sirius, noticing Harry's movement, courteously greeted Hermione and Ron, before turning his gaze, filled with complexity, towards Liz, and said, "Hi, Liz. Aren't you going to give me a hug? I still need to thank you for saving my life." At this, Liz broke into a smile, watching Harry's happiness. Her initial awkwardness and discomfort regarding Sirius dissipated entirely. She stepped forward and gently embraced Sirius, a gesture of her acknowledgement of him. Subsequently, Dumbledore began discussing the matter of Pettigrew's escape, inquiring whether Harry would be willing to spend the summer at Grimmauld Place. "I will keep you safe, Harry," Sirius hastily assured him. However, Harry hesitated. He had initially planned to return to Privet Drive with Liz for the summer, perhaps even visiting Cho in London together. Liz seemed to understand Harry's thoughts and interrupted his impending refusal. "Go ahead, Harry. Grimmauld Place is evidently far safer. I will visit you when I have the time," she encouraged. Ultimately, Harry acquiesced. If Pettigrew truly intended to come after him, staying close to Liz would only endanger her, and they would have ample time together later. As Liz and the others departed from the headmaster's office, Harry and Sirius made their way to Hagrid's hut. Dumbledore appeared to have anticipated this, having already enlisted Hagrid's assistance in retrieving Sirius's wand from the Ministry of Magic. Watching the contrasting figures of Harry and Sirius retreating, Liz averted her gaze, genuinely pleased for Harry. Nearby, Hermione suddenly inquired, "What does it mean to owe a life debt?" Ron leaned in, eager to listen. With a sigh, Liz recounted her initial encounter with Sirius. Hermione, upon hearing the story, felt a surge of empathy, her eyes glistening. She finally remarked, "He will undoubtedly be a wonderful godfather. Harry adores him." Liz nodded, her mind drifting back to the pitiable image of Sirius when they first met, a once privileged nobleman now emaciated, surviving on scraps. All for the chance to see his godson once more. Such a spirit, resilient yet pure. During their final farewell, Ron grasped Liz's arm, quietly asking, "Why do you seem so unfazed by all this? It's as if you already knew." Observing the eager curiosity in Ron's eyes, Liz playfully ruffled his hair and replied, "I didn't expect you to be such an astute observer. You should ask George and Fred about it. Also, the results will be out tomorrow. If you meet your goal, a surprise awaits you." With that, Liz floated away, leaving a blushing Ron behind. Not far from Hagrid's hut, Harry and Sirius stood side by side. The sky was beginning to twinkle with stars, their light shimmering in Sirius's eyes, deepening their intensity. He turned his head slightly, focusing intently on Harry, his expression earnest and sincere. "Perhaps you would like to live with me? I can offer you a real home." Chapter 39, The Awards. Later, as Ron recalled, Harry returned to the dormitory quite late that night, to the point where he could hardly keep his eyes open. He shook Ron awake, brimming with excitement as he recounted all that Sirius had told him about his parents, even mentioning that once it was safe, he would take him to the Quidditch World Cup. Ron listened, filled with envy. What young wizard could resist such a lure? After all, it was a world-class Quidditch event, the very competition that Oliver would dreamed of participating in. Regardless, the sun rose as usual, and in a few hours, the time for the results to be announced would arrive. Hermione exhibited signs of anxiety. Last year, her grades had fallen short of Liz's, and this year, she was determined to compete with her. She glanced at Liz, who appeared to be leisurely munching on a piece of bread, showing no signs of distress. "How can you still find time to eat?" Hermione asked, puzzled. Liz, equally perplexed, wondered why anyone would skip breakfast. It was far too important. She gestured towards Ron, who was devouring his food with abandon. Why not ask him? Hermione shot a glance at Ron, frowning slightly. "Which good person eats chicken legs for breakfast?" "Ron, are you not worried about your grades?" Ron nearly choked on his food at that question, and it was only Harry's quick reflexes that presented him with a cup of water. Subsequently, Ron, a hint of complaint in his tone, mumbled, "Hermione, can we not discuss such tormenting topics while eating?" Hermione, feeling rebuffed, fell silent and sipped her pumpkin juice. In truth, Liz understood Hermione quite well. She was exhibiting classic pre-exam anxiety, something Liz had experienced during the tense years of high school in her past life, even to the extent of fearing to check the rankings herself. The students, who had been so frantic and fearful the day before, had settled down. Rather than worrying about the elusive Death Eaters, they preferred to focus on the impending announcement of their results. "Have a piece of bread. It's no use worrying now that the exams are over." Liz gently patted Hermione's hand, offering quiet reassurance. In the end, Hermione reluctantly broke off a small piece of bread, chewing it with a grimace. Witnessing her struggle, Liz chose to abandon her attempts to persuade her further. "The results are out," a young wizard shouted as he dashed into the great hall. Instantly, the long tables were vacated, with many students rushing back to their respective house common rooms, where the results were posted. Ron, who had claimed not to care about his grades, had long since disappeared, leaving Harry and Liz exchanging glances. As Liz finished her last sip of milk, Harry accompanied her out. "Sirius said he would give me a real home, Liz. He truly is a wonderful godfather," Harry confided, gazing at Liz's serene profile. "He cares about you deeply, Harry, that much is clear. Enjoy your time with him without worrying too much about Pettigrew. Remember to savor your summer," she advised. Harry fell silent for a moment, his voice taut with tension. "Will you be happy for me? I have another family member now." "Of course," Liz exclaimed. "I would love for you to have more people who cherish you." "Harry, do not belittle yourself. Regardless of what happens, I will always stand by your side. We are family, and no bond can sever the ties of blood." However, after saying this, Liz noticed that Harry's expression bore no hint of joy, but rather a subtle trace of disappointment. What is the matter? Has the adolescent boy become hard to appease? Puzzled, Liz frowned, but had no time to ponder further as Ron's boisterous voice interrupted her. Liz, look." Ron rushed up to Liz, colliding with Harry in the process, and held up his exam results, nearly pressing them to Liz's face. Upon witnessing the scene, Harry quickly pulled him back, fearing he might collide with Liz. Calm down, Ron. Your hands are trembling so much I can barely see. Liz, seizing the parchment, declared. Potions, pass. Herbology, good. History of magic, good. Transfiguration, excellent. With each subject she read, Ron's eyes sparkled with increasing delight. He had done it. Liz beamed with a radiant smile, exuberantly congratulating Ron, only to find him gazing at her with wide, expectant eyes. A moment of contemplation revealed to Liz that Ron was waiting for her to unveil the mysterious surprise. Yet, the thought of her prepared gift made her feel somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, she assured Ron she would present it to him upon returning to the dormitory. Ron's anxious heart finally eased, and he began discussing the results of others. Hermione, as she wished, had achieved excellent marks in all subjects except potions, where she scored a good, a feat Liz matched. And mine. Harry pointed at himself. A fleeting look of guilt crossed Ron's face as he exclaimed, Mate, you can't blame me for this. I swear I looked at yours, I just didn't remember. Ron's voice dwindled as he continued, confessing, All right, I admit I didn't pay enough attention to you. Harry, no longer vexed, decided to check his results independently now that they were in the common room. When Liz returned to the dormitory, she found Hermione cheerily packing her belongings, humming a tune. Clearly satisfied with her outstanding grades, Liz retrieved the gift she had prepared for Ron from her bedside table, a certificate of achievement. It read, Congratulations to Ron Weasley for receiving the Most Improved Award, with Liz having drawn a cartoon lion as a seal. In the center of the certificate was a large portrait of Ron, beneath which a small inscription proclaimed, Weasley is our king. Admittedly, Liz recognized her own penchant for dramatics in crafting this certificate as a surprise for Ron, yet she couldn't conceive of a better idea. Hermione leaned in, her curiosity piqued by this surprise. Upon seeing the whimsical yet meaningful certificate, she felt a twinge of envy towards Ron. After much persuasion, Liz finally agreed to create a personalized certificate for her next term as well. As anticipated, when Ron received the certificate, his scream nearly shattered the ceiling, prompting even the fat lady in the portrait to cover her ears. Ron grabbed Harry, exclaiming, Did you see that? Liz said Weasley is her king. Am I truly that remarkable in her eyes? Harry frowned, scrutinizing the certificate repeatedly, questioning Ron's intelligence for fabricating such a notion. Just then, the twins, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. George snatched the certificate from Ron's grasp, turning to his twin brother with enthusiasm. This certificate should belong to us. A simple spell could change the name and photo. Good idea. The twins chimed in unison, completely disregarding the flabbergasted Ron. They then rushed towards Ron, laughing heartily. Little Ron is our king. Ha! At platform 9, Liz noticed a multitude of wizarding parents had arrived, evidently aware of the events surrounding Wormtail. Unwilling to let their children return home alone, Sirius naturally offered to escort Liz, but upon seeing the Dursleys arriving to pick her up, he abandoned the thought. He had initially considered visiting them in the name of Harry's godfather. However, Liz urged him to reconsider, citing their disdain for wizards. This was indeed true. Had it not been for the presence of a witch in their family, the Dursleys would have preferred to maintain their distance from the magical world. Chapter 40. The Entrance of Umbridge. Liz's summer holiday was rich with experiences. Mere days after the break commenced, her family went to London to watch Dudley's match. It was not a particularly formal competition, exuding a vibrant atmosphere, yet the players still exerted great effort. However, as Dudley's team dominated the opposing side, their coach evidently began to ease off, recognizing that an excessively lopsided entertainment match would not reflect well. Following the match, Liz expressed her eagerness to explore the city, but Petunia was hesitant to let her venture alone. Vernon quickly assured that he would take care of Dudley, prompting Petunia to glance approvingly at him before grabbing her bag and departing with Liz. To accommodate Petunia, who was in high heels, they soon stopped at an outdoor cafe after traversing a block. London, known for its frequent rain, was graced with rare sunshine that day, the warmth of which was gentle rather than oppressive. Liz, relishing the sun, thought to herself that if it rained again, she might just mold. Just as Liz allowed herself to unwind, a piercing scream erupted, followed by a series of explosions. Petunia seized Liz's hand, pulling her away as the previously lively street devolved into chaos, filled with the cries of infants, the shrieks of women, and the lamentations of men. In the midst of the turmoil, she spotted a familiar figure. It was Daniel. She had heard Dudley mention that he was attending a prestigious school in Durham. How could he be here? Yet, there was no time for Liz to ponder, as Daniel was in grave danger, held at gunpoint by a gang member. Petunia dragged Liz behind a wall, gripping her arm tightly, pleading, Don't go, you can't. Liz, listen to me. The police will arrive soon. You're just a child. Liz shook her head, drawing her wand with resolute determination, declaring, I can protect myself. You know that. Right now, I am the only one capable of saving him. You'll be proud of me, Mom. With that, Liz rushed out, confronting a scene of devastation. The air thick with dust obscured her vision until, squinting, she noticed the assailant's back was turned. Seizing the opportunity, Liz aimed and cast a spell of petrification. The man collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust and revealing the bound Daniel behind him. Approaching swiftly, Liz concealed her wand. Daniel's eyes widened in disbelief. A mix of terror from his abduction and joy at seeing Liz, creating an odd expression on his face. Liz, you saved me? With just a little stick? You're a witch? Initially intending to cast a memory charm on him, Liz halted, taking a serious look at Daniel. At 15, he had shed his boyishness, standing tall. His blue eyes filled with disbelief. You know witches? Daniel's gaze flickered before he hesitantly replied, my family used to. But before he could finish, the wailing of police sirens interrupted them. Liz recognized that this was not the right moment for reminiscing. She pulled Daniel a few steps forward only to be obstructed by a witch dressed in pastel pink. I received a message that there are underage wizards unlawfully using wands in the Muggle world, she stated, her gaze shifting to the wand still clutched in Liz's hand. Her voice was sharp yet gentle, leaving Liz feeling uncomfortable. But I was protecting my friend. I couldn't just stand by and watch him get hurt. Daniel nodded vigorously upon hearing these words, and even the fear of being kidnapped dissipated, replaced entirely by the joy of reuniting with Liz. Only God knew the lengths he had gone to pry information about Liz from Dudley, who had proven to be as tight-lipped as a clam. Before he could press further, he was whisked away by his family to Durham, rendering him unable to ascertain any news about Liz. The middle-aged woman before him introduced herself as Umbridge. Although dealing with the illegal use of wands by underage wizards was not within her jurisdiction, she had been dispatched by the Ministry of Magic to the scene due to her proximity to Mr. Barty Crouch, who was attending to matters nearby. Umbridge feigned innocence, covering her mouth and emitting a series of giggles. Yet her actions threatened to expose the existence of the magical world, thus contravening our highest laws. Liz attempted to retort, but Umbridge did not afford her the opportunity. She audaciously cast a silencing charm on Liz. Miss Granger, I must insist you accompany me back to the Ministry of Magic. The sensation of being silenced was most unpleasant. It felt as though her tongue was glued to the roof of her mouth, making it difficult to breathe. Daniel noticed something amiss with Liz. He glared fiercely at Umbridge, snatched her wand from her, and with a decisive crack, broke it amidst her shrill screams. How dare you? Umbridge seethed with rage, incensed that a mere muggle would dare to disrespect her in such a manner, not only pushing her, but also damaging her wand. Just as she was about to erupt, an elderly wizard approached them. What is going on? Is this not resolved yet? Mr. Barty Crouch observed Umbridge's distorted features with impatience, for she looked like a pink toad in a fit of rage due to Daniel's mockery. Umbridge, panting with fury, was rendered speechless, while Liz swiftly pointed to her mouth in desperation. In a flash of light, Liz felt her mouth and nose clear instantly. She took several deep breaths and quickly recounted the events. Crouch looked disapprovingly at Umbridge, reprimanding her. Is this how you passed your ministry examination? Using dark curses against an underage witch? Umbridge widened her eyes, adopting a pitiful expression, but Crouch was no fool like Fudge. He was not swayed by her antics. Seeing Crouch's indifference, Umbridge's lips quivered in fury. Crouch turned to Liz with a friendly demeanor. All right, child, I will handle this. You and your friend should leave promptly. He then offered Liz a stiff smile, adding, well done with the Petrificus Totalis. Upon hearing Crouch's praise, Liz tightened her grip on her wand, feeling a surge of happiness. Another flash of light occurred as Crouch retracted his wand, leaving Daniel looking bewildered, as if he could not comprehend his situation, even forgetting about the earlier confrontation. He embraced Liz tightly, exclaiming, Jesus, am I really not dreaming? Liz forcefully extricated herself from his embrace, just in time to hear Petunia calling out to her. Mom, I'm here. Petunia, upon hearing the response, caught sight of Liz being half embraced by a boy. With concern and anger, she approached. Aunt Petunia. Daniel beamed brightly. Although Petunia was not well acquainted with Liz's classmates, this boy named Daniel had made a lasting impression. Since Liz had gone off to Hogwarts, he had visited their home almost every weekend under the pretense of seeing Dudley, merely to check if Liz was home, until last Christmas, when their family moved to Durham. This had been a source of relief for Dudley and a respite for Petunia, for Daniel's persistence was overwhelming, leaving her with little reason to chastise him for his actions. Chapter 41, Witch Hunting. It had been over 10 days since the attack in London. Liz had thought that no further complications would arise, but one day, Dudley ascended the stairs with a grim expression. Liz, Daniel Glenn is back to see you. He asked like a revolting piece of chewing gum. Dudley was furious. Having enjoyed a respite of less than a year, Liz descended the stairs to find Daniel awkwardly seated on the couch, cradling a bouquet of roses. Achoo. As soon as Liz stepped into the living room, she felt a tickle in her nose and sneezed lightly. Observing this, Daniel immediately rose to approach her. but the fragrance of the roses intensified, causing Liz to cover her nose and cough a couple of times. Dudley, who had merely been leaning against the staircase railing, charged down in a fury, like a cannonball launched at Daniel. "Damn it! How could you bring roses through that door? Don't you know my sister is allergic to rose pollen?" He snatched the bouquet from Daniel's hands and, flinging open the door, tossed it straight into the trash. It was all his fault. Had he seen clearly from the window, he would have never allowed this fellow inside. Liz offered Daniel a reassuring smile, noticing the poor boy's face was etched with guilt and anxiety. "I'm so sorry, Liz. I truly didn't know you were allergic. I thought since it was my first proper visit to your home, I should bring a gift," Daniel said earnestly. Dudley, having overheard this, swiftly switched to combat mode, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "First time? So this is how Glenn charms other girls at school." "It's not like that, Liz," Daniel replied. "I just wasn't here when I came before." Pausing, he seemed to gather his resolve and continued, "I remember that day. You saved me." After saying this, he fixed his gaze on Liz, unwilling to miss a flicker of emotion on her face. Indeed, Liz's expression of exasperation towards Dudley swiftly morphed into shock, as if the unfolding of events had caught her off guard. Dudley frowned at Liz, feeling a twinge of displeasure. What else was she concealing from him? However, he refrained from exposing the matter in front of Daniel, for it would undermine his authority as an older brother. "What do you remember? Everything that happened that day?" Liz asked, her incredulity evident. She had clearly witnessed Mr. Crouch casting a memory charm on him, and at that moment, his demeanor had not suggested any pretense. Daniel comprehended Liz's confusion, thus he spoke in one breath. "Actually, I only began recalling these past few days. I remember you pointing your wand at that man and casting a spell, and I also remember the two wizards who appeared afterward. Do you recall what I was about to say? Strictly speaking, the Glens could be considered a witch-hunting family, although I only learned this recently." "Witch-hunting?" Liz and Dudley exclaimed in unison, after which Dudley's gaze towards Daniel shifted to one of apprehension. "You wouldn't do anything to Liz, would you?" Daniel shook his head. "To my knowledge, most witch-hunting families have fallen into decline. We prefer our current way of life. Besides, how could I possibly harm Liz? Because you have awakened the bloodline of a witch hunter, thus wizarding spells become ineffective against you," Liz summarized, while marveling at the diversity of species on Earth in her mind. Precisely. Just then, as the three of them pondered, an owl flew in. "It's Hedwig. Harry must be prompting me again," Liz said sweetly, yet with a hint of vexation. The summer holidays had only just begun, and Harry and Sirius had already sent letters inviting her to visit Grimmauld Place, which had been reinforced with protective charms by Sirius, making it exceedingly safe. Liz, however, was reluctant to intrude upon the private moments shared between Harry and Sirius, and she had consistently declined their invitations. Yet, now that the summer vacation was halfway through, her reasons for refusal had dwindled. Harry is a wizard too, after all. He has certainly experienced his fair share of peculiar events, Daniel remarked suddenly. Liz's expression darkened momentarily, evidently recalling Daniel's previous incident of pushing Harry into danger. "I apologize. I shouldn't have spoken so thoughtlessly. May I extend my apologies to him?" Daniel quickly added, noticing Liz's discontent. Liz's demeanor remained frosty. "I believe Harry would prefer not to have his life disrupted. He is doing exceptionally well now." Daniel fell silent, and Dudley snickered at his expression, mocking the audacity of anyone attempting to challenge Harry's esteemed position in Liz's heart. "When you return to school, may I write to you?" Daniel persisted, unwilling to succumb to silence. "Only owls trained for special tasks can deliver messages to Hogwarts, and I fear you may find that beyond your capabilities." Liz did not rush to respond, instead teasing Hedwig with crumbs of bread. Daniel, visibly deflated, and seeing his pitiful expression, softened Liz's demeanor. "You may leave our home phone number, but I shall only be home during the holidays." Daniel departed with a spring in his step, repeatedly assuring her that he would only call during breaks and never disturb the Dursleys otherwise. Upon returning to her room, Liz resolved to accept Harry's invitation. Just as she was preparing her letter, Dudley knocked on her door, holding a letter. "It's for him," he said. Liz looked at Dudley with a hint of mockery. "What is this? The sun rising in the west?" Dudley, flustered, retorted, "Don't peek. I have important matters to discuss with him." Liz nodded in agreement, refraining from further teasing Dudley as she busied herself tying the letter to Hedwig's talon and offering her a bit of water before gently patting her wings. "Off you go now, good girl." When Petunia returned home from work, Liz hurriedly approached her, recounting Daniel's visit and emphasizing that Dudley was now aware of their previous attack. "Daniel let it slip, so I could no longer fabricate a story. Our deception about that terrorist attack not involving us has been exposed." Both were incensed. Her father had already called to scold her, marking the first time he had ever lost his temper with her. Petunia embraced Liz, attempting to console her. "So, can I seek refuge at Harry's godfather's house? I hope that by the time I return home for Christmas, he will have calmed down." "Of course, dear. I was waiting for you to say that, Petunia replied, though she nodded with some reluctance. The Black family estate was located at 12 Grimmauld Place in London, and Liz pondered her plan to visit Tonks first before heading to Harry. Following the attack, security in London had become notably stringent, yet Petunia remained uneasy. She personally escorted Liz to a location not far from Tonks's home before parting ways. At last, Liz met Tonks's grandmother, an elderly lady from Sichuan. During lunch, she persistently urged Liz to try the oil dip for hot pot, but Liz, being a northern girl in her past life, steadfastly declined, opting instead for the safer choice of sesame paste. By the time she left Tonks's home, Liz was supporting her stomach. It was her first time enjoying such savory food in the 14 years she had lived in England. Tonks is truly fortunate, Liz mused to herself. Chapter 42. 12 Grimmauld Place. Underneath a bus stop sign, Liz was contemplating how to reach the Black residence when a bus suddenly pulled up before her. If it weren't daylight, she might have screamed in surprise. A skeletal figure slowly turned to her, its voice raspy and unpleasant. "Night bus, at your service." The door swung open, revealing a reasonably handsome wizard peering from the driver's seat. "Miss, please hop aboard. The night bus assists every wizard in need. 12 Grimmauld Place. One fare." Mississippi Liz inserted her money and chose a seat not far from the door. The driver, Ernie, noticed Liz looking around through the rearview mirror and kindly advised, "Buckle up. Our journey might be a bit bumpy." Liz nodded, half comprehending, and though she was skeptical, she obediently complied. How bumpy could a bus ride be? London's roads were quite smooth. Before long, Liz was grateful she had heeded the advice. The journey consisted of sudden brakes and rapid accelerations. More astonishingly, as they squeezed between two parallel buses, she felt as though her body transformed from a soft loaf of bread into a thin waffle, only to revert back in an instant. After such tumult, she felt her insides protesting, and upon disembarking, she quickly clung to a large tree for support, lest she collapse onto the ground. To Liz, the experience of the night bus was akin to that of apparition. Both left one feeling dizzy and disoriented. Couldn't the magical world offer a few more modes of transportation? Eventually, she arrived at the entrance of the Black estate, a house that exuded a sense of history. A vintage mailbox stood at the entrance, and out of curiosity, Liz reached out to touch it, only to be startled when it spoke. How dare anyone attempt to steal the correspondence of the illustrious Black family? Come quickly, come quickly." Liz jumped at the loud voice, glancing around to ensure no one had noticed her embarrassment. "Oh, how mortifying," she muttered, hastily replying to the mailbox. "I'm here as a guest, not a thief." "Be quiet." To her dismay, the mailbox continued its incessant chatter. Frustrated, Liz slapped it, and finally, it fell silent. At that moment, the front door swung open, and Sirius rushed down the steps, cursing under his breath, "I'll dismantle this noisy contraption eventually." Upon spotting Liz standing awkwardly beside the mailbox, he broke into a laugh. "You know, your mailbox is rather peculiar. I slapped it, and it quieted down. That should be fine, right?" Sirius chuckled heartily and swiftly lifted Liz into his arms, spinning her around. "Harry, come quickly and see who has arrived." The sudden lift made Liz feel a bit uneasy, and she gently patted Sirius on the shoulder, shyly saying, "Please put me down." Sirius grumbled in protest, but eventually released her. As they entered the living room, Liz saw Harry bounding down the stairs in a flurry, one hand adjusting his glasses and the other ruffling his hair. He rushed over and enveloped Liz in a hug, nuzzling against her neck like a giant cat seeking affection, making soft sounds of contentment. Liz had to stretch on her toes to barely reach Harry's shoulder, feeling as though she might suffocate in his embrace. She quickly patted his back, signaling him to loosen his grip. Even Sirius chimed in. "All right, Harry, Liz has already received your warm welcome. Why did it take you so long? I thought we could have lunch together." Harry whispered in complaint, his bright green eyes fixed intently on Liz. Under such scrutiny, Liz gradually felt a sense of discomfort. Perhaps it was her imagination, but there was something peculiar about Harry's gaze, so fervent that it made her wish to shield herself from those eyes. "I also visited the Autumn family. I mentioned it in my letter. Did you not read it carefully?" Harry quickly denied this. In fact, he had meticulously preserved the letters Liz had written to him, just as he had done with the gifts she had given, all locked away in a small chest. Sirius brought over a cup of milk and a cup of coffee. Glancing at Liz as he asked, "Which would you prefer?" "We picked these up at the Muggle supermarket, and I must say, they do have quite a selection." Liz took the milk, as she preferred its texture over that of coffee. She gulped down half the cup, feeling that hot pot dishes were never satisfying enough. Harry sat beside Liz, his gaze unwavering as it lingered on her lips, rosy and full, with a ring of milk smudge around them. Without a moment's thought, he reached out to help her wipe it away, but his finger accidentally brushed against her extended tongue, soft and warm. Liz froze, and Harry too was momentarily taken aback until Sirius's voice broke the enchanting yet awkward atmosphere. Liz recoiled sharply, her eyes wide with surprise at Harry's finger, her earlobes flushed with color. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Harry swiftly withdrew his hand, his gaze darting around, avoiding Liz's. "I merely intended to help you clean up," he stammered. Liz exhaled quietly, awkwardly responding, "Right, exactly, it was just an accident. I was going to wipe it off myself anyway." Just then, Sirius approached again. "You haven't told me how you arrived? Did you ride a broomstick?" "Night bus," Harry replied. "Night bus? Oh, that must be quite an experience," Liz said, her curiosity piqued. "Of course, I rode it once when my mother disowned me, and I had not a single penny to my name. It was old Ernie who took pity on me and sent me directly to James's house." After sharing this memory, Sirius affectionately ruffled Harry's hair. His face clouded with nostalgia. Harry bore a striking resemblance to his father. However, he soon frowned. "Harry, why is your face so red? Are you unwell?" Creature. Before long, an elderly house elf appeared in the living room, bowing deeply, his pointed nose almost touching the floor. "Master Sirius, you called for me?" Creature inquired respectfully. "Quickly, see if there are any potions for colds in the house, and bring them to me." "No, Sirius, I'm fine. Perhaps I was just a bit warm." "Yes, just too warm," Harry hurriedly interjected, the flush on his face deepening. Although he was speaking to Sirius, his eyes kept stealing glances at Liz. Sirius looked at Harry with concern. "Are you really all right?" When Harry noticed Liz looking over as well, he insisted he was perfectly fine. Sirius relented, then sternly warned Creature. "Stay in your hole, and don't come out without reason." "Yes, Master Sirius," Creature replied, and with a snap of his fingers, he disappeared. Chapter 43. Harry's confession. Liz was puzzled. To her, Sirius was a remarkably cultured wizard, yet he took on a stern demeanor when addressing Creature. Harry, accustomed to this, shrugged off the oddity. "Is there an issue with that house elf?" Liz inquired. Sirius awkwardly explained, "He does not welcome anyone outside of the Black family." Liz nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to pursue the topic further. "Did you see the rocket crossbow that Sirius gave me? Would you like to see it?" Harry cautiously inched closer, his eyes sparkling with excitement and embarrassment. Upon seeing Liz nod in approval, he dashed back to his bedroom. As he reached the second floor, he caught a glimpse of Liz engaged in lively conversation with Sirius, who had evidently said something amusing, causing Liz to giggle behind her hand. Harry felt his heart race. He lifted his right hand, and for reasons unknown, he gently licked the finger that had brushed against Liz's tongue. But this time, the sensation was entirely different. Devoid of the previous tingling thrill, by Merlin, he realized that his feelings for Liz were deepening into something unspeakable, and he dreaded the thought of her discovering it. He recalled the letter Dudley had sent him. Initially, he was merely curious about Dudley's endeavor to write, but after reading its contents, he was consumed by rage. That insufferable Daniel had once again appeared before Liz. He covered his face with his hands, kneeling on the floor, filled with regret and anguish. He felt a wild jealousy toward Daniel and Malfoy, who could freely pursue Liz, while he felt like a monster trapped in a cave, exposed to sunlight, yet unable to reach it. The mere thought of Liz laughing and leaning into another man's embrace was utterly intolerable to him. With a hardened expression, Harry retrieved Dudley's letter and set it ablaze, determined that neither Malfoy, Daniel, nor anyone else would dare take his treasure from him. Downstairs in the living room, Sirius and Liz's conversation had turned somber as she inquired about the witch hunts of the Middle Ages. It was a horrifying calamity, with tens of thousands of witches slaughtered. "It greatly impacted us, severing many ancient lineages." Sirius's expression grew grave and solemn. "Muggles fear us, and rightly so. Those hunters cruelly murdered countless innocents. Yet they prided themselves as knights of the Holy Order. Eventually, the witch hunts morphed into a means of amassing wealth. Any flimsy accusation could lead to mass arrests. And ironically, they turned those same tactics against their own kind." Liz fell silent upon hearing this, recognizing that throughout history, there have always been those who trample upon human life. Nevertheless, she asked, "Do you have any knowledge of the witch hunters?" Sirius shook his head, disheartened. "They are shrouded in mystery. Since wizards retreated from the world, no one has specifically studied them." Noticing Liz's disappointed expression, Sirius added, "Perhaps once you start school, you could visit the new bookstore in Hogsmeade. It might have the resources you need. It should be the largest bookstore in all of Britain." "Underage wizards are not permitted entry," Liz replied, her tone lacking enthusiasm. Sirius awkwardly chuckled and suggested she rummage through the Black family's library, given their rich heritage as an ancient wizarding family. "But what piqued your interest in witch hunters?" Liz did not hesitate to share her thoughts. "I believe that the Dark Lord will return one day, and some of the methods employed by witch hunters might prove useful to us." Liz noticed Sirius flinch at the mention of the Dark Lord's name. It was a fear buried deep within him. As a founding member of the Order of the Phoenix, he had witnessed too many comrades fall before the Dark Lord's wand. Even though the Dark Lord had been absent for many years, his shadow still loomed over Sirius. a sharp blade piercing his chest, tormenting his broken spirit day and night. Sirius's complexion grew ashen, and after a moment of silence, he promised Liz that he would endeavor to gather more information on the subject. Harry returned to his usual demeanor, appearing gentle and harmless as he presented the rocket crossbow to Liz. This is an elegantly crafted broom, adorned in a rich mahogany hue, with its handle meticulously engraved with its designated number. Behold the swiftest of rocket brooms, each inch of its surface exuding an air of opulence. Liz, this is truly remarkable, she exclaimed, prompting a hearty laugh from Harry. Would you care for a ride? I can take you for a spin, Harry said, his eyes alight with anticipation. Right here? Liz blinked, acutely aware that underage wizards are forbidden from using flying brooms outside school grounds. With a faint sigh, she expressed her regret at not being able to experience the rocket broom. Observing this, Sirius gently patted Harry's shoulder, offering a comforting suggestion. Why not show Liz around the house? Only after Sirius departed did Harry lean closer to Liz and whisper, Sirius has been rather busy lately. He's searching for a friend of his, one who is also a friend of my father's, and they share a strong bond. Liz couldn't help but recall Peter, the cowardly traitor with a tarnished reputation, who now stirred turmoil within the wizarding community. How could there be such disparity among wizards? Harry took hold of Liz's hand, leading her onward. Come, let's first see your bedroom. Sirius has prepared a gift for you. He has expressed his gratitude. They traversed a lengthy corridor, and as they neared the staircase, the broom inadvertently brushed against a drapery, eliciting a shrill female voice. Creature, where are you? Get rid of them at once. I will not allow these filthy beings to defile the Black household. Harry quickly pulled the drapery back up, explaining to Liz, that is Sirius's mother. A fervent advocate of blood purity, Sirius had intended to banish her portrait to the basement, yet it appeared she had bewitched it with a permanent sticking charm. Liz waved dismissively, indicating that she was unperturbed. At that moment, Creature appeared at the top of the stairs, his murky eyes filled with remorse and gloom. He gazed at Liz for a moment before beginning to bash his head against the wall, muttering, It is Creature's fault. Creature cannot disobey Master Sirius's orders. Creature cannot assist Lady Walburga. Creature, return to your hole. Harry shouted at him, his voice brimming with ire. He was eager to delay no further and hurriedly led Liz back to her room. To be honest, there is not much to see in this house. When Sirius and I first returned, it was crawling with cobwebs. We spent the entire night tidying up, Harry complained. Isn't anyone living here? Liz asked, noticing the family tree tapestry on the wall. The Blacks were indeed a prominent family. Harry shook his head, reflecting sadly. Only Sirius remains of the immediate family. He has a brother, but he vanished many years ago. What about Creature? House elves are quite adept at household chores. Sirius does not trust him. He prefers to handle many matters himself. Liz nodded in understanding, observing that the tapestry marked with Sirius's name had been burned into a black void. It was not difficult to surmise that his estrangement from his mother stemmed from a complex conflict. Chapter 44. A gathering of four. Sirius had been absent for several days, leaving the once bustling Black residence empty save for Harry, Liz, and the ever-present Creature, who remained hidden in his den. Harry relished the solitude with Liz, taking it upon himself to prepare their meals, determined to win her heart through her stomach. Perhaps it was an innate trait of the English to be inept in the kitchen, for even as a skilled wizard adept in domestic spells, Harry's culinary repertoire remained limited to a few dishes: smoked bacon, fried eggs, boiled potatoes, and an assortment of peculiar fruit and vegetable juices. One day, Harry cheerfully knocked on the study door, balancing a glass of purple-green juice in his hand. Liz was leaning against a shelf, engrossed in a book, surrounded by tomes primarily focused on dark magic. According to Harry, during the height of Voldemort's power, the Blacks were among his most fervent supporters, a fact that had driven Sirius to sever ties with his family. I knew you would be here, Harry declared, using his height to snatch the book from Liz's grasp. Harry, Liz protested, visibly annoyed. You spend all your time here. I truly do not understand what is so fascinating about these thick volumes. We are on holiday. Harry's voice grew increasingly shrill, as if raising it would bolster his argument. Liz raised her hands in surrender, though her gaze betrayed her disdain as it fell upon the juice. What is this? Harry, eager to boast, replied, I made it from kiwis and grapes. I tasted it, and it's rather pleasant. Liz furrowed her brow, recalling that she had never encountered a combination of kiwi and grape in her previous life. It seemed quite peculiar. Nevertheless, she graciously took a small sip, nodding slightly at Harry's expectant expression, finding it at least tolerable. Harry moved behind Liz, resting his hands on her shoulders and gently guiding her to the sofa. While Liz remained calm, Harry wore a look of tentative excitement. What do you think about inviting Ron and Hermione over? Of course. With school starting soon, we can also go to Diagon Alley together to buy our textbooks. Harry's face brightened, a glimmer of joy dancing in his eyes. We could even throw a small party. I've always envied those who could invite friends over during the holidays. Sirius said this is my home, and he warmly welcomes my friends. Upon hearing this, Liz set her juice down quickly and, with a touch of sympathy, said to Harry, things will only get better from here. Harry, have you written to them? I can accompany you to the supermarket. We cannot have them arrive to find nothing in the house. Harry seized her hands, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Then let's go shopping now. Ron will arrive shortly. He is using the Flu network, and Hermione lives nearby. Liz felt a bit dazed when Harry pulled her up, realizing he had already planned this and merely needed to inform her. How foolish she felt for harboring guilt towards him. They ventured to the supermarket together, selecting snacks and drinks, though Harry also attempted to purchase alcohol, only to be met with a firm refusal from the clerk, who regarded his obviously underage face with disapproval. Upon returning to the Black residence, Harry expressed his disbelief that Muggles were even more traditional than wizards, noting that nearly every young witch or wizard who had visited Hogsmeade had tasted butterbeer at least once. Do not fret. You'll be able to drink it within a week at the latest, Liz chuckled. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the fireplace. Harry and Liz exchanged glances. That must be Ron. After a holiday apart, Ron had grown tall and robust, his hair noticeably longer, no longer resembling his former youthful self. Harry and Ron embraced warmly. And then it was Liz's turn. She pointed at Ron's hair, complimenting, nice hairstyle. Ron, blushing and awkward, nervously ruffled his hair, giving Liz a quick, albeit brief, hug. He was still covered in soot from the fireplace and was determined not to smudge Liz's attire. There's a bathroom upstairs, Harry gestured to Ron. The two then ascended to the second floor, where Ron turned to Harry, inquiring about Sirius's whereabouts. He's busy. He is often away from home. At that moment, Ron emitted a short gasp as he caught sight of the wall lined with house elf heads, clearly taken aback by the shock. His lips quivered slightly as he tremulously inquired, "What is this?" As you can see, Harry responded with an air of composure, entirely forgetting that his initial reaction upon encountering this wall had been far more intense than Ron's. Of course I know what it is. I am asking what it means. How could anyone possibly sever the head of a house elf and display it on the wall? Is this some sort of twisted honor? Ron exclaimed, clearly overwhelmed by the brutality and horror of the scene. This is a tradition of the Black family. For these elves, it is indeed a point of pride. A testament to their service to the noble house of Black, Harry remarked, his voice revealing a chilling calmness. Ron shook his head, choosing silence, unable to reconcile with such a reality. By evening, Hermione had arrived, transformed to such an extent that Liz could scarcely recognize her. Her typically unruly hair had become smooth. Her front teeth appeared significantly smaller, and the freckles adorning her nose added an endearing touch, making her look particularly charming. I knew it. I feel like I've changed quite a bit too, Hermione said bashfully yet with a hint of pride. Liz playfully pinched her cheek, smiling, beautiful Miss Granger. I can already envision how many boys will be infatuated with you once school begins. Hermione graciously accepted Liz's compliment. Indeed, when Harry and Ron beheld Hermione, their eyes lit up, and they rushed forward to praise her, which only made Hermione's smile radiate even brighter. Quickly, your bedroom is upstairs. Put your luggage away and come down. We've bought an abundance of ingredients, Liz instructed. In the kitchen, Ron was frying pork chops while Hermione prepared mashed potatoes, and Liz washed the dishes. When everything was ready, Harry mysteriously produced a bottle of red wine. Where did you get that? Ron asked. Harry raised an eyebrow with a smile, pouring a glass for each of them. I found it in the cellar. There's plenty down there. After the four of them finished dinner, Hermione suggested they dance together. Harry was the first to agree, turning on the record player to play soothing music. Ron, feeling a bit anxious, admitted he had never learned how to ballroom dance, as Hogwarts only offered this class in the third year, when students could attend the school's Christmas ball. Don't worry, I'll teach you, Liz said confidently, stepping forward. We learned it in the Muggle world. She took Ron by the hand, wrapping her right arm around his shoulder. Now, place your left hand on my waist, follow my lead, and don't be nervous. Ron cautiously followed Liz's rhythm, while Hermione pulled Harry into the dance, and they all became entranced by the music. Under the dim lights, Ron's heart raced. Liz's porcelain face was mere inches from his, petite and exquisite, as she lowered her gaze, diligently correcting his steps. Unable to restrain himself, Ron leaned down, yearning to draw closer to Liz until he could feel her breath, delicate and fragrant. Harry noticed their intimate interaction, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Ron, let me teach you, he called out loudly. Still lost in his emotions, Ron was abruptly yanked away by Harry. He cast a desperate glance at Liz, only to see her dismissively turn away and gracefully invite Hermione to dance. With no hope of assistance from Liz and unwilling to disturb her and Hermione's enjoyment, Ron resigned himself to learning from Harry. However, Harry proved to be an inadequate instructor. His clumsy handling and lack of focus resulted in Ron suffering several missteps. much to his dissatisfaction, as he had planned to impress Liz at the upcoming Christmas ball. "Hey, Harry, what on earth are you doing? Why drag me over here if you're not going to teach me properly?" Ron hissed, using one hand to turn Harry's face towards him, not missing the fact that Harry's gaze wandered to Liz and Hermione. Indeed, the two of them danced like graceful snow egrets. Losing interest in dancing, Ron and Harry settled back onto the sofa, focusing on watching Hermione and Liz twirl, alternating between leading and following. Their light movements a joy to behold until they were utterly exhausted. Liz reclined back on the sofa, her position allowing her to relax. At that moment, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze became dreamy. The effects of the wine were potent, despite her only having sipped a little. At some point, the music ceased, but no one cared. The four of them began to dream about the future in that cozy living room. Hermione expressed her desire to work in the Ministry of Magic, believing there was much to improve in the magical world. Ron shared his interest in the spells of healing and detection, aspiring to become a doctor at St. Mungo's. Harry declared his ambition to be an Auror, fighting against evil and ensuring that the magical world had fewer war orphans like himself. Then, all three turned their gaze to the instigator of this topic. Liz furrowed her brow in contemplation before saying, "I want to be a writer. To chronicle my experiences in the magical world. When I have children, I want to read this book to them page by page, so they understand that their mother had many friends and shared countless wondrous adventures." Her voice gradually softened until only the sound of her gentle breathing could be heard, and the other three realized Liz had fallen asleep. Hermione rubbed her slightly heavy head. Although her tolerance for alcohol surpassed Liz's, she still felt drowsy. She staggered toward Liz, intending to carry her back to the bedroom, but Harry stopped her. "You all should go rest. I'll take her back," he stated. Hermione attempted to argue, but Harry pointed to her arm, saying helplessly, "You're too weak, Hermione." She glanced at her slender arms and then at Harry's robust physique, choosing to concede. Ron, however, quickly interjected, "I'm strong." Hearing this, Harry didn't even spare him a glance as he effortlessly lifted Liz and ascended the stairs one step at a time. Harry's expression was unusually gentle, and Hermione frowned at the scene, nudging the still-dazed Ron, questioning, "Don't you think Harry is acting strangely?" Ron shook his head. "When isn't he strange? Isn't he too close to Liz?" Hermione asked seriously. Ron shrugged nonchalantly. "If I had a cousin like Liz, I'd be even closer to her. Wouldn't you?" He shot a challenging look at Hermione. She pondered for a moment and realized he had a point. Liz was intelligent, beautiful, and exceptionally talented. Even though she had only known Liz for 3 years, she already adored her. Moreover, Harry had lived with Liz for over a decade. Their bond must be profound. Coming to this realization, Hermione waved at Ron and headed back to her room. Although Ron didn't understand why Hermione had asked such questions, the day's events planted a small seed of doubt in his mind. In the bedroom on the second floor, Harry sat beside Liz's bed, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to leave this rare opportunity behind. Liz lay peacefully on the bed, deeply asleep and completely unguarded. Harry rested his head beside her pillow, gazing adoringly at her while his hand gently caressed her hair. Suddenly, he extended a finger, softly gliding it across Liz's face, from her forehead down the bridge of her nose, finally pausing at her lips. Warm breath enveloped that finger, and Harry felt a delightful flutter in his heart. He was acutely aware of his actions, cautiously leaning in to gently press his lips against the soft, crimson petals of hers, savoring the moment briefly. He dared not even breathe, fearing he might disturb Liz. It was only after he closed the door behind him and stepped outside that he leaned against it, gasping for fresh air that filled his lungs and invigorated his senses. Just then, Ron ascended the stairs and noticed Harry emerging from Liz's bedroom, his expression peculiar. "Why is your face so flushed?" Ron inquired. A flicker of panic crossed Harry's face, as if the shadow of his darkest self had been cast into the light of day. Stammering, he replied, "I must have had too much to drink." "Is that so?" Ron regarded him quizzically. "Care for a bowl?" "What is it?" Ron replied with a sense of pride. "It's a hangover potion I made for Liz. There's more in the kitchen if you want some." "You can make this?" Harry exclaimed, astonished. "My father works a lot and often entertains. I frequently watched my mother prepare it at home." "Don't block the door. I need to serve it to Liz." Ron attempted to shove past Harry, but Harry seized a bowl from the tray and gulped it down in one go. "Liz is already asleep. You shouldn't disturb her," he said, feeling a twinge of guilt as he departed, leaving Ron behind, who wanted to shout but restrained himself, stamping his foot in frustration instead. Chapter 45. The appearance of Pettigrew. When Liz and the others decided to venture to Diagon Alley for their textbooks, Sirius finally made his entrance. He arrived during dinner, looking travel-worn yet with eyes that sparkled like stars. He seated himself at the dining table and recounted his recent endeavors. "I found my friend, after 12 long years. We were finally reunited." "Is he not in England?" Liz questioned, puzzled. for Sirius had nearly spent a month in pursuit of this matter. His circumstances were dire. I located him in a small town near the French border, where he was battered and destitute, Sirius lamented. Once, they were the untamed marauders of Hogwarts. But now James had departed for the embrace of Merlin, Remus wandered aimlessly, and Pettigrew had betrayed his friends, living as a rat in misery. As for Sirius, he had languished in Azkaban for a decade, and had it not been for his unwavering belief in his innocence, his soul would have long since become fodder for the Dementors. Contemplating this, a shadow of gloom passed over him. Had he not suggested a change in the secret keeper, perhaps their fates would have been different. The atmosphere at the table momentarily thickened, punctuated only by the clinking of cutlery and the sounds of chewing. "What is his name?" Harry suddenly asked, intrigued by the man who was also a friend of his father. Observing Harry's familiar features, Sirius broke into a mysterious smile. "You shall meet him at Hogwarts." The following day, Sirius took them to Diagon Alley. The Leaky Cauldron was in utter chaos, teeming with young wizards clamoring for a book titled The Monster Book of Monsters. This particular tome had a reputation for biting, remaining docile only when its spine was gently stroked. By the time Liz and her companions arrived, the shopkeeper's voice was hoarse from shouting, and the store was in disarray, with the monster books behaving as if possessed, chasing after patrons to nip at their heels, leaving shredded pages strewn across the floor. The manager, in a fit of despair, declared, "We shall never stock this book again." Liz, noticing the distraught staff, urgently advised, "If you stroke its spine gently, it will calm down." Other young wizards overheard her and quickly followed suit, to their astonishment discovering her advice indeed worked. Hermione, wide-eyed, remarked, "How did you know that?" "Hagrid selected this as a textbook. In exchange for helping him buy dog food for Fong, he shared this little tip with me." "What do you mean Hagrid selected this as a textbook?" Ron and Harry asked, bewildered. Liz glanced around before quietly explaining to their puzzled faces. "It was meant to be a surprise from Hagrid. He has been appointed the new professor for care of magical creatures. We must show him our support when school starts." The trio readily agreed, though they remained astounded by Hagrid's new role. While Sirius appeared genuinely pleased, they had shared a good rapport with Hagrid during their school days. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Sirius's demeanor turned serious as he instructed Liz and her friends to stay put and not venture outside. He then drew his wand and burst forth from the Leaky Cauldron like a warrior. The young wizards inside were terrified, and the staff struggled to calm them, albeit with a hint of fear themselves. It had been over a decade since Diagon Alley had witnessed such an attack, and exchanging glances, the staff pondered whether they were on the brink of returning to those dark times. Hermione whispered, "Why has London been so unrestful lately? Just last month, there was a riot in the Muggle world." Noticing Harry and Ron's confusion, she emphasized, "Are you both completely unaware?" Harry awkwardly admitted, "Sirius only orders newspapers from the magical community." Ron echoed this sentiment, stating their family did not pay much attention to Muggle affairs. Only Liz nodded slightly. "I not only watched the news, I was present during the events, but there was no need to alarm everyone with such details." Before long, Sirius returned, his expression grim, carrying the purchased books as he swiftly led Liz and the others back to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Before they could inquire, Sirius began to explain. "It was Pettigrew. Someone has spotted him in Diagon Alley." And then, Ron pressed, feeling uneasy at the thought of having harbored a notorious Death Eater for over a decade. Sirius seethed with anger. "Without a doubt, he has escaped and injured several wizards in the process." "Why was he in Diagon Alley today?" Liz questioned, her gaze shifting to Harry as she tentatively suggested, "Could it be he was targeting you? But how could he possibly know I would be in Diagon Alley today?" Ron noticed the book at his feet and exclaimed, "It must be because of this book. It was released today, and with school starting the day after tomorrow, he would certainly choose to lay in wait for you during these 2 days." The expressions of the other four darkened, especially Sirius, whose anger was palpable. "Once school begins, I will personally escort you to the station. Once you are at Hogwarts, you need not fear, for Dumbledore will be there." "But shouldn't the Ministry be taking action?" Liz questioned, displeased. "It has been 2 months, and they have yet to apprehend a single prisoner." Sirius coldly replied, "I shall send them a few more howlers." Returning to her bedroom, Liz carelessly placed the new textbook beside her bed. The events of the day had drained her of any desire to peruse its contents. She lay on her bed for a while, finding no reprieve from her wakefulness. As night fell, Liz climbed out of bed and made her way to the dining room, feeling a twinge of thirst. To her surprise, as she passed through the sitting room, she found Sirius seated on the sofa, a glass of wine in hand. Clad in a deep red robe that hung loosely around his waist, exposing a generous expanse of his chest. Clearly, he had noticed her as well. The melancholy and aloofness that had adorned his face were swiftly replaced by surprise. "Can't sleep?" Sirius inquired, gathering his garments with both hands. "This question ought to be directed at you," he remarked. Liz, seizing the moment, settled herself on the sofa opposite him, for she had a query of her own. He lifted his glass, taking a sip, the dim light casting shadows across his face, and Liz felt a profound weight settle upon her heart. After a brief silence, Sirius spoke with a hint of weariness, merely a pitiable soul reminiscing about the past. Liz rose to pour herself a glass of water, offering comfort. Sirius, do not dwell in the shadows of yesteryear. Life is meant to be faced with courage and determination. Upon hearing this, Sirius displayed a wry smile, leaning closer to Liz. Such sentiments are not typically articulated by one of your tender years. As he moved, his collar fell slightly open, revealing a glimmer of a small dog pendant around his neck. Noticing her gaze, Sirius awkwardly tightened his garments, feeling an undeniable sense of awkwardness. He anticipated Liz would inquire about the pendant, yet she simply mused, "Is little Sirius a wizard of exceptional talent?" At this, Sirius paused, pondering why she had posed such a question. However, he quickly responded, "Everyone assumes he possesses mediocre abilities. Yet he mastered Animagus in his 5th year without any guidance from a professor." A heaviness filled Liz's heart. It seemed little Sirius was not an adversary to be trifled with, explaining his audacious escape from Azkaban. Sirius lapsed into silence, resolved to take the oral examination and personally apprehend this traitor. Chapter 46, The Dementor. At King's Cross Station in London, Sirius watched as Liz and her companions boarded the Hogwarts Express. His vigilant eyes swept the surroundings, but were drawn to a family of 3 within the bustling crowd. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Narcissa and her family. Lucius remained as haughty as ever, nodding with an air of arrogance. Sirius held disdain for the man, deeming Lucius a mercenary, who, despite the Malfoy family's considerable wealth, sought to profit from war and the so-called pure-blood ideology by aligning himself with the Dark Lord. To Sirius's perspective, Lucius was merely one accusation away from imprisonment in Azkaban, yet he had managed to evade capture. Draco mirrored his father's demeanor, his expression cold. Yet his youthful curiosity was perceptibly captured by Sirius. Noticing the necklace around Sirius's neck, Draco felt a sense of familiarity, but as he attempted to observe it more closely, Lucius subtly obstructed his view. In truth, Sirius wished to conceal his true identity from his nephew. Such exposure would be profoundly embarrassing. In contrast to the Malfoy father and son, Narcissa exhibited warmth, for Sirius was one of her few remaining relatives. After imparting a few words of advice to Draco, she took hold of Sirius's arm. "We visited a prominent figure in Switzerland during the holidays. Should you require assistance?" Before Narcissa could finish, Lucius impatiently interjected, "Sissy, why divulge this to him? He would hardly regard our endeavors with esteem. After all, he is merely Dumbledore's lackey." Narcissa, feeling the awkwardness, tugged at Lucius's sleeve, internally pleading for him to cease. Perceiving Lucius's mockery, Sirius's gaze shifted to him as he leaned closer and whispered, "Have you found yourself yet another master?" Still groveling at his feet, Lucius's face drained of color and rage, yet he found himself at a loss for words, as Sirius's assertion was undeniably true. When the Dark Lord first emerged, Lucius's father, Abraxas, had eagerly followed him, later demonstrating his loyalty by recommending his son to the Death Eaters. At that time, the Dark Lord was both elegant and powerful, with countless Death Eaters vying to kneel at his feet, kissing the hem of his robes. Even taking pride in being marked by him, they basked in glory, reigning supreme in the magical community, instilling fear in all, while their families reaped unimaginable rewards. Yet now, with the Dark Lord vanished, the Death Eaters had become targets of universal disdain. Faced with Sirius's derision, Lucius forced a proud smile, taking Narcissa's hand as they operated away from the scene. Meanwhile, aboard the train, Liz and her companions were in search of a seat. Through the glass, they spotted a compartment that appeared vacant, save for a solitary man whose eyes were closed, his head resting against the window, clad in tattered robes, exuding an air of fatigue and desolation. As Harry, bringing up the rear, was about to close the door, a hand suddenly shot out to stop him. It was none other than Malfoy. Old grievances resurfaced, and Harry slammed the door against Draco's hand, causing the latter to emit a pained cry. Liz, busy arranging her luggage, turned to see what had transpired but was blocked from view by Harry. In a tone devoid of warmth, Harry addressed Draco. "Apologies, our compartment is already full." Rubbing his injured fingers, Draco shot Harry a fierce glare before calling out to Liz in a low voice. Stepping outside, Liz remarked, "I thought I heard your voice." What a coincidence. Draco had initially concealed his injured hand behind his back, but upon glimpsing Harry's dark expression through the glass, he felt a shift in his intentions and presented his wounded finger to Liz. Draco's skin was pale, the injured area swollen and red, with bruising beneath the nail. He lamented, "I simply intended to greet you, yet it seems Harry failed to notice me." Liz quickly took his finger in her hands, gently blowing on it. Feeling a surge of guilt, does it still hurt? With great effort, Draco managed to refrain from retracting his hand. Liz's breath, cool against his finger, ignited a warmth in his ears. He pinched himself to regain focus, recalling the purpose of his visit. Would you join me in Hogsmeade next weekend? Observing Draco's timid demeanor, Liz couldn't help but say, honestly, Draco, such a bashful approach does not suit you. Extend the invitation with confidence. Draco's face flushed crimson, and he bit his lip, gazing intently at Liz as he solemnly repeated his invitation. The train was bustling with passengers, pushing Draco further away from Liz, yet he anxiously awaited her response, finally exhaling in relief upon meeting her sparkling green eyes. Meanwhile, Harry perceived Draco's demeanor as akin to a sycophant relishing a moment of triumph. Abruptly, he stood and pulled Liz back into their compartment. Liz faced the ire in Harry's eyes, while the curious gazes of her companions lingered in silence before she softly explained. It was merely a greeting. We agreed to visit Hogsmeade together. Ron, overhearing, momentarily disregarded the slumbering middle-aged man beside them, exclaiming with excitement, "We should be the ones going to Hogsmeade together." Hermione, equally surprised, added, "I had planned to invite you tonight." Only Harry remained silent, quickly glancing at Ron, who appeared evasive under his gaze, deepening Harry's sense of unease. Was it possible that Ron harbored feelings for Liz as well? Harry felt an additional pang of anguish. Liz, unfazed, reassured, "It's all right. We can visit Hogsmeade any weekend. If not this time, we can certainly plan for next." As time passed, the compartment gradually fell into a tranquil silence, boredom settling among them. Hermione pulled out a book to peruse, while Harry rested his head against the window, his expression unreadable. Ron leaned back in his seat, dozing off, and Liz toyed with her wand, lost in thought. Suddenly, an indistinct murmur of "it's so cold" reached Liz's ears. She instinctively rubbed her arms, feeling a chilling draft envelop her. Seated not far from the door, she even noticed delicate frost adorning the glass. With a sudden crack, the lights on the train extinguished, and terrified screams erupted from the other compartments. Liz felt an urge to venture outside, yet her hand brushed against something icy. Then, under the flickering glow of the lights, she beheld a gaping, cavernous mouth drawing ever closer. A sense of icy dread, loneliness, and despair seized her, as if her very blood had turned to ice. Her mind recognized the creature as a Dementor, and she raised her wand, uttering the incantation for the Patronus charm. But it proved futile. Only a wisp of mist emerged from the tip of her wand, failing to repel the Dementor. Just as Liz felt herself slipping into oblivion, a brilliant white light pushed the creature back, and she imagined she could hear its frustrated shriek. Chapter 47, Professor Lupin. When Liz regained her senses, she felt a gentle hand brushing her forehead. Frowning in discomfort, she abruptly opened her eyes to meet Harry's concerned gaze. "You're awake?" he asked. As she slightly turned her head, she realized she was resting on Harry's lap. "What happened to me?" Liz gestured for Harry to help her sit up. "You fainted," Hermione said, handing Liz a piece of chocolate. "Here, eat this. Professor Lupin gave it to me. He said it would make you feel better." Unexpectedly, Harry reached out to take the chocolate from Hermione, tearing open the wrapper to feed it to Liz. Startled by his action, Liz shot him a reproachful look. "I'm not so weak that I can't eat on my own." However, Ron defended Harry, stating, he was terrified. "You just collapsed in his arms." Harry merely cast a cold glance at Ron, seemingly indifferent to his words, then silently offered the chocolate at Liz's lips with a hint of insistence. Liz, resigned, took a bite and mumbled, "Are you all right? Am I the only one who fainted?" Hermione scrutinized Liz's complexion, and upon seeing her previously pallid face regain some color, she spoke, "Yes, we're all fine, Liz. The Dementor targeted you first, but thankfully, Professor Lupin drove it away." "Professor Lupin? Is he the man who was in our compartment? Where did he go?" Liz inquired. "He is the defense against the dark arts professor, and also a friend of Sirius and my father," Harry replied, his expression distant and inscrutable. "He saved me?" Liz asked, and Ron nodded vigorously. "With just one spell, he sent the Dementor away." Liz smiled lightly, her tone relaxed. "It seems we finally have a capable defense against the dark arts professor." At this, both Ron and Hermione chuckled. The first-year Professor Quirrell was stuttering and feeble, often absent or on his way to being absent. The second-year Professor Lockhart merely flaunted his award-winning grin, exposing 8 gleaming teeth. They had almost lost hope for the defense against the dark arts class. But perhaps Merlin had heard their pleas and finally granted them a reprieve. It was indeed a cause for celebration, praising Merlin and Dumbledore. Liz stole a glance at Harry, who bore a subtle smile. Before long, Professor Lupin returned. Liz politely expressed her gratitude and discovered that he was not only powerful, but also possessed a remarkably gentle demeanor. Yet, when discussing the appearance of the Dementors on the Hogwarts Express, a shadow crossed his face. Following the recent attack in Diagon Alley, Countless Howler letters had been sent to the Ministry of Magic, protesting the situation, and Fudge believed that Pettigrew's target was Harry, thus ordering Aurors and Dementors to be stationed near Hogwarts. Hermione, visibly upset, remarked, "Dementors? I remember the feeling when they arrived, cold and desolate." She turned to Ron. "What was it like for you?" Ron lowered his eyelids, seemingly lost in thought before responding. "It felt like I would never be happy again." As for Harry, his greatest sensation was fear, especially when he witnessed Liz collapse. His terror peaked at that moment. Dementors feed on the happiness of wizards, and they cannot distinguish friend from foe, Lupin said, weariness etched on his face, only deepening his fatigue. But how could the Ministry make such a ludicrous decision? This poses too great a threat to students. Not everyone can defend themselves against Dementors, Liz murmured. Hermione, however, seemed to have an epiphany, her face twisting into a sardonic smile. "The Ministry doesn't care about our lives. They are more concerned with salvaging their reputation." It was undeniable that Hermione's words were not merely sarcastic, but also a stark reality. The Ministry was already overwhelmed by the aftermath of Pettigrew's actions, and countless wizards voiced their discontent. In a bid to retain his position, Fudge resorted to the most extreme measures. Harry pondered Lupin's words, realizing that it was because of him that Liz had faced this unwarranted ordeal, and that his fellow students had been threatened by Dementors. With this thought, a wave of dismay washed over Harry. "I'm sorry." Everyone looked at him in confusion, wondering what had prompted this sudden apology. Harry seemed to break down, exclaiming, "Isn't it all because of me? I caused all of this." Liz was the quickest to react. She turned to Harry, locking eyes with him. "What does this have to do with you? Shouldn't the real culprit be Pettigrew?" Ron chimed in softly, "And Voldemort. It seems he has a good servant." After saying this, he glanced around warily. Hermione attempted to speak, but Professor Lupin interrupted. "Harry, perhaps you don't recall, but on the day you defeated Voldemort, wizards across the UK, no, the entire world, were elated. They had suppressed their fears for far too long. That night, the Dark Lord vanished, and you became the boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world. Countless wizards rejoiced at your existence." Lupin remained gentle, yet inspiring. Even Harry felt his pain lessen somewhat, though he still spoke uncertainly. "But I don't even know how I defeated Voldemort. Maybe I'm not a savior at all. Look, Harry, you're only 13. Yet you dare to speak Voldemort's name directly. That's braver than many adult wizards." Lupin jested, trying to lighten the mood. "It's just a name. He killed my parents," Harry replied, somewhat bewildered. Lupin's expression turned serious. "Voldemort is more powerful than we realize. He is a highly skilled wizard with a cadre of bloodthirsty followers. Though many wizards disapprove of his actions, they are forced to submit to his power. Harry, you have not lived through that time. You do not understand how important you are." He then stood, gently ruffling Harry's hair, and added earnestly, "When Voldemort returns, you will become the true savior." With everyone's encouragement, Harry began to recognize the folly of his previous despair. Liz, taking matters into her own hands, shoved the remaining chocolate into Harry's mouth, her tone cryptic as she said, "You should eat this chocolate, my highly sensitive cousin, Harry." Chapter 48, A Trip to Hogsmeade. Before the Gryffindor Tower, Professor McGonagall held a parchment in hand, reading names aloud. Each young witch and wizard whose name was called would be permitted to visit Hogsmeade. Yet, until the very end, Harry's name remained unmentioned. A visible sense of disappointment washed over him as he approached Professor McGonagall, once again imploring, "Professor, Sirius must have been delayed by something. He assured me before the term started that he would consent to my visit." Professor McGonagall's expression was troubled, yet she stood firm. Responding, "I regret to inform you, Mr. Potter, that it is the school's policy. We have yet to receive Mr. Black's consent." Harry felt somewhat dejected, especially upon seeing Liz and her companions waiting in the distance, which only deepened his despondency. He made his way towards them, intending to wish them a delightful time, when he spotted Hedwig soaring towards him, clutching a letter in her beak. A surge of joy filled him. His instincts told him that it must be Sirius's letter of approval. Sure enough, the parchment bore only a few brief lines. "I, Sirius Black, as godfather to Harry Potter, grant him permission to visit Hogsmeade this weekend." Without hesitation, Harry handed the letter to Professor McGonagall, and upon her nod of affirmation, he dashed towards Liz and the others. Seeing the relieved smile on Harry's face, Liz felt her own worries lift, and she turned to bid farewell to Hermione and the others, saying, "All right. I'm off to find Draco. We'll catch up later." Harry remarked, "Suddenly, I'm not feeling so cheerful." Meanwhile, at the entrance of Hogwarts, Draco awaited Liz with growing impatience, his heart uneasy. Despite the throng of students emerging, Liz's absence weighed heavily on him. Just as he turned around once more, he saw her running towards him. "I'm not late, am I?" Liz panted, her face flushed from exertion, tiny beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Draco shook his head, gently using his handkerchief to wipe her brow before producing a silver water cup from his bag, suggesting, "Here, have some water." Liz waved her hand dismissively, steadying her breath as she replied, "No, thank you. I get motion sickness." Having done her research, Liz had specifically inquired with the Weasley twins about the mode of transport to Hogsmeade, only to discover it was by carriage. During her second year, after having sipped water before a carriage ride, she experienced the most uncomfortable journey as the water sloshed about in her stomach, leaving her desperately wanting to vomit. Hence, Liz resolved never to eat before riding in a carriage again. Seeing her refusal, Draco felt a twinge of disappointment. That was his favorite water cup. September in England felt somewhat bleak, with the scenery along the road to Hogsmeade lacking beauty. The previous night's rain added a damp and muddy atmosphere to the surroundings. As Liz sat in the carriage, she inhaled deeply before turning to Draco, remarking, "The scent of earth after rain is the most soothing." Draco quickly averted his gaze, his mind lingering on the image of Liz with her eyes closed, her red lips so alluring that he could hardly resist. Mimicking her, he took a deep breath, only to find that her hair's fragrance was far more intoxicating than that of the earth. Hogsmeade was mere minutes away from Hogwarts by carriage. When Liz and Draco finally arrived, the village was bustling with activity. Hogsmeade, a settlement entirely populated by wizards, adorned its trees with magical candles to welcome the students during the holidays. With one hand clutching his bag and the other holding Liz's hand, they made their way to the Three Broomsticks, where nearly every young witch and wizard visiting Hogsmeade would order a pint of butterbeer, and they were no exception. However, upon entering, they found the tavern surprisingly empty. "Where is everyone?" Liz inquired. Draco surveyed the room before cautiously responding, "They must have gone to Honeyduke's. I heard they added some new candies from Mexico." Liz's interest waned immediately. In truth, she found few candies at Honeyduke's to her liking, as they were overly sweet. To her, the shop's confections were more about appearance than taste, though her peers adored them, making them popular gift choices. With curiosity, Liz examined the butterbeer that had just been served, taking a sip and quickly understanding its allure. "This is superb. I never anticipated that cream and beer could pair so well." She gulped down half a mug, leaving a ring of froth around her mouth. Thanking Draco, she swiftly used his handkerchief to wipe her lips. Draco took a sip himself, smiling as he explained, "That's not beer, it's merely a beverage. Butterbeer is non-alcoholic." Upon hearing Draco's clarification, Liz thought of Harry. If he were here at the Three Broomsticks, he would certainly feel disappointed, but its taste would surely comfort him. "I want to take you somewhere, if that is all right." Draco's face bore a relaxed demeanor, yet inside, he felt a tightening anxiety, knowing Liz preferred his more confident self. Once they exited the Three Broomsticks, Draco effortlessly led Liz to a house. "Are you familiar with this place?" Liz asked, puzzled. Draco rubbed his nose, a hint of bashfulness in his tone as he replied, "My mother brought me here during the summer." What he didn't reveal was that he had pleaded with Narcissa to take him, as he had prepared a surprise inside. It was a quaint flower shop, and as Liz followed Draco further in, she was greeted by a stunning hallway that opened into a grand garden, bursting with a riot of flowers. Nestled among the mountains, Hogsmeade remained blanketed in snow year-round, yet behind this unassuming flower shop lay such a vibrant bloom. Observing the delighted smile on Liz's face, Draco stepped closer to her side. "This place has been enchanted. These flowers will never wilt or fade. Come closer and take a look." A flicker of eagerness crossed Liz's face, though she hesitated, saying, "There aren't any roses, are there? I'm afraid I might be allergic." Draco chuckled knowingly. "You've been in here for quite some time. Do you feel even the slightest discomfort?" Liz shook her head in delight, unable to suppress her admiration, exclaiming, "Such marvelous magic. I adore magic." She darted forward, flitting about like a butterfly, and upon receiving Draco's approval, she picked a few Bethlehem stars, flowers symbolizing freedom and innocence. Kneeling on a small pathway, she began to weave a flower crown. Before long, her nimble fingers had crafted a beautiful wreath. She beckoned Draco over, only to realize he was already approaching her. "Lower your head," she instructed, placing the crown upon Draco's head before softly saying, "I hope you remain free always." At her words, Draco's hands, which hung at his sides, trembled slightly before he embraced Liz tightly. During the holidays, Draco had overheard a snippet of conversation between his parents. "The mark is growing ever more intense. Narcissa, the Dark Lord, is returning. Were their tranquil days coming to an end?" Liz gently patted Draco's back, asking, "What's wrong? Did a flower crown move you so deeply?" Releasing her, Draco replied with a teasing tone, "Indeed, Miss Dursley's handcrafted crown has captured my heart." In response, Liz mischievously remarked, "Then remember to reclaim your heart from me when you need it. I shall gladly return it to you." Draco observed Liz's nonchalant demeanor and surmised that she had not comprehended his words. He resolved to bide his time. When his power reached sufficient heights, he would be able to openly bring Liz under his protective wing. Chapter 49. The Emergence of Conflict. Liz's good mood persisted until she encountered Crabbe and Goyle. At the quill shop, Crabbe obstructed a petite Hufflepuff student, coveting the feather quill he had purchased. Leveraging his physical advantage, Crabbe forcefully shoved the boy, who fell to the ground, becoming covered in snow. I remember your name is Asar, isn't it? If you wish to avoid a beating, hand over that quill, Crabbe stated. Squatting beside Asar, his gaze filled with malice and disdain, while Goyle stood by, arms crossed, reveling in the spectacle. Asar's gaunt face reflected humiliation and dread, while a crowd of young wizards looked on, yet not a single soul intervened. After all, Crabbe was a proud pure-blood wizard, though his family did not rival the Malfoys. They had been a fixture in the magical community for generations. Who would risk offending him for a muggle born like Asar? A flicker of hatred crossed Asar's eyes, but he maintained a facade of timidity, pleading, "This is my only quill, please don't take it from me. I have no other to complete my assignments." He clutched the quill tighter in his grasp. "Let him go, Crabbe." Crabbe turned to see Hermione storming towards them, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Another mudblood." Crabbe sneered, casting a lewd grin at Goyle. Ron and Harry, upon hearing the derogatory term, exchanged alarmed glances and drew their wands, pointing them at Crabbe. Goyle, abandoning his role as a spectator, also brandished his wand to defend Crabbe. "How dare you mock others, you bottom-feeding fool." Silencio. A spell struck Crabbe. It was Liz. With an icy demeanor, she strode directly to Hermione's side. Liz intended to console Hermione, but soon realized Hermione was even stronger than she had anticipated. With a flick of her wrist, a powerful punch sent Crabbe reeling, blood streaming from his nose. "When did you learn that spell?" Hermione inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Liz replied vaguely, "I found it quite useful, so I practiced it in secret." She owed this newfound skill to Umbridge, after suffering a significant setback from that very spell, prompting her to hone her skills in hexes. Goyle was thoroughly frightened by the unfolding scene, especially after Liz mocked him for being as clumsy as a troll, causing him to hastily drag the moaning Crabbe away. As they passed Draco, Goyle called out for help. "Please assist us, Draco. Aren't you the one who despises mudbloods the most?" Draco's expression shifted dramatically as he turned sharply to Liz. She gazed at him with a look of shock, which gradually morphed into disappointment. Draco longed to explain, but his pride as a Malfoy and a Slytherin paralyzed him, particularly with so many onlookers awaiting his misstep. Ultimately, he merely retrieved his wand and escorted Crabbe and Goyle away. Watching Draco's retreating figure, Liz felt an indescribable turmoil within. Disappointment was certain, but more prevalent was the astonishment and regret for her inability to discern his true character. Had Draco always looked down upon wizards of Muggle descent? What did that make their relationship? A mere plaything for his amusement? No wonder Slytherin students regarded her with such disdain. Were they also mocking her as a fool? A filthy mudblood aspiring to ascend to the noble heights of the Malfoys? Harry approached Liz, initially feeling a sense of satisfaction at Draco's departure, only to swiftly transform into concern upon witnessing Liz's dazed expression. Liz forced a smile. "Come on, let's go check on Asar." Ron helped him up, while Hermione offered gentle words of comfort, and Asar's expression began to normalize as he thanked Hermione. "Do they often bully you?" Hermione asked, to which Asar nodded awkwardly. "Slytherin enjoys picking on people like me." "People like you?" Hermione queried, puzzled. "Mudbloods," Asar replied softly, bitterness etched across his face. Liz's breath became unsteady as she coldly stated, "Only animals differentiate between purebreds and mutts. We are human and should not adhere to such bloodline theories." Noticing that her words had left the four of them momentarily stunned, Liz's mood soured further. "What? Do you have objections?" Although she was smaller than the others, at that moment she felt a sense of superiority. Liz pointed to Hermione, then to herself, addressing Asar. "Both of us are Muggle-born, yet we wield spells that surpass those of pure-blood wizards. Bloodlines never dictate capability. As long as we are strong enough, our adversaries will eternally be grateful for our mercy." Hermione's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. Being publicly derided as a mudblood, regardless of her excellence and resilience, still stung, but Liz's words illuminated a path forward. Rather than wallowing in self-pity, one should strive for strength. Asar, too, felt a shift. He was a clever young wizard, but continuous bullying had led him to self-destructive thoughts. From now on, he would refuse to allow those bullies to torment him. Liz boarded the return night bus, yet the boy with the striking hair who had accompanied her was no longer by her side. The atmosphere within the carriage was heavy, and Hermione and the others exchanged glances, each sensing Liz's sorrow, yet none could muster words of humor or comfort. In that moment, they resonated with one another, each lamenting their own inability to articulate their feelings, how they wished George and Fred were there. A white rose was cast from Liz's grasp as she watched it shatter in the mud. A delicate bloom that Draco had stealthily tucked into her hair before they left the garden. Why did you throw it away? I thought you cherished it, Ron remarked, having observed Liz's fixation on the flower since she bought it. Liz's expression revealed no remorse as she asked Ron, is it truly so difficult for wizards from Slytherin and Gryffindor to become friends? Ron hesitated before nodding. At least, I've never heard of friendships between those two houses. I thought Draco was different. He never spoke of pureblood supremacy in my presence. Liz lowered her head, cherishing Draco as her first friend in the magical world. He was a gentleman, polite and courteous. How could he be so contradictory? On one hand, he scorned Muggle-born wizards, yet on the other, he befriended her, a Muggle-born herself. Hermione gathered her thoughts and replied, the ideologies of the two houses differ greatly. We can easily be influenced by our affiliations. Perhaps Malfoy considers you a friend, but he also aligns with Slytherin's principles. Harry, feeling anxious, interjected, but he shouldn't deceive Liz. Indeed, he should not deceive me, Liz thought bitterly. A friendship born of lies is destined for a tragic conclusion. Chapter 50, An Untimely Confession. Beneath a towering oak, Liz swung gently on a swing, lost in thought. A week has elapsed since the last Hogsmeade day, and it has also been a week since Liz and Draco have severed their ties, albeit unilaterally on Liz's part. Throughout this week, Liz encountered Draco every day before sunset, and with each meeting, she received a green apple and a bouquet of purple hyacinths. Though she wished to refuse these tokens, Draco insisted on thrusting them into her hands before swiftly departing. What could he possibly be after? Liz mused as she took a bite of the apple. After swinging once more, she spotted Draco, who had originally stood behind her, cloaked in a dark robe. His pallid complexion and dim gaze exuded an air of melancholy. Neither spoke until Liz finished the apple with a series of crisp bites. Fixing her gaze on Draco and mockingly remarked, have you lost your voice? Draco parted his lips and stepped closer, his demeanor timid. Have you forgiven me? He ventured. Liz pondered for a moment, her voice echoing hollowly. Perhaps, as a Slytherin, you are not entirely at fault. Our ideologies are simply too divergent. No, it is I who was wrong. But Liz, you must believe me. I have never spoken ill of you, nor have I uttered those 3 words, Draco implored, his expression rife with desperation. Upon hearing this, Liz should have felt elated. After all, she was still special to Draco, but instead, a profound sorrow enveloped her. She lowered her gaze, striving to suppress the urge to behold his face, which appeared even more sorrowful than her own. So, in your heart, I am the sole exception. Yet you still subscribe to the ideology of pureblood supremacy and look down upon others like me, born of Muggle lineage. As she concluded, Liz raised her head, observing Draco's silent demeanor, and felt that she had struck a chord within him. Do you sometimes disdain my pureblood, Malfoy? Liz anticipated silence from Draco in response to her words. Yet to her astonishment, he surged forward, gripping her shoulders tightly. Never. I have never looked down upon you, he declared fervently. After uttering those words, he leaned in closer, seemingly intent on kissing Liz, who, startled by his advance, recoiled desperately, oblivious to her precarious position on the swing. Had Draco not swiftly caught her waist, she would surely have fallen. In the ensuing moment, Draco succeeded in kissing Liz on the lips. Realizing what had transpired, she struggled fiercely, leaping off the swing and stepping away from him. Whether out of anger or embarrassment, her face flushed crimson as she questioned, what on earth are you doing? Having regained his composure, Draco sighed in relief. I like you, Liz. I have finally said it. Although the timing is less than ideal. I have liked you since the first time we met in Diagon Alley. Liz was utterly bewildered. One moment they were quarreling, and the next, he was confessing his feelings? You like me? Draco gazed at her, his expression serene as if he already knew the answer. You claim to like me yet scorn my Muggle bloodline. How am I any different from those wizards you look down upon? Malfoy, I shall never be drawn to someone who perceives themselves as superior. Liz responded coldly. Her words shattered the mask of calm that Draco wore, and he growled softly, do not call me Malfoy. You have always called me Draco. Observing his increasingly agitated demeanor, Liz took a few steps back, unwittingly provoking Draco's fury further. He drew his wand and cast a petrification spell upon her, swiftly enveloping the now immobile Liz in his embrace, resting his head gently on her shoulder. I shall not harm you. Do not be afraid, Draco whispered soothingly. A flicker of terror flashed in Liz's eyes as she succumbed to Draco's manipulation, never having anticipated that he would employ dark magic against her. She regretted not joining Harry and the others for a trip to Hogsmeade and lamented having chosen such a secluded spot. Truly, it felt as if fate had conspired against her. Thankfully, Draco merely held her quietly. You will come to like me, Liz. I will change. Do not be angry with me. And shortly, I will lift the spell, Draco murmured, nuzzling against her neck. This gesture made Liz exceedingly uncomfortable. While the petrification spell restrained her body, all sensations remained. and she could feel the gentle tickle of Draco's hair brushing against her skin, rendering her uneasy. "Look, George. We've captured something interesting. A pair of lovebirds, Malfoy and his little girlfriend." Fred's voice rang out. Liz swore she had never been more grateful for the Weasley twins' arrival. Once this ordeal concluded, she vowed to patronize their business more frequently. Draco released Liz, placing a hand on her lower back to prevent her from falling, while Fred realized he was indeed embracing Liz. "Liz, what are you doing here?" George joined him, quickly noticing something was amiss with her. "You actually cast a petrification spell on her?" George exclaimed, indignation evident as he aimed his wand at Draco. Fred quickly moved to George's side. "Let him go, Malfoy." The outcome of their 2-against-1 was utterly predictable, especially since George and Fred were fifth years, possessing a greater repertoire of spells. Soon, Draco was subdued. "An eye for an eye," Fred declared, casting a petrification spell on Draco. George knelt beside him, whispering, "Do not worry. We shall inform your friends to come for you." With that, they helped Liz to her feet and lifted the spell from her. "What on earth happened?" George inquired. As for Liz, tears that had long been held at bay finally spilled forth. Embarrassment, shame, and fear coalesced into tears that soaked her cheeks, and she could only lower her head. Sobbing quietly, observing Liz's heart-wrenching distress, Fred gently embraced her, offering solace. "Do not cry. If Ron sees you, he will think we have bullied you. Can you bear to see a Weasley family feud erupt?" Liz, through her tears, managed to smile and replied, "I will explain everything to you." Ultimately, none of the three cast another glance at Draco as they turned to leave. After safely escorting Liz back to her dormitory, Fred leaned against a wall, feeling the damp chill of her tears soaking through his shirt. "She can certainly cry. It tugs at my heart," he thought. George, noticing Fred's unusual demeanor, finally quipped, "Is a family feud truly about to erupt?" Chapter 51, The Routine of Classes. Once eagerly anticipating Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class, Liz now felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. This class was to be attended by both Gryffindor and Slytherin students, and Liz felt utterly out of sorts. With several Slytherins practically fixated on her, particularly Blaise and Pansy, who could not fathom how a Gryffindor girl could have so utterly disheveled Draco, who was now bedridden in the hospital wing. As the first official class commenced, Hagrid appeared notably tense. He was introducing a magnificent creature known as Buckbeak, a hippogriff. As Buckbeak made its entrance, the students were evidently taken aback, their expressions reflecting a mixture of awe and trepidation at its fierce gaze and powerful claws. Rather than curiosity, a sense of fear enveloped them, especially knowing it was restrained by chains. However, as they observed Buckbeak's docile demeanor in front of Hagrid, their apprehensions began to dissipate, and they gradually developed an interest in the lesson. Sensing this shift in atmosphere, Hagrid beamed with delight and exclaimed, "Who would like to be the first to greet Buckbeak? If you show enough friendliness, he might just be willing to take you for a flight around Hogwarts." Hagrid believed this would be a captivating proposition for the students. Yet to his surprise, no one stepped forward. Reluctantly, he turned his gaze toward the familiar face of Liz, hoping she might come to the rescue. Upon witnessing Hagrid's pleading expression, Liz's heart softened, and despite Harry's attempts to dissuade her, she took 2 steps forward, leaving the hesitant crowd behind. Now only herself and Buckbeak remaining in the center. Nervously, Liz turned her head and saw Hagrid give her an encouraging gesture. "First, bow to show Buckbeak your respect. Second, observe his movements. If he lowers his head slightly, you may proceed to stroke him. Third, if you feel sufficiently brave, you can mount Buckbeak's back and let him take you for a few laps." Repeating Hagrid's instructions silently in her mind, Liz took a deep breath, lowered herself, and bowed earnestly to Buckbeak. Then, she cautiously stepped forward, one careful stride at a time. Buckbeak seemed pleased with Liz's demeanor, gently lowering his head to allow her to better reach the feathers at his neck. Hagrid, equally delighted, approached and lifted Liz onto Buckbeak's back. Noticing her apprehensive expression, he reassured her, "Relax, Buckbeak flies quite low, much safer than a broomstick." With her fears alleviated, Liz wrapped her arms around Buckbeak's neck, and as Hagrid gave a gentle pat on its back, the magnificent creature spread its wings and took flight. The remaining students gazed on with envy as Buckbeak soared gracefully into the distance. Had they known it would be so simple, they too would have stepped forward. Only Harry wore a proud expression, fully aware that Liz was perpetually challenging herself, a quality he deeply admired. Despite her fear of flying, she continuously endeavored to overcome it. Buckbeak carried Liz high above the Black Lake, where the expansive blue sky, fluffy white clouds, and the vast lake, enveloped by mist-laden mountains, filled her with a sense of tranquility, causing her worries about Draco to fade away. Finally, amidst Hagrid's loud praises and the students' cheers, Liz gracefully dismounted from Buckbeak's back, giving it a gentle embrace and whispering, "Thank you, Buckbeak." Seeing Liz return safely ignited a spark of desire among some students, who expressed their willingness to try as well, only to be met with Hagrid's firm refusal, as class time had come to an end. As Liz prepared to leave with Harry and the others, Pansy rushed over to stop her, followed leisurely by Blaise. "Enjoying your moment in the spotlight, Dursley?" Pansy said with a haughty demeanor. Liz furrowed her brow and intervened before Ron could step forward to confront her. "If you have something to say, just say it." Liz's displeasure was evident. Being provoked without cause was indeed irksome. Pansy sneered. "So quickly found a new boyfriend, I see. You truly are as depraved as I suspected. Mind your words, Miss Parkinson, or I won't hesitate to respond accordingly," Liz retorted, drawing her wand and pointing it directly at Pansy. "Let me think. You also pointed your wand at Draco, didn't you? What? Do you wish to send me to the infirmary as well?" Liz could hardly endure Pansy's foolish expressions and turned to Blaise, hoping he might provide something of substance. "Draco has been lying in the infirmary for 3 days. Aren't you even going to check on him?" Blaise shielded Pansy behind him, acutely aware of the intimidating gazes from Hermione and the others. He certainly did not want his newfound girlfriend to suffer because of Pansy's reckless words. It then dawned on Liz that Draco's absence in class was due to his stay in the infirmary. What happened to him? Pansy, infuriated by Liz's indifferent demeanor, felt her temper rising, while even Blaise, usually amiable, wore a troubled expression. They were friends with Draco, fully aware of his deep feelings for Liz. During a recent pureblood family gathering over the holidays, they had witnessed Draco reject the affections of several pureblood girls. Recalling that moment, Pansy emerged from behind Blaise, exclaiming, "The night we found him, he was lying alone, stiff on the cold ground. No matter how much we asked, he refused to speak of what occurred that day. But I know the last person he sought out was you. While he lay in the infirmary, unconscious, you were busy basking in the limelight, Dursley. You simply do not deserve Draco's affection." Madame Pomfrey stated he had been outside in the cold for too long, yet even after administering fever-reducing potions, they proved ineffective. His moments of consciousness were fleeting, with the only time he awoke being to implore us not to inform his parents. "Liz, Draco is protecting you in his own way." After Blaise finished speaking, he took Pansy, who was visibly reluctant, and left, not wishing to strain relations with Liz. Given that Draco was their friend, and Liz was the one he cared for most. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked, noticing Liz's distracted demeanor with concern. Liz managed a strained smile, but found it impossible to conjure genuine laughter. "I'm fine. I just need some time alone, all right?" she implored. Hermione swiftly covered Harry's mouth, fearful he might utter something inappropriate. Watching Liz walk away, Harry expressed his dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you let me speak? Do you wish to follow her?" Hermione retorted defiantly. "Liz is upset right now. She needs some time to herself to reflect. Please, give her some space." Then, she added curiously, "So Draco has feelings for Liz, huh? No wonder he often seeks her out." Ron glanced at Hermione incredulously, realizing that both she and Liz, having shared a dormitory, had become quite insightful. Upon returning to their dormitory, Harry observed Ron's calm demeanor and couldn't resist asking, "It seems Draco has confessed his feelings to Liz. Don't you have any thoughts on that?" "What thoughts should I have?" Ron replied, bemused. "I've known Draco like Liz since first year. It's rather normal, considering how exceptional she is." "You know that's not what I mean," Harry exclaimed, his voice tinged with frustration. "You like Liz, Ron. And what of it?" Ron responded, unperturbed, maintaining his rationality. "Being confessed to by someone you don't harbor feelings for is merely a burden. Have you not seen how much pain just having a Malfoy around brings Liz? I admit I like Liz, but I won't let that feeling interfere with her life. At least not now." Harry stared at Ron, taken aback as if he were seeing him for the first time, suddenly feeling juvenile and base in comparison. Chapter 52. I Forgive You. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Liz lay tossing and turning in her bed. "Care to talk?" Hermione turned over to face Liz. Liz felt a twinge of embarrassment and mumbled, "Did I disturb you?" "Not at all. In fact, I noticed your eyes were red since we returned from Hogsmeade. But I didn't want to bring it up and make you sad," Hermione replied, pausing before asking, "What exactly happened between you and Malfoy?" Liz fell silent, hesitating to speak, feeling shy about the incident. After all, being forcefully kissed was hardly a matter of pride. "He confessed to you, didn't he?" Liz looked at Hermione in surprise. "How did you know?" Hermione didn't respond directly, continuing her deductions. It seems the confession didn't go smoothly, and the outcome was less than satisfactory. "Do you have feelings for him?" Liz hesitantly shook her head. She understood her feelings for Draco. They were not romantic, at least not at this moment. However, the words from Pansy and the others had stirred guilt within her. If Draco's condition in the hospital wing was connected to her, and she was evidently worried, then perhaps she should go see him. "I will keep your visit a secret," Hermione assured her. Persuaded by Hermione, Liz donned a coat, contemplated for a moment, grasped her wand tightly, and pushed open the dormitory door. The atmosphere in the hospital wing was somewhat somber. Blaise sat beside Draco's bed, and to his surprise, Draco had finally regained consciousness. Merlin above, if you don't wake up soon, I might have to sneak you off to St. Mungo's. But then I won't be able to keep it from Aunt Narcissa, Blaise complained softly. Draco offered him a faint smile, parting his lips to speak, but remained silent, his gray eyes vacantly gazing towards the doorway. Blaise understood the meaning behind Draco's expression all too well, filled with myriad thoughts. Draco was a friend he had envied since childhood. The Malfoys indulged him excessively, seemingly eager to present him with the finest treasures in the world. When with them, Draco had always embodied the image of a haughty little tyrant, accustomed to the reverence of those around him. Now, however, he was lost over a little witch, experiencing for the first time the bitter pangs of heartache. Liz, hasn't she come to see me? Draco's voice was weak. Blaise straightened his posture and asked seriously, are you still unwilling to tell me what happened that day? Pansy and I went to find her, but she seemed completely unaware of your condition. Draco grew anxious. You didn't do anything to her, did you? Blaise was taken aback, and upon reflection, he confirmed that Draco was concerned about whether he and Pansy had harmed Liz. He replied helplessly, what could we do to her? Every time during the dueling club sessions, she has been the one to hold the stage firmly. Even upperclassmen struggle against her. Shouldn't you be more worried about Pansy and me? A flicker of pride shone in Draco's eyes. Liz had always been exceptional. By the time Liz arrived at the hospital wing, Blaise had already departed. Before leaving, Madame Pomfrey had administered another potion to Draco. If the fever subsided, he could return to Slytherin soon, but for now, he could only gaze vacantly at the entrance, hoping for the person he wished to see to arrive. Draco closed his eyes momentarily before abruptly opening them, incredulously exclaiming, it's really you, Liz. Liz felt slightly uncomfortable at his delighted yet exaggerated reaction as she slowly approached his bedside. I came to see you. Are you feeling better? Draco nodded eagerly, his eyes fixed intently on Liz. I didn't expect you would actually come to see me, he said. Liz remained silent, feeling out of place. She should have visited while he was still unconscious. Now she found herself at a loss for words. Draco lowered his gaze. I'm sorry. I must have frightened you that day. He attempted to reach for Liz's hand, but noticed her gripping her wand tighter. I won't do that again. Please forgive me. Seeing the pleading in his eyes and the hollowness of his cheeks, Liz had to admit that the harsh words she had rehearsed no longer held any relevance. Such coldness could not be directed at the current Draco. I forgive you, Draco, she said softly, a glint of compassion shining in her eyes. Then, let us remain friends, Draco began, but Liz interrupted, knowing what he was about to say. Friendship was the only suitable relationship she could envision between them. The notion of being lovers would only lead to mutual embarrassment. Yes, we'll remain friends. Thank you, Liz, for being so understanding, Draco replied. Liz awkwardly averted her gaze. She had never seen anyone exhibit such profound sorrow, prompting her to flee the hospital wing in a panic. Fearing that if she lingered, she might succumb to compassion. In the silent corridor, Liz suddenly heard a meow, but it wasn't Mrs. Norris's voice. Rubbing her ears, she guessed it must belong to some young wizardess pet. Sure enough, under the moonlight, a magnificent long-haired Persian cat slowly came into view. Its beauty so striking that Liz felt an urge to catch a mouse for it, though she wondered if this elegant feline would even deign to eat a filthy rodent. Mice. Mice. A wild thought suddenly flashed through Liz's mind. The Marauder's map and Peter Pettigrew. Why had the Aurors and Dementors not yet discovered Pettigrew's whereabouts? He must have transformed back into his animagus form, and who would pay attention to an inconspicuous mouse? Liz forced herself to remain calm, contemplating seriously. She needed to find the Weasley twins, as the Marauder's map was of utmost importance. But should she inform Dumbledore? With his assistance, they could easily capture the traitor. Yet, Liz felt hesitant. Never mind. I can inform him once I confirm Pettigrew has returned to Hogwarts, she resolved. At the entrance to the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Liz anxiously awaited. If it weren't for her inability to enter, she wouldn't have sought out Seamus. Seamus, seemingly having been fed a hefty helping of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, had a plump tongue hanging out of his mouth, drooling uncontrollably, which disgusted Liz to no end. Fortunately, he happened to come out of the boys' dormitory and ran an errand for Liz. What? They're not in? Liz exclaimed in surprise. Seamus nodded, attempting to speak but only managing a garbled response. Exasperated, Liz halted his overly animated gestures and said earnestly, please let me know as soon as they return. Or tell them to find me, all right? Seamus nodded emphatically, and with that, Liz felt relieved enough to return to her dormitory, even pushing aside the troubling matters with Draco. Chapter 53, George or Fred? Hey, sweetheart, I hear you've been looking for us. As Liz emerged from the Gryffindor common room, she bumped into the Weasley twins. She rushed over, looking up at them with eager anticipation. You still have the Marauder's map, right? The Marauder's map? Liz turned to the one on her left, nodding vigorously. What do you need it for? She asked the one on her right. Naturally, it's for something useful. Can I borrow it? Liz cast a pleading glance at the left twin. Fred chuckled at her antics. Liz couldn't tell them apart, her head turning like a silly little kitten. But it's been confiscated by Filch, they replied in unison. Seeing Liz's instant disappointment, they quickly added, if you tell us what you need the Marauder's map for, we would be more than happy to return it to you. Upon hearing those words, Liz swiftly cast a silencing charm, gesturing for the two to lower their heads. For there was no need for concealment. Oh, darling, you are truly the most astute little witch we have ever encountered. We are more than willing to serve you. It seems we are destined for great endeavors, they chimed in unison. However, Liz was not swayed by the twins' flattering remarks and, with a furrowed brow, inquired. Filch is not easily dealt with. What do you plan to do? George and Fred exchanged glances, realizing Liz harbored doubts about their capabilities. It was time to prove themselves. Fred, leveraging his height, gently patted Liz's head, exuding confidence as he declared, await our good news. It was only after the two fiery-haired heads vanished down the corridor that Liz abruptly remembered she was late for her divination class. As expected, upon her arrival at the classroom, Professor Trelawney had already commenced the observation of tea leaves with her students. Thankfully, it wasn't a crystal ball. That particular contraption utterly baffled Liz, rendering her incapable of crafting any predictions. Stealthily entering the classroom, she found Hermione had already thoughtfully reserved a seat for her. Where have you been? Hermione whispered. I'll tell you after class, Liz replied. As Professor Trelawney's attention drifted toward them, Liz promptly seized her cup, adopting a mysterious demeanor. After uttering some ominous predictions to a few students, Trelawney's gaze landed on Liz. She had not overlooked the fact that this little witch was tardy. The beads around her neck clinked ominously, and as the sound drew nearer, Liz felt a shiver run down her spine. Among all the professors at Hogwarts, she detested interacting with Trelawney the most. Each time she was questioned, Liz felt like a foolish goose with its neck caught, utterly incapable of articulating a coherent response, which was profoundly embarrassing. She must have been out of her mind. Otherwise, how could she have allowed Cedric to persuade her to take this course again, after having resolved to abandon it during her second year as an auditor? Fortunately, this time, Professor Trelawney did not direct a question at Liz, but instead focused on her teacup. After what felt like an eternity, Trelawney finally shifted her gaze to Liz's face, uttering peculiarly, you shall embark on an extraordinary adventure. Liz's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Trelawney had truly foreseen her forthcoming endeavors? With this thought, Liz regarded Trelawney with newfound respect and eagerly asked, what do you see, Professor? Trelawney adopted an air of enigmatic profundity, stating, it will be a most magical experience. Liz furrowed her brow in confusion. What was the difference between that and nothing at all? Once class concluded, Liz hurriedly beckoned Hermione and the others to a secluded spot by the Black Lake. Barely noticing Draco's greeting. This is too perilous. Hermione was visibly anxious upon hearing Liz's words. After all, he was a grown wizard, a Death Eater. Harry and Ron, however, appeared undeterred, both harboring a profound disdain for Pettigrew. Liz first soothed Hermione, who was in a tizzy, then turned to Harry, asking, do you know what Sirius has been up to lately? Harry nodded, revealing his intention to become an Auror. Stay in touch with him. If all goes well, you'll see him at Hogwarts. On their way back to the dormitory, Hermione once again murmured, we should inform a professor. Liz halted, pulling Hermione closer. Trust me. We have already subdued Pettigrew once. He is hardly a threat. At that time, he had just transformed back into human form and lacked a wand. You cannot dismiss him as a mere stroke of luck. Look at Harry and Ron. They seem to think capturing Pettigrew is as easy as catching a mouse. Liz chuckled at Hermione's words. Well, I sought out Sirius. He is formidable, and I believe he wishes to take vengeance for himself and his friends. Indeed, this was the true reason Liz hesitated to disclose the matter to Dumbledore. She had her own ulterior motives. Since the Ministry of Magic was so lenient with a remorseless traitor, perhaps it was best for his true enemies to pass judgment upon him. Hermione was swayed by Liz's words, and she subsequently practiced her spells with even greater diligence. Finally, with bated breath, Liz awaited the good news she had longed for. The Weasley twins arranged to meet Liz by the Forbidden Forest at dawn. Having attended school here for 3 years, it was Liz's first time rising so early. The morning Hogwarts was shrouded in a veil of white mist. As she passed the greenhouses, Liz caught a whiff of raspberries, which intensified her hunger. She wondered why George and Fred had chosen this hour for their meeting. Approaching the Forbidden Forest, she spotted a tall, slender figure standing beneath a tree. The fiery red hair stark against the swirling white fog. Liz jogged over, only to find herself at a loss for words. She could not distinguish whether it was George or Fred, unsure of whom to greet. Ultimately, she awkwardly called out Weasley, the moment the name escaped her lips. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her for appearing so distant when seeking their assistance. I'm George, he replied, turning around to reveal the Marauder's map from his pocket. Liz joyfully accepted it, her face lighting up with a sigh of relief. "Why are you alone? Where's Fred?" Upon hearing Fred's name, a glimmer of light flickered in George's eyes. "He should be in the dormitory sleeping. We had quite the ordeal with Filch yesterday." "Did Filch catch you? Are you all right? And how did you acquire the Marauder's map?" A barrage of questions left George feeling somewhat exasperated. "Kind lady, could we perhaps have breakfast first?" Liz felt a twinge of embarrassment as she carefully tucked the map into her pocket. "Would you like to pick some raspberries with me? We can take some back for Fred." George readily agreed, recounting their escapades from the previous night along the way, using dung bombs. Filch must have been livid, Liz chuckled, finding it somewhat unkind yet amusing, as the Hogwarts caretaker was notoriously harsh. Even a well-behaved student like Liz had faced his wrath more than once. George laughed heartily, and upon seeing Liz fill his hands with the freshly picked raspberries, his smile widened even further. Afterward, the two made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast, where Liz was exceptionally attentive, piling a plate high with sandwiches, roast beef, and mashed potatoes for Fred. "Please thank him for me." Satisfied, George departed, but before leaving, he leaned closer to Liz, whispering, "Actually, I am Fred." Observing Liz's bewildered expression, he earnestly added, "If you need assistance, remember to seek me out." Meanwhile, Draco, seated at the Slytherin table, felt a mix of anger and grievance. This period marked the darkest chapter of his life. Although Liz had expressly forgiven him, it had been several days since he had been discharged from the hospital wing, and they had not exchanged a single word. He sensed Liz intentionally distancing herself from him. And sometimes, when their gazes inadvertently met in class, she would swiftly look away. He couldn't comprehend the reason behind it all, especially after he had woken early that day to wait for Liz, only to see her cozied up with a Weasley, which ignited a burning jealousy within him. Chapter 54, Misunderstanding? I solemnly swear I have no malicious intent. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Liz was engrossed in studying the Marauder's map with Hermione. It was indeed a monumental task, as the magical map revealed the whereabouts of everyone in the school, making it quite challenging to locate the name of Wormtail amidst the myriad of others. "Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot, and Prong send their regards," Liz murmured. "Who created this map?" Hermione leaned in closer, observing the intricately detailed map that even depicted secret passages. "They must have been geniuses, tracking charms, revealing spells, and undoubtedly other forms of magic I'm unaware of." Liz nodded in agreement, noting that even an animagus could not escape its scrutiny. Perhaps even Polyjuice Potion would be ineffective against it. How could there be no Wormtail's name? Have we miscalculated? Hermione's disappointment was palpable. Liz, however, remained calm, suggesting that perhaps he simply had not yet found a way in. "With Harry here, he will inevitably show up." As she spoke, Liz folded the map, declaring that with this secret weapon in their possession, it was only a matter of time before he walked into their trap. From then on, the four of them would take turns monitoring the map's revelations. The following day, upon entering the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Liz handed the Marauder's map to Harry and Ron, cautioning, "Do not use it for nefarious purposes. It will be our responsibility in 2 days." Harry and Ron accepted it with great delight, nearly unable to contain their eagerness to open it, had the situation been more appropriate. As the students awaited their professor, it was not Lupin who entered, but rather the stern-faced Professor Snape. When Harry inquired about Lupin's absence, Snape deflected with a vague remark. Liz held a fondness for Lupin. He was a remarkably responsible teacher. After their first Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, he had a conversation with Liz. "Have you been practicing the Patronus charm privately? I noticed on the train, though it seemed you had not succeeded." Surprised, Liz recalled that Lupin had been asleep at the time. Yet, she had no intention of concealing her struggles. "Yes, but I cannot summon a complete Patronus. It is an ancient spell, and reaching this level of proficiency is commendable. Many wizards lack the courage to even raise their wands in the face of Dementors." At the conclusion of their conversation, Lupin advised her, before casting the spell, "Think of your happiest memory." In the days that followed, Liz diligently practiced the Patronus charm in the room of requirement, yet the results were unsatisfactory. She found herself perplexed about her happiest memory. Was it receiving her acceptance letter to Hogwarts? The joyous parties with Harry and their friends? Or perhaps the embrace with Draco amidst a sea of flowers? Regrettably, none of these memories proved sufficient to conjure a successful Patronus. Ultimately, Liz recalled a moment from her past life when she lifted a drowning boy from the water, witnessing the overwhelming joy of his mother, an emotion she had never experienced before. So profoundly fulfilling. "It is time," she declared. "Expecto Patronum." As she recited the incantation once more, a shimmering silver thestral emerged from the tip of her wand. "Now, turn to page 394. Snape's voice interrupted Liz's reverie. "Werewolves?" Hermione inquired, perplexed, "But we just learned about redcaps and chisperfles." Having grown accustomed to Hermione's sudden interjections, Liz recalled how, after the previous semester's results were released, Professor McGonagall had rewarded both her and Hermione with magical items. Hermione chose a time turner, intending to take all her classes in third year, while Liz selected a beautifully crafted dagger named Soulbridge, which McGonagall emphasized had no magical fluctuations and was meant solely for collection. Liz did not mind, believing that Soulbridge was an exceptionally useful self-defense weapon. Snape shot a glance at Hermione, his expression stoic. Perhaps you could pose that question to Professor Lupin. Thereafter, Snape dismissed the irrelevant inquiries from students and commenced the lesson. However, by the end of the class, the room was filled with groans, for Snape had assigned them a paper on identifying werewolves, 2 rolls of parchment. Harry looked particularly distressed. Quidditch practice was about to begin, and he was eager to train. Hermione hurried off to her next class, while Ron and Harry enthusiastically invited Liz to join them at the Quidditch pitch. Without a moment's hesitation, she declined, knowing Draco would certainly be there training, and she wished to avoid an encounter with him. With a rare moment of idleness, Liz found herself at a loss, contemplating a visit to Buckbeak. Walking alone on the bridge, she relished this place. If the observatory brought her tranquility, then this bridge bestowed upon her a sense of freedom. In the distance, a figure gradually materialized. Upon closer inspection, it was Professor Lupin. Professor Lupin. As he approached, Liz noticed that he did not appear well. He seemed to have had a sleepless night, his eyes weary and bearing several cuts on his face. "Are you feeling better?" Liz inquired with concern. Lupin nodded. "What brings you here?" "I intended to see Buckbeak. He is a hippogriff that Hagrid raises, located just outside the Forbidden Forest." "Indeed. Hagrid has a penchant for nurturing magical creatures, treating them as friends. He is a very responsible professor. It was he who inspired my love for care of magical creatures." Liz paused, glancing at Lupin, and sincerely added, "Of course, you are also an exceptional professor. We are all looking forward to the next practical lesson." Many students have complained about not getting the chance to face their boggart. At Liz's compliment, a hint of relief flickered across Lupin's face. "What did Snape teach you today?" Just as Liz was about to respond, she spotted Harry soaring towards them on his broomstick, swiftly catching the golden snitch not far from Liz. With a cheerful wave, Harry greeted them before hastily returning to practice. "He is just like his father," Lupin remarked, "except for those eyes." Sirius once remarked the same. At the mention of Sirius's name, it seemed to trigger a memory for Lupin. "Sirius sent me a book yesterday. He asked me to pass it on to you. You can collect it from my office when you have a moment." "I have time now, Professor," Liz exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She knew Sirius had sent her a book about the witch hunts. Lupin seemed taken aback by her enthusiasm, but soon led her back to his office. Witch Hunts, Salem 1692 was indeed the book Sirius had sent, accompanied by a note indicating that he had spotted it in the Hogsmeade bookstore. And it was on loan for 1 month. After that, it would vanish automatically. "Have you visited that bookstore, Professor?" Liz asked, intrigued. The last time she had been to Hogsmeade, she noticed numerous witches and wizards entering and exiting the shop. The owner, Mr. S., must have amassed quite a fortune. Liz felt a twinge of envy. "It houses an extensive collection of books, catering to the thirst for knowledge among many wizards," Lupin replied, gesturing towards the book in Liz's hands. "Books like this one have no age restrictions. While certain specialized texts require the accompaniment of an adult wizard for underage witches and wizards to access." Liz was astonished. What peculiar preferences does Mr. S have? Chapter 55. Got you. The Quidditch match day had long passed, and at Liz's suggestion, Harry sought out Professor Lupin after his recovery. "So, you wish to learn the Patronus charm as well?" Harry nodded, realizing that he could not always rely on others to rescue him from Dementors. On the day of the competition, he had pursued the golden snitch high into the sky, only to encounter a patrol of Dementors. Several of them, akin to sharks sensing blood, swiftly surrounded him. Had it not been for Dumbledore's timely use of the descent reduction charm, Harry's neck might have been broken. From the stands, Sirius Black, witnessing Harry's dire predicament, was incensed. Having successfully become an Auror, and through his fervent advocacy, he was assigned to monitor the movements of Peter Pettigrew at Hogwarts. However, this assignment incited discontent among some Aurors, as their duties at Hogwarts were rather leisurely, with some indulging in daily visits to Hogsmeade. Having grown complacent due to the prolonged absence of Pettigrew, yet, Sirius paid little mind to the jealousy of his colleagues. Having invested a considerable amount of galleons for this position, that evening, after leaving Professor Lupin's office, Harry heard a peculiar sound, as if someone were calling his name. Following the sound, he found himself beneath the Whomping Willow, sensing something was amiss, yet his feet could not halt. It felt as if Liz was waiting for him, and he had to find her. Indeed, he soon beheld Liz. He followed her to the Shrieking Shack. "Why have we come here?" Harry surveyed the dilapidated interior, dust and cobwebs adorning every corner. Liz turned to him, a smile gracing her lips. "I have prepared a surprise for you. You will love it." As she spoke, she licked her lips, enhancing her allure, and Harry's gaze became increasingly entranced, murmuring softly. Ascending to the second floor, Harry spotted a short man with his back to him. "Who are you?" The man turned, a disingenuous smile plastered on his face. "Harry, it's been a long time." "Wormtail." Harry gasped in shock, pulling Liz behind him, only to hear an unsettling laugh. Turning, he was horrified to see that this was not Liz at all but a creature with a bird's head and a human body. The shock on Harry's face was palpable, and the laughter grew sharper. "Well done, Kosa. We owe you our gratitude for capturing him so effortlessly." Kosa resumed her human visage, albeit with a face entirely unlike Liz's. She circled around Harry, teasing, "One of a banshee's gifts is the ability to transform into the person you desire most." Suddenly, Wormtail clutched his arm and exclaimed in terror, "Take him back quickly. The master can no longer wait." Kosa gasped, for Harry had pressed his wand firmly against her throat. "Did Voldemort send you? How dare you speak to the master with such disrespect?" Kosa retorted, her anger flaring, while Wormtail drew his wand, confronting Harry. Harry turned to Wormtail, his voice cold. "Did he send you to kill me?" He then jabbed his wand threateningly at Kosa. Kosa, wanting to scream in fear, stifled her voice upon seeing Harry's grim expression, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Voldemort's. She could only plead silently with her eyes for Wormtail's help. The commotion of footsteps below further unsettled Peter. They had finally lured Harry alone and could not afford failure. With a sly grin, he said, "Harry, we mean you no harm. The great Dark Lord instructed us to not harm you." A spell whizzed past. It was Sirius, followed closely by a visibly anxious Liz, who only relaxed upon seeing Harry unharmed. Wormtail's expression darkened. He struggled to rise from the ground, coughing due to the dust in the air, and with a sycophantic smile. He addressed Sirius, "My dear friend, I've heard you are now an Auror. You traitor." Sirius shot a piercing curse at him, causing Wormtail to curl up on the ground in agony. Liz cautiously moved to Harry's side, furrowing her brow. "What is happening?" Harry's face betrayed a hint of discomfort. "I heard you calling me." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Kosa's eyes, while Liz appeared perplexed. "I have been with Sirius all along. We were discussing the Marauder's map and saw Pettigrew's name, then noticed you approaching. We didn't even have time to alert anyone else." Liz glanced nervously at Kosa. "Who is she? Why isn't her name on the map?" "Magical creatures' names do not appear," Sirius explained. "She is a banshee, Harry. You must have been ensnared by her allure." Sirius approached, a gleam of vengeance in his eyes, while Wormtail lay on the ground, barely conscious from the curse's torment. "What shall we do?" Liz inquired. "Leave it to me. Azkaban is where they belong." Sirius sensed Liz's odd gaze and continued, "I am now an Auror. I will personally oversee him. Sometimes, living is more torturous than death, and I do not wish to trouble Dumbledore further." Liz understood his intent, but Harry found himself again ensnared by temptation. Releasing his wand as Kosa's visage morphed back into that of Liz, pleading with him for mercy. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from her, shattering the shack's lights. In the ensuing darkness, Liz felt an excruciating pain as if her bones were being crushed. She couldn't even muster a sound, her grip on her wand slipping away. Sirius's furious roar echoed, "James, come help me catch him." That banshee transformed into a bird and rescued him. With that, he dashed out of the shrieking shack. An unsettling anxiety gripped Harry as he sensed Liz's absence. Under the illumination of a spell, he spotted Liz's wand discarded on the ground. But its owner had vanished. Pettigrew must have abducted her. He promptly followed Sirius in pursuit. The shrieking shack descended into utter silence. Time passed, and the wooden stairs creaked underfoot as someone ascended. The white light from the wand's tip illuminated Draco's face, his expression grave as he softly called out for Liz, yet received no reply. He had not erred. He had followed Liz and Sirius here, only to discover upon escaping the Whomping Willow that the shrieking shack was now deserted. Chapter 56. The Doll. Inside the shrieking shack, Draco furrowed his brow, having searched diligently, yet failing to find the person he sought. Ultimately, he approached the dark red mattress in the corner, the only place he had yet to inspect. Between the mattress and the wall, he discovered a doll, roughly the size of a forearm, adorned in Gryffindor robes. As he drew closer, an unbelievable thought took shape. This miniature figure lying on the ground was Liz. Draco gingerly picked her up, but no matter how he called, Liz remained unresponsive, like a true doll, lifeless. "Don't scare me, Liz." "Liz," Draco exclaimed in panic, frantically clutching her as he fled the shrieking shack. Meanwhile, Sirius's demeanor was grim. Wormtail had escaped once more. Kosa had flown him into the Forbidden Forest, where a banshee transformed into a bird could easily find refuge. Harry's complexion was equally grim, yet he did not catch sight of Liz. Sirius exhaled heavily. As an adult wizard, he wished to shield Harry from his own turbulent emotions, even though he felt on the verge of exploding with frustration. It was unexpected that a magical creature he held in disdain had thwarted his efforts. Beneath the moonlight, Sirius glanced at his godson's pale face, feeling a pang of sympathy. And reflecting on his own negligence that had left Liz's fate uncertain, guilt etched across his features. Harry, are you certain you did not find Liz in the Shrieking Shack? Harry fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then shook his head, saying, I only found her wand. Sirius led Harry back to the Shrieking Shack. Wormtail's feeble state could hardly stir any commotion, and it was merely that creature they both belittled that had caused all this turmoil. The creature, known as a banshee, was not particularly formidable. Their most notorious ability was their capacity for shape-shifting, a talent that profoundly impacted adolescent wizards. It was fortunate that Kasha had managed to take Wormtail, for she could not possibly have the strength to abduct Liz as well. Draco. Harry's keen eyes spotted a figure fleeing from the Shrieking Shack, noting Draco's panicked expression. What are you doing here? Simultaneously, he noticed the peculiar way Draco held something, a doll tightly cradled in his arms. Draco reluctantly called out to Sirius, Uncle, then turned to Harry, who wore an expression of surprise, mocking him. Is it time to change your glasses, Potter? Get out of my way now. If anything has happened to Liz, you'll regret it. Harry stepped forward to block Draco. What do you know? His gaze fell upon the doll in Draco's grasp, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Hand that doll over, Malfoy. To his astonishment, those words incited Draco's fury. He drew his wand, pointing it at Harry. His face twisted with madness as he shouted, What right do you have to be near her? You can't even protect her. Sirius furrowed his brow at this unfolding scene, as he and Harry seemed to grasp the implications. Is that Liz? It appears you are not entirely foolish. Draco dodged Harry's reaching hand, unwilling to engage further with the two before him. He intended to seek Madame Pomfrey, hoping she might possess a means to save Liz. Sirius intercepted him, demanding, Give her to me, Draco. Draco glared at him, then shot a sidelong glance at Harry. On what grounds? At least let me see what has happened to her. Seeing the urgency in Sirius's eyes, Draco softened his tone slightly. You can come with me to the hospital wing. He then directed his gaze toward Harry, who looked utterly unwilling, and barked, You better get out of the way, Potter. Reluctantly, Harry and Sirius followed Draco to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, disturbed from her slumber, wore a displeased expression, initially assuming it was yet another group of mischievous night-wandering students. However, upon seeing the doll-like Liz, she gasped, What on earth has happened? Harry quickly recounted the events, but Madame Pomfrey's countenance grew increasingly grave, as if confronting a particularly challenging dilemma. She raised her wand and cast a diagnostic spell on Liz, yet yielded no results. What is the matter? Sirius pressed anxiously. No reaction at all. Like a genuine doll, Madame Pomfrey frowned, then turned to Draco. Fetch your head of house. Draco was loath to leave, yet he was the only Slytherin present in the room. Could this be connected to that banshee? We were quite close to her, Harry remarked, glancing at Madame Pomfrey, his fingers nervously caressing Liz's wand. He felt utterly foolish for having left Liz alone in the Shrieking Shack, allowing her to transform into this silent, unmoving doll. Banshees primarily dwell in forests. Ordinary wizards know little of their magic, Madame Pomfrey replied. Harry, lost in thought, gazed at Liz, lying on the bed, overwhelmed with guilt. If he had not been lured away, Liz would not have become a doll devoid of laughter or motion. Sirius rummaged through his pockets and produced the Marauder's map. Noticing Liz's name flickering into view, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Harry, Liz is currently unharmed. The map only reveals the names of the living. An eerie silence enveloped the hospital wing as Madame Pomfrey spoke softly. Sirius, you remain as reckless as ever. Harry watched as his godfather's face turned a shade of deep crimson, his lips trembling but unable to utter any retort. During Sirius's time at school, Madame Pomfrey had already been the nurse at Hogwarts. He and James had often found themselves in her care due to minor spells gone awry, and she had always treated them without a hint of kindness, instilling in him a mix of fear and respect for the matron. Fortunately, Dumbledore's timely arrival alleviated Sirius's embarrassment, accompanied by Snape and Draco. Snape exchanged an irritable glance with Sirius, but refrained from speaking. The longtime adversaries displayed a remarkable mutual understanding at that moment, both wishing to keep their youthful indiscretions under wraps. Albus, Madame Pomfrey greeted him. Dumbledore wore a gentle expression, but his presence calmed everyone in the room. Even the most emotionally expressive Draco and Harry began to regain their composure. It's the Banshee's magic, Dumbledore observed for a moment, looking towards Snape. Is there a solution, Severus? Snape pursed his lips, his expression remaining inscrutable under everyone's scrutiny. At least she must transform back into a human before the potion can be administered. Dumbledore, however, paid no heed to Snape's sharpness, his demeanor lightening as he explained to everyone. Do not be concerned. I have some knowledge of Banshee magic. This is merely a tactic they occasionally employ when fleeing. Then, addressing Sirius and Harry, he added, Perhaps you would be willing to regale this old man with tales of your adventures tonight. The two followed Dumbledore as he left, while Snape ordered Draco to return to the dormitory, only to find him casting a hesitant glance at Madame Pomfrey. "May I take Liz back to the dormitory? Child, do you believe I cannot even care for my own patient?" Madame Pomfrey feigned anger. What a terrifying prospect it would be for a lady to awaken in a boys' dormitory. "Now off you go." Draco, glancing at the now irate head of house, departed reluctantly, looking back several times. Severus, will it truly be that simple? Madame Pomfrey cast a worried glance at the bed where Liz lay. Snape, for once, displayed a rare flicker of compassion in his eyes. The potion can be brewed, but the recovery process will be painful. Let us wish her luck, Poppy. Chapter 57. Awakening. In the days that followed, Liz remained in her bed, resembling a doll. After divination class, Harry and his companions returned to visit Liz, only to discover that the doll-like figure who should have been resting peacefully was nowhere to be found. Nearby, a young witch who had arrived a few days later lifted the curtain. "Are you searching for that little doll? Have you seen her, Alida?" Hermione asked urgently, looking at the young witch. Ron, astonished, remarked, "Hermione, how do you know everyone? Is this really the time for such concerns?" Hermione retorted impatiently, casting a reproachful glance at Ron. Ron quietly explained to Harry, "I just thought Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let Liz simply disappear. But the truth remains that Liz has vanished." Ron gazed at Harry with a peculiar expression, finding his calm demeanor somewhat excessive. "She has awakened, and Madame Pomfrey suggested she might enjoy some sunshine. Coincidentally, her friends arrived, and they departed together." Alida elucidated, "Are you saying Liz is awake?" Harry and the others expressed their excitement, confirming once more with Alida. Observing Alida's nod, Hermione inquired, "Who took Liz away? What about the Marauders map? You must check." Ron urged Harry. Eagerly, Harry searched the map for Liz's name, exclaiming, "Here, Malfoy? Again, it's Malfoy?" Ron's countenance soured. In the clock tower, Draco was cautiously cradling Liz in his palm. This situation left Liz feeling exceedingly embarrassed. Upon awakening, Madame Pomfrey had explained everything to her. Liz's initial thought was that Professor Trelawney truly possessed remarkable abilities. Who else in the wizarding world could boast such experiences? She pondered how long her current state would persist, as Professor Snape's potion still required the essence of the poisonous plant, and the prior ingredients had all been utilized during class. It would take at least a week for the seedlings in the greenhouse to mature. With a sigh, Liz hoped to recover before the Christmas holidays. Otherwise, how would she return home? Draco, however, nervously inquired, "What's wrong, Liz? Are you feeling unwell again?" Faced with Draco's proximity, Liz felt a surge of pressure. His head appeared disproportionately large compared to her diminutive form, and she could distinctly see his light golden eyelashes from her vantage point. Not long ago, she had considered distancing herself entirely from Draco, yet here he was, selflessly bringing her to the hospital wing. Guilt washed over her. Regardless of Draco's motivations, he had indeed been exceptionally kind to her. "I'm fine, just wondering when I'll recover." Draco, hesitant to speak further for fear of aggravating Liz's annoyance, could only gaze at her with longing. She appeared so small, obediently sitting in his hand. Without his aid, Liz wouldn't have even managed to cross the threshold of the hospital wing, relying entirely on him. If only Liz could remain this way forever. He could keep her by his side eternally. Startled by his own thoughts, Draco glanced at Liz, relieved to find she had not sensed his musings. "Are you bored? I could take you somewhere else. How about something to eat?" Liz nodded, longing for pumpkin juice. "I'll take you to the kitchens. I know a secret passage that leads there, right beneath the tapestry depicting raspberries." Liz feigned a smile. She had little interest in secret passages. "Let us hurry. Harry and the others will likely come to see me soon." Draco, sensing her urgency, ceased his conversation but turned to find Harry and the others approaching. Harry and his friends were astonished to see Liz perched on Draco's shoulder. They had initially believed she had returned to her normal self, yet her form remained so small. "Liz." Hermione rushed over, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she scooped Liz into her hands, exclaiming, "You've become so adorable. If you were made into a magical doll, you would surely captivate the wizarding world." Liz felt a twinge of apprehension at Hermione's fervent enthusiasm, especially as Hermione's gaze roamed over her. Spotting Ron trailing behind, Liz cast him a pleading look. She had never seen Hermione appear so intimidating, as if she might engulf her whole. Ron, perceiving her distress, extended his hand, and Liz promptly leaped into his palm, looking up to ask, "Did you come from the hospital wing?" Ron nodded, beads of sweat seemingly forming on his brow. Liz appeared so fragile that he feared even the slightest movement might harm her, and he remained frozen. Draco and Harry exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The others also noted the unease among them, yet no one dared to speak. Liz observed Ron and Hermione standing silently behind Harry, though they did not voice their opinions. Their actions clearly indicated their allegiance with Harry. Amidst the trio clad in golden red robes, Draco stood out in his silver-green attire. making Liz feel a pang of sympathy for him. She tugged at Ron's hair, signaling him to bring her closer to Harry. Harry, did Madame Pomfrey ask for me before you came? Harry shifted his gaze away from Draco, shaking his head. Would you like to return to Gryffindor Tower? After a moment's contemplation, Liz instructed Harry, if anyone sends me a letter, please bring it to the hospital wing. Of course. Harry's eyes darted nervously as he cautiously took Liz from Ron, only daring to support her tiny feet with his palms. I'm now even shorter than Professor Flitwick. I can't even wield my wand. You will return to your former self, Harry reassured her, attempting to stroke Liz's head, but she instinctively turned away. You all have classes soon. You should leave, Liz urged Harry and his friends. And you? Ron inquired, subtly glancing at Draco. Draco, Liz called out loudly. Draco hurriedly squeezed himself beside the trio, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he awaited her commands. We agreed to go to the kitchens together. Seeing Draco's spirits lift once more, Liz felt her own mood brighten as well. She disliked seeing the handsome boy's countenance shadowed by sorrow, especially if it were due to her. During the wait for the poisonous plant to mature, the hospital wing became unusually lively, with Liz's friends frequently visiting her. Had they not shown sufficient courtesy and refrained from disrupting Liz and the other students' recuperation, Madame Pomfrey would have been compelled to expel them, whether by coincidence or design. None of Liz's visiting friends had encountered each other. Liz's bedside table was adorned with countless gifts, tea cakes from Autumn, a knitted hat from Hermione, and eternally dewy flowers. In the greenhouse, Professor Snape was ruthlessly tending to the plants. The poisonous plant had finally matured. On the night he intended to brew the potion, the dark mark on his arm suddenly became searingly hot, and he sensed it, the Dark Lord's fury. However, he soon relaxed, realizing that the Dark Lord had not summoned him. Chapter 58, The Old Sin. On a distant island far from Hogwarts, Tom, clad in a dark green wizard's robe, wore an expression colder than the biting winds. A finely crafted pendant box rested in his hand. With a slight pressure from his pale, slender fingers, the box shattered at his fingertips, leaving only a thin piece of parchment that he deliberately retained. Tom emitted an ambiguous laugh before vanishing into the vastness of the sea. At the Black family manor, the elderly house elf creature was nestled in his burrow, clutching a pendant box as he reminisced about Regulus, Sirius's younger brother and Creature's most esteemed master. Tears streamed down his face as he muttered, "It is Creature's incompetence. Creature has failed to fulfill the young master's command. Creature has exhausted countless methods, yet cannot destroy it. Creature is doomed. Creature is doomed." Suddenly, Creature sensed a familiar surge of magical energy. It was the Dark Lord's power. He looked up in terror to see a strikingly handsome young man standing before him. Although significantly younger, Creature instantly recognized the Dark Lord, having once been dispatched by Lady Walburga to serve him briefly. But why? Why had someone who had vanished from the wizarding world for decades suddenly reappeared at the Black family manor? In that moment, Creature felt an unexpected relief that Sirius had gone to Hogwarts. Otherwise, he would have had to witness the extinguishing of the Black family's direct bloodline. This master. His powers were evidently amplified, capable of silently infiltrating this abode. "Master, I am at your service," Creature croaked as he emerged from the shadows, his hunched form crawling forth, his sharp nose nearly grazing the ground. He trembled before the Dark Lord, having first-hand experience of his formidable strength. "Hand me the locket box," Tom commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, Creature dutifully presented it. Feeling a familiar surge of energy, Tom's heart settled slightly. He even found leisure to wander through the manor as Creature followed closely, ready to heed his every command. As they reached a room on the second floor, Tom's gaze fell upon a picture frame, where 4 young faces beamed radiantly. His attention was drawn to the red-haired girl in the center, Liz. Tom had never anticipated encountering news of Liz in such circumstances. Her cheeks were flushed, her body gently leaning against the boy beside her, their intimacy unmistakable. Creature cautiously observed Tom's expression and ventured, "They are Harry Potter's cousin and friend. They stayed here during the summer." With a flick of his wand, Tom conjured the scene from that fateful party, causing Creature to lower his head in trepidation, his wide eyes filled with horror and unease. He had never known a wizard capable of such feats. Tom's gaze darkened as he observed the foolish boy draw closer to Liz, seemingly on the verge of a kiss. Unable to bear it any longer, Tom retreated to Liz's room, only to find Harry stealing a kiss from her. In a fit of rage that twisted into a cruel smile, Tom waved his wand, and Harry's figure vanished, leaving Liz defenseless on the bed. "I ought to be concerned for you," Tom murmured, his expression clouded with confusion. Liz's serene slumber had visited him in dreams countless times. Crafting a Horcrux was simplicity itself, yet reclaiming it was excruciating. Each torturous moment was endured through memories of his time with Liz. During those fleeting months, he felt alive, more human than ever, having never before opened his heart to another. "They are unworthy of you," They are so grotesque, feeble, and loathsome. Kneeling beside her, Tom's gaze traced Liz's face inch by inch. I will bring you to my side. Ultimately, Tom departed, a photograph nestled securely against his heart, depicting the little witch with red hair and green eyes, smiling at the camera. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts infirmary, Sirius sat at Liz's bedside, offering his apologies. It's all right, Sirius. I'm truly fine. Professor Snape says the potion will be ready soon, and in a few days, I'll be back to my normal classes. One must admit, Sirius's appearance was undeniably striking. Typically nonchalant and effortlessly charming, he now hung his head in self-reproach, the melancholy in his eyes preventing Liz from reproaching him. After all, none of this was truly his fault. Who could have imagined that a mere flirt would possess such power? Even Dumbledore had expressed his astonishment, lamenting how wizards often held themselves in such high regard, dismissing all magical creatures. Fortunately, this lesson had been learned most profoundly. The infirmary door swung open as Snape strode in, a vial of potion in hand. However, upon noticing Sirius, a flicker of disdain flashed across his face. Please, those unrelated should leave immediately, he stated coldly. True to his nature, Sirius would typically have engaged in a verbal sparring match with Snape. But witnessing the pitiful figure lying in bed, he chose not to lower himself to the level of a sniveling coward. After bidding Liz a swift farewell, he sought out Remus. Burdened by the complexities of the Black family business and hoping to persuade Remus to assist him, though how to convince him to resign from Hogwarts remained a puzzle. Snape, observing the door slam shut with no hint of anger, instead bore a slightly rigid smile, convinced that Sirius had fled without a fight. He was prepared for a few rounds of heated debate. Professor Snape? Liz's voice interrupted his thoughts as she handed him the potion, only to realize that the vial was nearly as large as she was. Embarrassed, she looked up at him. With a sigh, Snape produced a straw. Are you ready? This will be quite painful. Liz nodded resolutely. She couldn't possibly remain in this state forever. As she drank the potion, the pain surged through her body, her bones feeling as if they were stretching, her skin threatening to tear. The agony was so intense that she struggled to swallow more of the potion. With tear-filled eyes, Liz looked at Snape and then at the potion in her hand, silently pleading for him to understand her plight. Unsurprisingly, Snape, a master of potions, was astute and attentive. He grasped Liz's throat gently, slowly administering the remaining potion down her throat. Liz curled up on the bed, drenched in cold sweat, too weak to even cry out in pain. Snape, feeling a hint of compassion, cast a soothing charm over her, hoping to alleviate her suffering. Time slipped away until Liz finally managed to stammer. Professor Snape, are you still there? I am, Snape replied, reaching out as if to stroke Liz's hair in comfort, but hesitated, withdrawing his hand. You are recovering well. Liz shifted her stiff neck and opened her eyes to gaze at her hands, weakly murmuring, how could this be? They look like the hands of a 7- or 8-year-old. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Snape's eyes. Liz's current appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Lily's when he first met her. He suddenly felt fortunate to witness a child so reminiscent of Lily growing up before him. Finally, Snape produced a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped the cold sweat from Liz's forehead. Perhaps his actions were particularly tender, for Liz murmured Daddy, recalling how Vernon had once cared for her so thoughtfully during her fevers. Snape's hand trembled slightly as he placed the handkerchief beside her. Tomorrow, I will bring a second vial of potion. For now, rest well. As Snape departed, Liz stared blankly at the moon outside the window. Would she have to endure this pain once more? A profound sadness enveloped her. She had never considered herself delicate, yet the relentless agony of accelerated growth rendered her voiceless. Chapter 59, The Christmas Ball. Tonight promised to be yet another sleepless night. After consuming the second vial of potion, Liz's body had returned to its original size. Yet the deep-seated pain continued to torment her. Yesterday, Madame Pomfrey had sent everyone away from Liz, fully aware of how much distress she was in. What she needed most was peace and quiet. With a creak, the infirmary door was cautiously pushed open. Liz had not fallen asleep, her back turned to the newcomer, a swell of grievance rising within her. Why must someone always appear when she was suffering? They could not alleviate her pain, yet continued to intrude upon her solitude. She resolutely closed her eyes and maintained her silence, entirely disinterested in engaging with anyone, until she sensed a soft force nourishing her body. The tormenting pain transformed into a delightful, tingling warmth, and Liz felt as though she were floating, utterly relaxed both mentally and physically. Are you feeling better now, dear? Liz hurriedly turned around, only to realize that she felt no pain whatsoever. Professor Dumbledore? Thank you. I feel absolutely wonderful now. Dumbledore nodded slightly. You have a loyal group of friends, Liz. That is indeed your fortune. Liz gazed at him in confusion. Did my friends come to ask for your help on my behalf? The threshold of my office has been worn down by their visits. It's not just Gryffindor students. Others from the 3 other houses have come as well. Some of them are visiting my office for the first time, Dumbledore continued, stroking his beard. It has been quite lively in there, and all of it is because of you. A shy smile spread across Liz's face. Surely, it's Harry and the others from Gryffindor. Autumn from Ravenclaw, Cedric from Hufflepuff, and then Draco from Slytherin? So, you possess some knowledge of healing spells as well. Perhaps they think I am capable of anything? Dumbledore winked. Liz blinked back at him earnestly. But in our hearts, you are indeed capable of anything. I believe there is no wizard greater than you. Dumbledore laughed heartily. Rest well. Once Pomfrey checks on you tomorrow and gives the all clear, you will be able to leave the hospital wing and still make it to the Christmas ball in a few days. The hospital wing fell silent again, and Liz felt puzzled. Why had no one mentioned such a significant event to her? Did everyone assume she wouldn't be able to attend? Nevertheless, she felt a surge of happiness, warmed by the thought that she had truly made friends at Hogwarts. In the morning, Madame Pomfrey arrived in a flurry. Liz was the only challenging patient in the hospital wing lately. She swiftly cast a diagnostic spell on Liz and cheerfully declared, "You are quite healthy now, dear. You should return. Perhaps you can still catch breakfast." Liz cheered and quickly donned her clothes, racing towards the great hall. Her long hair flowed behind her, and her robe billowed. Every little wizard who crossed paths with Liz could feel her joy. Not far from the great hall, Liz encountered George and Fred Weasley. She greeted them warmly before hastily moving on, leaving Fred's words unspoken. At the Gryffindor table, gasps erupted. Liz's experiences were simply too extraordinary. With a smile, she embraced Hermione tightly before plopping down beside her. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their outstretched hands awkwardly retracting. Yet, both were delighted, showering Liz with attention. "How is the preparation for the Christmas ball coming along?" Liz inquired of Hermione. Hermione appeared taken aback. "You found out. Were we supposed to keep it from you until the day of the ball, leaving you to accompany Ginny and the others?" Liz cast a sharp look at Harry and Ron. They fell silent, and Hermione interjected with fairness. "We initially planned to join you after the opening dance. Madame Pomfrey will certainly attend the ball as well. We even prepared snacks and cards. You won't be alone that day." Instantly, Liz's face lit up with joy. She hadn't been genuinely upset. She merely sought reassurance of her importance to her friends. She hadn't expected them to be so thoughtful. "Who is your dance partner?" Liz asked curiously, turning to Hermione. "Neville." "Neville?" Liz seemed to recall something. "How are his parents?" A hint of sympathy touched Hermione's eyes. "They may never leave St. Mungo's." The atmosphere grew slightly heavy, prompting Hermione to change the subject thoughtfully. "Once the news of your release spreads, countless boys will come to invite you." Liz looked puzzled. "Why would I wait for others to invite me?" Her gaze shifted to Ron, who was focused on his meal. "How is your dancing practice coming along?" Ron jumped at Liz's inquiry, an incredulous thought bubbling up within him. His face flushed as he stammered, "Very, very well." Harry glanced back and forth between Ron and Liz, sensing something amiss. Just as he was about to speak, Liz's voice interrupted. "If you still don't have a dance partner, may I invite you?" Harry suddenly stood up from his seat, exclaiming, "That's not fair, Liz. Boys should ask girls. You should wait to be invited." The attention of those nearby shifted to the four of them. Liz, somewhat bewildered, whispered to Hermione, "Is that how Professor McGonagall has decreed it?" Hermione pondered. "I don't believe there is such a rule." "Hermione," Harry hissed, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Of course not. I still don't have a partner." Ron chimed in, realizing the situation. Seeing Harry's displeased expression, Liz smiled at Ron. "For the sake of my dear cousin Harry's happiness, Ron, you should formally invite me in front of him. Otherwise, he might think his poor cousin has no one to invite her." Harry's expression twisted. Was that truly what he meant? This was Liz's first formal ball at Hogwarts, and he had already devised a plan to ask her that morning. "Liz, would you do me the honor of being my dance partner?" Amidst the envious gazes of those around them, Ron stepped beside Liz, a mix of joy and shyness on his face. Liz gently placed her hand on Ron's. "Of course. After all, I am your first dance instructor. I would like to check your form personally." Ron returned to his seat, feeling satisfied but slightly disappointed, as he had hoped Liz invited him because she liked him. Hermione was also taken aback by Liz's decisive choice. She had expected to see Liz agonizing over whom to accept. "Well then, Harry, are you satisfied?" Liz pushed the pumpkin juice towards him. Harry forced himself to remain calm, wearing a deliberately sorrowful expression as he muttered, "I thought our first ball at Hogwarts would be together. Aside from you and Hermione, I have no other female friends. Are you not aware of your popularity at Hogwarts?" Liz replied, surprised. Ron interjected sarcastically, "Yeah, ever since the news of the Christmas ball spread, countless little witches have been waiting for you to invite them. Marian Anderson from Ravenclaw is utterly infatuated with you." Hermione remarked, "Why does it feel like Ron is acting strangely today?" Liz exclaimed in delight, "Really? I know her. She's such a lovely girl. Harry, do you like her?" The sound of cutlery scraping against the plates was abruptly loud as Harry replied coldly, "Not at all." Liz recognized she had broached a sensitive topic and focused on her meal in silence. Ron whispered, Thank you, Liz. I'm not as popular as Harry. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be the subject of ridicule. Observing Ron's pitiful demeanor, Liz felt a surge of determination and reassured him, Don't worry. We will have a splendid evening. Ron retorted, Anyone can play the pity card. Chapter 60, Don't Like Me. In the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Harry furiously slammed his fist on the bed. Upon witnessing Ron's besotted expression, he couldn't help but scoff. Can you tone it down a bit? The entire school is now aware that Liz is your dance partner. Ron, regaining his composure, noticed Harry's displeasure, though he was not surprised. Ever since that incident this morning, Harry had been in a foul mood, often leaning towards Liz during class, trying to persuade her to reconsider. Honestly, Harry, we are good friends, and you know my character. If I were to be with Liz, wouldn't that yield a splendid outcome? Ron inquired, bewildered. Harry scoffed, Huh? You can't possibly think that Liz's invitation was a sign of her affection for you, can you? Liz has promised me that the person she cherishes most will always be me. Ron, rarely serious, observed Harry's countenance, which was clearly a facade of bravado. Could it be that you harbor feelings for Liz? You know, of the romantic nature? Ron asked hesitantly. Harry visibly flinched, his eyes darting away from Ron's gaze. Witnessing this reaction, Ron murmured, How can you feel this way? Harry abruptly lifted his head, fists clenched, his emerald eyes devoid of emotion as he stubbornly retorted. Why shouldn't I? You can like her, so why can't I? Don't forget your relationship. Ron emphasized, casting a disapproving look at Harry. Your feelings should not exist. You would only hurt her. You speak nonsense. I would never harm her. Harry shot back. Harry, you are truly losing it. After uttering this, Ron bolted from the dormitory, intent on informing Liz of Harry's inappropriate sentiments towards her. Harry pursued, forcibly pulling Ron back into the dormitory. Onlookers in the corridor noticed the commotion, but both Harry and Ron remained silent. Don't tell Liz. I can't lose her. I love her, Harry conceded in a whisper, his tone beseeching. As a friend, Ron felt a pang of sympathy for Harry's despondency. As the savior of the wizarding world, Harry could have his pick of countless witches. Yet he found himself enamored with the one person he should not love. From what he knew of Liz, she regarded Harry with familial affection and Ron with mere friendship. Even Draco had failed to recognize how special Liz was towards him. Reflecting on this, Ron let out a self-deprecating chuckle. After all, what distinguished him from Harry? He was even less significant than Harry. Given a choice, Liz would always favor Harry above all else. I promise you, but from now on, we shall each rely on our own merits. That night, both of them tossed and turned restlessly. For Harry, Ron's words felt like a bucket of ice water dousing him. Liz was so wonderful, he should not let his feelings taint her life. Yet, the mere thought of Liz falling for someone else drove him to madness, especially since he was the first to be by her side. Meanwhile, Ron nurtured his own foolish fantasies. Perhaps he should be more assertive, for he did not wish to remain the inconspicuous figure beside Liz. In the brightly lit hall, the Christmas ball had commenced. Amidst the envious gazes of countless boys, Ron proudly led Liz into the venue, hand in hand. This was Liz's first time wearing high heels, and as Ron spun her around, she suddenly lost her balance. Had it not been for Ron's timely catch, she feared she would have made a fool of herself. These heels must be too high, Liz quietly complained to Ron. He chuckled softly, his chest vibrating. Then let us take a breather. They gracefully exited the dance floor and spotted Harry seated at a table, clutching a box of chocolates. Liz tugged Ron towards him. Poor Harry, so dapper yet without a partner. There are quite a few of us without partners, Harry replied nonchalantly, surveying his surroundings. Liz eyed the adorable chocolate shapes, her curiosity piqued. Let me guess, who sent you those? Mary from Ravenclaw? Harry nodded resignedly. He had already explicitly rejected that young lady. Yet she had insisted on gifting him chocolates on this special day, reminding him to enjoy them. What a crafty little witch. If only she were not the wrong gender. I would certainly pursue her. Merlin's beard. Both Harry and Ron exclaimed in mild alarm. Liz raised an eyebrow and smiled. Just kidding. She deftly unwrapped the box, extracting a small lion-shaped chocolate, marveling at its cuteness. So adorable. I can't bear to eat it. Yet she promptly indulged. Sweet yet slightly bitter. This is truly tailored for me, Liz remarked, turning to Harry. Are you really not considering accepting her? Mary is a wonderful little witch. I've heard her grades are quite good. Right, Ron? She even dragged Ron into her persuasion, seeking his agreement. Ron, stifling laughter, nodded, feeling genuine sympathy for Harry. What could be worse than being paired off with the one you like? For the sake of this delicious chocolate, Harry, are you really not going to trade a bit of your charm for the recipe? Ron teased. The dynamics between Harry and Ron were intricate, friends yet rivals. Yet they stood united against Liz's other admirers, all wishing they would vanish far away. Take Draco, for instance. As Liz devoured another chocolate, she shot Ron an appreciative glance upon hearing his words. Mary is certainly more adept at food charms than that Hufflepuff Senior Cedric. Harry, simmering with indignation, stuffed the remaining chocolates into Liz's arms. Here, take them all. Merlin, I do not wish to hear Mary's name from either of your lips again. Gratefully, Liz accepted the chocolates and turned to Ron, a hint of shyness in her voice. I think I should return to the dormitory now. You'll be all right here by yourself, won't you? Of course, I'll be fine. Harry interjected hastily. If you're tired, you should head back. I will stay with Ron. Ron, sensing Harry's angry glare, could only nod helplessly, suddenly realizing he had placed himself in the role of Harry's brother-in-law. As Liz stepped outside, she slipped off her high heels, her feet aching. Clutching the chocolates in one hand and her heels in the other, she wobbled her way back to the dormitory. Suddenly, what on earth? Liz exclaimed, as her high heel slipped from her grasp and hung suspended in midair. Instinctively, she reached for her wand, only to remember that her dress had no pockets. Reluctantly, she followed the shoe's direction. At the astronomy tower, Liz pushed open the door, a hint of irritation on her face, eager to discover who was playing pranks. Hello, Draco, dressed in formal attire, greeted her with a broad smile. Holding her high heel in hand, Liz was taken aback. She had thought such antics were exclusive to Fred and George. Aren't you going to dance? The person I wish to dance with is already someone else's partner. Draco's smile remained, yet Liz discerned a note of disappointment. Merlin's beard. The wind at the astronomy tower is quite chilly. Liz rubbed her arms awkwardly and snatched the shoes from him. It's a bit cold. I should put these back on. Draco pointed his wand at Liz, startling her. She exclaimed, You promised not to use spells on me again. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped her, and she felt warmth wash over her. Blushing, she said, Thank you. I feel much better now. Your warming charm is becoming quite proficient. Draco maintained a composed demeanor, suggesting that rather than merely expressing gratitude, perhaps they could share a dance. With that, he struck a gentlemanly pose, extending an invitation. Liz hesitated, ultimately refraining from placing her hand in his. Draco, his previous joviality replaced by discomfort, inquired, Must we not even dance together, at least as friends? Bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, Draco, clad in white and black, appeared even more dashing, his meticulously groomed appearance accentuated by a hint of melancholy in his expression. Compelled by an unseen force, Liz took a tentative step towards him, gently caressing his cheek with one hand. However, she quickly realized the intimacy of the gesture. Attempting to withdraw her hand, only to have it firmly grasped by Draco, he lowered his head slightly, brushing his face against the palm of her hand. Liz forcefully withdrew her hand, an apologetic tone escaping her lips as she said, You mustn't harbor feelings for me anymore. Why not? Are you stripping me of even that right? Draco was taken aback, his pupils dilating as he seemed to hear words that inflicted profound anguish upon him. Because I have someone I like. A blush of shyness crept onto Liz's cheeks. Draco, you are remarkable, but please do not waste your time on me. You have someone you like. Draco repeated incredulously, and upon seeing Liz nod, he exclaimed, Who is it? We haven't seen each other for just a few days, and you've already developed feelings for someone else? Do you expect me to believe that? Liz, do not use such words to placate me. Liz, growing displeased, retorted, Must I report to you whom I like? Draco, you are becoming increasingly overbearing. Weasley, Diggory, or some other? Draco scrutinized Liz's expression, sensing her sincerity, and his heart sank. Frustration bubbling within him as he demanded, Tell me, Liz, I simply wish to know who he is. What does it matter with them? Liz's indifference provoked Draco further. His pale face flushed with anger. Of course it matters. I cannot be with someone who must duel him. How could a weakling be worthy of your company? I never imagined you to be such a person. Perhaps you should duel me first. Draco froze, trembling as he asked, You would duel me for him? Liz turned her head, unable to bear the thought. I won't allow you to harm her. Her? She? You fancy a woman? Draco stood rooted in shock, as if struck by lightning. By the time he regained his senses, Liz had already departed with a chocolate in hand. Chapter 61. Who is rivaling whom? Liz had never anticipated the start of term with such eagerness. Following the Christmas ball last year, she had become irresistibly enamored with Mari Anderson. However, being an introverted individual, coupled with her fear of a potential rejection, she had suppressed her feelings for Mari. If one were to inquire how Liz fell for Mari, she would be at a loss. Love, when it strikes, does so without reason. She adored Mari's round face, so irresistibly cute that she longed to pinch it. And she was captivated by the sweet fragrance that enveloped Mari, reminiscent of a delectable blueberry cake. Yet, Liz lacked the courage, even shying away from greeting Mari at the station during the holidays. Now, nestled in her cozy bedroom, she perused a book that Sirius had gifted her. As she turned to a certain page, an illustration jolted her muddled mind back to clarity. It depicted a dagger, its hilt fashioned from jade. The scabbard adorned with an array of gemstones and vibrant enamels, with an inscription and a sun cross motif etched upon the blade. Liz rubbed her eyes in disbelief. quickly retrieving her soul-bonded book for further examination. To her astonishment, it was identical to the dagger in the illustration, and by cross-referencing the text, she discerned that the inscription appeared to be a name, Augustus. However, when she attempted to delve deeper into the introduction regarding the dagger, Liz was rendered speechless. The writing was entirely unfamiliar. In exasperation, Liz resorted to taking a photograph with her camera for future reference, as the book was nearing its due date. She then watched helplessly as it vanished from her bed. How fortuitously swift, Liz mused, perplexed. What language could this possibly be? In that moment, she found herself at a loss for someone to consult about this conundrum. Yet, she considered that perhaps she could inquire with Dumbledore upon returning to school, for the venerable elder had become synonymous with knowledge in Liz's mind. Suddenly, an owl swooped down to her window, and Liz instantly recognized it as Draco's owl. Since their last unfortunate encounter, Draco had been enveloped in a haze of confusion and shock, feeling as though he had become a voyeur, secretly trailing Liz whenever he had the chance. However, the Christmas holidays had arrived soon after the ball, and he had yet to discern any signs of Liz's affections for another. Upon unwrapping the package, Liz discovered a ticket to this summer's Quidditch World Cup, which she casually set aside, uninterested. Then she stumbled upon a thick stack of letters. Undoubtedly, it was an apology letter, although Draco seemed rather inept at expressing remorse. His words of contrition were scant, overshadowed by a barrage of convoluted inquiries about whom Liz might fancy. Liz perused the letter hastily, dismissing even the thought of responding. As her mind wandered to Hogsmeade, contemplating what delightful trinkets she could procure for Mari. At Malfoy Manor, while Draco awaited a response, Narcissa knocked on his bedroom door. "Prepare yourself, Draco. I shall take you to visit the Black residence shortly." Though initially reluctant, he could not suppress the fantasy of Liz appearing there. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded at the Black ancestral home. The interactions between Sirius and Narcissa remained surprisingly amicable, although they were not close during their youth. A series of events had led them to recognize their past prejudices. Narcissa's reflections were particularly poignant, as she had witnessed the once illustrious Black family descend into decline, now leaving only Sirius to bear the mantle of their legacy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the living room between Harry and Draco was decidedly frosty. Harry, irked by the gathering, especially found Draco's flamboyant attire reminiscent of a peacock distasteful, as though he were there for matchmaking purposes. Draco, equally disheartened, had meticulously styled his hair with gel before arriving. Yet, with Liz's absence, he seized the opportunity to probe Harry for information. "When is Liz coming?" Draco inquired nonchalantly from his seat on the sofa. "Draco, have you not relinquished your delusions?" Harry shot a glance at Sirius and Narcissa, ensuring they were unaware of their conversation, and couldn't help but mock him. Draco was tempted to cast a curse in retaliation but restrained himself, mumbling, "Liz mentioned one night that she had developed feelings for someone." Harry slammed his cup onto the table, fury emanating from him as he retorted, "That is impossible. Apparently, you are unaware. Liz hasn't confided in you?" Draco feigned surprise. With that, he disregarded Harry's exasperation and made his way toward Narcissa, who was beckoning him. Yet, at the final moment of their apparition, Draco caught a glimpse of that familiar red hair. He longed to rush to her side, but the spell had already taken effect, and by the time he regained consciousness, he found himself at the gates of Malfoy Manor. "Draco, what was that about? Your actions were perilous. Do you not realize?" Narcissa exclaimed in anger, a wave of fear washing over her. Had she not clutched Draco's arm tightly, she might have been confronted with the prospect of a dismembered son today. "I'm sorry, Mother. I was too impulsive," Draco apologized, guilt evident in his tone as he too recognized the recklessness of his actions. "Is that the girl you fancy?" Narcissa inquired, her brow furrowed. "Did you see her?" Narcissa nodded. "Is she a pureblood lady?" Draco fell silent, and Narcissa halted her steps, uncertainty etched on her face as she asked, "She wouldn't TBA. Mother." Draco interjected sharply, visibly embarrassed, "Please don't utter that word. Draco, your father will not approve." Narcissa's expression turned anxious. "You wouldn't want to be transferred to Durmstrang by your father, so guard your thoughts carefully." Draco gazed at Narcissa, perplexed. He had expected her to erupt in fury, but this reaction was quite different from what he had anticipated. Sensing his confusion, Narcissa gently ruffled his hair and said lovingly, "Draco, remember, lineage, status, or any such matters pale in comparison to your happiness. If you truly have feelings for her, I shall speak to your father. But have you truly discerned your heart?" Draco hurriedly assured her, his cheeks flushed. "Yes, Mother. I am infatuated with Liz." Upon hearing Draco's declaration, a rare smirk adorned Narcissa's face, an expression seldom seen on the dignified Mrs. Malfoy. "So her name is Liz. Is she remarkable?" "She is exceedingly talented. I have never encountered a witch more adept at spellcasting than she." As he spoke of his affection, joy sparkled in Draco's eyes, and his demeanor lightened. "You will like her. Does she reciprocate your feelings, Draco? Narcissa probed with keen interest, only to witness Draco's smile falter. After a moment of silence, Draco regained his composure, asserting, "She will come to like me." He nodded emphatically at Narcissa, as if bolstering his own resolve. Narcissa cast a fond glance at her overly sentimental son and gracefully returned home. Truth be told, she was genuinely curious to see what kind of witch Liz was. To have captivated her son, who usually held himself in such high esteem, to the point of foregoing the pride of a pure-blood wizard. As the mother and son entered the drawing room, they were greeted by a visibly distracted Lucius. "What troubles you?" Narcissa approached with concern, discreetly signaling Draco to head upstairs, not wishing for him to be prematurely entangled in the affairs of adults. Lucius moved his lips, struggling to articulate, "I received news today. The Duchess we visited in Switzerland should be that individual." He gestured toward his dark mark. "How can that be?" Narcissa gasped, equally astonished. "What on earth is happening?" Lucius shook his head, his demeanor weary. No one knows what truly transpired in Godric's Hollow all those years ago. However, given that individual's proclivities, he should have long since caused upheaval within the wizarding world. Lucius managed a wry smile. Yet, the tempest he has stirred now rivals those of the past, as countless wizards are flocking to Switzerland to pay their respects. A silence enveloped the couple until Lucius spoke again. "But this individual seems to be in a peculiar state. He has grown remarkably youthful." At the Black family manor, Sirius was deeply engrossed in contemplation over a photograph before turning to Liz and saying, "I'm afraid I cannot decipher the words inscribed here." Liz, somewhat disappointed, carefully tucked the photo away, deciding to seek out Dumbledore once school commenced. Meanwhile, Harry, seated beside her, wore a conflicted expression. Although he verbally dismissed Draco's claims, his heart stirred with unease. "Liz, do you have someone you fancy?" Harry hesitated. "Am I that obvious?" Liz covered her face with her hands, feeling bashful. Harry was unsure of his own state, even experiencing a ringing in his ears as Sirius looked at Liz with mild surprise. "Who is it? Who possesses such charm to capture your attention?" Sirius inquired with a smile. "It's Mary," Liz replied, her face alight with sweetness. "Sirius, you must assist me. I plan to buy her a gift in Hogsmeade when school starts. What do you think I should give her?" "Professor Lupin mentioned you were quite popular with girls during your school years, so you must know what they like. My patronus is a thestral, gentle in nature. I think it would be romantic to have it guide Mary to me. Don't you think that is lovely?" Sirius stared at Liz, dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, unsure of where to begin his objections. Meanwhile, Harry muttered, "Mary? Which Mary?" "Of course, Mary Anderson from Ravenclaw," Liz replied, relief washing over her that Harry did not harbor feelings for her, lest they become rivals. "Now it seems I am the one who has become a rival for Mary," Harry retorted. Sirius furrowed his brow, casting a long look at Liz before turning to Harry and asking, "Is she really not under some kind of enchantment at Hogwarts?" Observing Harry's confused expression, he continued, "Perhaps you are unaware of a potion known as the Amortentia. Those who unknowingly consume it develop an overwhelming infatuation for the one who administered it." Witnessing Liz's bashful demeanor upon hearing Mary's name only deepened Sirius's suspicions. He grew serious, without hesitation, and apparat Liz to St. Mungo's. Chapter 62, A Collision. Inside the doctor's office at St. Mungo's, Sirius listened attentively as the blonde physician chastised him. Every underage witch or wizard requires careful supervision, and as Miss Dursley's guardian, are you introducing her to illicit substances too soon? Merlin, she hasn't even celebrated her 15th birthday. Sirius smiled politely. "If I may interject, I am not her guardian. Her parents are muggles." The physician's expression darkened further upon hearing this, and she snapped, "Then what is your relationship with her? If you do not clarify, I shall report you to the Ministry of Magic." "What does the Ministry have to do with this? Am I to be accused of trafficking underage wizards?" Sirius exclaimed, astonished, a flicker of indignation flashing in his eyes. Just then, a weary middle-aged doctor entered. "Dr. Davis, how are the patients on the 5th floor faring?" the physician inquired urgently. Dr. Davis rubbed his temples, his expression grave. "Not well. One young witch has suffered significant trauma and is experiencing a severe magical surge." He then turned to Sirius, explaining, "Mr. Black, it is not that we suspect you. Recently, Aurors rescued a group of underage witches and wizards who had been abducted. They have endured harrowing experiences. The ministry takes this matter very seriously, and according to regulations, if you cannot prove your relationship with that young witch, we cannot allow you to take her." After hearing Dr. Davis's words, Sirius felt considerably more at ease. He had heard from colleagues in the office that a criminal gang had been apprehended at the French border, and even the notorious leader on the wanted list, Jack Leach, had been imprisoned in Azkaban. It was this very man who had nearly captured Liz in Diagon Alley. Sirius produced his Auror badge, stating, "She is my mentee's cousin. I am her elder." The blonde doctor meticulously examined the credentials, and upon finding no discrepancies, she led Sirius to Liz. In a spacious hospital room, Liz sat on the bed with her legs dangling, her face flushed, yet she appeared to suffer no discomfort. This was indeed the case until she caught sight of Sirius entering, prompting memories of her foolish utterances to resurface. Wishing she could summon Creature to help her dig a hole to hide in, Sirius, being the considerate gentleman he was, refrained from inquiring how she had inadvertently ingested the love potion upon seeing her face turn as red as her hair. "Let us go. I shall take you home." Back at the Black family residence, Harry awaited anxiously. Under Sirius's guidance, he had already surmised that the box of chocolates was the cause of the situation, while simultaneously chastising himself for being so careless as to overlook Liz's odd behavior. And then there was Malfoy. How did he come to know that Liz had developed feelings for someone else? Harry felt his mind was nearing its limits. Regardless, as the number of individuals surrounding Liz increased, so did his sense of crisis. In the future, for Liz, which would hold more weight, family or love? As a teenage boy, Harry clearly lacked the perceptiveness of his godfather. Upon seeing the two figures together, he incessantly questioned the matter of the love potion until Liz shot him a glare of indignation, prompting him to finally silence himself. "I merely wished to show concern for her." Watching Liz ascend the stairs, Harry felt rather helpless. Sirius, observing the forlorn expression on Harry's face, chuckled. "Harry, you currently resemble your father quite closely. He always wore a similar expression whenever he upset Lily." Harry glanced at his godfather, his expression filled with a greater sense of helplessness. This incident is not a fond memory for Liz. If she does not bring it up, I suggest you refrain from asking. Suddenly, Harry posed a question. "Godfather, did you have a crush during your school days?" Sirius looked momentarily taken aback, pondering why Harry would ask such a question. "Have you developed feelings for a young witch at school?" Harry nodded. The realization of his feelings for Liz elicited a bittersweet sensation within him. This love seemed too precious to expose to the light of day. He wished to bury it deep within his heart, yet upon seeing Liz, all his rationality crumbled, and a flame of unwillingness ignited within him, threatening to overwhelm his self-control. He had fantasized more than once about rushing up to Liz and confessing his affections, but his identity felt like a chain binding him, leaving him in a state of indecision. A hint of nostalgia flickered across Sirius's face as he spoke softly. "During my school days, friendship occupied much of my time, while the rest was spent in rebellion. To be honest, I had no idea what it felt like to have a crush on someone. However, James fell for your mother in the third year, but at that time, Lily was quite biased against your father. James would persistently approach her, and after being scolded mercilessly by Lily, he only grew more determined until they eventually became a couple. I found it hard to believe." Merlin S. Beard. "Your mother must have been extraordinarily kind." This was the first time Harry had heard about his parents' romance. Initially, he found it quite fascinating, but thoughts of his own situation with Liz soon left him feeling dejected. They were ultimately different from his parents. "Harry, you are very much like your father, brave and just. If you have set your sights on her, pursue her boldly. If all goes well, your future wife will be your classmate at Hogwarts." Harry's eyelashes fluttered. Wife? Could Liz truly be his wife? The mere thought of such a possibility filled him with immense satisfaction. He envisioned proposing to Liz upon graduation, after which they could settle down in Godric's Hollow. If Liz was reluctant to leave her family, they could even purchase a house near the borough. He was quite wealthy and would lavish upon Liz the most exquisite garments and jewelry, taking her to the countries she longed to visit. He would ensure that Liz became the happiest Mrs. Potter. Cautiously, Harry turned to his godfather. "What if that person is Liz? Can I pursue her openly?" "Who are you referring to?" "Liz." Sirius stammered, taken aback by Harry's words. "Yes, godfather, the person I like is indeed Liz. Is that not permissible?" Harry's heart raced with anticipation, fervently wishing for Sirius's approval of his feelings. However, upon witnessing Sirius's silence, Harry felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Sirius pondered before finally speaking. "Liz is unaware of these feelings, I presume?" "I cannot tell her, but I truly love her," Harry exclaimed, cradling his head in despair. "What should I do? Liz is all I have left." "Fear not, Harry. As long as this is your decision, I shall support you," Sirius replied, though his silence suggested otherwise. Sensing the peculiarity of the moment, Harry lifted his gaze and followed Sirius's line of sight, discovering Liz watching them from the staircase. Harry dared not contemplate how much she had overheard. Her gaze was piercing, and he felt as if his unclean thoughts were laid bare in that instant. Chapter 63, Cedric's Advice. After becoming aware of Harry's distressing thoughts, Liz felt she could no longer face him and chose to evade him. For the following days, she meticulously avoided Harry, bewildered by how their relationship had come to this. Even on the first day of school, Liz found herself hiding in Cedric's headboy compartment. "What are you doing standing at the door like a silly goose? If I don't open the door for you, are you planning to remain at Hogwarts?" Cedric sighed. pulling Liz inside. I hope I'm not intruding, Liz said, touching her nose. To be honest, she and Cedric were not particularly close. They were from different houses and 2 years apart. Although they exchanged letters sharing their lives during every holiday, Liz always felt a tinge of unfamiliarity between them. However, today she had no desire to share a compartment with Harry or encounter Draco, leading her to this place unconsciously. What could possibly constitute an intrusion between us? Please, sit down, Cedric remarked, observing the weariness etched on Liz's face. Haven't you had enough rest? Liz nodded. It was more than just a lack of rest. She had been sleepless, troubled by the question of when Harry had begun to harbor different feelings for her. Rather than feeling disgusted or repulsed by this affection, Liz wrestled with guilt and self-reproach, wondering if some of her actions had inadvertently led Harry on. In any case, Liz's heart was in turmoil. Would you prefer to take a nap, or do you wish to confide your troubles to me? Cedric's brown eyes were exceptionally gentle as he gazed at the reliable young man before her. Liz gathered her thoughts and replied, I have a friend who has recently encountered a troubling matter. Please, do share. Cedric raised an eyebrow, curious. Is this friend a figment of your imagination? The person she spoke of, although not entirely a stranger, was her younger brother who had developed feelings for her, and now she was quite distressed. Liz hesitated, her expression riddled with conflict. Are you referring to yourself? Cedric inquired. No. It's my friend. I mean, my friend, whom I met in the Muggle world. Liz hurriedly denied, not wishing for Cedric to deduce that the individual in question was Harry, even though he was the chosen one. The notion of falling for one's cousin was enough to tarnish his reputation. What do you think she should do? Cedric pondered aloud. Perhaps she should engage in a romance to help the boy move on. Upon uttering this, Cedric chuckled, realizing that it might not be the best of ideas. However, he soon grew serious again. Does your friend have someone she likes? Liz scratched her head, speaking with a hint of hesitation. I don't think so. She's still in school. How could she be interested in romance? Early relationships can be quite detrimental to one's studies. Do you share the same sentiment as your friends, Liz? Do you believe that dating in school could hinder academic performance? Cedric inquired with curiosity, though the slight tension in his clenched fist betrayed his nervousness. Liz, momentarily confused, lifted her gaze. Are we really discussing this? Please answer me, would you? Cedric's unusual firmness suggested he would not relent until he received a response. Perhaps having a relationship at Hogwarts wouldn't be such a bad idea. After all, our youth should not be solely spent in the monotony of academic pursuits, Liz remarked, her eyes glinting with caution. Of course, only if it doesn't affect our grades. Cedric chuckled heartily, adding, it would be best if it were with marriage in mind. Wouldn't it? He was rewarded with a knowing glance from Liz. So, Liz, do you have someone you fancy? When she shook her head, he remained undeterred, continuing to coax. Perhaps you should consider my suggestion, whether for yourself or your, friend, if you both are facing similar dilemmas. A romance could solve the problem and allow you to savor the beauty of youth. The emphasis Cedric placed on the word friend made it clear to Liz that he had discerned the truth. Yet, she feigned ignorance, replying, really? I'll write to her when we get to school. Thank you for your suggestion. With that, Liz sealed her lips. Cedric was far too perceptive. He discreetly leaned closer to her, and as she looked on with slight alarm, he playfully tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. His voice laced with a hint of temptation. If you find yourself lacking suitable candidates, consider me. Before Liz could register his words, Cedric returned to his seat, a gentle smile gracing his face. I'm not jesting. If you need, I would be willing to be your partner in a contractual romance. Liz fidgeted on the sofa. Cedric's words had taken her by surprise. Before she could respond, he excused himself, claiming he needed to check on something, leaving her alone on the plush sofa until they reached their destination, where she saw no further sign of him. He*s rather considerate. At least I won't feel awkward facing him again, she mused during the carriage ride back to school. It was during this journey that Liz made a new acquaintance. Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw. Although she was a year younger than Liz, this did not hinder Liz from recognizing her name. Having learned from Ginny's letter that they were quite good friends. I know you as well, Lizzie Deasley, a young witch with remarkable talent in charms and magical objects. Luna's voice was ethereal and melodious. A pair of radish-shaped earrings peeked through her chestnut locks, complemented by a butterbeer cork necklace around her neck, lending her an air of mystery and eccentricity. Aren't you with your friends? Luna inquired. They might have left for something, Liz replied, a hint of awkwardness on her face as she pointed to the magazine in Luna's hands. The Quibbler? Yes, would you like a copy? Liz accepted it, flipping through a few pages and commenting, it's quite a good magazine, far more interesting than the Daily Prophet. I think I shall subscribe this term. Thank you, Luna said, causing Liz to look at her quizzically, wondering why she was expressing gratitude. Luna blinked playfully. It's published by my father. Upon flipping to the front page, Liz noted the editor's name, Xenophilius Lovegood. I should have guessed, Liz thought to herself. It seems there is some discontent among your friends, Luna suddenly stated, her expression devoid of any gossiping demeanor, as though she were merely recounting an ordinary occurrence. However, Liz was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation, stammering, "What? I saw it when you weren't around." That which named Hermione was quite upset with the two boys. They had a loud argument, but Hermione cast a silencing charm. So I couldn't hear what they were saying. Hearing this, Liz felt a weight settle in her heart. Did Hermione and Ron also know about Harry's feelings? In that moment, Liz found herself lacking the desire to continue the conversation with Luna, but fortunately, Luna was an empathetic witch, and they remained silent until they arrived at Hogwarts. Just as Liz was about to disembark, a hand reached out to her. "Draco, why are you still here?" Liz looked up to see Draco dressed in a sharp black suit, extending his hand to assist her down from the carriage. "I shall take my leave then," Luna said, clutching her stack of magazines, and gracefully hopped off the carriage, earning an appreciative glance from Draco. Ultimately, Liz placed her hand in Draco's, offering a polite smile. "Thank you. Did you enjoy your holiday?" Draco asked, a satisfied smile adorning his face. Since his mother assured him that she would accept Liz, he felt as though a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. As for the fictitious romantic interest Liz had conjured, he dismissed it entirely, despite several rejections. He remained confident that he would ultimately win her heart. The thought of how foolish she had been throughout the holiday, yearning to know Mary, filled Liz with embarrassment. So she lied, "It was all right, and you?" After raising her wrist slightly, she indicated that Draco should release her hand. To her surprise, the impeccably dressed Draco decided to act rather mischievously, not only refusing to let go but tightening his grip instead. His hand enveloped hers effortlessly. "Let go," Liz exclaimed. Her face flushed with indignation until Draco reluctantly released her grip. "Your hands are a bit cold. I merely wish to warm you," he retorted. "That is a flimsy excuse." Liz shot back, her voice laced with mild reproach. Draco maintained his radiant smile, unperturbed by her sharp words. In fact, her aloof demeanor only intensified his ardor. "I visited Uncle Black the other day, and just as I was leaving, I spotted you. We were so close to spending the holiday together. By the way, did you receive the tickets I sent you? How about we go together this summer? The final is being held in Devon." As he spoke of Quidditch, Draco's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. His lifelong dream was to one day represent England and claim the championship, yet when he voiced this aspiration, he faced vehement opposition from his parents, who relied on him to manage the Malfoy family business. Liz raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. "Do you truly think I'm interested in Quidditch? Draco, are you really my friend?" The blonde boy visibly panicked, yet stubbornly retorted, "But last year, when you cheered for Ravenclaw's Seeker, you seemed quite pleased." "Well, Autumn is my friend," Liz countered. "Am I not your friend? We've known each other longer than you and them." Draco leaned in slightly, gently placing his hand on Liz's shoulder, pleading, "Liz, I just want more time with you. What you said that day was a lie. You don't actually have anyone you fancy." Liz attempted to free herself from his arm with a slight force, but it proved futile. With a hint of embarrassment, she confessed, "It's not entirely a lie. I was under the influence of a love potion. I knew it. I just knew you must have feelings for me, right?" Draco, filled with excitement, embraced Liz tightly, due to their height difference. Liz had to slightly rise on her toes to prevent her chin from colliding with Draco's shoulder. Draco's grip was too constricting, prompting Liz to urgently tap his arm, pleading, "Let go, I can't breathe." Once Liz finally managed to catch her breath, she noticed a dark figure lunging towards Draco, followed by his pained cry. "You idiot. Didn't you hear her asking you to let him go?" It was Harry. "Harry," Liz shouted, as Draco and Harry had already tumbled to the ground, both swinging their fists at each other. Liz felt immense relief that everyone was in the Great Hall for the first year sorting ceremony at this time. Otherwise, the three of them would surely attract attention at Hogwarts again the following day. "Potter, what madness has possessed you?" Draco exclaimed angrily. He thought he and Harry had reached an understanding. The two had maintained a delicate peace in Liz's presence to uphold their images, yet Potter, that foolish buffoon, had to drag him into his mess. With this thought, Draco struck harder, and for a moment, the two were evenly matched in their brawl. Harry's anger was no less than Draco's. In the final days of the holiday, he had been largely ignored by Liz, hadn't seen her on the train, and had been scolded by Ron and Hermione on the way back to school. Then, upon seeing Liz and Draco's names overlap on the Marauders map, he had thrown his bag at Ron and rushed towards them, only to witness their embrace. Liz picked up Harry's glasses that had fallen during the scuffle. "You two, stop it," she exclaimed, attempting to grab Draco's fist, but in his fervor, Draco inadvertently knocked Liz to the ground as well. "Are you all right?" Draco quickly reacted, trying to help Liz, but Harry, now standing, shoved him aside. Harry examined Liz from head to toe, and seeing Harry's rising fury, Liz instinctively wrapped her arms around him. Draco felt a pang of hurt witnessing this. His wand was poised against Liz's back, and from his perspective, It appeared as though Liz was shielding Harry from his impending attack. He despondently lowered his arm, only to hear Liz's voice tremble. "Draco, could you please step away? There must be some misunderstanding. I will explain everything to you later." As Liz spoke, she turned her head slightly, her pleading expression laid bare before Draco. He understood her intention. She wanted him to back down. If this escalated to the professors, the consequences would be far graver than mere detention. "Potter, you can't forever hide behind Liz," Draco said, his gaze fixed on her, witnessing her gratitude, before he stormed away in frustration. "Malfoy, you are a shameless scoundrel," Harry shouted after him, feeling Liz's struggle, which made her cling to him even tighter. Gradually, Harry calmed down, sensing the long-missed intimacy from Liz, which provided him with some solace. Liz slowly loosened her grip, only to be enveloped in Harry's arms the next moment. Relax. I only want to help you with your glasses," Liz softly reassured him. Harry lowered his head slightly, his green eyes filled with embarrassment and shame. "Do I look a mess right now?" Liz nodded. "Your face is all bloody. It's quite unsightly." Harry quickly raised his sleeve to wipe at his face. "Why did you do that?" Liz inquired, gently guiding Harry to sit on a nearby bench. Harry replied defiantly, "I saw you struggling, didn't I? Malfoy is clearly no gentleman." Liz's face bore a sorrowful smile. "Next time, please don't act so impulsively, all right? Draco is my friend, and I will handle this myself." Harry was somewhat unconvinced. "Malfoy is nothing but a hypocrite. He has always harbored inappropriate feelings for you. What about you?" Harry's complexion suddenly drained of color, his lips began to tremble, and he couldn't bring himself to look at Liz, feeling as if he were being crushed. This matter had inevitably been thrust into the open. I'm sorry. I know this is wrong, but I can't help myself." A tear slipped down Harry's cheek as he suddenly felt ashamed. Liz was so wonderful. How could he entertain such thoughts about her? Yet to ask him to give up was simply impossible. "Harry, don't let jealousy cloud your judgment. You and I, will always be family." "How unfair you are to me, Liz. Others can openly pursue you, but must I silently wish you well? We would be happy together." With that, Harry abruptly cupped Liz's face and kissed her forcefully, something he had longed to do. Liz's lips were just as soft as he had imagined. Harry cried out in pain as Liz bit his lip. Her cheeks flushed with indignation and embarrassment as she delivered a sharp slap to Harry. "You are out of your mind." Liz stormed away, leaving Harry alone on the empty bench. He licked his lips, feeling both pain and a lingering taste. Since his carefully concealed feelings had been exposed to the light, then Liz must ultimately belong to him. He had always possessed patience, had he not? Chapter 65, The Soul Crossing. This was the most dreadful term Liz had ever experienced at Hogwarts. It seemed everyone had been awakened to their mating instincts. She couldn't help but suspect that the air in the school had been laced with some love potion by Peeves. After yet another rejection of an unfamiliar boy's advances, Liz made her way to Dumbledore's office. Liz, please have a seat. How may I assist you?" Dumbledore sat behind his desk, though aged. He still bore a tall stature, nearly matching Liz's height while seated. Liz retrieved the photograph from her pocket and handed it to Dumbledore. "Professor, this is an introduction to soul crossing that I found in a book, but I can't decipher the words." Dumbledore took the photograph with a serious and solemn expression. Liz waited patiently for his response. "This appears to be Coptic, an ancient Egyptian language," Dumbledore said slowly. A smile of delight spread across Liz's face as she praised. "I knew you would recognize it. You are the most learned wizard in the magical world." Dumbledore was pleased, despite countless praises from other wizards. He still took joy in Liz's commendation. As a professor, he had always favored kind and righteous students, with Liz being a standout among them. "Do you need me to translate it for you? I could also offer you some fizzing whiz-bees as a treat." Liz eagerly accepted, though she politely declined the candies Dumbledore offered, finding them too sweet for her taste. This tells the story of a pair of lovers. Augustus was a witch hunter, gifted beyond measure and burdened with his family's expectations. In the far northern land of Croc, he was wounded by the magical creatures there, and at the brink of death. A woman named Arian saved him. They journeyed across the world together, and he learned that Arian was a witch. During that time, witch hunting was rampant. Yet Augustus could not bring himself to harm his beloved. They had vowed never to hurt one another. The dagger named Soul Crossing was a gift he presented to Arian. It had been forged with Augustus's blood, making it not only a weapon capable of harming witches, but also their enemies, the witch hunters. At this point, Dumbledore let out a faint sigh, causing Liz's heart to tighten, as if foreboding some ill-fated event. When Alien accompanied Augustus back to Egypt, she faced vehement rejection from Augustus's family, who were unwilling to accept a witch as their matriarch. Augustus was tormented. He could neither abandon his family nor betray his beloved. Ultimately, he plunged the dagger into Alien's chest, and he collapsed onto the cold ground, cradling his lover's lifeless body. Upon hearing this tale, Liz felt her worldview irrevocably altered. Exclaiming in shock, "What a truly uncomfortable story." She understood Dumbledore's inquisitive gaze, and with indignation, she retorted, "Why did Augustus have to kill Alien? He should have let her go. Must lovers always be together?" Dumbledore refrained from countering her sentiments, merely advising Liz to avoid using the dagger unless absolutely necessary. Why? Because when Augustus's family discovered his corpse, there were no wounds or signs of struggle. Liz was taken aback, and just as she was about to leave the headmaster's office, she inquired, "Professor, was this merely a story or did it genuinely occur?" Dumbledore replied enigmatically, "Who knows?" As Liz departed, she gifted the photograph to Dumbledore. Having attained what she desired, listening to the sound of the rain outside, Liz made her way to the end of the covered bridge. A splendid spot for savoring the downpour. "What does Malfoy want with you now?" A sudden voice startled Liz. "Harry, do you carry the Marauder's map all day just to spy on me?" Liz protested. "Has he invited you to Hogsmeade?" Observing Harry's impassive expression, an inexplicable trepidation surged within Liz, and she replied dryly, "Yes. He is pursuing you, isn't he? Isn't that obvious? Indeed, since the beginning of this term, Draco has taken it upon himself to be my suitor, nearly making the entire student body at Hogwarts aware of this affair. I am immensely relieved that Gryffindor and Slytherin classes do not overlap too frequently. Otherwise, the incessant gossip would surely drown me. Liz, you must promise me that you won't develop feelings for him." Harry drew closer, nearly enveloping her with his presence, his gaze lingering on her face as if plotting something. Sensing danger, Liz coldly replied, "Would you like to receive another slap?" Harry wore a nonchalant expression, yet slowly backed away. Fuming, Liz returned to her dormitory, rescuing Hermione along the way from the clutches of Cormac McLaggen. Cormac, a fourth-year Gryffindor student, had fallen for Hermione at a gathering this term and had since pursued her fervently. Hermione had complained to Liz more than once about him, stating, "Dating Cormac is worse than dating a troll. Has Harry been pestering you again?" Hermione cautiously inquired. Liz's face fell, unwilling to discuss the matter further. Harry often used the Marauder's map to monitor Liz's movements, but thankfully, he was mindful of her reputation and had not yet acted outrageously in public. Nevertheless, it was enough to vex Liz greatly. Her favorite place now was the room of requirement. "Liz, you know, relationships like yours with Harry are quite common in the wizarding world. Even in England, cousin marriages are permitted. Hermione, has Harry persuaded you? You were against it initially." Liz suddenly turned to Hermione. Hermione replied awkwardly, "I am merely stating a fact. I regard him as family. Why can't he understand that? Blood ties are more important than love. Perhaps we should encourage Harry to meet other girls. He will soon realize that his feelings for me are merely an illusion." Unlike Liz, Hermione was not so optimistic, recalling the moment when the four of them had shared their thoughts at the Black family home, where Harry's gaze on Liz had been too tender, though it had gone unnoticed by everyone at the time. Chapter 66, The Clam and the Heron Fight. At Hogwarts. In the Great Hall, Liz was having breakfast, though the meal was nearly over, and she had yet to see Ron and Harry. "Perhaps they've overslept again," Hermione whispered to Liz. Liz agreed with this assessment, as it had happened numerous times. The two never failed to be on time for lunch and dinner. Yet they often arrived just as breakfast was concluding, sometimes necessitating Liz to save them some food. At that moment, Liz spotted Ron hurrying towards her. "Ron, over here." Ron's eyes were darkened with fatigue, making him appear utterly haggard. "Haven't you rested well? Where's Harry?" Ron hesitated before answering. "He*s in the hospital wing. Last night. Is his scar hurting again?" Liz's heart sank. Ever since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry's lightning-shaped scar occasionally throbbed, and even Madame Pomfrey could not ascertain the cause. But they all knew it was the result of dark magic left by the Dark Lord. Hermione, unable to tolerate Ron's hesitant demeanor, urged, "What happened?" "He dueled with Malfoy last night." Ron averted his gaze, unable to meet Liz's eyes. The sound of cutlery clattering onto the table startled Ron, and he glanced at Hermione, seemingly hoping she would provide some comfort to Liz. He explained, "I tried to stop them, but..." Liz abruptly stood up from her seat. But after a moment of contemplation, she inhaled deeply and sat back down. "Because I am." Ron quickly interjected, "Malfoy is too arrogant. Harry just wanted to help you teach him a lesson." Liz's face flushed with anger. What did Harry and Draco take her for? Mere possessions. Must she be with one of them? Hearing Ron's words, Liz shot him a fierce look. "You think Harry was right to do that, don't you?" Ron stammered, remaining silent until he noticed Liz preparing to leave. He hurriedly added, "Aren't you going to check on him in the hospital wing?" "I think it's best if I don't see him right now." Hermione observed Ron's despondent demeanor and quietly remarked, "If I were you, I wouldn't confess my feelings to Liz during this time. The swarm of admirers around her has already overwhelmed her." Ron's eyes widened. Unable to decide whether to eat or put down his sandwich, he gaped at Hermione. "Don't look so surprised." Hermione chuckled. "You hide it well, but I'm just observant." "You will keep this a secret, won't you?" Ron asked nervously. Hermione nodded. "Of course, I have no intention of meddling in your affairs. However, I certainly prefer you over Malfoy. Though it seems you haven't taken any action. Unrequited love leads to fruitless endeavors. Must liking someone always mean being with them? I am simply content to love her from afar. Ron spoke with a bashful yet resolute tone, to which Hermione could only respond dryly. It appears your views on love are rather pure. Thank you, Ron replied, a smile creeping onto his lips. Liz contemplated visiting the hospital wing to mock those two foolish boys, but she restrained herself, realizing that allowing events to unfold in this manner was unwise. She then turned and walked towards the Hufflepuff common room. When Liz finally located Cedric, he was languidly reclining on a bench, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a gentle glow upon his face. His eyes were slightly closed, embodying a serene beauty that, at that moment, calmed Liz's restless heart. With light steps, she approached Cedric. Good morning, Cedric. The instant the young man opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Liz's radiant smile. He sprang to his feet, nearly colliding with her head. What brings you here? A significant notion sparked in Cedric's mind. Liz, feeling a bit awkward, tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Do you still stand by what you said that day, on the first day of school? Cedric's eyes lit up with intense surprise. Typically composed and gracious, he became slightly agitated. He feigned calmness. Do you require my assistance? I would be delighted to help. Liz nodded. Perhaps you would accompany me for a stroll around Hogwarts, in the capacity of a boyfriend? Ha ha ha, of course. Cedric took hold of Liz's hand, sensing her stiffness. Relax, Liz. Otherwise no one will believe us. You don't have an early class, do you? I'm not quite familiar with Hufflepuff's schedule. Rest assured, by the time you reach your 5th year, you'll know. It's mostly a review of what you've learned. Cedric felt an unusual sense of pride. He had always been observant. According to his observations, Liz was quite late to grasp matters of the heart, often repelled by anyone who confessed their feelings for her. Thus, he had patiently awaited the right moment. He dismissed Harry and Draco as competitors, viewing them as overly eager. The more fiercely they vied for her attention, the more Liz would distance herself from them. Only by encouraging Liz to take the initiative could he hope to succeed. And so it came to pass that Cedric became Liz's nominal boyfriend. They deliberately displayed intimacy amidst the crowd, confident that it would not be long before their romance would be the talk of the school. However, Cedric could not foresee that his self-assured happiness would last but a few fleeting months, as he would soon encounter a formidable rival. Let us head to the hospital wing. Cedric casually plucked a handful of flowers from the greenhouse and turned to explain, this is my first time visiting your family and friends as your boyfriend. If not for the time constraint, I would have even prepared gifts in Hogsmeade. Liz hastily interjected. Aware that they were merely pretending to be a couple and that she was the one seeking Cedric's help, she did not wish for him to incur unnecessary expenses. Flowers will suffice. I've learned the art of flower arrangement. Upon their arrival at the hospital wing, they found Harry awake, staring blankly at the ceiling. Only when he caught sight of Liz did a flicker of life stir in his eyes. Harry, how did you get so hurt? Liz asked, her heart aching at the sight of him. His bruises had yet to fade, and one leg was suspended in a sling. I'm sorry, Liz. I did something foolish again. Harry replied pitifully, noticing Cedric arranging flowers in a vase and greeting him. Their relationship was amicable enough. Both were seekers for their respective houses. And though competition existed during matches, Harry harbored a more favorable impression of Cedric compared to Draco. Wishing you a swift recovery, Harry. Cedric then took hold of Liz's hand. Harry, taken aback by the gesture, felt his smile freeze on his face. Please, treat Liz with respect. However, seeing Liz offer no resistance, a heaviness settled in his heart. Forgot to mention, Liz has accepted my pursuit, Harry. From now on, we are family. Harry turned sharply to Liz, who wore an expression of happiness and shyness. When did this happen? He asked incredulously. Liz, you promised me you would always be by my side. Harry, do you not wish me well? Liz interrupted his protest. Harry fell silent, stubbornly gazing at the clasped hands of Liz and Cedric. His greatest fear had indeed come to pass. Since you haven't yet figured out how to bless me, let us visit Draco first. Liz pulled Cedric out of Harry's room, evidently. Madame Pomfrey was aware of the rivalry between Harry and Draco, having placed their rooms at a distance from one another. Before knocking on Draco's hospital room door, Liz overheard Pansy dramatically recounting her and Cedric's story to Draco, with Blaise occasionally chiming in. This is impossible, Draco exclaimed, his face flushed with agitation. He could not believe Liz would be interested in that lackadaisical Hufflepuff. Come now, Draco, who doesn't know that Cedric is the epitome of Hufflepuff allure? Are you jealous of him? In your eyes, is Diggory still considered exceptional? He is merely a mud-blood, yet he has managed to associate with pure bloods, Pansy retorted indignantly. Pansy, I've told you not to mention that word again. Draco snapped, urging Blaise to take his girlfriend away. He could not fathom why Blaise was attracted to Pansy. Pansy, aware of her misstep, was primarily irritated because her roommate, Sybil, had long harbored feelings for Cedric, only to be outpaced by Liz. Witnessing Sybil's heartbroken expression only fueled her frustration. As Blaze dragged Pansy away, they collided with Liz and Cedric standing at the door. Pansy, with a mocking tone, remarked, "Now do you believe it, Draco? This time, you witnessed it with your own eyes." "All right, Pansy, let us go," Blaze urged, his anxiety evident as he pulled her away. Once their figures disappeared around the corner, Liz and Cedric entered. "Is it true?" Draco asked, bewildered. Liz smiled wearily. As you can see, Draco did not believe her, stubbornly maintaining his pride as he returned Cedric's greeting. "Can we talk, Liz? Just the two of us." Cedric, receiving Liz's silent cue, exited the room, closing the door gently behind him. Liz pointed to his injured arm. One leg hurt, one arm injured. "Was it worth it?" Draco shook his head. "Not worth it. Is it because I hurt Potter that you no longer wish to be with me? Or has my pursuit of you become a burden?" "I'm sorry, Liz. I never anticipated things would turn out this way." Feeling fatigued, Liz recognized that Draco remained unchanged. With his misguided declarations of love, self-centered pursuits, and hollow apologies, he, like Harry, never considered her feelings, despite her previous rejections. I like Cedric." Liz uttered a kind lie, hoping to dissuade Draco from his infatuation with her. "Here." She placed the ticket for the Quidditch World Cup in Draco's palm, but he seized her wrist tightly, his gray eyes cold and forlorn as they bore into hers. "How can you be so cruel to me? Do you not grant me even a glimmer of hope?" Liz forcefully broke free from Draco's grasp, departing the hospital wing without a backward glance, fervently wishing for peace between him and Harry in the future. "Wishing you a swift recovery."